Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, Baba has made a declaration. The green light is already given. There is People's Assembly on Monday on Baba's return. Is the country ready for this? Are we all set and ready to go? Well, a lot of uh, accusations, counter accusation, denials, acceptance, confessions is all over the nation at this point in time. When Kenya Kwanza digs in that they won the election free and fair, well, revelations from the river still proving otherwise. So I don't know what you feel about this, and I invite all of us to look into this keenly to be able to judge these matters accurately. Well, one of the people that are fronting the receiving of Baba will be joining us later on in the show to just give us a view of the elaborate plan on how Baba lands at the airport and how he finds his way to Kamukunji. Well, the return of Baba into the country amidst such situation is not new, and some of it has not been pleasant. Some of it has had a lot of lives lost, a lot of businesses burned down, and was faced, had a lot of consequences. So we hope and pray that the Kenya Kwanza government will not behave like the previous governments in trying to disrupt Baba's return or Baba's meeting the people. And so I would, in this particular show, take us memory lane on how this has been in the past so that we can lay a path of what to anticipate even as Monday first approaches. Asante sana kwa kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Karibu tafadhali, ukitupata tu karibisha wawili watatu ili kila mmoja amakinike. The link to use to get in the studio is already available in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. Once again, we want to remind us we are on Mtembei TV page on Facebook and Mtembei TV YouTube channel, as well as Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel. Both channels need your support, and therefore we encourage you to do the necessary. If you have not subscribed to Sound Candid Talk channel, please do, because there is information there that you may not get elsewhere. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Tafadhali karibu na karibisha kila mmoja ili wote tukamakinike. Okay, kuna wale ambao wana maoni tofauti, lakini wakati umefika Kenya iambie ukweli. Leo TV, thank you so much. Says we are more than ready. Happy the captain has taught. Good. Okay, Kamo. Handpick. Oh, thank you so much. Juliet Musalia, karibu kwa show. King Baba Precious, hi, and Poa. Thank you so much, Mark Meki. Thank you so much. Hello to you. We appreciate that. Fatma Nasimiyu, good evening to you. Thank you so much. Prince Edwin anasema Baba should retire honorably after he has enjoyed his victory. That is accepted. Achieng, thank you so much. Hello, patriots. We are glad to be patriotic and people who stand for what is true, what is right, and what is just. Aida Baraka, karibu kwa show. Philamona Samoy watching from Qatar, Middle East. Thank you so much. K Mato Makandets, leo umechangamuka. Hey, Baba narudi. So Baba Jololo. Karibuni tafadhali tukajumuike pamoja. Alafu kuna nani huyu? When you come to the studio, please keep your camera and your audio on. There is breaking news. Breaking news, your gadget is not well configured. Kamera yako inaonekana iko na shida, rekebisha kwanza. Hata tukikuongeza utaweza. JB uko nyuma ya curtain, lakini tunakuona hapo. Karibuni tafadhali tukamakinike pamoja tunapoangazia masuala haya. So we'll start out by playing a video of Baba's return and what he had to go through, and whether will this repeat itself, or are we going to have a smooth from the airport to the gathering of the people at Kamukunji and the deliberation thereof. So let's just watch this and probably be able to appreciate what it is that we anticipate.
Inayombeba kinara wa NASA Raila Odinga kutoka Ujerumani ilipotua uwanjani JKIA, hali ilibadilika. Barabara iliyoko nje ya uwanja huo haukukalika wala kupitika, kwani polisi walianza kufyatua vitoa machozi. Hata hivyo, penye nia pana njia. Msafara wa Odinga ulipotoka uwanjani JKIA, wafuasi walianza kujitokeza, na baada ya muda mfupi maelfu ya wafuasi tayari walikuwa wameungana na msafara huo. Punde si punde makabiliano yakaanza baada ya maafisa wa polisi waliokuwa mbele yao kufyatua vitoa machozi, lakini hapa wafuasi wa NASA hawakusikia la muadhini wala la mteka maji msikitini. Msafara ukaendelea. Katika barabara ya Jogoo hali haikuwa tofauti. Maafisa zaidi wa polisi walikuwa wameshika doria ili kuhakikisha kuwa mkutano wa NASA haukufanyika katika uwanja wa Jacaranda katika eneo la Embakasi. Wafuasi wa NASA wakilazimika kuelekea upande wa kushoto ili kuungana na barabara inayoingia jijini Nairobi. Hapa ndipo kitumbua kiliingia mchangani. Maafisa wa polisi walilazimika kutumia risasi kuwatawanya wafuasi wa NASA na kuwajeruhi watu kadhaa, huku ikihofia kuwa wawili waliaga dunia. Katika barabara ya Haile Selassie, makabiliano yalichacha, kwani polisi walidhani wafuasi wa NASA wana nia ya kuingia katika bustani ya Uhuru. Hata hivyo, ni katika eneo la Upper Hill ambapo kinara wa NASA Raila Odinga alipata fursa ya kukohoa na kuelezea ghadhabu yake.
Vijana, leo mimi niko na hasira mingi sana. Kwanza, hasira yangu ni ya huyo kijana anaitwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Mimi nimerudi nyumbani.
Odinga akitangaza kuwa matukio ya leo ni ishara tosha ya mwanzo wa mageuzi ya tatu nchini.
Mimi nilikuja nikifikiria kwamba Uhuru atakuja kwenye laki. Uhuru amekataa, anakaa na Ruto yake. Lakini siku ya leo itaenda katika historia ya taifa letu. Tunaanza republic ya tatu. Sawa? Sawa? Mtafanua baadaye. I have never seen in my life, in real life, the police withdrawing, seeing the power of the people. Sasa revolution imeanza Kenya, and this is going to be unstoppable. We are going to use constitutional means like now to make sure that aliyekuwa rais Uhuru aende apumzike kwao Katundu, baba ashike watamu ya kuongoza nchi hii.
Odinga akiahidi kuitisha mkutano mwingine kuelezea mengi ambayo alikuwa nayo kutoka Marekani alikokaa siku 10.
Sisi kama wana NASA tumesimama imara na Wakenya wote, na mmeona vile tulianza. Hii ziara inafika pale tunaelekea. Canaan iko karibu.
Hata ingawa kumekuwa na mushkiri wa hapa na pale baina ya maafisa wa polisi na wafuasi wa muungano wa NASA, hatimaye kinara wa NASA Raila Odinga yuko jijini Nairobi na amesema kwa siku zijazo yuko tayari kutoa mambo mengi ya kisiasa. Stephen Leto, Citizen Nipashe, kutoka kaunti ya Nairobi.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is a memory lane on Baba was returning, and I had that kind of receive from the government of that time. We wonder how it will be on Monday, but from the look of things, the Monday program is set, and those that are for the meeting are ready to move. And so I believe if you are one of them, then be set to ensure that your dancing shoes are ready and you're ready to be part of the entourage that will bring in Baba from abroad, as he gives us the way forward after the deep revelations from Iebc on how he won the elections but still was denied the victory. And what do we do in this kind of a scenario? I want to appreciate all of you, even as you join into the discourse. Karibuni sana. We will soon be joined by one of the people organizing for that particular event, and he will be shedding more light on how the whole program is set to function. So wherever you are around the world, make sure that you're tuned in and stay tuned until the last minute. Thank you, those of you who are following from Sound Candid Talk channel. Please, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. And the rest of us, make sure that you keep flowing. But tusichoke kukaribishana, share that link with everybody in your life, in your WhatsApp groups, in all your Facebook groups, ili kila mmoja ajitahidi kujua yale ambayo yanafasa kujua, ili tusonge wote kwa pamoja. So let me just get one more video and then we hear from mwalimu. Na wengine wote ambao mnataka kujiunga nasi katika studio, basi link ndio hiyo nimepeana. Hakikisha kwamba unaitumia ipasavyo. Thank you. Let's listen out to this and then we get into the conversation.
Tumeona Gaucho, kuna maandamano ambayo umeyafanya juzi, umeyaongoza hapa town, na baadhi ya mambo ambayo ulikuwa unayazungumza katika yale maandamano ni kuhusu Musando, Raila kushinda uchaguzi. What's cooking?
Ile kitu iko, and I think President William Ruto anasahau ya kwamba yeye ni president, si president bado ya sinema, tayari yako na kiti. Na zile vitu anaongea inamaanisha kwamba juu yeye ni president. Huwezi kuwa president ambaye unakuwa national unity. Wewe unakuja kusema ya kwamba eti watu fulani walikuwa na plan kuua watu. Wewe ungetukujia na solution, kwa sababu wewe uko na intelligent. Ungetukujia useme umeshashika mtu fulani ambaye aliua mtu fulani, wewe unaongelelea mtu wako hai. Inamaanisha anajaribu kucriticize former president na kuonyesha former president alikuwa anaua watu. All president ya Republic of Kenya anaweza shindwa kuwa mtu kama Chabukati, kama Kaiseri alikufa na alikuwa minister, Musando alikufa hajatuambia nani alimuua, then unakujia kama wewe mwenyewe uko na powers ungesaidia wa Kenya. So that's why mimi kama bunge president nilicriticize ya kwamba president awache kugonganisha watu, na mimi kama president ya wanabunge nafikiri on Monday tunaenda kureceive the People's Choice Raila Odinga ambaye anaingia on Monday saa 5. Inamaanisha mimi kesho Sunday nalala airport
saa 5 mchana,
saa 5 asubuhi atafika Kenya kutoka nchi ambayo yuko, na naomba wanabunge Kenya mzima ya kwamba wafike airport on Monday ama kesho tulale huko. Naomba wanabunge wangu tulale huko, na naomba wanachama wa ODM, Azimio na MCs na MPs kupitia majority leader nani Ematok, kupitia uongozi ya nini nani anaitwa Ken Ngondi, kupitia kina Abbas Matach na hao viongozi wengine, make sure na kutokea kwa minority leader Opiyo Wandayi na viongozi wa Nairobi wa kina Jalango wa make sure ya kwamba wamejaza watu kwa wajaze watu kwenda kuchukua Raila Odinga on Monday. So Monday tunachukua Raila Odinga kutoka airport, tunakuja na yeye aingie hapa Avenue, apitie pale Jivanji, hiyo barabara ya Jivanji, atoke Tomboya Street, aingie Mudhurwa, atoke Mudhurwa aingie Kikomba, atoke Kikomba, then tutakuwa na mkutano kubwa mimi na yeye ya kusema vile uchaguzi na what next. Na sisi kama wanabunge tulikuwa nataka kama ni mzuri Raila Odinga akitoka huko tuende direct to march direct to State House, or tumpe juu last time aliapishwa na Biblia, tumpe Qurani apishwe nayo kama the next president of Republic of Kenya.
Actually umejibu swali lilikuwa next because 2018 January Raila aliapishwa kama people's president.
Yeah.
Nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza kama hizo ndizo mipango mko nazo, lakini umejibu. This time mtafanyia wapi? Labda unaweza tuibia siri.
Hatuwezi jua, mimi hiyo ni maoni yangu. Na unajua kila game na kila field na kila team inakuanga na patani yake. Vile Raila Odinga alicheza 2007 ni tofauti na vile aliapproach election ya 2013 na vile aliapproach 2017 na vile ataapproach hii. So yeye mwenyewe kama Raila Odinga sisi jua pattern gani atadeal nayo na Ruto. But najua Raila Odinga hajawahi kosha option B, C na D. Vile alisema kama kwa Mombasa ya kwamba iko Bible iko na verses mingi. Tuko na Luke, tuko na Mwanzo na tuko na nini. Na ina depend nini gani. Na alisema ya kwamba iko kitu ambayo itatokea. Na vile juzi mmeona ya kwamba ilisemekana vile alishinda election around 3 million. So hata kama ni wewe mtu akunyang'anye bibi yako na unyamaze tu, huwezi nyamaza. Na kama Raila Odinga atanyamaza, kama Raila Odinga atamake, kitu si about Raila Odinga, ni about generation ambayo inakuja. Raila Odinga group ya kana Raila Odinga Kalonzo Musyoka ukikosa kumake kuwa president, nataka niwaambie ya kwamba generation yetu kuanzia 2032 itakuwa mbaya zaidi, kwa sababu itakuwa ni uchaguzi huwezi shinda through election, unaweza shinda na njia nyingine. Hiyo njia nyingine mimi sijui, tutafika huko na tuta-approach hiyo njia nyingine kama itakataa elections.
Watu wanasema kwamba it's high time because Raila amejaribu mara ya 5 amelemewa, at least muendose hata Kalonzo 2027, na sababu hatujui kama atasimama au hatasimama.
Unajua politics ni kama football. Uwezi chukua mtu kwa terraces ama kwa bench umulazimisha na kucheza number 9. Kalonzo mwenyewe approve wanaosasimio, na mimi siwezi muongelelea na siwezi ongelelea kwa sababu mimi ni mbunge president. Na mimi siwezi kuwa kwa mesa ambayo watu wanaendorse mtu wa kusimama. Kalonzo tumemheshimu, amesupport Raila Odinga, tuko na yeye na hata yeye mwenyewe kuna msimamo yake, but ile kitu iko supporters wa Raila Odinga majority wanapendanga mtu akona stand na mtu anajituma. Sasa mimi ningeomba Kalonzo Musyoka na wale wanataka Raila Odinga waendorse ya kwamba wajitume, ili supporters wa Raila Odinga wanapenda watu wa kujituma, waone Kalonzo anaweza jituma, then Raila Odinga msupport.
Labda mnafanya hivi out of what Jeremiah Kioni
Okay, thank you. That's Ghetto's president, and we are anticipating to have him on this live show so that we can interrogate him further on these plans of the return of Baba and his reception and his final assembly of the people at Kamukunji. I don't know what is your take on the same, but I want us to keep moving with the discussion. Mwalimu, vipi, mbona umejificha? Mwalimu Edwin, are you still there? Okay, mwalimu. Okay, inaonekana ticha hajaingia. All the same, na washukuru tu kwa kuendelea kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV tunapoangazia kurejea kwa Baba na msafara wake na mipangilio ya kukutana na wananchi hapo Kamukunji. Wewe unaona mambo haya vipi? Na hata unapoyaangalia nchi hii inaelekea wapi? Mambo kama haya kama yanasemekana kwamba yanalifanyika kwa Iebc, kwamba mtu ameshinda kura lakini anabadilishwa ili yule mshindwa akuwe mshindi na mshindi akuwe mshindwa. Hiyo itafanyika mpaka lini? Hilo ndio swali ambalo liko katika mioyo na mawazo ya Wakenya, na kama tutaliruhusu liendelee, basi kutakuwa na haja ya kuwa na uchaguzi tena. Hiyo ndio swala ambalo lazima tu liangazie kwa kina na kila mmoja amakinike kwa kulifahamu. Well, I want to appreciate everybody. Please, let's keep inviting each other. I'm happy the number is rising. Let's get it to where it's supposed to be. And then soon we'll be having the ghetto president join into the discourse shortly. We interrogate him with a few questions on the plans and elaborate move from the airport all the way to Kamukunji and thereafter. And then from there, we'll open the floor for everybody to make their contribution. So I just want us to weigh on to the Raila Odinga calls for the People's Assembly at Kamukunji. Okay, he went to America after postponing the Jacaranda meeting. You remember that? And when he came back from America, he just sneaked into the country. We never went to receive him, nor it wasn't an elaborate reception. But this one seems to be going to be different. Now, what is different about this? You know what has come up as revelations from the Iebc and what transpired in the election. So probably this is what has been waited for. And Baba is now going to open the floor for further consultations and further discussion, and then an action must be taken. I am for a drastic, unprecedented, historical action to be taken, not business as usual. So let's keep going. I'm happy Leo is here. How are you, Leo?
Fine, thank you, Bernard. Today I have to admit that I'm fine. I'm rejuvenated, and I feel like there are some glucose or some energy that have been added in my water or maybe the meals that I took today. I'm really happy that after a long time of silence, after several ridicule, the captain has finally spoken, and the captain has not only spoken, but his words are geared towards the direction of what we wanted him to do. He's actually spoken to the direction of what most of us have been wanting and have been yearning for him to follow. So it has reminded to us that he is not, he's not yet given up. He is not leaving us alone in this journey. So what made me happy is that he was specific and categorical that when he is coming, he's going to have a meeting at Kamukunji. I think we've been yearning for the Kamukunji meeting. It has been deferred severally, but finally it has come at the right moment when we have agenda at place, and the specific agenda that is going to be discussed there is the whistleblower. And I know from that, if he will not be able to tell us the way forward, we will be able to tell him how we want things to be done. We will be able to give him the way forward, that in case he will not have the way forward. What also makes me happy is that the plans are there for us to go and welcome him. I think that is a great opportunity for those people who believe in change, for those people who want to see things drastically change, to get ready to welcome the captain as he will finally land at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. So we should welcome him and march him straight to Kamukunji, where he's going to explain or he's going to elaborate on the readings of the gospel according to the book of John as he pledged. After that, I think we'll be ready and we'll be set to go. We'll be set to know how things are going to happen. And he also have to come and clarify to us that he is not in any way intending or planning to give an ear to things called the pressure that I was told is coming from West of a handshake and giving legitimacy. He should not have that one as part of maybe he should not even dream of that. We don't need that to happen. We are not even having a plan of we better remain the way we are than Raila saying that is now telling us that, oh, now let us forget. We are not waiting for 2027. It is now and now. If not now, then it is today. Thank you, Bernard. I know there is a lot today, and as I can see, I've gone through the social media, I've interacted with several people. People have got their hope raised, and it has reminded me that people have really been suffering. So if Baba just announcing that he's going to meet people, it has really made people happy. And I will really encourage and call upon your members. Will be doing some great thing. If you will not be able to attend, like me, if I'll not be able to available there, at least get 3 or 5 people, facilitate them to attend. We normally say that. I'll personally ensure, even if I'll not attend because I'm far away, but I'll personally be sure that I'll be represented there. I'll ensure that Baba is received and the message is home. No turning back. We have to get what belongs to us. As Chaka normally say, wacha Baba apewe mbuzi. Thank you, Bernard. I'm around.
Thank you, Mr. Leo. Tunashukuru sana na tunashukuru tena kwamba tumekuwa joined na the ghetto president ambaye ni mmojawapo wale watu wanapanga mpangilio ya kumpokea baba. Sasa tungependa kumkaribisha atusalimie kisha atuambie msafara huu kunaendaje. Karibu President. How are you, Mr. President?
Kwa salama, I'm fine. Nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu, although siko fine sana kwa sababu ule mtu wako kwa nchi ambaye anaongoza hii nchi anafanya sisi kuwa fine, but niko fine kwa sababu Mwenyezi Mungu amenipea uhai. Yeah.
Asante. Sasa hii mambo inakuaje? Nimesikia katika hiyo clip unasema tubebe Korani na Biblia ama tubebe Korani peke yake.
Last time tulikuwa na Biblia ika fail. Na sasa unajua Mungu ya Kenya mtu amechukua yote. Sasa tunarudi kwa Korani. Akiendanga makanisa na kama Mungu ni yake mtu mmoja. That's why mimi ndo nimesema ya kwamba Baba Raundia kuja na tuende na Quran na na tukitoka huko tuende na hiyo State House. Hakuna kuacha kwa sababu nilisema ya kwamba Baba Kalonzo Musyoka asipomake kuwa president, then generation yetu itakuwa wasi. Watu wengine wanaiona lightly, mimi sioni hivyo, kwa sababu hao watu wamechukua advantage na baba, kwa sababu baba ako na huruma ya Kenya na hataki damu imwagike. Kwa sababu ni kama wewe umezaliwa kwa boma yako, unajua majirani, unajua nani, utaki ubome ichomeke. But sasa watu kama sisi, kwa sababu kuanzia 2032 Gaucho nitakuwa senator ama nitakuwa MP kuanzia 2027. Inamaanisha 2032 tuko na group ya kina Babu Owino, akina Simba Rati. Uwezi tuambia ya kwamba tumesimamisha Simba Rati president ama Babu Owino president ama mimi nimesimama president, mnaturig eti Kenya ni kubwa kuliko mimi. Itakuwa ni Kenya ni kubwa kuliko sisi, ni kubwa kuliko Kenya. Kenya itatufuata kwa sababu itakuwa ya kwamba hatuwezi president sisi chukuliwa through kura. So tutatafuta method nyingine ambayo hiyo method sisi ongea hapa. Mungu ndiye anajua tukifika huko. Yeah.
Sawa. So hii mikakati ya kupokea baba imepangwa vipi? Kila mtu anatoka nyumbani tukutane airport ama kuna different groups wako na viongozi wao watatufikisha airport?
Mimi naongelea kama mimi mwanabunge, president wa bunge na president ya watu wa kijiji ambayo sahi wengi wamelala njaa kwa sababu bei ya unga imewashinda. So kitu ya kwanza kuleta baba, atumleti kwa sababu first hiyo kweli yeye atatuambia mambo ya election vile ilikuwa na what next, unaona. Then the same time mimi nilijaribu kuongea na yeye kama bunge president ama kama president ya wale wanalala wanakula mara moja kwa siku, ambayo pia wako frustrated na maisha, wanatamani kujiua. Atuambie kama hii serikali itakuwa miaka 5 ama inafaa tuitoe on Monday. So mimi naongelea upande ya ghetto, wana ghetto watatoka kwa sababu wako na njaa. Afadhali waulewe na tear gas ama risasi kulika kufe usiku kwa sababu maji imemchoma tumbo. Kwa sababu inafika mali njaa imekuuma, ukikunywa maji kama hujakula na kwani kama umekunywa acid. So mimi upande ya ghetto watu watatoka kutoka Mombasa, kutoka kila mahali. Naongea na marafiki wale wanaweza nisaidia ili tupate maji ya kuosha uso, yenye wakikuja na tear gas tunaweza osha uso yetu, lakini to make sure kwamba baba amezunguka town na amefika Kamukunji ground ambayo tutakuwa na rally kubwa. Watu wanatoka Kisumu, Homa Bay, kila mahali Kenya hii. Apart from Azimio wing siko kwa sababu hiyo iko na watu wanayepanga, but upande yangu ya ghetto hiyo ni watu watajitolea. Yeah.
Sawa sawa, asante sana kwa habari hiyo. So watu wa ghetto washajipanga, watu wa Azimio wajipange na vyama vingine ambavyo vina imani na uongozi wa baba.
Sisi tutalala airport.
Nalala airport.
Kesho, yeah.
Sasa labda nikurudishe nyuma kidogo. Wakati hii revelation inatokea kwa Iebc kwamba actually baba aliwin election na hakupewa, wewe ulipokeaje habari?
Unajua nilipokea na uchungu, na unajua ukweli nyiko na supporters wa Raila ama wale walikuwa na support Azimio, ilifika wakati walisema wawache iende vile itaenda. Mpaka unaona Raila Odinga kwa mapenzi yake akakubali President William Ruto, akakaribishwa Homa Bay na akakaribishwa Siaya. Sijui kama alipewa uji ambayo iko na pombe ndani huko, kwa sababu walirudi immediately na akaanza kuongea na kiburi. Unaona, yani ni kama alikuwa anataka kudharau Raila Odinga. Hiyo ndio kitu iliniuma. Si eti hii mambo ilikuja kama tayari jamaa alikuwa anataka kuonyesha Raila Odinga madharau na supporters wake. Unaona, anakuja kusema ya kwamba eti Chebukati iko watu walikuwa nataka kumuua. Wewe ni president, wewe ni symbol ya unity. Watu wamekufa Kenya wengi. Ulikuwa deputy president ya Kenya, hujatuambia nani aliua Msando, hujatuambia nani aliua Jacob Juma, hujatuambia nani aliua Msaitoti, hujatuambia nani, alafu nakuja kutuambia mtu ambaye amepaka kipara mafuta kama ile kukamua ng'ombe inasaa inajakufa, unatuambia ya kwamba eti alikuwa faa uliwe. Hata kama watu ni wajinga Kenya, inamaanisha anarifaa kwa former president Uhuru Kenyatta ndiye alikuwa muuaji. Naona, na inakaa ni kama Raila Odinga walishindwa kuua Chebukati. Hata kama mimi sikusoma vizuri, all president anaweza shindwa kusema mali Chebukati yuko na apelekewe. Ruto amekuwa na sinema na kipindi. Hiyo wiki kabla aongee hiyo story ya Chebukati, walienda wakafanya ka opinion poll fulani eti area gani ama province gani ama county gani ambayo wanaume wanalala nje, wanakuanga nje ya ndoa sana. Wakafanya hiyo opinion poll wakasema ni Murang'a. Wanaume wa Murang'a wanalala sana hii nje, ndio iliongoza ndani ya ndoa. Akitoka hapo akakuja hiyo story ya Chebukati. Inamaanisha anataka kutwist akili ya watu, badala watu washughulike na alipromise maisha ikukua chini, kazi kwa vijana, zile vitu alipromise, anataka kutwist tuanze kudiscuss Murang'a eti wanaume wanalala nje. Alafu turudi huko tudiscuss mtu wako hai ya kwamba Chebukati alikuwa avuliwe, ili wamama wetu, wazazi wetu wakose wasahau ya kwamba wanafaa wapeleke watoto Monday shule na wana school fee. Wasahau ya kwamba maisha iko juu. Vijana wasahau ya kwamba kazi wajapata. Sasa tuanze kudiscuss mali wanaume wanalala nje, tudiscuss mtu ako hai. Unaona? So ametuweka na sinema. That's why mimi nasema, na nasema bila kuogopa. Mimi nimewaambia, mimi ni mtu mmoja. Hata ile Thomas Sankara alikufa na around 32 years, but tunamsoma mpaka leo. Ile vita yenye iko, na niliambia hata ndugu yangu Babu Wino na kina Jalango, iko mali imefika. It's not about Raila Odinga, it is about sisi. Tukisema ya kwamba hiyo ni vita ya Raila Odinga, nani Raila Odinga kesho, I think after 2027, Raila Odinga hata kama atakuwa iko mali hawezi sema vitu. Tutakumbukwa na nini? Tutakumbukwa ya kwamba tulikufa na ukimwi? Tutakumbukwa ya kwamba tulikufa na korela? Tutakumbukwa na nini? Mimi hizo ndio vitu nakataza president, ya kwamba enough is enough. Ni Kenyans watoke, wasiangalie Raila Odinga, lakini wajiangalilie. Alafu unajua huyu jamaa alichukua uwingi, na nalia sana watu wa Central, uwingi yao watu wamechukua na advantage. Chuki ambayo ilihubiriwa kutoka zamani juu ya Raila Odinga ndio Wakikuyu wanatumia. So Wakikuyu wapigi kura kwa sababu ya agenda, wanapiga kura kwa sababu ya Raila Odinga. Unaona example, na ukitaka kujua ni ukweli, Ruto anaenda Central, anaendanga on Sunday. Akifika huko anasemanga salamu ni mbili, Modhirogo anaanza na Moriega, Wakikuyu wanajibu, alafu anasema Modhirogosho. Akitoka hapo anarudi kwa tulishinda. Si unaona ule muganga? Si unaona ule story ya handshake? Si unaona walitushika? Si unaona walitunyanyasa? Sasa mimi nauliza jamii wa Mount Kenya, mulipigia kura Modhirogosho? Mulipigia kura na tulishinda? Mulipiga kura kwa sababu ya mchawi? Ama mulipiga kura kwa sababu ya biashara zenyu, maziwa ikuje juu, bei ya maziwa, bei ya kahawa, mambo ya miraa, mogoka, kahawa? Hamukupiga kura kwa sababu ya Modhirogosho. Unaona? Na kwa sababu huyu jamaa amechukua advantage ya 8 ya Raila Odinga. Na sisi pia, wakati mimi nikizaliwa Ushago, nilikuwa naambiwa jamii wa Mount Kenya, sijui ukioa wasichana wao sijui watakuwa. Mpaka nikifika Nairobi nilikuwa na shida. Mimi msichana wa kwanza kukatia Nairobi ilikuwa Mkurino. Ilikuwa ni shida kulala. Sasa hiyo nalala kwa nyumba ya 400 Okorokocho. Msichana anatoka kwenda kukojoa na amuka ya kwamba niliambiwa wataniua. Unaona? Hizo ndio vitu generation hii lazima waanze kufikiria, na tutoke kwa hiyo ukasumba ya tribe ya zamani. Tuanze kuangalia generation ambayo inakuja, kwa sababu na nasema bila kuogopa, na mtanisamea, politics ya Kenya, Kenyatta alienda 15 years tukakubali. Raila Odinga ambaye wanamuitanga KE na mkoroki na nini akakuja kusupport Kiwete 10 years, akasema Kibaki tosha kwa wheelchair. Kama sisi watu wa Nyanza wangekuwa wabaya, Raila Odinga alituambia tu support mtu ako kwa wheelchair na tukasupport. Akaenda 10 years. Uhuru akachukua akaenda 10 years. Ruto sasa ni 10 years. Inamaanisha 2027 after Ruto kumaliza ni Gachagua ama Ndindi Nyoro. Hiyo kulingana na politics ya Kenya vile nataka kuenda. Mimi nauliza, Kisii watakuja kuchukua uongozi lini? Watu wa Coast watakuwa lini? Hii ndio kitu mimi nasema, kama hawa watu hawata address, wakina Kalonzo Musyoka, baba yangu Raila Odinga, huyu William Ruto, Gachagua, kwa sababu hii generation inaishia hapa 2027. Kuanzia 2032 group ya Kisimbarati, mimi, Malala, boss, hatutaambiwa ya kwamba eti Ndindi Nyoro anachukua. Hiyo inamaanisha Kenya inatakuwa mbili, kwa sababu sisi huwezi tuambia handshake. Kama ni handshake ni Babu president ama Simbarati president, or else tukuwe na Kenya mbili. Unaona? So mimi hiyo ndio kitu inaniuma na inaniuma sana. Wakati watu wa Mount Kenya watakuja kurealize kupiga kura kwa sababu ya agenda, watu wasichukua advantage na wingi yao. Unaona? Kupiga kura ya chuki, then Kenya itaenda mbele. But for kesho, mimi nimeomba marafiki kutoka nje, wale wako Kenya, watu watoke kwa wingi, watu watoke kama siafu, tuende kuchukua Raila Odinga, kwa sababu sahii kazi mtaani ambayo Uhuru Kenyatta alileta, alisema ni kazi ya ujinga. Watu waende mjengo la Ng'ata ambayo haijaanza. Pesa wazee sijui kama isharudi. Unaona? Yes, mimi kwetu hakuna mzee anapata hiyo pesa, sijui kama imerudi, ambayo Raila Odinga nini. Unaona? So zile vitu Raila Odinga amepigania ni mingi, but watu waonangi hizo vitu ikifika wakati wa uchaguzi. So mimi nasema Raila, sisi tunaenda kumnini, sisi vijana tutaweka kifua yetu mbele. Na mimi nasema Ruto anapenda kuiba kila kitu. Hatuwezi wacha kule pesa ya tear gas. Wacha tear gas ianze kutumika on Monday. Asante.
Okay, asante sana. Huyo ni ghetto president, anasema mambo jinsi yalivyo. Naomba ulize swali na Kenyan would love. Ulize swali.
Mimi hata si swali sana. Gaucho, sijui kama unanikumbuka.
Siwezi.
Unakumbuka Kingsley Otieno alikuja akakuwa MCA wa Umo.
Nimemkumbuka.
Mimi ni ule jamaa mlikuwa mnaitaga Makao, tulikuwa hapo hivyo Umo. Unacheki hiyo kiwanja hiyo Jacaranda.
Nimekumbuka kule sawa Moka ulitoka.
Nilichangamka na kina Rona, nilichangamka mazee nikafika State of Buda. Wajua mimi kuonaga mazee nasema mazee, hii ndio ile kitu tulikuwa tukipiganiaga mazee. Unakumbuka ile land tulikuwa tumechapiwa hapo hivyo na Mwenje katikati ya Umo na Raunda na Koma. Mazee nimetafuta namba yako Buda, ndio kitu nimeacha. Sikiza, nilikuwa naenda kuba hivi shopping, nimeacha mahali hivi venye nimekuona umekuja. Na Bernard, I hate you. Unazaji leta my childhood friend here na uwezi niambia hata ukanitangazia Buda. Nimekuwa nikiwaambia tumekuwa kwa hii kitu for a long time. Hiyo namba unitumia
Gaucho. Is now preaching hatred. What kind of preacher are you?
Gaucho mazee munadu kitu fiti. Cheki. Mimi niko hapa hivi mzae. Ile yote tulidoingi tangu nini mpaka hiyo Jacaranda ikakua. Mazee niko hapa, namba tafuta, chukua. Mimi hata sitaki story mob. Ile kitu mnadu ndio kitu nimekuwa nikipigana nayo hapo hivi. Mazee one love brother. Mazee tumetoka mbali.
Asante.
Umekumbuka? Lakini nataka ukae hapa hivi cause hata unaona niko kwa gari. Nimebidi nikam. Na namba yangu please chukua. Sikiza. Uko na wasee all over the world. Nukwage ukikuja kwa hii channel.
Asante.
Hapa tumepreach na tunapreachia watu because hiyo kitu unasema unajua ni nini? Either way tuache kupiga kura venye tu umesema. Na tuipate kivingine. Na ile kitu unadum zae Buda. Sijui niongelelee na Kingo. Ambia Kingo ache ujinga ache kunyamaza.
Asante.
Mazee unadupoa. Mimi nimekaa mtu kukuambia hata sitaki siasa, unadupoa cause una make ile kitu yenye tulikuwa tukidoingi wasewa ghetto koma nini Oyole, hiyo kitu yenye tulikuwa tukidoingi. Hatuna mchezo, hatutaki vitu za politician kutuingiza nini. Hiyo ndio kitu bado tunasimamia saizi. And you have the finances from the international world because kama mimi niko nje mzae na unajua mahali tumetoka na hii kitu. Tuko na wewe na please, hii channel usikizwa na watu wengi na tumekuwa hapa for a long time. Educate wasee waelewe nini inaendelea. Nimekuwa nikiwaambia hapa kura iliibiwa. Wananitaga prophet. Na napenda venye ulisema ya Kalonzo cause ya Kalonzo nilikuwa nimesema sijui. Na hata wewe pia unajua ulisema ujui na unajua kwa nini ulisema. Cause hiyo ni kitu tunajua. Lakini ya Rao atucheki. Na watu wajui venye sisi uchezaga ghetto. Unajua? Wananitaga babi siku hizi lakini mimi si babi, mimi bado ni ule msetu bado. Unajua?
Umesavuka kwa hii dunia bwana.
No, finances ziko, tunaweza changa na namba ziko na unajua ziko. Si tulizipata.
Asante.
Ni ukweli. Ile kitu tu nakwambia ndio niachie watu wengi, najua kuna watu wengi wanataka kukam. Mtarudi baadaye. Bernardo ananijua, kila mtu ananijua hapa. We are with you. Tuko na wewe.
Asante.
Kabisa.
Sawa.
Bunge la wananchi. Ndio hiyo. Jacaranda Buda. Hapo ndo mulipeleka. So thank you. Bernard, let me go. Nitarudi. Lakini Gaucho manze, make sure umepatia Bernard namba yako. And if it comes to finances, tuko.
Asante.
Yeah. Na tuko wengi. So Bernard, wacha niachie mtu mwingine. I know so many people are coming. I'll come back later.
Sawa. Thank you. Kenyan with love. We appreciate you and let's keep the conversation going. Asante sana watu wa comments. Wale ambao wanakuja hapa na ile roho ingine, mnawafinya huko kwa comments. Basi tusumbue hapa. Sisi tuko hapa kusimamia Kenya ambayo ni ya haki kwa kila Mkenya. Kenya ambayo inaongozwa kulingana na katiba. Sio Kenya ambayo inaongozwa kulingana na mapenzi ya mtu. Hii Kenya si ya mama ya mtu, tumeshaambiwa hiyo maneno. hatutaki kurudi huko tena. Hii Kenya belongs to all of us. Hiyo title deed ya State House imeandikwa the Republic of Kenya, haijaandikwa UDA. So the occupant must be decided by the Kenyan people, not one group of people who are misled to go and give our title deed or occupants to our national heritage to people that cannot command international respect. So nataka tumakinike hapa, tuhakikishe kwamba tunafanya kila ambacho tunapaswa kufanya. Tutaenda mbio mbio ili kila mtu apate nafasi. Kama una swali kwa ghetto president utamuuliza, kama una comment let it be ikuwe fupi fupi. Alafu nimeuliza swali hapo kwa comments na nani Wanjiru amesema what are we doing as Mtembei TV? Okay, the ghetto people have planned themselves, the other guys have planned themselves, and I think we need to look into that.
Bernard, it seems we are losing you.
The enemies of progress around Mr. Leo, be on the lookout. The baggers, people are sending the bag already.
Bernard, I think we are losing you. So what you can do, let me get to Mtembei.
I'm back.
Oh, okay. So on a safer side,
back, but there is an attempt. Hold on, Leo. I'm back, but there is an attempt to get me off. So just be on the lookout that in case I'm cut off, you take over, I'll be back. The enemies of progress, they're here. And some of them, they get access to the studio if one of them enters the studio. And that's what they are pushing themselves to get in here. They use one of theirs to gain access and try to block us. We have studied them, we know them, and tutawafinya tu. Kama una point usikuje, lakini kama una point leta point na point zingine juu yake. Nashukuru, tusonge mbele sasa, tumsikilize nani Sister Rhoda, tutumie muda mchache lakini tuende mbio mbio. Go ahead.
Asante sana. Nice to see you, Ghetto President. Nakuanga na kuona, I'm very humble to see you. Mnafanya kazi mzuri sana kupigania nchi yetu. Nataka watu kama nyinyi mtupiganie katiba yetu ni must isimame, kwa sababu shida yetu kwa nayo Kenya ni ukabila na selfish. That's why they steal our vote. That's why as Christians, this is time we need to preach the gospel to all. We need to go to whole tribes to preach the gospel, especially as we have the Holy Spirit. You know, we have a lot of amazing people. They have done amazing in our country. They have been fighting for our non-colony. People like Muse Jomo Kenyatta, James Joyce Mwangi, Dedan Kimathi. There's one Muhindi alikuanga migrants, Kenya migrants, India migrants, lakini he was in India, he was a painter. So we have a lot of amazing men. They have been fighting for our country. Anti-colony na watu kama James. By the way, most of the Luo, jamii ya Luya, it's people they need to get chance to get present. There are people who have been fighting for our country. People like Tomboya, he was a Luo community. So we are standing together to fight na huyu jamaa, na Ruto must go. Mimi siko Kenya na mimi ni jamii ya Kikuyu. Now, I have been standing with the Baba. Still, I know he's coming, the president. Together, tutafight na huyu jamaa. Ruto must go. Hii nchi hatuwezi achilia ovyo ovyo. Tomboya, Lucas Boya, he was a Ocheng Oneko, James Gishoro na Mwai Kibaki na Haredhuku na watu wengi sana, wakina Wagari wa Madai, watu wale wamefanya nchi yetu isimame. We must stand together to fight huyu jamaa vile anataka kufanya nchi yetu. We must stand together. Together we fight. Together we hold hand together that we shall overcome. Vile Waisraeli walilia Mungu 400 years. It is a time. Vile machozi mimi nimelilia nchi yangu. It's a time. Vile huyu jamaa ameplan. We are standing together. Ghetto President here. Thank you very much. And God bless you for that work you are doing. We are together. That we shall overcome. Na Ruto must go. Justice imeshakuja. Na demokrasi yetu na constituency yetu ni must isamiliwe. Na kuanga napigania nchi yangu nikiwa hapa. Demokrasi na constitution na revolution must work. Baba apatiwe haki yake vile katiba inasema. That's all. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Okay. Asante Roda, we appreciate that, na ningependa tusonge mbele. Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, tunakungoja hapa. Tumeleta mjukuu wako hapa muongeleshe, so karibu kwa studio, na wengine mta create space. Ukishafanya submission, create space ili wengine waingie, alafu tarudi baadaye. Si mnajua tuko mpaka asubuhi, so ukifanya submission you can drop, because we can only contain 10 people at a time. Kuna najua ghetto president ajamiti Jomo Kenyatta. Tuko na Jomo Kenyatta original hapa kwa hii station. Original, acha hao wengine unapata kwa mtaa. Original mwenyewe. So atakuja hapo muonane uso kwa uso, akupatie vile hii nchi inapaswa kwenda. Huwa nani kuna siku nakuwa nimechoka na hii kipindi mpaka na give up, namwambia sirudi. Ile msomo na pewanga nachukua microphone mara moja na so lazima tusimame na tutekeleze wajibu wetu kama Wakenya. Leo ulisema kuna swali, uliza.
All right. Mr. Ben, mimi swali nataka kuuliza Gaucho ni moja. He's doing some great job as the president and coordinating all these bunges. I personally have been in the bunge la wananchi when I was in Nairobi, Jivanji. When I was in Kisumu 2017, 2018, we used to have one at the roundabout in Kisumu. So what are the plans? Because majorly tukienda kwa hizi events, there are normally some people, kuna kuangana some disorganization. Unapata kuna watu wamekuja na agenda yao, kama wale wanakujaga kuiba. I think Gaucho umejua kwa Gor Mahia tumejua venye huwa tuna deal now, like we normally eliminate them. So do you have a plan whereby kama nika estate tujue wale wametoka Oyole wamejipanga hivi, watapitia hii njia na watafika pale na watatekea, ili mtu asiharibu kitu ya mwingine itupaint vibaya. Wale wametoka Gomongo, wale wametoka Kibera, wale wametoka Soweto, wale wametoka like huko sides za Githurai, vitu kama hiyo. So do you have some plans, like do you get in touch na our leaders wa our maghetto zingine? Kila ghetto is a parliament on its own. Ndio wakupange wajue hapa tuko na hawa watu tutatake care of wale majambazi. Like in this, kuna wale watakuja kuharibu, kazi yao ni kwenda kuvunja duka, then in the evening news itatangaza watu walienda kuharibu vitu, when basically those people who go there wananga ile nia ya kuharibu. So what plans do you have? Then number 2, pia kuna wale wanatoka mbali. Hapa kuna watu wanakuanga willing kusaidia, like vitu kama fair dini, and they can only do that kama watu wako organized. Like do you normally reach tujue kuna wale wanataka kutoka Githongoro. Hao watu Githongoro ni watu kama 50 hivi umejua ndio usupport watu kama hao, lazima ujue wako wangapi na wanataka kutumia basi gani. So how do we reach them? So maybe you can also elaborate, and kama kuna ile usaidizi watu wanaweza changia, like such things inahitaji mtu mmoja. Kuna mtu hawezi fika but kuna kamia yake ama 100 yake 2 naweza support nayo mtu aweze kufika, ndio asifike pale ametembea amechoka ako njaa. Unajua tu kama hao ndio inabidingi ameingia kwa duka ya mtu amepush ndio kule tulizia mtu, vitu kama hizo.
Naweza jibu huyo ama? Okay. Kitu ya kwanza kitu ya kwanza bro. Nitashukuru hiyo roho uko nayo. Lakini ile kitu mimi mara mingi hufanya kwanza na hiyo mambo ya waizi. Juzi nimefanya maandamano town mpaka kwa Ruto, si eti ile mbali, nilienda mpaka kwa Ruto, hii ofisi ya Gachagua na hii ya Ruto. Nikasema Ruto must go, kama Gachagua kwa ofisi ndio wakuja wapige tear gas Jivanji. Mimi naongenga na wanageto wangu ya kwamba msiharibu kitu ya mtu, kwa sababu huyo mtu pia ako na shida. But ile kitu tunafanyikanga kwa maandamano, iko watu tunakuanga nao Kenya inaitwa NIS. Last time Raila Odinga akikuwa na rally Kamukunji, walichora ya kwamba wanakuja wananunua vijana kama 500 ama 400, wanaenda kwa mama fulani Mkikuyu ambaye anauza mayai ama mama Mkisi ambaye anauza miwa kando ya barabara. Wanaenda wanampiga na wanamnyang'anya. Alafu wanasema we kaa kando, unajua we si mtu wa Raila. Na hapo inachukuliwa video. Alafu wanasambaza ile video ya kwamba wafuasi wa Raila wamekuja kuharibu vitu za jamii fulani ambaye kusupport Raila Odinga. So mimi kama mwanasoja wa ghetto, kama ghetto president, hiyo ni warning ambayo kesho napeana kesho, kwa sababu hizo ndio vitu wana plan saa hii. Unaona, wana plan kesho, wana plan. So kesho on Sunday nitakuwa na wana ghetto, nipeana hiyo onyo kwa government ya Ruto, wasiplan hiyo jinga, kwa sababu wakiplan hiyo jinga tutapiga hao vijana deadly. Unaona, wanapendanga kufanya hizo, na hizo ndio vitu wanachora. Example, juzi after kufanya maandamano nimetoka Tiaga sikapigwa, wanakuja kushika mtu wao ili semekana nimeleta watu na sijaenda kuwatoa na tena sijawalipa. Hizo ndio vitu wanafanyanga. So hizo game tunajua yenye wanapanga, but sisi tunaenda peaceful, kwa sababu unaenda kuharibu mayai ya mama pia anaumia, yenye Ruto alimdanganya kampea fuliza ya 400 na 30 itaanza nayo biashara eti ni bottom up na 400. Hawajatuambia mtu ambayo amefaulu na hiyo 400 amebai tena maingine ya mwisho. Mambo ya mtu kuchanga wanatoka wapi na nini. Bro, mimi nimefanyanga hizi interview, naendanga hizi interview, kitu moja sifanyangi, sijawahi weka mtu na burden ya kwamba unichangie ili watu wakuje, ama changia wanageto ndio wakuje, kwa sababu itakuwa ni kama nafanya biashara ile we mwenyewe ukijisikia. Lakini mimi kama ghetto, mimi sijawahi na sijaenda hata kwa ile interview nimefanya Mtembei wapi, eti napatanga marafiki ambayo mtu nastuka amesema kama hiyo nikifanya hiyo ya juzi media, mtu tu alikuja tu from nowhere, nafikiri iko mama fulani atakuwa Britain, nilishtuka ameniwekea 30,000 akaniambia mimi nimekusupport ile kitu tunafanya. Hiyo nilifanya kulipa media, lakini mara mingi mimi nafanya vitu kujivolunteer, sitaki nichukue advantage na ile kitu tunafanyika ili watu wachange, ikuwe nachukua pesa kwa watu, kwa sababu ni kitu mtu anajitolea. Wewe pia ukitoa unatoa kujitolea, lakini sio lazima. Ile support ambayo unanipea kama uko hapo kunipea moral na maombi ni muhimu kuliko hata pesa ambayo unatoa. Asante.
Okay, thank you for that. Tunashukuru kwa jibu zuri, na mimi linafaa, na hii ni nchi yetu sote na kila mmoja wetu lazima awajibike. MC na Mbei mapema kwa mara ya mwisho. Okay, dress up for the show. Wewe mbona unataka tumerudishiwa channel jana? Unataka tuzimiwe channel 10 ama wewe ndio umetumwa? Wewe tafadhali fanya hivyo. Usitulete. Thank you. That is housekeeping. Put on a top please. We cannot admit you on the screen like that. Kama huko kwenu inakubalika, huko ni Afrika. Haikubaliki. Is it taboo? Your mother-in-law is on the show now. What is it that we are showing her? Now, please, thank you everybody. Please tuendelee mbele kwa mbele tukimuuliza maswali president wa ghetto, lakini pia tukichangia kwa haya maswala. Wewe unaona baba akija afanye nini? Hapa baba anaona hii kipindi. Wewe mwambie akija afanye nini? Ni nini hautaki? Kwa mfano, hatutaki kitu inaitwa handshake. Hatutaki kitu inaitwa government of national unity. Hatutaki kitu inaitwa interim government. Tunataka serikali kama ni ya baba all the way, top to bottom. Hakuna maneno ya nusu mkate. Kama baba alishinda apewe, kama ni Ruto alishinda aachiwe. Lakini maneno atupende handshake, tukubaliane, unity, hiyo vitu za western powers that are pushing for. Baba, you don't have permission to do that. We are the people and we are the custodian of this country. The foreigners will not determine the future of this country. Wanaweza kudai madeni yao, tutawalipa tukipata. Okay, lakini hawezi kuja hapa kutupanga. Msimamo ndio huo. Asante. Prezoni baba. Mbio twende.
Asante sana Bernard and everyone in the show. Good to see you, Gaucho. Welcome. Please be coming always. Now, sorry, you'll excuse me. Nimepona basi vile. Bernard, kitu yenye hatutaki ni handshake. Anything to do with this government, we don't want. We don't want scapegoats like last time, where serikali ya handshake, I don't know, whatever. Someone said they were not in government yet, they were the deputy president. This time round, kila mtu abebe mzigo wake. And then Baba should distance himself from these people. No official leader of opposition, we don't need it. No, nothing to do with this government. Even the John Mario whom Baba met, that lady, in fact, I don't like her because she was part of the coup that took place at Bomas. So we don't need them. Let them take care of their countries. Bernard, these people are messing up our country. Well, they're looking after, because we saw, I don't know, in less than how many months they had how many prime ministers until they got one whose roots can be traced from Kenya, who is working for them now. And now for us, they come here to mess us up. Kwani sisi ni wajinga aje na wajinga waliisha? Baba alishinda kura na apewe. The only thing we want is Baba's presidency. Nothing less, nothing more. These people need to get out of the power, out of power, because they are there unconstitutionally. So we need them out. Baba should know that the only thing we want is a Baba presidency. Nothing more, nothing less. Handshake, whatever, please, we don't need them. And then back to school, Bernard, I don't know what to say. Because the school fees has gone high. The cost of living is high. At the same time, you are being overtaxed, Bernard. Because if I send you money, Safaricom will deduct my money. Safaricom will in turn pay tax to the government from my money. And then you will also be taxed the money that I've sent you. Maybe you wanted to use it, you'll be taxed. And then if you go to the shop to buy something, Bernard, you'll be taxed. How many taxes, Bernard, will you get for just one service? How many taxes will they take from us for just one service? For just a service, you pay, I don't know how many types of taxes. Do we really need this? Bernard, today I saw like De La Rue has stopped printing money in Kenya. What next for Kenya? If we can't print money, De La Rue has stopped printing money, and it's the only legitimate, it's the only company that is legit that prints money. Where are we headed to? Wash. Where are we headed to? Bernard, we don't need wash. Everything is going down the drain in this country. And we need to stand up as Kenyans. And that's why I appreciate what Bunge la Wananchi is doing. I think Gausho, Okanga, and the rest, please, we are watching you. We are with you. We may not be there personally, but we are there. You know, we are with you because we need our Kenya. This is not the Kenya we want. And yes, we can get the Kenya we want if we stand up for ourselves, because it looks like the leaders that are there are just tumbocrats. The church that would have helped us is captured, tumbocrats. The court is a wild goose, hot air which we don't want to chase. So Bernard, it's us. We are on our own. So Kenya, it doesn't matter from which divide you're from, because I know when school fees is raised, it's for both you, the people who supported the regime, plus us. So everything, whenever the cost of living goes high, it's for everyone. It won't go for it. There's no segregation like this one is for the UDA people, this one is for the Azimio people. It's for all of us. And so we need to stand up for ourselves. This thing is too much. This government is too much. The only thing that Baba should tell us is what way forward. We can only have one leader at a time. And that leader right now is Baba. And if Baba doesn't fix this country, then we are doomed. The next thing we can do is just have it like the Sudanese did. The country will be divided, and it's not a joke. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay. Asante Prezoni Baba, asante sana kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naamini Wakenya wanakupata kwa njia safi. Nashukuru wale watu mko kwa comments. Kuna wale ambao wako hapo na tabia ya kutusi watu kwa sababu hawana point. Kama huna point, tafadhali kaa mbali. Na kuna mtu analazimishwa kuwa hapa. Kama unataka kuwa sehemu na kikundi hiki, lazima usimamie haki, usimamie ukweli, usimamie Kenya ambayo ni safi. Kama wewe ni mmojawapo wa Kenya ya wash, Kenya udanganyifu, Kenya ya jepukati na wezi, basi hiyo Kenya haikubaliki katika Kenya hii. And that is why Chebukati and team belong in prison. Like Baba said, they cannot do that. What they did is unforgivable. And they must pay for it. Now, as we continue the conversation, I want to remind us we are live on Mtembei TV YouTube channel as well as Sound Candid YouTube channel. We are running a campaign for the subscribers of Sound Candid Talk channel, and we want to get to 1,000 subscribers by Monday, okay, before Baba arrives. So if you have not subscribed, nataka usubscribe mara moja. Now, ukisha subscribe, get for me just 10 people in your name to subscribe on this particular channel. So, na share link hapo, una click kwa link, una subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and tunasonga mbele. If the feed there is better, you listen from there. If the feed on Mtembei TV is better, you listen from there. If the Facebook feed is giving you problem, use the YouTube, is more stable and more sustainable. And I'm sure there are those who are watching on smart TV. On smart TV, you will get very clearly from any of the YouTube channels. So make sure that you follow through. And if you have a question, post it in the comment section, and then we'll be able to respond to it. What is this? Honorable Rashid Rotich, unasema stupidity continues. Stupidity, what is stupidity? What do you mean by that? And you call yourself honorable? I think you're sick. Go for help. All right. Kenya Sihani, mbio tu ndio tuende kwa non-script. Amengoja sana, amebeba mkono mpaka anaona mimi sioni.
Hello Bernard. Na kila mmoja, yes. Baba ni president. Leo nimeona president wa mtaa wanaona tu YouTube. How are you Mr. Gaucho Gate? Hata ndo umefanya niingie. Although today Bernard, I'm not happy. Sijui kama mmesikia habari, Madhari imechomeka. I'm one of the victim. My family now they're outside, nothing to eat, nothing to wear. Monday ni shule, I don't know where to start. I'm just confused element here. But I thank God nobody's injured, but I don't know, nachia Mungu. So Gaucho, tembelia huko Madhari na wenzako, uone at least muokoe jahazi huko. Kila kitu imechomeka, watu wamefanyia watoto wao shopping, and this economy, mtu alikuwa na expect mtoto wake aenda form 1, everything gone. Alafu mniambie nitasaidika aje Bernard? Certificate zangu zote zimechomeka, za shule, za university zote, za college. I don't know where will I get everything. Haya, Mr. Gaucho, if you meet Baba, mwambie sisi tunataka 6,000. We are single mothers. Sasa niambie nimechomekea, kama 6,000 ingekuwa kwa simu zingeokoa familia yangu, hata waende watafute tu kwa blanketi kama 500. We need 6,000. Mimi mambo ya Ruto hii, Ruto in the office is just a ghost in that office. We don't want to see him there. It's a high time we wake up and say enough is enough. Gaucho, my date msichana, umelipa mahari, unangojea siku ya harusi, msichana wako anachukuliwa, unavumilia. tena unangoja tena una date tena nachukua hiyo utazoea maisha mpaka utazeeka ukingoja msichana ukitafuta akienda. No, what you do, you fight for your own, and it's a high time baba, na sisi ndio tamshikilia cause yeye, sisi sauti zetu ndio zitafanya kwe na nguvu. We Kenyans, not leaders, cause leaders wanatufail. Mimi mtu akienda kusalamia Ruto akichakachaka na yeye, man of all what happened, disappointed with these leaders. So what we need is you to mobilize those people underground. Anzi huko Mathare watu wamejaa huko wengi. Watu tunateseka by the way, Bernard. We are in the slums with a poor life. We needed somebody who can look at these families and mimi nimefanya hiyo kazi ya NYS. Although walikula pesa zetu wakiwa na Waiguru. Pesa zetu zilienda mingi mpaka leo. Nilichota mtaro mafu na mkono unashika hivi bila gloves. And our money was taken away. I feel that pain. I was one of them. Then school. Watoto sahi wamepita wanaenda university. Parents don't have money. Kibira mwana juzi. Watu wameanza
We've lost you.
Pole inaonekana ametupa nje na net. When you get back or we'll get in touch with you later, and we are sorry about the fire and the losses. Wascon anasema it is possible to recover your certificates. Yes, you just need to approach the institutions. They always have backup. Tafi, you will get your original certificate. So it's not a whole loss as long as the institution is still there and the certificates are valid. They must always have a backup so you can always recover them. Like NEC, kuna maswala ingine, kuna kwingine utahitaji kuswear affidavit and all that, but it is possible to recover the certificate. Naona umerudi, naomba uendelee alafu tusonge.
Naona makatels wakapo wa Ruto wananikata. Nawaambia tuhami Kenya. Whatever they do, we shall not. We have to tell them the truth. Walie, wahare, wacheke. Ruto must go Sugoi. Sugoi with Rachel and Gachagua, chief wa mtaa. Aenda fanya uninu chief huko. Kenya, we need. What will our generation do tomorrow? Nitatuma mtoto wangu aende. Atakuwa kichwa ngumu kama Ruto. And I don't want that. Because if you are the head of the state, na wewe ni mwizi, the whole country inakuwa na wizi, Bernard. Kama wewe ni muuaji, the whole country unakuwa muuaji. Bernard, I am so disappointed with the government. There is another, kuna contents inafuata huko. Maxwell, shit. Do you know there is a person called Maxwell, which is a nickname, the real name haijulikani. Kwenye wasijui mna watch, that person has been killing people. Akona mansion, uwezo ukaingia kwa hiyo mansion, hiyo house. Na watoto wa watu wamefichwa huko. Na there is nothing government can do. Hata ukienda kumripoti kwa polisi, polisi wanakuachanisha hapo. Yani ni sijui ni mafia wanamuogopa. And he is in Kenya. I don't know, he came from Uganda. Alikuwa amesimama ugavana akaanguka. Right now as we are talking, is in Kenya. And the government is doing nothing. Kwa huko. Watoto wa watu wameekwa huko. Bernard, mnasikia kwa TV eti mtu alipotea. Watoto wa watu wako kwa hiyo nyumba. If there is anything, baba ingie kwa kiti watu kama hao watolewe nje. I think hata hao ndio waliua kina Msando, we need to know who killed Msando, who killed Mugabe Were, who killed Juma. We want to know. We need justice in our country. Tutatembea tukiogopa. On live on camera watu wanasema mapua ya mtu ni hot cake. Mapua ya mwanadamu ni hot cake. Macho ni hot cake. Kidney ni hot cake. Paka anasema niko na client anataka kidney. In fact, Bernard, they are going for powers in Nigeria. Na anasema live kwa camera, and there is nothing the government is doing. Which kind of government? Alafu Soprano anatuambia is taking control of Kenya. Which kind of security is taking in Kenya? Al-Shabaab juzi mwana wamevamia sijui wapi. Wameua watu, Bernard. When are we going to continue with this kind of life? Tutajua ni maisha ya chakula imepanda. Subsidies zilitolewa. Maloni ndio hizo zinakopwa. Zinaenda wapi, Bernard? Unga bado ndio ile inazidi kupanda. Mtu kupata chakula ya siku moja ni shida. Mr. Gaucho, we are sending you as Kenyans. Single mothers, we are here, tuko wengi. Tunatasekea Gulf. We need something to do in our country. We need to build our country. We need companies to open in our country. Tunateseka hizi nchi za Gulf. Msiona watu wanalia kwa media ni bure. We are just struggling. Tunavumilia at least tuone. And we Gulf team, tunapatia Kenya a lot of money. Wanaingiza billions of money in a month because of the money we sent in Kenya. Can we have a change? Baba, mwende mumuchukue, mubebe mzee wetu polepole, mumulinde, mumpatie security na tunamuombea aishi miaka yenye wako haitarajia. Na wenye wanapanga kumuua hiyo kifu ndio wafuata hao ndio wakufe. Yeye ndiye aenda awazike. Not hao wazike baba. Baba will not die. He will live. Huyo mtu ameteseka, si jela, si wapi amepitia mateso. Ruto hajaona shida, anajiita hustler wa wapi? Which kind of hustle is he? Bernard, ni hiyo tu. We need to pray for each other. Tuombeana. Nilikuja sijui you are talking about the certificate, sikukuwa unajua nilikatiwa off kwa mahewa. I don't know who did that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kuna our sister here anasema, Westcon anasema it's possible to recover the certificate. Nilikuwa nasema tu you can approach the institution ili likupatia certificate kama una photocopy yoyote, because wakitumia hiyo serial number they will print for you a new one if you have it anywhere. Kama ushatumia copies kwa email, you have that data in the email za zile copies, so you just present that, alafu anatumia hiyo serial number, they print you the original afresh. Of course they will do that at a fee. So if you have ever used them on email, you have them backed up somewhere through those email. Unaenda tu through email, you download, then you will be able to present them to the institution. They verify with their backed up documents, and they will print you the certificates. But sorry about that, and we pray for quick recovery of all the affected people. And this country needs help indeed, and it is lacking leadership. Leadership, responsible leadership. If we only had responsible leadership, we wouldn't be having all these things. What we have is actors, comedians, people who are joking with Kenyan lives. They think that the politics is about acting. Politics is about the lives of Kenyans, and anybody assuming that office needs to have the lives of Kenyans at heart. Kenya Kwanza has demonstrated in their first 100 days they don't care about Kenyans. They don't care what happens to Kenyans. All they care about is who is their president, who will be their whatever, internal security, what, defense, what, and all that. All they want is to eat, but not to help the lives of Kenyans. And that makes them unfit to be leaders. And that I can tell them eyeball to eyeball. They are unfit to lead because they are running away from responsibility. Any leader who is a leader who is worthy that title leadership takes responsibility, is concerned. Watoto wanaenda shule, saa hii umetoa subsidy ya masomo, sasa unatagia tena help ile watoto wa university walikuwa wanatumia kurudi university, tena unataka kwa atubadilishe jina uweke hasla. I mean, kubadilisha jina kuanzia saa ngapi? Where has it been passed? Help is a constitutionally protected body constituted through parliament. Wewe unataka kutolea on the street. Yani unaona Wakenya ni wajinga sana, utafanya tu hivi ukiwazungusha hivi na wana dance. Hapana. And if it is true, according to the revelations that Baba won this election, Baba must be sworn in. Whatever means, and not swearing in ile ya Uhuru Park. Nilikuwa Uhuru Park, okay? And I'm ready to go in the other park. But this time, it is not the normal swearing in ile ya Uhuru Park. This one is serious. Mwenye mbuzi apewe mbuzi, wezi wa mbuzi wapelekwe Kamiti. Hivyo ndio tunafanya African tradition. Mimi ni Mluya, okay? Ukipatikana kwa mnada umeiba mbuzi ya mtu, unakamatwa, unafungwa kwa mti. Mwenye mbuzi anapewa mbuzi yake, arudi nyumbani. Chief ndo atakuja untie from the pole, okay? Upeleke huko kwa polisi. So wezi wa mbuzi Kamiti, Mwenye mbuzi apewe mbuzi. Full stop. And that's why we're here. And so as Kenyans, let's have a sober conversation. And as we converse, please make sure you're inviting people to watch. Share that link with all your WhatsApp groups. And kina Honorable Rashid, usikuja hapa kutisha watu. Tungekuwa watu wa kutishika, tungekuwa mmefunga hii station. Mlitusomea, mkatukejeli, sijui mkasema nini. Tuko hapa. Tulisema mliiba. Si mnaona, hata sio sisi tulisema mmeiba. Sasa wale walikuwasaidia kuiba ndio hawa wamekuja kusema mliiba. So kama uko na shida na hiyo, nenda IBC useme IBC tulikubaliana mfiche hii maneno, mbona mmeyatoa? But if anybody supports wizi, ni mwizi. Anybody supports evil is evil. We want leadership that is credible, responsible and ready to help the Kenyan lives move further. Tumsikilize unknown scripts mbio mbio tukisonga mbele tafadhali, na kama uja subscribe tafadhali subscribe, na my campaign manager wa subscription simuoni leo, naomba mtu mwingine achukue hiyo kazi, mbahakikisha kwamba people are subscribing on Sound Candid Talk. Unknown scripts.
Yes. Is it? Yeah, it is morning. Good morning. Thanks for sending me the link. Good morning. Is it visitor? Gaucho. Good morning, Leo. Kenyan. Kenyan with love. Did I see that? Alliance, Popular. Kenya, another Kenya, and then now the UDA spokesperson. I think UDA spokesperson is known, and if you want to verify the facts, we can go to State House. Could this be the State House person really? Gaucho, take care. There is a UDA spokesperson here. Gaucho, is that you? This is your twin brother or something. Ni mwenyewe. Thanks for welcoming me. I'm happy to see all of you. Usually I'm here at the end of the show. I think Bernard, you'll remember. Normally we normally try to continue from where you people have left, but today I found myself here. But I think it's by coincidence. And thanks God, I have the opportunity to see Gaucho there. So Bernard, I think you'll respond to my request there on the number. Are you going to respond? Bernard.
About the number, which number is this? On WhatsApp?
Check, it's on your phone anyway. If you have it, that is. Check on the phone. Yeah. Now, I just want to make a few comments regarding this whistleblowing and discoveries, this dossier that they are talking about. Now, different people have received this with different feelings. Others think, oh, the train already left the station. Others are saying, now, what will it do? Others are asking, will it change anything? I think sometimes if you don't know, maybe just keep quiet. You see, the thing is that most people can see where things are heading, but different people have got different ideas exactly how to get there. Now, if you all remember, there was once upon a time, Dr. Robert Ouko, I think, he died. He was actually killed, was murdered. And then during those days when President Moi was there, you all remember that he was convinced and he brought in the so-called Scotland Yard. The Scotland Yard. Now, the Scotland Yard are just like international investigators. You can commission them to investigate for you an incident or a crime or whatever nature, and then they'll do it. Of course, not for free. It's at a cost. Now, what has happened here with this whistleblowing of Iebc? Imagine the issue of having external auditors in your organization where serious frauds have taken place. Now, if the fraud has taken place with the help of the people in charge, chances are that they will not welcome that person. But somehow, depending on which part of the world you are, this thing called internet, I think is one of the best things that happened to the advancements in technology to date. For the reason that you may think that you can hide it, but you can't erase them. You can't erase them. You see, the organization that did these investigations, they were not doing it as, they are not a wash-wash organization. These are international experts. They are commissioned, and if so long as they can access the information, they are able to do the necessary investigation and tell you what you are looking for. Now, never mind that some people are not happy with the way the information they were investigating was obtained, the whistleblowing, so to say. Now, whistleblowing is something which across the world is acceptable. And that is why in international law, they even have protection, so long as they are genuine and what they are giving is the truth. The fact that call it Iebc or call it the then government did not do well to protect or to hide what the crimes that they are done does not make the information that leaked become untruth. It remains the truth. The fact that it was being hidden and it get off the hook is neither here nor there. It's neither here nor there. But you have seen some of the bloggers from the UDA side. What they are trying to allege is that they know that the investigators, the so-called investigating company, and their head were sympathetic to Azimio. It doesn't matter. These people, that is what they do in the world as part of their work, and they concentrate on Africa. Now, they took up the job. Thanks God, they have come up with the results which they are telling you, you can go and verify. Now, of late, you have heard that I think the current government have stormed, is it Iebc, trying to find out who did what. You see, if whatever went out was the truth, it remains the truth. It doesn't matter that you are struggling to hide it and somebody managed to sneak it out. That is neither here nor there. The truth is that the information has come out to be true. And just like in the Scotland Yard, Dr. Robert Ouko, the one that was killed, you realize that when things were narrowing down onto the real culprits, which the then government had hoped they were going to cover, they decided to discontinue it. But nevertheless, the Scotland Yard were paid, and wherever they had reached was all the truth. Now, that now brings up to what is most people are saying that, so what will happen? The whistleblowers have revealed this, the whistleblowers have done this. What you have to know is that what did these investigators do? What did they do? They went to the bottom and they found all the information that was needed to verify what they were verifying. And up where they have come, they have reached, the results are there for everybody to see. You will all remember that when the Supreme Court gave their ruling, what were they saying? They were saying that because of intellectual property rights, at the mathematics could not reveal what was in the server. Really? Really, I think the Supreme Court, your Supreme Court will go into the entire world for giving Kenya a lot of mediocre rulings. This election was about the Kenyans. The Kenyans want to see what the elections were reflecting. And the entire Supreme Court tells that they didn't have capacity to tell the Kenyans to reach themselves. They could even have chosen to see it in camera and tell Kenyans what the truth is. That is what happens in the entire judiciary across the world. If things are so sensitive that it affects the other fellows, you go and have it in camera. But you can't refuse to open the servers which had issues in the same 2017, and to tell Kenyans that the mathematics, intellectual property rights would be infringed. That was very, very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. Especially the ruling being made by Kenyan judges who were there in 2007. The problems of 2007 were why? The reason being that Kenyans had decided they were not going to courts. They had no faith in the courts. Now, at this level, what the Supreme Court did was to revert Kenya to 2007, because as most people have been saying, 2027, nobody with the election issues will go to court. Where would they have taken Kenya? So many steps backwards. So many steps backwards. Anyway, these revelations, they are going to be for everybody to see. So if Baba comes and discloses more. The thing is that the good thing is that it was done by professional investigators, just like in the line of Scotland Yard, the way I've told you. So if you doubt what they are saying is the truth, they are free to be challenged, and they have disclosed themselves, and they are free to avail the evidence that they investigated, the tallying that they assessed. So you come and deny they are not IEBC's forms, because the truth is they have the IEBC forms, they did the tallying, their independent check shows otherwise from what Chebukati was telling us. Now that is how weighty this matter is. That is how weighty this matter is. Now, straight away, the issues of legitimacy comes in for the current rulers. You cannot keep hiding the truth forever. It will not happen. It will not happen. At some point, you may well find that there will be another Kofi Annan.
Hey.
Why not?
Mbio ndugu.
Well,
Line ni mrefu.
I'll stop on that line for now. I'll go to my next issue, which is to do with there was the issue of the Hustler Fund, and then the proposal for the budget proposals of the UDA government, whereby they are saying that they are going to raise 2.8 trillion from the informal sector, and that is purely going to be on presumptive tax. Now you realize that the information they are going to hang on or to bank on is the information they have received from Safaricom. Now, I am not so sure. I'm just wondering why I have not seen anybody even going to court. What Safaricom did by disclosing people's private information transactions to the government the way they did is actually invading on people's privacy. Never mind that the government is the biggest shareholder in Safaricom. So maybe they think they can dictate, but under the law across the world, there are going to be challenges. There are going to be challenges how they got that information and the way they want to use it. Now, you are all aware of this thing called monthly rental tax. It is also, just as a summary of it, is they say that if your rental income is less than 10 million, they do a presumption that you just pay 10% on gross, and then they forgot about it. Now, if your rental income is above 10 million, what they do is that they subject you to the normal accounting style of arriving at the real figures. You know, taxation across the world, normally they try to base it on the actual figures. So in other words, if you are earning a salary of 20,000, they base it exactly on that. Then they tax you accordingly. Now, you can imagine these people are planning to bring on board from informal sector. The budget estimates are saying that they want to raise 2.8 trillion from the informal sector, which had been absent in the past. So going forward, your transaction from Safaricom is going to give these people a leverage whereby they are able to see your transactions. And not only your transactions, but also the people you are receiving money from. Remember, the hustler thing is double-edged. There is the issue of the saving. The saving is basically to make your records authentic. Authentic in the sense that by the time KRA will go up over their issues and give everyone a KRA PIN, then it will be tied to your saving, which is already there. It will be tied to your savings, which is already there. So if I pay you 500, they'll be able to see it from your statement. Never mind that that may be a student account or M-Pesa, whereby the money I'm sending to you is even M-Pesa. But you want to use this as transactions of business. Why? Because they're saying that the Hustler Fund is for business people. So it is assumed that the transactions you conduct there are business transactions. So they are going to come up with an average based on what your business statement is showing to arrive at what they refer to as a presumptive tax. So they may well say that in the entire formal sector, call it, for example, in the textile industry, we may then say that anybody with an M-Pesa account, we expect you to pay a tax of 0.02%. In other words, it's going to be based on turnover, your monthly turnover. is going to make them arrive at the taxation rate that they are going to charge you going forward. I think that is in the next financial year. But never mind that the M-Pesa transactions are not all business transactions. And that's why we are saying that you can't tax every transaction on M-Pesa. Some of them are just pocket money for somebody to go. Some of them is money being transferred to somebody who is sick or whatever. So it is not necessarily business. I think I'll stop there for now.
Okay, thank you. And on script, we appreciate that. And those are good observations. But that is far from over. That's far from over. Okay, I know Kenya Kwanza will want to force that down the throats of Kenyans, but I don't think they'll get away with it. Secondly, M-Pesa is a money transfer system. It's not an earning procedure. I mean, system of earning. It's not every money that passes through my M-Pesa line. It's my income. Okay, that I receive money on behalf of students that I take to school. I receive money from the people I sponsored with the whatever upkeep and all that. So you cannot assume that every money that passes through my line, it's my income, and so you give me a percentage of what to pay. Kenya Kwanza, if they want to be in government, they should own up the responsibility of being in government, and that is create jobs. After you employ me, you put me on salary, then tax me. But if you have not given me a job, you have no business meddling in my business. That is it. Giving me paper call license doesn't license you to give me, to come for my money. Create an atmosphere for business to thrive. Make sure that there is job creation. Industries are thriving. Businesses are booming. Then you will collect the tax. But you want to look for the money you did not create. Hiyo ni kwa Pharaoh. Na Farao na enzi zake zote tuko kinyume naye. So we will not succumb to that. And so William Ruto and team have misplaced priorities. And that's why they need to vacate that office as soon as yesterday. They don't know what they are doing, and they want to experiment with the lives of Kenyans. There is better to leadership than what they are providing. M-Pesa statement, equivalent to income. Of all things, that cannot be coming from a government officer. A government officer should have at his fingertips how much money is being generated in the country, how much farmers are making, how much chicken farmers are making, cattle, whatever, rearers are making. You should have that information, not to come and guess through M-Pesa because you are told that M-Pesa has 30 million registered people, so you want to go and use it as a duplicate of registering people for your KRA madness. Hii serikali haifai kuwa katika serikali kabisa, and they should be sent packing. Tusisumbuane. Wewe unataka mpaka washosho wale wamemaliza walifanyia kazi kwa serikali wakaretire, walifanya sahi wako kwa 11th hour, wanataka kuondoka duniani, unataka kuwafuata kupitia M-Pesa kwa task. Hey! Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria hawa watu walijiita young tax, wako na akili ambayo inaelewa kwamba kuna njia fulani ambayo mambo yanafanyika. Kumbe they zero. Walisema wako na plan. Sijaona plan tangu aanze kuongea. Sijawahi ona plan ya Ruto. Ni kuruka kutoka kwa makanisa Thanksgiving. Huku tulishinda. Huku tuliwashinda. Where is the plan? Where is the plan for farming? Where is the plan for education? Where is the plan for medication? William Ruto afai kuwa kwa hiyo ofisi. Tuendelee tu kuambiana ukweli. Alliance Popular Party. Nimeona wewe, habari ya leo?
Niko salama, unajua ni kama stima inapotea. You know, we are living in the dark days. Sasa nimekuwa nikigojea niongee na hata rafiki yangu Gaucho, nakuta stima imepotea. Hata imebidi ninunue bundles because my Wi-Fi now has been cut off officially. The power surges in this country. We are going to be in Nigeria very soon. But having said that, Gaucho, thank you so much for the courage. Si watu wengi sana wanaweza go against this individual, because it is well known what he is capable of doing. Wewe kuwa pale na kusimama na ukweli. Kwanza kitu moja huwa nakufurahia ni kwamba unaambianga watu ukweli, wanaenda wanaumia polepole, lakini wanasikia. Kama for example watu kutoka Central kama mimi, juzi umewaambia trakta zimepelekwa Nyanza, na nilisikiza hiyo vizuri. Unajua mimi niko chini ya maji, nasikiza hiyo story. Kaambia trakta zimepelekwa Nyanza, vitu zimepelekwa Nyanza. Sasa muone kesho ambayo ni Sunday wakipelekewa maombi tani kadhaa, kwa sababu nao wakikuwa wamekuwa. Nasikizanga hizi vitu. You don't think that you are alone, my friend. We are listening to you, we are supporting you, and we love you. Continue doing what you're doing, and I can prophesy because I'm a prophet. 2027 wewe utakuwa na award yako hapa Nairobi. Not only award, maybe even an MP for Nairobi, because we want that courage. Si watu wengi wanasimama against the government ya utapeli na kipapeli, dictatorial government, ambayo kwa uso wanakuja kuwa wameokoka, wamesmile, wanasema wao, na kwa huko chini ya giza ni wauaji, waporaji, rapist. They are all these things because the president, the person in the government, those the top leaders, the top two, they are the very bad example. Hata huwezi funza watoto wako wakuwe kama hao. Adhari hata wakuwe maskini milele. Huwezi funza mtoto wako wakuwe mkubwa. Anyway, Bernard, had you given me time ama ulikuwa unataka?
Lance Party, nilikuwa nataka kusalimia. Submission yako wekelea hapo. Wewe unajua ni Secretary General na party yako, si unajua mimi ndio treasurer.
Asante sana. By the it's a serious party, it is coming up. Thank you so much.
Asante. So just tegea hapo, we'll come back to you. Nilikuwa nataka tupatie mzee wetu to address kwanza, alafu tusonge mbele. Mzee Michael, mzee Jomo Kenyatta mwenyewe, karibu. Unmute mzee.
Nimewasalimia nyote, mko salama?
Tuko poa.
Nawaona. Yeah. Furaha bado haijapatikana. Furaha itapatikana saa ile Raila atakuwa amekalia hiyo kiti. Saa hizo ndio furaha, tutaanza kusikia furaha. Mimi saa hii bado. Paka Raila mwenyewe nilimwandikia message nikamwambia, nilimtumia ile clip ya nani ya ule anaitwa nani Kioni, na nikamwambia that's what's up, let's go for it. Hakuna kitu ingine, hakuna kuongea mambo ingine. Mshindi ni Raila Amolo Odinga, apewe hiyo kiti yake. Ruto abebwe juu mpaka Manyani prison, atupwe huko. Nao watu wao wote watupwe huko. Hawezi tuchezea akili. Hawa ni watu milioni 10 wanatuchezea akili na tuko milioni 40. Ni nini baya? Wachache wale wanataka kuwa wanakula na wengine wasikule. Watoto wa watu wengine wanakufa na njaa, hawajakula kitu yoyote. Tumbo kwanza, tunaanza na tumbo ndio tuendelee mambo ingine yote. Bila tumbo haijashiba, akili ifanyi kazi, macho haioni vizuri, masikio haisikii vizuri. Na kama mtu amefunga hiyo mfereji ya tumbo, huyo ni mtu mbaya sana. Aondoke hapo, waende kabisa. Hakuna mambo ya 2027. Tunaangalia hii mambo ya 2022. Tumalize hii maneno kabisa, flat. Kiwanja iwekwe tambarare. Hakuna potholes. Mkicheza mpira, mnacheza mpira mzuri. Sio ati mnacheza mpira saa yote unaingia kwa shimo. Hiyo mpira mtacheza mpaka saa ngapi? Hapana. Mimi nasimamia pale Ruto atoke hapo. Anasumbua, anakasirisha sana. anasumbua Wakenya bure. Amesimama kwa njia ya maendeleo. Mtu kama huyo ni wa kupigwa teke matako na kwenda huko mbio sana. Ile hogia. Mtu yule alikuwa wakati wa 1970s, anajua hogia ni nini. Ilikuwa hakuna kucheka. Ruto anachukua, anasema ya kwamba ati yeye ndio alileta vita wakati wa 2007. Sasa ati kila mtu anamuogopa. Mshazi sana yeye. Kwende huko. Anataka, akitaka aue wote wale anataka. Sasa saa hii tuone ataua wangapi, kwa sababu amekuwa mtu wa kuwekelea wengine wanaua na yeye ndio anaua. Kesi yake ICC haijakwisha bado. Mnatawaliwa na uongo. Ukitawaliwa na uongo, tarajia uongo ndio uwe. Kila siku ni uongo. Na ndio hiyo mnaona inaendelea. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, na waomba mtoke kwa wingi, mwende mchukue Raila Amolo Odinga. Huyo ndio mkweli. Huyo ndio amebakisha na ukweli, wakiwa na kina Martha Karua, wakina Kalonzo. Ingawaje Kalonzo alikuwa pia wakati Raila akiteswa, yeye alikuwa mmoja wao pia, lakini aligeuka akasema hayo maneno, mimi sikuwako, si mimi. Unajua Mkamba atasema si mimi, ni yule mtu. Yeye atapoint mtu mwingine, yeye atajitoa hapo. Na Raila na roho yake safi akamkaribisha watembee pamoja na yeye katika kugombania hii mambo ya demokrasia ya Kenya. Inachokesha.
Daddy, kuna shida na neti yako. Itabidi utoke urudi. Inakatika.
Okay, wamenikata. Hao ni washenzi hao. Wajinga sana, wamenikata. Wanajua damu inakataa.
Mzee wetu ana ujumbe hapo, lakini network yake inaleta kizaza. So itabidi refresh browser, ndio akirudi ataongea kinaganaga, lakini ujumbe ushafika. Kila mmoja awajibike ili tuokoe nchi hii kutokana na uongozi mbaya. Hakuna nchi itasonga mbele ikisimamiwa na viongozi ambao hawajui kuongoza ama
Okay, guys, we are just standby. We'll proceed. I know there are such things are likely to happen. There is some issues with Ben's connection, but all is well. Nothing is lost. As we proceed, ningependa tuchukue dakika chache tu so that we allow everyone to speak. Tuko wengi na kila mtu anataka kutoa maoni, na pia wakati unapotoa submission yako, also remember, if you have a question or you have something that you need to tell Ghetto President, tuko na Gaucho mwenyewe. Yeye ndio rais ambaye anafikia wana ghetto, wale wote ambao mnaita hustlers, mahali popote ambapo wako, ni Gaucho huwa anawafikia. So ukiwa na ujumbe unataka ifike pale kwa hustlers wenyewe, achana na ule hustler bandia, utapatia Gaucho hapa na atafikisha. Tumekuwa tukilia hapa tukisema tunangojea baba, tunataka kuenda barabarani. Nyinyi wote mliona Gaucho aliweza kuenda kuandamana. So inamaanisha kuwa uwezo anayo, roho yake inataka. Tukizidi kumsukuma, basi atatuongoza pale na tutahakikisha hoja zetu zote zimefika. Let me give this opportunity to Kenyan Arari. Alikuja mapema na yeye pia aweze kunena na sisi tukiendelea. Wale naona mna maswali, nitawapatia nafasi na mtaweza kuyajibu. Kenya Arari, karibu mama.
Thank you, Leo. I hope you can hear me. Gaucho, I'm very happy to see Gaucho. I've been watching him and following his steps and even listening what he is really commanding in our country. Thank you so much for your courage and also the words that you pass to your fellow Kenyans. Thank you. Nitasalimia huyo mwingine Kenyan with love, huyo mwingine unknown script. Roba, how are you? The other one is Subsea something. And Alliance something. Today I have come with the name of Arali, and I saw Leo commenting that Arali is Kisii, but between you and Borana, you'll decide who stole who, because this today I'm from Borana. In another name of Borana is Oromo. So Arali is a girl who brings peace and is at peace, and I am the one bringing peace. So I want to say something about taxation. Na hii Gaucho shikamana. Taxation imekuwa ati kama sasa nikitumia mtoto wangu pesa iwe na awe alikuwa amejihusisha na ile hustlers fund. Hizo pesa nikimtumia zinakuwa counted like it's an income. Atakuwa taxed. It's very sad ikiwa imefika hapo. Na mkumbuke there was somebody who mentioned that diasporas will be paying taxes. There was something which was mentioned. Put that in mind. Remember, diasporas, you pay taxes where you are, and then you'll be taxed back in Kenya. I hope it was wrong. I hope they did not mean it, but somebody mentioned that. It never went away from my ears. I got it. Today, I saw a lady who have moved from Nairobi. I think they were living in those slums, going back home Ushago, because life would not help. She could not help her children in Nairobi, in those slums, because things have really changed. Nothing is working. She could not earn anything. She had to leave children in Nairobi, in those slums, because things have really changed. Nothing is working. She could not earn anything. I don't know what is happening.
But proceed, you're not there.
Okay. Yeah. So that means people, Gaucho, are really going through pain and suffering in our country. And it is not about a long time. It's since these people got this government. They have misused people. They have exploited. They have abused. They have neglected. So nchi yetu iko na watu ambao wako na majina mingi sana. Majina ya majambazi. Hakuna jina mzuri au watu wote wako kwa serikali. So we are wondering how long we're gonna continue with this kind of atmosphere with our people suffering like this. Na hii ni kumaanisha sisi wa Kenya tusiposimama with one voice and talk about and say that we don't want this kind of governance, because it is not taking us anywhere. It's only pain. People are suffering. Even those who voted, the few who voted for him, they are also suffering. And I know right now they have joined hand with whoever never voted for this government. And we are praying that all of them, as Kenyans, not about UDA or Azimio, as Kenyans, to join hands and start fighting for our country, resurrect our country so that we can live in that country. I saw somebody saying there, hatatoka Kenya. It is true. We don't want to leave our country. Our country is adorable. Our country is ours. We don't need to go other places. We need to stay in our country because that is where our culture roots is. And for that, Gaucho, we pray, and I also pray very much. When I see you, I see resurrection and redeemed Kenya. And we are going to do that. I don't want you to go hungry, because we want your voice so that you can spread those good things, good words to those other boys, those young guys who want our country back. Let's fight it together. And I don't have much to say. Those are the few words I wanted to say, and encourage Gaucho to do his best. You are doing great, and we want you strong. Please stand there and spread the good news to them. We are praying for our country. Our country is ours, and it belongs to us. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you Mama Arari. Yes, Mzee Michael, you're back. Please conclude. Unmute. You're still mute.
Wakenya nawaomba msikize kwa vile hii ni nyoka mbaya ile iko Kenya, inamezwa Kenya. Kwa maana huyu kiongozi, hata simuiti kiongozi, huyu kinyangarika iko kwenye kiti, ni kitu mbaya sana. Ako katika shirikina mbaya, shirikina ya kuua watu na kuweka Biblia juu. Huyo ni mtu mbaya. Watu wanamjua, hata wale wako na yeye wanamjua. Wale wako na yeye ndio walituambia ati fulani aliua fulani. Sasa hiyo haijatoka kwa kichwa yetu na itakuja toka mpaka kwa kaburi. Na kama ikiwa hivyo ndio wanatuchezea, wanaenda pandio tuonyesha vile wanaweza kutuchezea sisi wananchi, tuwaangalie na tuwaambie nyinyi wote tunawatupa katika shimo moja. Tuchague watu wale waaminifu, watu wale watakuja wakikuja hivi kuingia kwenye serikali, watakuwa wanafanya kazi. Ofisi zitakuwa zinafanya kazi, watu wanaingia wakitoka kwenye hizo maofisi bila kupingwa. Kwa maana ni ofisi za watu, za Wakenya, si ofisi za Mkenya. Ati Mkenya fulani kwa vile hiyo ofisi amekalia hapo ati ni hapana. Hiyo ofisi ni ya Wakenya. Mkenya yote ataingia pale kuuliza maswali. Kwa maana anatozwa ushuru, na ushuru ndio inaweka nchi. Kwa hivyo huyu jamaa ni atolewe hapo mbio mbio. Hakuna ati cha kuongea mambo mingi. Ni aende hogia. Ile anaenda kama amebebwa juu na amepelekwa mpaka pale anafaa kukaa. Miaka hiyo yote 30 amefanya kazi kwenye serikali, hakuna hata kitu moja amefanya ya maana, ila kugeresha watu akili. Sasa hiyo ya 2007 ndio anakalia hapo, anasema mimi ni dume. Hebu jaribuni. Na wale wengine wote wako na yeye, hao wamenunua, wote wanajua, wanamuogopa kwa sababu ya hiyo. Sisi wa Kenya tuogopi hiyo. Tunataka haki yetu. Kwa maana yeye ameshaogopesha wote hao. Wote hao wanaweza chapa kofi. Wote hao. Kwa hivyo hao viongozi walioenda, wachana nao. Wakenya waungane wote, kabila zote, kwa maana Raila ni kiongozi wa Kenya mzima. Si kiongozi wa pande kidogo. Yeye ni wa Kenya mzima. Kama alipata 8 milioni, 2.5 milioni zilitoka huko kwake. Hizo milioni zingine zilitoka kwenye hizo nyanda zingine. Kwa hivyo Raila anapendwa Kenya mzima, sio kwao nyumbani peke yake. Hapana, anapendwa Kenya mzima. Yeye ni kiongozi na yeye ndiyo msema kweli ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo Wakenya mfungue macho, msilale. Bado mapambano na mpaka akalie hiyo kiti. Hii next week vile ulikuwa unasema wewe Gaucho, next week, yes, akalie hiyo kiti next week. Hakuna wewe Gaucho hata kuongea mambo ya 2027. 2022 ilitengenezwe, kiwanja iwekwe mzuri, pandwe nyasi mzuri. Ndio wachezaji wa mpira wakiingia kiwanjani wanacheza mpira vizuri, hata watazamaji wanaangalia vizuri na wanashangilia, na yule atashinda ndio wote watakuwa pamoja, hawatatengana. Hiyo itakuwa mechi mzuri. Kwa maana hakuna watu hawawezi enda mkondo moja, lazima pawe na upinzani. So inategemea akili gani mtatumia ili muweze, na akili ile mtatumia katika serikali yoyote ni kutengeneza serikali. Ile pesa ya wananchi msikule. Hiyo pesa umhakikishe kuna dawa hospitali, kuna daktari na analipwa vizuri, kuna polisi, kuna wanajeshi, kuna kila kitu mzuri. Mpaka ile viwanja ya watoto ya kucheza huko mtaani zitengenezwe tena, kama vile wakati wa Kenyatta sisi tulikuwa na nini na viwanja tunachezea mpira, viwanja mzuri sana. Hizo zote zilifutwa na Moi alipoingia 78. Moi akaanza kututesa, alitutesa sana. Mimi sipendi Moi kabisa. Yeye ndio ameleta hii yote. Mambo ya Molo, watu wakienda Molo ni Moi alianza, wakiwa na Gachagua. Hiyo Gachagua ni kitu mbaya sana hiyo. Huyo ni yani ni msaliti, anasaliti mpaka kabila yake, si mtu mzuri.
Okay, thank you.
Kwa hivyo mimi nawaomba nyinyi wa Kenya wote muungane, hiyo siku ile Raila anakuja achukuliwe kwa wingi sana kutoka airport, na msafara ianze mpaka State House. Watu wakwamie State House, watati mambo mingi ati sijui wapi na wapi, wasikwamie State House. Hata naomba si ni Jumatatu wanaingia, kama ni Jumatatu wanaingia, watu waende mpaka kule kwa Supreme Court huko sasa, waanze kudemand huyo mama atoke. Mkishatoa huyo mama, mumeweza Ruto kabisa, game imeisha. Huyo mama, huyo Kome, huyo ndio alikuwa solution ya mwisho kabisa, na ndio aliharibu. Huyo mama aende na watu wasitoke hapo kabla hajatoka. Akishatoka huyo, sasa wale watu wengine kuwashika ni rahisi sana, kwa maana hawana nguvu hata kidogo, kwa maana hiyo sasa nguvu peano kwa wananchi. Wananchi sasa ndio wanasema hatutaki Ruto, wanamshika mpaka huko Manyani, wanamtupa huko, anasumbua Wakenya na ujinga mingi sana. Amefanya Wakenya wakajiua.
Sasa mzee Michael, thank you. Naomba tuokoe muda. Asante sana. President of Ghetto wants to leave, so we want to give him opportunity to give his final remarks. Alafu taendelea na mjadala. Naomba hivi tafadhali.
Bernard,
yes.
You cannot leave before I speak. I think that would be unfair.
Roba, naomba hivi tafadhali.
Okay.
Mimi ndio nimealika president on a very short notice, and I'm very happy that he slashed the time akakuja kwa kipindi hiki, na mmemwona interact na yeye na ataendelea kuona kipindi kile. Nataka ni tusimfungie hapa wakati anahitajika kwingine, ili tumpate kesho. Okay,
tumuulize maswali mbili tu
bila ametuheshimu akakuja. Naomba tafadhali tufanye nini?
Maswali sikuje tu, nisiwafanyie madharau. Maswali sikuje, then niende juu mimi na prepare hiyo story ya Ghetto, hata sitalala, nafikiri nitalala kitu saa.
Bernard, wacha niongee kitu moja tu before I end, so
swali ikuje tu.
Then I'll get out.
Okay.
Okay.
Roba, uko na ujumbe ama swali?
No, mimi sina swali. I just
niko na swali.
I don't have a quick. What I want to tell him is Gaucho, yeah. I saw your tape, was it yesterday? When you guys were saying Ruto must go, I think that was you. Kitu ambacho nataka kukuambia kwamba don't think what you are doing is small. Some of us, we are outside the country. I'm here in California. Hiyo uchumi ilifika. So you guys, whatever you do, the whole world's watching. I want you to take that message. The whole world is watching. So don't think that your message mnaweka in Kenya too. So we are also watching from where we are. I think if I were you, maybe every Saturday or Sunday, if you can make with Bernard, then you come to the studio. I would appreciate if you do that, and that would make you guys. We tried to make you guys, and we had to use some power. That's what I have, Bernard, and I think also Bernard. One thing I want to get out. Next time there's an issue on YouTube, please let me know, because YouTube is just like 1 hour from my house. I'll go to the head office. I'll solve the problem. You can't be put out of for 1 week. I wish I knew. San Bruno is just not far from where I am right now. So that's Iebc Uchumbe. We love you. And you guys want to do something, I'll be in later on because I know. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Roba. Yes, Fabrizio, unasema una swali vipi? Unmute, Mr. Fabrizio. You cannot, we can't hear what you're saying. Yes.
Oh, unmute. Okay.
Okay, you are now okay. Go ahead.
I've done that. Proceed.
Okay. Nasema, I was just thanking Gaucho for his activism. Kwa ile kazi anafanya, even though we don't agree on everything. But here's the thing. I used to be a Raila supporter. First of all, let me say this. Ruto is not the answer to Kenya. We know that. He's a puppet for the Western government. My faith was in Raila Odinga. But nataka kuuliza hivi. Last time, in 2017, we supported him. People died. Tulisema paka apishwe. Si unakumbuka? Tulisema paka apishwe. Miguna and others, we went to Canada tukamwapisha. Akakuwa the people's president. Kwa sababu Uhuru, we know that he aliiba kura. We have the evidence. I have the numbers. In fact, I even I communicated with Miguna. But anyway, after all that, knowing that he was the rightful president of Kenya who won, he decided to go and shake hands with the very person who was gunning us down, killing us, maimed, exiled us. Alafu, akatuambia tataleta Muguna back. And he never mentioned anything about Baby Pendo, Mora, Bedeto Msando, mpaka Uhuru akatoka. Tell me a reason why should I support Raila Odinga in 2017? Hata kama alishinda. Because I don't know if he won or not. But why should I support him in 2022? Ama saizi. Because tulipatia kiti tukamwambia Jacob Makombi. Why should I support him after he betrayed us? Gaucho. Swali kwako.
Kitu ya kwanza, kama kijana mwenzangu, boss hili ni yako, si kama wewe ni Muslim ama ni Christian. But napea example na ile kitu Yesu Kristo alisemanga ya kwamba si wale wananiita Bwana Bwana, wote wako na mimi kwa roho yao. So sijui kama wewe ambao unaita Raila Odinga ulikuwa president wao, sijui kama ilikuwa ndani ya roho yako. Ya pili, Miguna alienda overboard. Yeye alienda zaidi. Mpaka ikakuwa hataki kusikia. Unajua kama uko kwa nyumba ya baba yako, hata kama wewe ni mwerefu sana, saa zingine unakaa, unatulia, baba yako akwambie vitu zingine. Mimi apart from kukuwa bunge president, iko vitu mingi sana nimelearn kwa Raila Odinga. Na najua body language yake. Mimi najua akiguza macho hivi mara 2 inamaanisha nini, akiguza mara 3 inamaanisha nini. Miguna iko kitu ilikuja ikakuwa kwa nini yake. Unajua first Miguna hakusupport Raila Odinga tukienda kura. Na tujui kama alisupport hata Uhuru. Unaona? Then Miguna akakuja akajoin NASA. Kujoin NASA, Miguna akaona
NRM, not NASA.
LRM. Kabla kuja na LRM, akakuja akajoin nao, then akatengeneza movement yake within ile nini ya kina Raila. Kukua LRM, akakuja akakuwa anaona ya kwamba amependwa sana kuliko baba yake, ambayo mtoto ambaye alikuwa pale, baba yetu ni Raila Odinga, yeye ndio nafaa tupe signal. Mimi saa hii iko vitu nafanya lakini kwa vitu zingine natafuta advice kutoka kwake, na mimi ni president wa bunge na unaweza enda ndugu yangu, mimi hata naweza shinda LRM nani Miguna, kwa sababu mimi unaweza ni control Miguna. Hata wewe kama supporter yake huwezi mcontrol, huwezi mwambia juu ana assume ya kwamba anajua kila kitu. Unaona my friend, mimi nilikuwa airport, Miguna akikuja aliambiwa ya kwamba atoe document zake za kuingia. Miguna na kichwa yake ngumu alikataa. Ulikuwa na Odinga tuchome airport?
No, sawa, nakubali, lakini wacha nikwambie.
Excuse me, sorry for interruption. Fabrizio, please, just a moment. Sorry for interrupting you guys. So that we cut the long story short, I think on the issue of Miguna, it's a long story that we might not be able to dispense here, but let me speak as somebody who was in Nairobi by the time and also went when you were supposed to welcoming back. If you want to know the first people who represented Miguna in court for those all the court judgments that you've been claiming that the court administered, these guys were paid by Raila's men. Orengo was among the lawyers there. Nelson Harvey, by that time, Nelson Harvey was working for Raila's team. So it will be noted that even Raila himself said for the matters of Miguna, he will not talk about it because Miguna will not tell you the real thing. Miguna himself refused to cooperate with the government. So he's somebody who wanted to create some drama. So we are not going to generate this show intertalk of Miguna and Miguna.
Okay,
right now,
I'm not addressing
22
I'm not addressing. I'm not addressing.
We need order everybody. Thank you. Let's do this. Fabrizio and team, listen to me very well. We are here. Goja Ghetto President. Goja kidogo nakupatia muda wa kurespond. Okay? Hakuna mtu analazimishwa kusupport Raila Odinga. Kama kuna mtu anasimamia demokrasia katika nchi hii anaitwa Raila Odinga. Anaachia mtu, ukitaka kuvaa yellow vaa yellow. Ukitaka green, vaa green. Ukitaka blue, vaa blue. Raila hajawahi lazimisha mtu kumfuata ama kumsupport. That's number 1. Number 2, wewe kuachana na Raila, okay? Unapaswa kuwa na sababu na umetupatia sababu zako, okay? Kwamba ni kwa nini wewe unapenda Miguna kuliko vile unapenda Raila Odinga. Na uko na uhuru wa kupenda Miguna, kufuatana na Miguna, muende na yeye kule mnaweza fika. Okay? Lakini kusema kwamba sababu ngoja nisikilize. Wewe ukisema kwamba sababu hutaki kusupport baba ni kwa sababu aliacha Miguna, that is a lame excuse.
That is not what I say. Let me reiterate what I say.
We are not visitors here. Okay?
I said this. I did say we didn't support Miguna. The topic is not Miguna.
That's what I'm saying. You are the one who brought it up. And that's why I want you to understand that you're deviating us from the subject that we are discussing.
No,
okay? By
listen to my question.
Issues that you know are not there.
Okay, bro.
Ngoja kwanza, let's make sense of this. Let's make sense of this. Fabrizio, sikiliza tafadhali. Sikiliza kila mtu, tafadhali mute your mics. Nataka tupatie Ghetto President amalize submission yake kama kuna uhuru wa kuondoka. Kile ninachosema Fabrizio ni kwamba wewe umekuja kwa studio vizuri, tumekupatia ukauliza swali, okay? Subiri ujibiwe swali, okay? Ukishamaliza kujibiwa swali, utarespond. You cannot be interrupting when somebody is talking to you and you're interrupting at the same time. We can't hear what you're saying. Your mic is mute. And stop being hyper.
I'm saying this. The question is not about Miguna. Nasema hivi. Me as a Raila supporter, I was betrayed because most of us, including my relatives, were killed supporting him by the person. And then he went back and shook hands with the very person who was killing us. And we were defending. No, you have to listen.
You cannot live in bitterness forever.
It is not bitterness. I'm arguing on principle. On principle. If you're a leader.
The principle of hatred is not a principle. A principle of hatred is not a principle. What you are enhancing is hatred, which is not called for.
Maybe, no,
So
you are
let's
an
do this.
intellectual midget. If you listen.
Ben, I beg we proceed. I told you the other day, if you can remember, how to interrupt and divert attention. I told you if
Leo,
you're having a
let's do
discussion,
this.
the only
Leo,
thing they can do is to come and introduce an issue so that we move from what we were discussing and waste a lot of time and energy discussing him. So if he can tell you he's talking out of ideology, Ruto shook hands with Uhuru, and this Ruto killed people in 2007. Who doesn't know that? And they shook hands. So the main aim of this guy is just to divert our attention. He knows very well. He cannot say he was betrayed. He cannot call himself he's a follower of Raila and a follower of Miguna at the same time. That's a lie. You can't follow Satan and follow Jesus at the same time. You choose who to follow, one at a time. But you can shift posts.
Sawa, Mr. Leo. Sawa, Mr. Leo. Thank you. Now let's do this. Let's remain focused. Let's do what is required, and we are here for a better Kenya. A better Kenya requires that every Kenyan is catered for. The handshake has accomplished more for this country than any other government ever. Anybody who has a problem with that, he really has a problem. Okay? The kind of infrastructure we have achieved under the handshake is enormous. And a person who does not see that is either blind or is choosing not to see. But because they will always look for an excuse, they will find an excuse with the handshake. Nobody supported the handshake initially. In fact, we never understood what Raila was about. But eventually, we got to see what he was working on. But of course, the enemies rose up and began now to demonize what has really worked. The handshake has worked very well, has brought a lot of change in this country, which we would have never achieved any other way. If we were demonstrating every Monday, we would not have achieved that. And then, of course, the enemies of progress would have rejoiced that nothing has happened. So let's be sober about this and be wise also. President, naomba ukashirikishe ujumbe wako wa mwisho kwa watu, alafu you live at liberty. Wakati unaona time yako imeenda, unaweza kuondoka, alafu tutapanga tena probably kesho ama kesho kutwa. Hii kipindi iko kila siku, tunakutana hapa na wananchi, tunaongea na tunapanga mikakati yetu. Otherwise, we are very greatly honored that you took time to join us, and naomba tusonge mbele. Karibu.
Okay, mimi nimewashukuru nyinyi wote na kushukuru wewe kwa kukubali nikuje hapa. Ulinipea notice ya muda kidogo nikajaribu kukusumbua, lakini unajua sasa hii mtu akikuita huwezi enda tu kama ng'ombe, lazima confirm ni nani. But nashukuru Mtembei TV kwa mara mingi sana inaongelelea sana ni TV zile channels ambao najaribu kusimama na upande revolution na kusimama na haki. Na kitu fani sana, Mtembei sio mtu kutoka Nyanza, ni mtu kutoka Central huko. Na mara mingi sana natakanga watu wa baba na support agenda za baba. Mimi nasema ya kwamba mzidi kusupport channel yake, mzidi kusimama na yeye. Na mimi pia ndugu yangu ambaye alinialika, Mungu azidi kukua na wewe na kuwe na mtu yote ambaye anakuwa kwa hii channel kusubscribe na kusupport hii channel. Mimi naweza waambia kwamba leo nitalala late, kesho naamuka mapema kwa sababu nitakuwa na meeting na wana leaders kutoka bunge tofauti within Nairobi. Wengine nitaongea nao na simu, lakini within Nairobi nitakutana nao 17 constituency ambalo bunge ziko. Nitameet nao tupange mikakati vile tutapatana. Wale wengine wa Kisumu nimeongea nao pia vile watafika na Mombasa na Machakos Kitengela. Mimi naweza waomba tu ya kwamba ile ya muhimu sana ni maombi kwenyu, muombe Raila Odinga, muombe Kenya. Nyinyi ambao mko nje mjue Kenya watu wanaumia. Mimi ndo natembea ghetto. Like December nilipata nafasi, Mungu akanisaidia nikapata unga bundles kama 100 ambao nilikuwa natembea kwa kila ghetto nikipeana kwa watu hawana chakula. Muombe Kenya sana. Kenya watu wanaumia. It's not about political party. It's about Kenyans. Unaona? na tunaumia kwa mtu mmoja ambaye anaitwa William Ruto. Mimi nataka niwaambie ya kwamba Mwenyezi Mungu anajua kwa nini anapigisha break Gaucho kwa mambo zingine, kwa sababu anaona mimi iko mali kama naweza fika hii Kenya na ile kichwa ngumu ambao nimelan kwa Raila Odinga. Mimi hii Kenya tunaweza anza kitu kubwa sana, but na going with the time na ile support na muombe ambao mnaniombea tutafika mbali. So mtuombe mimi nitalala huko. Nitaenda airport by saa 9 nitakuwa airport na wanabunge tukingoja baba kuje. Hakuna mambo ya handshake, hakuna mambo ya kusalamiana, hakuna mambo ya nini. Sisi tukitoka Kamukunji after kuzunguka town mzima, tukimaliza rally Kamukunji, tunataka tuambie baba either tuende State House, Ruto awe yenye ataua. Wale watabaki Adamu na Eva, tuliambiwa kwa Biblia walikuwa watu wawili na wakazaa watu wengi hivi. So wale watabaki wabaki, wale wananini wakue. But hii Kenya kama tutaenda na ukabila eti mtu atunyanyasa ya kwamba kabila hili support hii, sasa Kenyans itaenda kufanya Kenyans waungane ni njaa, kwa sababu sasa njaa ambayo iko ni noma Kenya. So mimi nimwashukuru, Mungu awabariki, akuwe na nyinyi, muniruhusu niende. Support ile yenyu nimeshukuru, ni maombi yanyu na kuni encourage, kwa sababu mimi sikujua ya kwamba hapa niko na supporters. Nimestuka vile mmenikaribisha. Hata nitaambia baba akikuja, na mtaona na akiongea hiyo video akisupport hiyo Mtembei kwa kunihost, na nitamwambia baba, wewe pia tafuta nafasi uende kwa ile Mtembei TV, uko na supporters sana, waende wakuambie yale iko. Mimi najua iko watu wengi ambao wamesoma kutuliko, wako na wisdom ambao wanaweza ongeza baba, wanaweza niongeza. Kama uko na kitu ambao unaweza niambia, please unitext uniambie, usikope kunikosoa, usikose kuniambia. Lakini ile muhimu ni maombi. Lakini Kenya lazima tukomboe saa hii. Tukiwacha kukomboa saa hii, then mtarajia kwamba hizo miaka zinakuja ni damu itakuja kumwagika Kenya hii. Asante na Mungu awabariki.
Okay, thank you so much Mr. President. We wish you all the best and we'll stay in touch. Tutakujulisha yale yanaendelea. Namba yako nimepeana kwa Mato, yule mtu wenu wa umoja, vile mlikuwa mnapambana huko, atakuongelesha, alafu daktari pia, and then mambo mengine tutapanga. Asante. All the best. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad for your making time to follow the broadcast. I trust you are enjoying every bit of the same. Please, let's keep in the spirit of making everything better for this country. There is Mr. Michael accusing us that we are only admitting Azimio people. We don't know, you are not an Azimio person, so probably your ID reads otherwise. But the reason why we did not add you to the screen is because your gadget is not rightly configured. If you are not rightly configured, you cannot fit on the screen. If we do, you will keep jumping out. Okay, so just configure your phone. If you're using your phone, restart your phone, and then when you click on StreamYard, the link allows StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio. You will be in this space and we talk. So hii sio swala la Azimio na swala la UDA. Tunazungumza masuala ya Kenya. Hii Kenya ikiharibika, hakutakuwa na Azimio, hakutakuwa na UDA. Hii Kenya ni yetu sote na lazima iongoze kulingana na katiba. Ndiposa tuko na katiba moja. Okay? Na hiyo katiba ikielekeza, lazima tufuate hiyo katiba. Hiyo ndio inatuunganisha sisi wote pamoja. But ikiwa ni kuvurutana ati wa UDA ama wa nini, like I say, this is a public platform. Everybody is allowed to be here. The only thing we don't tolerate here is propaganda and of course finding excuses for people who are supposed to be responsible in taking care of the welfare of Kenyans. Any person holding brief for mediocrity and incompetence, that's a wrong person, and so we will not support you into the same. Thank you. Wapi huyu mwana wa Ingo ameenda? All the same, let me play one short video, and then we move with the next person to submit. One video just to for breaking and okay.
mipaka nchini Iebc. Hatua hiyo ambayo ni ya lazima inatokana na kwamba makamishna watatu akiwemo mwenyekiti Wafula Chebukati wanaondoka afisini. Kujiuzulu kwa makamishna wengine watatu kwa njia ya utata wakiongozwa na naibu mwenyekiti Juliana Cherera pia kunachangia hali hii. Ni kamishna mmoja pekee, Irene Masit, aliyesalia licha ya kuwa anakabiliwa na jopo linalopania kumtupa nje kufuatia mapendekezo ya bunge. Lakini je, ugonjwa wa tume hiyo ni upi haswa? Duncan Haemba anaangazia hoja hiyo.
Jumanne tarehe 17, jamvi la tume ya uchaguzi loko sasa litakunjwa. Tume ambayo ni sawa na mahame. Ni afisa mkuu mtendaji na naibu wake watakaosalia huko baada ya makamishna, mwenyekiti Wanyonyi Wafula Chebukati, Profesa Abdi Gulie na Boya Molu kufunganya virago na kulipa mgongo jumba la anniversary. Naibu mwenyekiti Juliana Cherera, Justus Nyang'aya na Francis Wanderi walijiuzulu, ilhali Irene Masit ambaye kwa sasa amesimamishwa kazi na rais yuko mikononi mwa jopo la Jaji Agri Mchelule kufuatia uamuzi wa bunge kuwa makamishna wote wanne waliotofautiana na mwenyekiti Wafula Chebukati na kupinga matokeo ya urais wafukuzwe afisini. Msimamo unaoshikiliwa na rais pamoja na mrengo wake wa Kenya Kwanza.
I invite the president-elect to come forward and receive his certificate.
Siri iliyo wazi ni kwamba tume hiyo inayoondoka imekumbwa na migogoro na makamishna kujiuzulu tangu mwaka 2017. Baada ya mahakama ya upeo kutupa nje matokeo ya urais mwaka 2017, mwenyekiti wa Iebc alimfuta kazi afisa mkuu mtendaji Ezra Chiloba alipotaka majibu yani wapi mambo yalikwenda segemnege wakati wa uchaguzi.
Kwamboka Roslyn Akombe.
Oktoba mwaka huo, kamishna Dr. Roslyn Akombe alijiuzulu akiwa angani kuelekea Dubai na wenzake kuchukua karatasi za kupiga kura ya marudio ya urais. Miezi 6 baadaye, Aprili mwaka 2018, makamishna wengine watatu wakiongozwa na naibu mwenyekiti Consolata Nkadha, Paul Kurgat na Margaret Mwachanya walijiuzulu kwa kila walichodai ni mwenyekiti kushindwa kupeana uongozi unaostahili.
Consequently, we regret to announce our resignation from the commission with immediately effect.
Kinaya ni kwamba makamishna wapya wanne, Juliana Cherera, Francis Wanderi, Irene Masit na Justus Nyang'aya walioteuliwa pia walijitenga na mwenyekiti Wafula Chebukati na makamishna Gulie na Molu alipokuwa anatangaza matokeo ya urais huko Bomas. Wanne hawa walipinga matokeo hayo.
We are not at Bomas of Kenya because we cannot take ownership of the results that is going to be announced because of the opaque nature which these results have been handled.
Huku makamishna wakikwaruzana makucha, afisa mkuu mtendaji Marjan Hussein naye alijaribu kumtimua naibu wake Ruth Kulundu kwa madai kuwa alikuwa akihudumia makamishna wa asi. Mahakama ilimpiga Marjan breki. Tangu mwaka 1991 milango ya mfumo wa demokrasia vyama vingi ilipofunguliwa, tume ya uchaguzi imekuwa na wenyekiti wanne kuanzia marehemu Jaji Zacchaeus Chesoni, marehemu Samuel Kivuitu, Isaac Hassan na Wafula Chebukati. Mbali na marehemu Chesoni, hao wengine watatu wameondoka afisini na mzigo mzito mabegani kuhusu maadili ya kikazi yanayotokana na utata wa matokeo ya kura ya urais. Kwenye uchaguzi wa mwaka 1992, Chesoni aliongoza kikosi ambacho kiliwakasirisha wengi, sio tu upinzani mbali pia jamii ya kimataifa. Makamishina wote 21 akiwemo mwenyekiti Zacchaeus Chesoni walikuwa wameteuliwa na Rais Moi peke yake. Upinzani ulipoteza uchaguzi huo na kupelekea Kenneth Matiba kuwasilisha rufaa mahakamani kupinga matokeo, lakini ilitupwa nje na Jaji Riaga Omolo. Mwaka 2005 kura ya maamuzi iliandaliwa na mrengo wa Rais Kibaki ulilambishwa sakafu na kikosi kilichoongozwa na Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta. Serikali ilikasirishwa sana na tume ya uchaguzi na ikaamua kutupilia mbali mwafaka wa IPPG, huku ikirejelea sheria kwamba ni rais pekee aliye na mamlaka ya kuwateua makamishna. Mnamo mwaka 2007, Rais Kibaki aliteua makamishna wapya peke yake, hatua iliyozua tetesi chungu nzima kutoka kwa upinzani na mashirika ya umma waliotangaza peupe kwamba Kibaki alikuwa amefanya hivyo kwa kusudi la kuiba kura. Matokeo ya urais yalipotangazwa, Rais Kibaki alimshinda Raila kwa karibu sana na kura 200,000 pekee. Uamuzi huo ulipingwa hasa baada ya runinga ya kitaifa pekee kutoa tangazo hilo majira ya jioni na kufuatiwa na kuapishwa kwa Kibaki dakika chache baadaye kwa njia ya halahala. Ghasia za baada ya uchaguzi zilizuka katika sehemu kadhaa nchini, haswa katika ngome ya upinzani. Tandabelua lililosababisha vifo vya watu wapatao 1,300 na uharibifu wa mali ya mamilioni ya pesa. Ilipotimu mwaka 2013, matokeo ya urais yalipingwa tena. Upinzani uliojawa na mori ulianzisha maandamano ya kila wiki almaarufu Machozi Monday ya kushinikiza kikosi cha Isaac Hassan kuondoka afisini. Na maji yalipozidi unga, walisalimu amri na kufunga virago kufuatia mwafaka ulioandaliwa na kamati maalum ya bunge. Duncan Haemba, NTV.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. I believe you are following. There is a reason why we go into history to bring this in perspective, so that when we are debating, we know where we're coming from or where we are going. Some of us are very quick with jumping, with sweeping statements without understanding what is the underlying principle, like what we are having in 2022, as if it just happened. It has where it has come from. When you look at that, there were signals, there were warnings, there were prophecies about how the IEBC was, how the IEBC conducted itself in 2017. It was an oversight for the elections in 2022 to go on without looking closely at the IEBC, because ugonjwa wa IEBC hujaanza jana, okay, na inaonekana tiba yake pia haijapatikana kiusawa, lakini tunaomba kusonga mbele na mjadala wa leo. Asante. So naomba everybody keep your mic mute until it's your turn to make your submission. And if you have not yet subscribed to Sound Candid Talk, our other small channel, please do so. We need that number. It is going very slow today. We want it to go faster. We are yet to cross the 500 number. We are, I think, at 491. Let's just keep doing so. You subscribe, you turn on the notification bell, and you can follow the proceedings either from there or from the Mtembei YouTube channel or Mtembei Official on Facebook. If you are on Facebook and you're looking for the broadcast, is on Mtembei Official page. Okay, that's where you get the feed. Mtembei Official page, Mtembei YouTube channel, and Sound Candid Talk channel. Thank you very much. We are now at 493. Thank you, Fatan. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Aya, tumsikilize Mzalendo, alafu tunafuata Mkururo.
Asante sana Bernard. Ebu setting up, ebu patia mwenzangu mwingine aendelee na mjadala. Kuna kitu imeingia ghafla kidogo. Wacha nishughulike. I'm listening on the background. I'll be back in a short while.
Okay, thank you Mzalendo. SG ulikuwa umeanza, ebu tamatisha alafu ndio tufuate tu Mkururo. We will soon be through with the lineup.
Thank you. Asante sana Bwana Bernard. You're my speaker. You know, wewe ndio kiongozi wa hii bunge. Pia hii ni bunge lakini ni bunge international because iko na wafuasi kutoka kama Roda ako majuu. You know, he's a stout member of parliament from the international community. Kuna watu kutoka United States, kuna watu kutoka UK, Sweden, Hungary. Roda, unakwanga wapi? Ni Hungary ama ni Sweden? So we are happy that it's an international parliament that is for the Pan-Africans. Unajua Pan-African means that people with the same ideology who are within the African nation and even without, but they are fighting for the same ideology. And that is why we are here, like-minded people. Na ndio sababu tunasema hatutachoka until we get what we need or we deserve. We shall not tire, because Bernard, Leo, Kenyan with Love, Unknown Script, Mzalendo, Wangila, Loda, and Baz, and everybody, and Michael, we are here because we are concerned about the happenings of this country. And whatever has been going on for the last 100 days, it is below par, so to say. There is nothing that we can say that significantly this government has done that is good, that has helped the people of Kenya. All we have seen, it is poor leadership, mediocre leadership, to a point whereby you ask yourself, do we deserve such kind of leaders in such a time like this? Today I met another young person who was telling me that the mother is struggling to raise a fees, anauza chapati. And I told him, I have hope for the future. You are young, and I'm so sure in your generation you're going to make better choices. Because the 5 million who voted for Ruto, because it is now rather obvious that there were 5 million people who just voted for Ruto, and 8.1 strong voted for Raila Odinga. The 5 million who voted for Ruto maybe believed in their lies, and now they can see, despite the fact that they won illegally using the Iebc chairman, that the person who was desperate to lead this country is very incompetent to lead this country. First of all, he is unable to manage government affairs. Second of all, he is unable to manage the economy of this country. And that is why you see the skyrocketing of the prices, the mismanagement of the inflation. Nothing seems to work. The court is redundant. The institutions of government are redundant. We do not know what EACC is doing, because if people have been forgiven corruption sins and corruption acts, then we wonder why are they in office at this time? Because I think everybody should be free, even those who are in prison, so that we can live in anarchy, as we have seen being shown by the leadership of this country. And therefore, Bernard and the panelists, I want to say we are in such a time in life that it is unfortunate and sad that we can experience such leadership, that we are being led by people who are very, very corrupt, very, very immoral, you know. So I told the young man, don't worry, in your generation, when you become as a man like me, you should have leaders that make sense. Because the crop of leaders today we have, the people in parliament, The people, even in courts, they leave a lot to be desired. And that is why we are here, because we have to keep advocating for it until we get the right leadership to lead this country. You know, there was a time I told you about that story of Benny Hinn. And I told you, Benny Hinn said to that young man who stood with him that it is important in life to believe in your pastor, to believe in your president, to believe in the Chief Justice. How many Kenyans can die for the president of Kenya? I think very few, because he doesn't inspire he doesn't inspire anybody. I think from where I sit, the people in primary school and secondary school cannot aspire to be thugs, to be corrupt, to be immoral, and then say that I made it to become the president or to become someone in this country. So we are waiting for Baba. I think he's coming tomorrow or Monday. And personally, I think for the first time I'll attend a political rally, because I think it is important to be felt. It is important to fight for it. The audit has been done by a private firm, and it is now obvious and it is true that Raila Odinga won this election, but because of the people who have money and are corrupt, the elections were stolen by chairman in cahoot with Kenya Kwanza. Uchaguzi iliibiwa to a tune of 2 million votes, which is very, very sad for a country. And as long as we are going to live, we are not going to acknowledge the existence of this government until the truth is known. And we know now the truth. Raila Odinga was validly elected by the majority of the Kenyan, 8.1 million strong. 8.1 million strong. Na si mchezo. So Chebukati sijui atakuwa naishi nchi gani, because we cannot entertain such kind of thugs in this country. We are asking him to repent. We forgive him because we forgive people, and we move forward as a country. What he has done is an insult and an assault to democracy anywhere in the world. We would want Ruto to win, and we celebrate his win genuinely. But stealing from Kenyans, kuiba kura ya wananchi wa Kenya, we are not going to accept. Na tutaki hizo story tunapewa hapa sasa za Thanksgiving. How do you Thanksgiving? Unapeleka maombi kama kesho najua atakuwa Kirinyaga, Thanksgiving ya wizi. Why are we mocking God? Tumefika mahali we cannot even respect the power of God. No wonder hii serikali kila kitu inaenda hewa. Hakuna kitu inafanya, hata weather imewakataa. Weather has refused them. Kunanyesha kidogo, kuna kauka. Everything is drying up. The public coffers are drying up. There's no taxes being corrected. There's no investor investing. The dollar is skyrocketing. No wonder, it's a curse. It's a cursed government. Hii ni serikali ambayo imelaaniwa, na tunashukuru Mungu kwa kuilaani kwa sababu waliiba kura. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana SG. We appreciate that, and we look forward to engaging further. Thank you. On the comment section, I can see Sanity coming back. Please, let's keep it clean, but let's not lose the focus. It's important that we ensure that we are part and parcel of the making of the history of this country by insisting on what is just, what is true, what is right, because at the coming generations depend on what we do now, on whether they're going to be having an upper hand and then, or they're going to start from scratch. And I want us to be responsible adults by ensuring that what we leave behind is good for our children and for our children's children. Thank you very much. Tumlete sasa Mr. Wangira mbio mbio tukisonga. Bwana Wangira, karibu.
Oh, thank you very much. How are you?
Great, karibu.
Good morning to everybody in the studio, Bernard. Bernard, we are in very, very interesting times, Bernard. I remember this week when President William Samoei Ruto came out defending Wafula Chebukati, and he made certain allegations, including that there were plans to murder Wafula Chebukati. And there was a tweet by Mutai Ngunyi, where Mutai Ngunyi said that the glorification of Wafula Chebukati by William Ruto was beginning to sound suspect. That's what Mutai Ngunyi said. Then the next day, there was this revelation by Jeremiah Kioni that, the finding of a whistleblower who is an insider in the Iebc indicates that Raila Odinga could have won the 9th August 2022 general election. Bernard, I've liked one thing that, despite the revelation, Raila Odinga has remained calm over the last 1 week. He has remained calm, although we have heard from his co-principals, we have heard it from Kalonzo Musyoka, we have heard it from Martha Karua, and among other foot soldiers. And it has been a debate in the last 1 week on really what transpired and whether Raila Odinga won or did not win. And it depends on who you speak to. There are people, the diehards of the Kenya Kwanza will always dismiss this particular revelations as hot air. Then there's the other side where I belong to, who believe that there could be substance in what is being said, that perhaps Raila Odinga could have won this particular election on the 9th of August. Bernard, and that's why I remember last week, you wanted some of us to know what Raila Odinga was likely to say when he gets back. And I remember telling you that kwa nini tuandikie mate na wino huko. So I think now that the time has come because, Raila Odinga has summoned what he calls the People's Assembly at Kamukunji grounds on Monday. That will be the 23rd of January 2023. So we as people, for example, let me speak for myself. I as a person who voted for Raila Odinga on the 9th of August 2022, and as a person who had done great analysis, and everything was leading me to a Raila Odinga's win, I will be eagerly waiting to listen to Raila Odinga to telling us what actually transpired between 9th and 15th August 2022. I will be very, very interested. I would want to know from Raila Odinga's mouth, to hear from Raila Odinga's mouth, because we have heard from Jeremiah Kioni, we have heard it from Martha Karua, and we have heard it from Kalonzo Musyoka. Now I want to hear it direct from Raila Odinga's mouth on what he actually knows, or what he has now gathered that could have transpired between 9th and 15th of August 2022. So, we are eagerly waiting for this date, that is 23rd of August 23rd of January, 2023, which is just like 2 day or 1 day away, so that we can also hear from Raila Odinga. And, if truly we'll hear from him say that, there was a manipulation of these elections, then we'll also be waiting to hear what will be the way forward. Bernard, we have been in this country frustrated for a long time. We know what transpired in 2007. Bernard, it's all documented in the Kligra report. We all know what surrounded the 2013 election. We all know what went on in 2017 that even led to a nullification of a presidential election, the first in Africa and the third in the world, where a presidential election was nullified, Bernard. And we know also what made a large section of this country not to vote on the 26th of October 2017, Bernard. So we'll also be keen to know, because, we seem to be in a circus, what I would call an electro-psycho circus, where, whether they are same monkeys or same forests. When I talk about the monkeys or forest, I mean about the electro body. The forest could have been, the forest could be ECK, which is now defunct, or Iebc, that is now the body. The monkeys could be the commissioners who come and go, Bernard. So we want to know whether anything changes in the circumstances of having different forests and different monkeys, or where we are having same forests and different monkeys, whether anything really changes for this country. Because, it's so demoralizing. Elections, have demoralized many Kenyans, Bernard. I know there are people who tell me that, since September, they have not watched television. There are people who on pay TV, Bernard. They have never paid for their subscription. I even have downgraded my subscription on pay TV, Bernard. I had not paid since September, but when it came to December, because I wanted to watch the crossover, I used to pay 1,500 every month, and I've downgraded it to 200. So just imagine what the owners of the pay TV are going through. Imagine they have now lost 1,300 shillings a month from me just because of what transpired in that particular election. So it's going to get we are eagerly waiting, Bernard, and because I want to listen from Raila Odinga himself speak. That's why I'll always tell you, just like I told you the other time, that tusiandikie mate na wino huko, wino unakuja. Let us wait for the wino on the 23rd of January 2023, which is just a day away from today, and listen to Raila Odinga say what he knows and give us a way forward. Bernard, the second topic is about back to school. Bernard, on my Facebook, I have two posts. One post is about Langata constituency, and another post is about pictures from Teso. It could be Teso East, Teso North, or Teso South. I'm not sure which one it is, but one of the Teso constituencies. Bernard, the poverty in this country is biting, seriously biting. That you see people wake up to queue very early in the morning in expectation that their kids are going to get bursary. You remember the way we woke up to queue to vote for Raila Odinga? People are now waking up to queue with an expectation of getting bursary, Bernard. I've never seen such things. I went to school in the 80s, Bernard, where majority of us, never relied on bursaries. Our fathers, irrespective of whether they were farmers, small business people, or members of the working class, they could afford to take their kids to school there. What is happening, Bernard, today, that I know even people who are employed, Bernard, today, who are walking around with bursary forms, people who are employed but cannot afford to fully pay school fees for their kids. Something that was being easily done in the 1980s and in the 1990s. Bernard, what's happening in this country? And now we are talking about, and we are talking about a time where people don't have many kids. My father had 14 of us, and he took all of us, the 14 of us, to school without bursary. And there are many people who are like my father who had many kids, and they did the same the way my father did. Today, guys have only 2, 3 kids, Bernard, and they have become unable to cater for the education of their kids. because of the circumstances that they have been put in by the economy. So, it's not a very, very good picture seeing people waking up very early in the morning at 5 or 6 in the morning to go and queue with an expectation of a bursary that could be only 3,000 or 4,000 shillings, Bernard, per term. So, we must come up with a way, Bernard, to deal with the poverty in this country, Bernard. Because what we are dealing in, Bernard, is what I call surface scratching. We are only scratching the surface. When the poverty in this country, Bernard, is now becoming a real mountain that must be dealt with as a mountain. So if we cannot handle the poverty as a mountain and we continue scratching it as if it's an anthill, Bernard, it's going to consume us because people are poor and many people come Monday, they don't know how they're going to take their kids to school, Bernard. So I don't know what President William Ruto and his government has for these particular people. I got a letter of admission for my son who has been admitted to Form 1, and the government is telling me that it's going to pay for me, I think 22,000 out of I think 53,000. Then I have to pay the rest. And if you tell a poor person that now I'm going to pay for you 22,000, then you pay the rest of the money, then the poor person will ask you, where will I get? There are people who don't have even a shilling. So even if you tell them that you are going, even if the school fees was to be 3,000, and you tell them that you are going to pay 2,500, they'll tell you that there's nowhere they can get the 500 shillings, and that's the scenario we are in, Bernard. So I don't know. I don't know what the plan A that William Samoei Ruto has, to help guys who cannot put the education for their kids come Monday, Bernard. Because if nothing happens on Monday to help people, cater for the education of their kids, then we are likely to have many kids drop out of school. And there's this thing that we call urban poverty. Bernard, in the villages, kids somehow struggle and they end up in school. But in town, it has become difficult because in town, everything is money. So we are having many young children in town dropping out of school because perhaps at home they cannot get a meal. At home, there are challenges, including where to live, Bernard, and they cannot even afford to pay the small money that they're being asked to pay in school. So that's a very, very big challenge, Bernard. And it's adding up to the poverty that we are seeing in this country. Finally, Bernard, KCSE and the talk around it, the too many A's, there are people who there are various schools of thought. So, in regards to the too many A's, that have been scored in the year, that have been scored for the KCSE of 2022, many people have their own stories around those A's, Bernard. I don't know what is your story in regard to those A's. Thank you. Let me allow somebody else to come in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wangira. Those A's are a shock, in my opinion. We are back in the old system. Matiang's accomplishment and Makoha's heavyweight investment in ensuring that exam cheating will not take place in this country, all of it has gone down the drain. The cartels are back. Now it is the highest bidder. What that spells, the future looks very bad. The kind of doctors we are generating from our schools, the kind of nurses we are generating from our schools will just be there to write for us death certificate, nothing else. Because there is no way we mess the education and expect to get quality people in our human resource production. And the people who are behind that, may God have mercy on you. Because you don't corrupt the future generation and expect for it to go well with you. It's evil, it's immoral, unacceptable. Thank you everybody for continuing to follow the program. Please, let's keep engaging even as we continue exchanging, as we pursue and pray and push for a better Kenya. we still encourage us, those of you who are yet to subscribe to Sound Candid Talk channel, please do. We are rising well. We have, I think, close to 500. I want us to get to 1,000 subscribers by tomorrow, by Monday. So let's keep pushing. And after you subscribe, help 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to subscribe. Utakuwa unatusaidia. Tumsikilize Buzz tukisonga mbele.
Hi, Bernard, and the rest of the guys in the panel.
Hi to you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. It's a long time.
Nice you this year.
The last time was before the election.
Okay.
And I think we have been proven right. And I don't say you have been proven wrong. We have all gone right.
Yes. For stealing, yes. Yeah, I agree.
I think, Bernard, this time we are going, at this moment, I think we are back to 2002. I was a bit young, but the changes that came with the late Moi Kibaki are similarly to the changes that are going to come with the current President William Ruto. He has taken in some hard decision to reversing what has been done in the last 5 or 6 years under the handshake government. Of note, we have seen he has cancelled some of the projects that were going to be done on debts, like the Mau Road has been cancelled, which is correct. He is reducing the burden on Kenyans towards debt. The future generation, what they have to pay now has been reduced. So I think we are on the right track. Yes, we do agree. 2023 is going to be a very, very hard year for everybody. We do know that reconstruction is very difficult. Reconstructing something is very, very difficult. So we can say is that we have to be together. This time there will be 2023 will not be hard for Azimio people or UDA guys. It's going to be hard for everyone. But I do believe at the end of it, things are going to come good. We do have hope in this government. Regarding the what Jeremiah Kioni said the other day, I think if we have to have comedy, then we have to add Jeremiah Kioni to the comedy of this country. I do recall some of the statement Jeremiah Kioni said after the election, before the presidential matter had been finally settled, and he told the Central people that they have walked themselves into the opposition. I don't know whether he can recall that and tell the people whether they are in the position or he is in the opposition. The figure he has come up with and the imaginary whistleblower, I think to me, and the timing that he is talking about these funny figures is a precursor for the coming back to the country of Raila Odinga. If it is not a precursor to try to bring them back to government, to force something like a handshake, or this time because the government is very hard, let's say a 2 fingers shake, ama donga, because hapa hakuna handshake. Ruto has equivocably said there will be no handshake at whatever cost. So kama ni donga anatafuta through the imaginary figures, I think it is done and dusted. It's not going to happen, not under this regime. So he can come up with figures.
You know, I respect you and I don't want us to quarrel. Jeremiah Kioni did not give any figures that are imaginary. Okay? The whistleblower is from Iebc. Chebukati is from Iebc. You are not from Iebc. The person to deny these figures is supposed to be who? Chebukati. Okay? Or at least the people who are in Iebc. But you rubbishing them like that as if you're the one who wrote them and confidently continuing to lie to Kenyans in the pretext that those figures are from the air when we are the people that voted and we know who we voted for. You are still perpetuating the lies of the assumption that the UDA has made, that whatever they think, that is what Kenyans execute. I don't think so.
Bernard,
deny
when
the authenticity of the figures based on the valid information, because that is not imaginary figure.
Buzz, I'm really ashamed when I look at you at your age. You are telling us when Kibaki.
Michael, you're out of order, please. Thank you. Wait for your turn. So, Buzz,
Bernard,
yes.
The figures have not been brought by the whistleblower. The figures have been brought by one Jeremiah Kioni. Jeremiah Kioni is not IEBC. He may purport to have a whistleblower, or there may be none. If they had come from a whistleblower himself.
Did you read the expose? Did you read the surrounding story about the whole figures, or you just rubbish them?
Outrightly, I just rubbished them because they didn't have context.
Okay. That's why you're saying what you're saying, because you looked at it on the surface. Okay, there are two faces to what Jeremiah Kioni gave. Two faces. One, the whistleblower gave information. Okay, that information was handed over to a private company. Okay, that did forensic audit using the information by the whistleblower, tracing the Form 34As when they left the polling station, where they went, the original forms, okay? And it was through that forensic audit that they came up with those figures as the votes were being transmitted. The proof was the forms that we were treated to in the pretext of the so-called public pot, okay, were not the JPEG forms that were sent from the Kim's kit. Just like the matter came up at the Supreme Court and the court decided to look the other side. And so don't just, take Kenyans for fools. Kenyans are not as dumb as they may look. So,
Bernard, let us not throw words and just talk for the sake of it. There is no private company that is that private that has the capacity to carry out what you are purporting to be forensic audit. So based on a whistleblower's information. It is not possible.
It is now capacity. It won't be said the whistleblower is a drunkard. Now you are saying the company has no capacity. Based on what? Have you given that company the responsibility and they failed before?
Bernard, IEBC has been audited in the past, not once, not twice. The audits have not been carried out. No, let us just proceed with the figure.
Let's do this.
Bernard,
if those figures are imaginary, okay, we have IEBC to prove. If those figures are valid, we still have got IEBC to prove. As for you and me, we don't live in the water. The alligator has come from the water. The alligator has said Mama Crocodile is sick. I have every reason to believe the alligator because I don't live in water. But you who live both in water and in the land, probably you have more information than I do. But if all you're doing is digging in the pretext that the train has left the station, we already have a sitting president, there's nothing that can be done. We have had that before. We will keep hearing it. But what I'm here for is a just Kenya, a true Kenya, a Kenya where things are done rightly. Like the question Wangira asked, look at the A's. The A's that Matiang'i did away with have all come back. That 400 A's in one school another one
Bernard.
400 days. I mean,
Bernard,
hata kama.
Bernard, let us go back to Raila Odinga's statement in 2016 when he said, after the introduction of Matiang'i rules, let's listen to him. When he said that it is either the students are fools or the teachers are stupid for them to fail that way. Today, the performance has improved. You have forgotten what he said by then. Let us not be taken to be
Why
fools.
do you make Raila Odinga everything, Baz? What did Raila Odinga do to you? When was Raila Odinga Minister for Education in this country?
What I'm saying is I have nothing against him.
Why do you drag Raila Odinga's name in everything? Who told you that whatever Raila Odinga says is the Bible? And then what makes you think that if you drag Raila Odinga's name, it will sell? Why didn't we have S when Magoha was Minister for Education last year?
We had A's. We
did not have those.
Ubuzi, toka hapa. Bernard, excuse me, Bernard, toa watu kama wanatuletea nini? Wanaga feelings.
It's okay, thank you. Let's leave it there.
Hawa ni wale watu wanafikiria speaking English. I'm really ashamed of this guy. Very old and anajifanya during Kibaki was young.
Order, Michael. Thank you. Order. Thank you. Mr. Wangira, quickly, in half a minute.
You know, you may hate the message, but it's also good to always be ready to receive the message. You know, just the other day, a day before, Jeremiah Kioni, came up with the allegation they came up with. We had also the other allegation from the president, who said that, there were moves towards, Wafula Chebukati, and, which could perhaps have culminated into his murder. Those were the allegations that came up. And we didn't dismiss them also. And that's why I remember saying on this particular platform that, that perhaps this is the opportune time for us to have a commission of inquiry to investigate into all these things. You are now here calling calling Jeremiah Kioni all type of things, and you are forgetting that Jeremiah Kioni is only quoting a source. And the source that Jeremiah Kioni is quoting is a source from a guy called Jeffrey Smith, who is the founding director of the Vanguard Africa. And Jeffrey Smith, as the director of Vanguard Africa, was an observer during the 2022 general election. That's what you are not telling us. And this is what the gentleman said. Jeffrey Smith. Smith said it very clearly that the transparency that was evident on the election day with vote counting in every polling station in full view of party agents and observers like himself suddenly went opaque when the results started streaming in at the Iebc headquarters, which was the Bomas of Kenya. So according to Jeffrey Smith, the problem was not at the polling station. It was not in the counting. It was not in the broadcasting. It was not in the counting. But it was in the transmission. Immediately the data was transmitted at the Bomas of Kenya. That's where the problem was. And I'm not saying that Jeffrey Smith is 100% correct on this issue. Just like I don't want to dismiss the other party that is telling us that there were people who were planning things against Wafula Chebukati. But I don't want to dismiss them fully. The way that I also don't want to dismiss Jeffrey Smith fully. What we agreed on is that there are issues here, that the elections of 2022 had an issue from both sides. The president has told us that there were issues around this election. Raila Odinga, the Azimio la Umoja, has also told us that there were issues around this election. And according to you, you come here and you want to tell us that, there were no issues in these elections. According to you, there were no issues. When when Kenya Kwanza themselves have told us that there were issues around these elections, Azimio have told us there were issues around these elections. You on this platform, you are telling us that there are no issues. So what are you trying to tell us, my brother?
Thank you very much, Mr. Wangir. I think you have been very clear. I have not said that there was no issue. There was an issue, definitely. That is why today there is a commission of inquiry regarding some 4 commissioners. That was an issue. What we cannot now be able to say or even entertain is about the figures. When somebody tells us there was an issue with transmission, when there is an issue with transmission, I think if you listen to the petition, Justice Smoking Wanjala asked the advocate, the Muhindi guy, asked him if there is a problem with the transmission, you go back to the source. And that one, Azimio failed to show us that the figure announced at the polling station were any different to what was contained in the final figure. Then today the guy comes up with figure saying somebody got 8.1. Please save us from this comic, please. If he has an issue with the figures, let him tabulate every figure that he has gotten from each and every polling station in this country. Then you would say, from your polling station, Mr. Wangila, you'd say, this could be correct or not correct. From the polling station that I voted in, I would be able to say these one were not the votes because this is what was voted and counted, and it was also posted on the walls of the classroom that I voted. I think that's how the election is in Kenya. Bernard, back to you. Bernard seems to be doing other things. I think on the second issue of back to school and overburden of parents, I think this is being felt across the country. We cannot say that there is good money circulation in the country, but we believe everything is going to be good as the year turns by. Let's watch for the first budget of Kenya Kwanza, which might ease on this burden on parents. So maybe from July, we're going to have a...
Buzi, excuse me, Buzi. So you feel happy when Ruto government akiteza wale maminista walikuwa wahuru, walikuwa wanateseka. Hiyo ndio unafurahia? Na vile walikuwa wanatufanyia kazi mzuri kuweka nchi yetu very nice, everything was good, control. Unafurahi na huyo Ruto akitesa maminista huru? Unafurahi akitesa huru? Unafurahi akitesa baba? Unafurahi akitesa wale walikuwa nafanya kazi na huru? Hiyo ndio furahia yako? Hata situwe watu wa huruma. Sasa huyo Ruto ni mtu, huyo ni nani sasa? Ruto ni nani sasa? Shame on you.
Thank you. Please let's keep the decorum, please. And then let's also do justice to the debate, not this campaign that Baz is trying to bring. Okay, the 100 days of Kenya Kwanza has proven that Kenya Kwanza is not up to anything good except in Baz's eye. Okay, and he believes he has yet to point to us one policy that Kenya Kwanza has rolled out that guarantees an outcome. He's telling us he believes. He's the minister for distributing prayers and things. By praying around the country, is going to bring food, is going to bring education, is going to bring... I'm the pastor here and I'm the teacher of prayer. But prayer is useless when God's ways are neglected. My bishop taught me that. Prayer is useless when God's ways are neglected. We kata kulima shamba yako, uenda kuomba, uone kama mbegu itatoka kwa hiyo shamba yako ingie kwa store. Kenya Kwanza are jokers. They are not providing anything that is reliable. We can't rely on them. Let's end there. The nani me drop. Ilikuwa tani ya Michael. Tumsikilize Lala. Please, nataka sasa
Mzalendo is also back, Bernard.
Nataka kumaliza mkururo wa wale watu hawajaongea. Tumalize hivyo ndio tuanze hii maneno. Tukianza hii maneno maswali ina drag sana. So tuachie hapo tafadhali, tumsikize Lala, twende moja kwa moja, we go to the next person, then although Mzalendo was here lakini Mzalendo wacha Lala akuja alafu ukuje, and then we'll finish with the other guy. Rhoda, tulia tafadhali. Let's give the people who have not said anything to say, then we will enjoy the second round. Thank you. Lala, go ahead. Unmute, Mr. Lala. We can't hear you. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Yes.
Thank you, Bernard. This is my second time. I was here some time back, but I'm happy to be back. I don't, at the moment, not in the country, but I live in the United States, and I'm quite encouraged, first of all, by the debate that I think I'm hearing from some of you. My friend Buzz, I think is basically trying to create something that he cannot prove that Kenya Kwanza is up to the task. I don't think they are. But clearly what is going on at the moment, I think it's an indicator that you cannot keep lies and expect matters to stay that way. Truth will always triumph. And to me, I don't even see it as Kenya Kwanza versus Azimio. I look at it as right versus wrong, evil versus righteousness. Because what we have done at the moment is really worse than any other sin or any other bad situation. Because here's a case where what we are trying to do, we have allowed a few group of people to manipulate. Manipulation has gone on and create a situation that is very tense between ethnic societies, whether it is the Luos and Kikuyus and all that. A number of people have been feeling almost like this other group is basically trying, will never support somebody from this particular place, when actually that's not true. And it's because some few people under Chebukati decided to manipulate a very clear election, which everybody knows outside here. And there are some of us who have tried very, very hard to create a healthy Kenya where it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter what language you speak and what tribe you come from. We are one Kenya. And I think the election proved that. But then Chebukati Nosei Kamago, that group of evil people, is trying to tell us that Kenya is not that. But Kenya is truly one nation. And of course, all this have not been completely accepted, the new finding, but it is clearly something that we instinctively knew within us, that something is not right, because mathematically or clearly you could not understand, you could not make sense of how this election turned out, based on what was on the ground, based on what people knew, based on science and everything else. So it was a surprise, but for me, I'm willing to accept truth. Truth is what Kenyans are looking for. And for us here in the diaspora, and some of us have failed you because we have been a little bit on the periphery. But I think talking to the people around the United States, there is this desire for truth finally to come out, because it's the truth that will set us free. We can't live on lies. At every election, we are living on lies. We have to have truth. If truth is Ruto won, let Ruto be the president. If he didn't, he should not be. So we can't hide behind everything is done, everything has happened. No, because even here in this country, we are following Trump. Trump is not out of the hood, out of danger. And the simple reason is that they tried to meddle with democracy. And if you go against electoral processes and change things, democracy is gone. Trust is what keeps a nation. And with people like Chebukati, who should be in jail, in prison, and people who are talking like Buzz and others, if you ever studied anything, gone to school, you have a moral conscience, you're a church member, I'm sure your parents are, and you are, something must disturb you inside of you. Your conscience should be able to disturb you. Truth is what will keep Kenya moving forward. Unless we embrace it as a nation, then we will not. Because what I see here is God has given us opportunity for us to put things right. And so truth must come out. Every Kenyan should come out and demand truth. Forensic audit should continue on. Whatever it is that Baba has got to come out. Ruto, if he has something, let him bring it out. And others who are listening to me, if you're part of this cartel, come out, come and express, speak the truth. If you are bought with money, because we have a country, I came to this country, United States, 30 years ago. And I went to a store. And because I was a Kenyan, they asked me if I needed a job. I asked them why, because we have the Kenyans here who are doing an excellent job. And so we think Kenyans are very good people. Now it is almost the opposite, because they hear this. Every time I met out there, they ask me such questions. What is really going on in Kenya? We cannot trust it anymore. We are even worse than Nigeria at this moment. And I think we got a chance this time to put things right, because election is the biggest sale we have to improve our economy. If we do it right, people will want to invest in Kenya. I had dinner with Baba, and Baba talked to people like us to begin to work with businesses around the globe. I had business people that I talked to during the process when we were trying to, the campaign time. These people gave us, supported us in every way. Now they don't want to hear about Kenya after they saw what really happened. And these people are ready to help us, with our economy. Because number one, perception is everything. If you're perceived as clean, corruption has been reduced, people would come to invest. And that's what happened to Kibaki, first Kibaki, the government, because there was a perception around the globe. So Kenyans was actually viewed very, very good. There's the viewing of Kenya was index went up. And that allowed us to come in and connect with businesses and attract investment that improved our economy. And so we can talk about Kibaki, time. And so if now we correct our election processes, I'm telling you, the economy will go up. This is where we got it wrong, and we must put it right if we want to have a good economic, gains at the moment, or else Ruto and the team don't know what they are doing. I've studied economics, okay? I had a little study, of economics in the United States. I'm a pastor like my brother. I do pastoral, I study theology. And I think I went to a good school called Harvard Business School. And I think I know something about economy. Okay, so I know exactly how this can work. So my prayer is that all Kenyans, if you hear my voice, let us stand up for what is true. Forget about your tribe, forget about your religion, forget about your checkbooks, your economics. Think as Kenyan and think about what is right. And think about what God calls us to do. He has shown the man what is right and what is pleasing. and that is to love justice and mercy. And we can stand and save our nation, save our democracy at this moment. So it's not about the parties, it's about right versus wrong. It's about criminality versus true win. That's what we should be thinking about. And so, thank you, Bernard. Thank you, panelists. That's what I would say as I join you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala. We appreciate that so much. And it's the heart of everything. The heart of everything. Wrong process will always give us wrong products. And wrong products will always bring problems when they are applied. We can't have a country of cheats, twistedness, subverting of processes, looking for shortcuts, and then at the end of the day tunawaleta wote, tunawabatiza, tunawaambia sasa ni watakatifu. Watakatifu, upendo unafunika wingi wa dhambi. Hakuna dhambi hapa. At the end of the day, hizo dhambi zikijaa kwa kikombe, kikombe kitafurika. Let us be part of what is right, not what is wrong. Asante sana. Tuendelee watu wa kusubscribe. Naona tumefika 501 ama update me. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Mzalendo mbio mbio tukisonga. Mzalendo, then turudi kwa Nzushi.
Asante sana.
Mzalendo come in, and then I think I will be signing out so that Leo can continue with the rest of the show. Mzalendo, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Bernard. Thank you for allowing me in the show. Although you kicked out someone earlier on, some UDA supporter, but today you did a very good job to bring Gaucho on board. That's a plus to Mtembei TV. At least we had to listen to somebody from the ground and the plans that they were having. Although I'm a bit disappointed that people didn't give Gaucho a lot of time and didn't give him the right questions regarding how they are going to take over leadership from the president, how they are going to unlawfully take leadership from the presidency. So that should have come out very, very clear in the show. I think you failed as a media practitioner.
No, Salendo, your spying assignment has failed because
Oh, okay.
the information they sent you to collect, you did not get. Leave it there. We don't share that here.
Let me leave it there. I hope you're going to bring him a lot to this show, and it will also give a lot of credibility to Mtembei TV. That's a plus. That's a plus, and congratulations. And now, Wangila, there's a guy called Wangila was here earlier on, alluding that Jeffrey Smith is a so-called whistleblower. Jeffrey Smith is not the whistleblower. Jeffrey Smith only advocates for good governance in Africa, especially for elections. Jeffrey Smith has said, and I said, and I quote, that elections in Kenya were credible, were very, very credible. And even if there were malpractices, there is no way they can find out where the problem was. That is from the guy that you've been saying that is the whistleblower. So unfortunately, there is some people who are struggling to accept a loss. It's called grandiose narcissism. You know, when you're struggling to accept that you have lost an election, this is where we are at the moment. Lola failed to...
Salendo.
Yeah.
Unajua mimi naheshimu wewe kwa sababu wewe ni mzee. Okay? Lakini please ukipeana information peana information vile ilivyo, sio vile ungependa tuone. Get that? Why are you mixing the whistleblower with Smith and all that? And you're doing that deliberately. See it ujui. You know the difference between all this, and you're not even showing the facts. Just address yourself to those matters. Or at least help us on how to receive Baba when he comes from South Africa. I think that will be better than you trying to misinform people, giving them twisted information.
Okay, Bernard, you don't want me to give the right information, then maybe I will.
The information I'm giving, you know it is not right, and you know it's not right. It's not that I'm
No,
saying.
I'm only correcting Wangila that Jeffrey is not a whistleblower.
Wangira never said he's a whistleblower.
Yes. Who is he? Who is Jeffrey Smith?
IEBC. Jeffrey does not work with IEBC.
Yes, but the source is Jeffrey Smith.
The information by the whistleblower was handed over to Joseph Smith for scrutiny.
Oh, was that? Yes.
To verify,
Thank
whether
you.
that information is valid or not.
Okay, this is what Jeffrey Smith said. The initial analysis of caveats does not dictate Kenya's election 2022 elections were stolen. Those claiming or alluding otherwise aren't credible. This is why I personally focused on recommendation to improve elections, which was published here. That is Jeffrey Smith.
That's published where?
That is on his journal. That is Jeffrey Smith.
Okay.
So that is what he was saying. Anyway, let's forget about this issue of Jeffrey Smith for a while.
Share the link of that information you're sharing now.
I will share you. I'll share with you the thread. But you can just go on Twitter and find out what he said about the election. Jeffrey Smith on Twitter, he talked about the election, the rumors that Kenyans were circulating that elections were stolen. He has all the answers there. So sometimes when we come here, we need to do a lot of
talking about a tweet. A tweet has all that information.
Yes, a Twitter is one of his thread has all that information. Just Google, go to Twitter and then look up Jeffrey Smith and IEBC Kenya. You will find out what the information that he has given out. So that is very, very important for us to understand.
That you make your
on Baba's coming, and that is very, very important, especially for those who are still believing that elections were stolen. It is important because at least it will give some light on how it happened and where they were while it was happening and why they couldn't stop it. That will give us a lot of insight and maybe a possibility of improving our elections in future. Sometimes I would like us to come to this show and just behave like Kenyans, not as me or UDS supporters. These issues of elections, we have talked about it for a very, very long time. It is very, very divisive. Every time elections are held in Kenya, this other side, somebody has to claim that, elections were stolen. Whether it's genuine or not genuine, I think we need to really dig deep into this matter. And people dying during election time. I remember in Embakasi, somebody died, and we still went ahead with elections. An IEBC official is killed. Kenyans are so heartless. An IEBC official is killed. We still go on with elections. The burial is held. Nobody even talks about it. Nobody talks about it. Musando was killed. Baba had the handshake. I mean, that was a very, very important to tell Uhuru, his brother, to investigate these matters. Now we have Chebukati's issue. Chebukati's issue, it has to bring like Babu Owino is saying, and everybody else, we want to investigate every death that has happened in election. That is justice. That is justice. Let us not move on without justice. That is very, very important because Kenyans have always been moving on without justice. Things happen, Baba shakes his hands with other people, and we forget what has happened. Elections are held, people are killed, we forget what has happened, and we move on. I think the timing, like just one of the panelists has said, the timing was very, very accurate. The whistleblower, Kioni's press statement, Chebukati's exit, that was imminent. He had to go at some point. But Chebukati's exit and the whistleblower, these things should be investigated. Yes, Chebukati unaenda nyumbani ndio. You have left us in limbo. We need to find out what happened during your tenure. Kama kulikuwa na corruption, let us investigate it. If Kioni and the whistleblower have got the right figures, let them tell us hizo figures wamezitoa wapi. But for us, maybe on this other side, the side of Azimio, they believe on the figures because this is what is giving you victory here. Yeah. But how can you authenticate that these figures are true? Today, a mad will wake up from a market in Nyeri and give you figures that hizi ni za IBC. Na nilizipata kutoka kwa mtu wa IBC. Then you come and say, Baba won the election.
Don't insult our intelligence, please. You are trivializing a very serious matter here. The people who vote in this country don't come from heaven. They don't descend on the voting morning and then they vote and then they go back to heaven. We live in this country. We vote as communities. In fact, our voting is either tribal block or community block or regional block.
Yes.
So when we finish voting, almost everybody knows who voted for who. It's not something that IBC should come to inform us. We can tell the outcome of an election from our own, even just chatting among ourselves as we are on the queue, as we are going to vote, and after voting. So don't like what Mount Kenya is now saying. Okay, Mama Agnes was here yesterday. See, she's been wondering where did the votes they voted, where did it go? They have been verified, they have been depressed, they went and voted a particular way. The results came the other way. So they were wondering where did their vote go to? And now revelations are showing where the vote had gone to. Somebody suppressed the votes and inflated somebody else's imaginary votes. And you want us to buy into that fallacy that the people who voted, the literal organic people that voted, were the ones who did not vote. But the ones that were tabulated on the computer, those are the valid votes. I have asked you this question over and over. If William Ruto is that popular and has that enormous support, why is his presidency limping? Why is he addressing empty chairs in stadiums? Why are county commissioners begging chiefs to go and collect people from the house so that they can have audience? The facts speak for themselves. William Ruto is an unchallenger against Raila Odinga in any election. Hata tukiitisha uchaguzi sahi, even on this platform, let's do a poll just on this platform.
That will be a mockery because this is a platform for
Azimio. It's not a mockery.
That will be a mockery of the highest order.
In every space, we just do. Let's do a poll now, okay? How many are for Raila Odinga? How many are not? Then we conclude. So hii story ya kuja hapa kutubumbaza na kusema we collected information from a madman. Deny the information. Don't deny the messenger of the information. Deny the information. Invalidate the information. Don't cast aspersion on the messenger. The preacher can be drunkard, But if what is preaching is right, the preaching is right. The preacher can be wrong, but the preaching can be right.
You know, in Azimio circle, the preacher is right. In the UDA circle, the preacher is wrong. So that is how we stand.
But right and wrong does not depend on Azimio or UDA, does it?
You know, you brought a very important point that I've always wondered, that people of this country vote on tribal lines, and regions are voting on tribal lines. So we want to assume, okay, Central voted for William Ruto. Rift Valley voted for...
That is not what I said, Mzalendo. Stop twisting what I said. Just forget it.
That's not what you said.
I'm saying
Okay.
I was proving to you that the people that vote talk to each other. By the time they finish voting, they know which direction they voted. They don't wait for IEBC to tell them the direction they voted. And so when the vote is counted, then it's announced otherwise. Okay? That is when now they get shocked. Like we had Jubilee members of parliament in Western that nobody voted for, but they won elections. We had Jubilee members of parliament in Kisii that nobody voted for, but they won elections. Those are the shockers that IBC has been feeding us to. Those are the ones that we are refuting. Why? Because when we go to vote, we know almost who will win. Why? Because we have the blocks. That if we put these blocks together, this is the outcome. But you want to refute
your statement
all that
is misleading.
and come up and say,
no,
the people who voted did not vote. It is you counted that voted. Watch you. Forget that. Bwana Leo, where are you? Let's do this. Ngoja kwanza. Asempo, I've seen you. Thank you. But I want to give nani enthusiastic. Enthusiastic.
Thank you so much. Yes. Yes.
Hold on. Yes.
Mr. Bernard, thank you so much. Actually, my name is Ndosi. So, and I really appreciate, this is my very first time to be in this panel. So to the panelists, greetings. And I just wanted to jump into something that was said by Mr. Buzz. There's a book by Chinua Achebe, Arrow of God. He said, you cannot carry fire and water on the same mouth. Because you said, like, what Raila is saying about, Azimio is talking about this whistleblower, you say is just hot air. But you can claim that Ruto told us somebody was trying to murder Chebukati. He's right. He's not proving anything. So, hata Waswahili wanasema, siku ya nyani kufa, miti yote hoteleza. So right now, that's why they are grabbing everything and throwing it right there, because they knew this was coming and they knew they were sitting on this information. And it cannot be hidden for that long. So at one point, this was going to come out. And I'm glad it came out early during his presidency. And that's why he was jumping and buying every one of them. He's going everywhere, making promises. I live in the US. And Trump, if you can do, Trump knew that he could not, he didn't have the majority. He didn't have the majority numbers. That's why he tried to brainwash every one of the people here, the followers. And you tell them things that cannot be, you cannot even comprehend. You give them things, even, what happened during the COVID, he was just telling them you can drink bleach and all those kind of things. Things that people want to hear, somebody has solutions. Ruto he knew that he wasn't legitimately elected. And that's why he's jumping everywhere and buying people. If he was legitimately elected, he wouldn't be bothered. I mean, he'll love the people. He'll love the majority of the people. But he's jumping there. And as I said, he's just using the same Trump method here. Even his daughter, that's why he was jumping and creating offices that don't exist. Just the same like Trump brought his people up there. And he was trying to make sure people are looking him like the savior and hiding behind religion. Because all these things happening, he's claiming that, you know, somebody is going to be murdered, like Chebukati. He didn't talk about what happened to Musando, what happened to the other guy during election who are already dead. Not somebody who's working with bodyguards and people with guns every day. But because he's feeding you all that, so that because he knew what was coming and he knew there's nothing that he could hide for all those times, that he wasn't legitimately elected by the majority of Kenyans. So these are the things to entice Kenyans. And the same, I think there's a guy who talked about even the education. He wanted the, you know, that's why they brought to show that he's doing very well, that all of a sudden kids are doing well in school. He brought all these hustler funds to show people are doing well in economy. Those are things to show that you are popular when you are not. So, I mean, we are all here because we care about Kenya. So sometimes let us be balanced. If you are in the United States and you watch Fox News, you think everything that is happening in this country is just horrible. But you have to also watch both and also, you know, don't be extremist on one way because you are told Ruto is a Christian, he's going to save this country, everything that he's doing, and you just jump in and stay with him. Because that's what he kept on saying, you know, is the only Christian. And everybody else was not. He tried to say even Raila has never been in a church. And these are things that our populists do. Trump did the same thing. He kept on saying, even today he's jumping on things that he's saying about classified information. He's trying to divert attention. And that's what Mr. Ruto is doing. I mean, everything we have to look at it. If there was somebody who's, you know, if somebody was ready to kill Chebukati, we also need to analyze that. But you don't have to jump in and say that's wrong. And then when whistleblower comes, you say that is wrong. And so we have to be balanced, Mr. Bass. Don't just jump into something. Today there will be Ruto, tomorrow there will be somebody else. But we are all here. People are staying late here because we care about the country. So let's not bring emotions. Just be balanced. Listen to everybody. Don't be so much on extremist and populism. So that's my contribution, and thank you so much, guys. It's my first time. I'm just going to bail out for somebody to come in.
Okay, thank you so much for that observation. We appreciate it. And your story ya Chebukati kuwawa, the part that we are not told, okay, is the most interesting part. Now that they had a wind that somebody want to abduct Chebukati and kill Chebukati, who protected Chebukati from the people who wanted to abduct him and murder him?
And we are not being told who they are.
If it is UDA that protected Chebukati from being killed, abducted and murdered by Uhuru Kenyatta, okay, then it goes without saying Chebukati did what he did as a return of a favor. Now that you have saved my skin from these people, okay, now I will make you president so that you continue protecting me. So if they want that line of thinking, let's go with it. But it will still end up at their doorstep. Huwezi kutumia uongo kufunika uongo mwingine na kufunika uongo mwingine, ukweli utakupata sehemu fulani. Kenyans of goodwill, let's make this country better. Story ya exam leakage, hiyo ni ngoma ambayo ni mbaya sana. Mbaya sana. And it's all this desperation. You are so desperate in looking, performing when you know you don't perform, and now you mess up systems. It's horrible, especially touching on education and health. Those two things, education and health, those are two major sacred things that any government should not play with. An irresponsible government plays with education, plays with health, and plays with food security. Kenya Kwanza is number 1 on that list. Food security, they bring fertilizer. They say they have subsidized the fertilizer. Fertilizer is 3,500. Okay, now farmers go collect fertilizer. Say, oh, we did not bring the fertilizer. We want your phone numbers so that we send you 1,500 so that you add to 3,000 to the 3,000 and go and buy directly. Kenya Kwanza imetufanya maneno. Msiipatie muda mwingine. Watimuliwe kwa hiyo ofisi. Tena mapema. Nao naomba hivi. Kesho ni siku ya chache. I need to go and put myself together and be ready to deliver someone. Kuna mtu alikuwa ananikosoa hapa anasema I said a blasphemous statement when I said prayer is useless. Wachungaji wengi hapa. I did not just say prayer is useless. I said very well, and I'm a very good communicator by my own standards. Eh? I don't say things for saying. I said prayer is useless when God's ways are neglected. Okay? You cannot neglect the ways of God and then say you're going to use prayer and prayer will take care of everything. It will not work. A farmer who does not dig his farm but prays every day, will his farm produce the product simply because he prays? No. So where the Bible says go and dig, you go and dig. Where he said pray, go and pray. You cannot substitute the two. So what does Kenya Kwanza government supposed to do in terms of policies, okay, that guarantee food security? Policies that guarantee credible quality education. Policies that guarantee coexistence between communities. Policies that guarantee environment for thriving businesses. Where are those policies? They can't point you at one. But Thanksgiving every Sunday, county to county, thanking God for helping them steal election. I'm happy that I'm not God, okay? But if I was God, one of these fine days, I would just descend in one of those meetings. Ninyonge tu watu wawili tu, nikimaliza hapo, wengine watapata lesson from that. Ningekuwa Mungu. Ni vile tu si Mungu. And that's why I'm not God. But if I was God, I just descend. Ninyonge tu watu wawili, for example. Unajua Anania na Safira, okay? After Anania na Safira walianguka, chachi ilinyooka. Hakuna mtu alikuja kuleta sadaka ya kulipa Mungu ati mimi niliuza kashamba nimeleta hii. Tunahitaji kunyonga watu wawili tu hapa Kenya. Na kanisa litaheshimiwa. All the same, thank you so much. Mr. Leo, wewe ndio utashikilia mpaka dakika mwisho, na naona Big J is here. Mama nani alikuwa hapa? Asembo ndio ataongea. Wacha Asembo aongee, alafu Big J, then mama nani alikuwa na swali kwa Mzalendo, lakini nataka wale wajaongea wamalize kwanza, alafu ndio ufungue hiyo chapter. But you will give priority to Kenyan Rari after Asembo and Big J. Kama kuna swali kwangu, mimi nimeng'atuka.
Okay, Bernard, asante sana. Mimi swali zangu zinaenda kwa Mzalendo. Mzalendo amesema kuna wenye waliuliwa kwa wakati during elections na atuongee kwa sababu ujua hawa watu. I just want to ask him some few questions, like first of all, 2007 unakumbuka naibu wa rais wa Raila, Mama Martha Karua, wakati walienda for negotiation, walikuwa na negotiate Serena. Ilikuwa ni nani alikuwa anavutia pande wa Raila? Mwenye alimwambia usiache na ukiacha tunapigana. unajua nani alikuwa hii side ya Raila, Martha alikuwa side ya mwingine. Na hao wawili Martha mwenyewe akakuja
Hakuna mtu alisema kitu kama
I was just trying to ask you a question. So let me ask you, then you maybe respond. Normally you ask questions, then I mute my mic, then you respond, so that we have a good debate. So just take note of what I'm asking you, then later you respond to that. Then we'll have a smooth debate. If
okay, go ahead, Asembo. Just state your question.
So, watu waliuliwa, Msanda aliuliwa wakati wa nini? During elections. What we are trying to rectify right now is that next election, the same problem isifanyike. So, Mzalendo akisema Raila atakuja apige handshake pia na iendelee, he was trying to avoid this bloodshed. This time alisema nini? Hakuna Mjaluo atauliwa. Na wakati walinyang'anywa hiyo vitu, alisema fine, tutaenda kwa Supreme Court, wapeane judgment, wakapeana judgment. Kuna mwenye aliuliwa this election? Hakuna. Lakini saa hizi kuna wenye watakufa. So I'm not saying that ni mbaya kusema, but watu watakufa saa hizi because people are hurting. Because the same system that was used in 2007, used to 2013, used to 2002, right, 2022, is the same thing that we are covering up, where corrupt members wananunuliwa, wanapewa pesa, then they change the will of people. And this is something that must be stopped now. If it's not stopped now, the same thing will happen in 2027, the same thing will happen in 2032, and if it's not rectified right now, then hakuna kitu tunafanya na election. Kila mtu akae kwao, mkimeanataka kwenda kwa rais, chukue pesa, aonge wenye anataka kuonga, na chukue rais bila kupanga mtu kwa laini, atienda upige kura, na kipiga kura this way inakuwa turned because of few people. So Mzalendo, usiseme ati watu wanakufa kwa sababu ya Raila kufanya handshake. Hapana. Watu wanakufa kwa sababu ya uongozi mbaya na corrupt fellows who cannot see that the time what's going on is negative. Right now, mtu anajua Chebukati anataka kuuliwa. Mbona kutoka hiyo wakati Chebukati anataka kuuliwa kuja ambia wananchi yenyewe chungeni Chebukati anataka kuuliwa, ama sasa anakuja kuambia watu Chebukati anataka kuuliwa? Yeye nani alimwambia Chebukati anataka kuuliwa? Mzalendo, nani alimwambia Chebukati anataka kuuliwa? Na alipata information kutoka kwa nani? Na yeye mwenyewe alikuwa by that time hakuwa mewaziri, hakuwa mizulu, alikuwa ni bado naibu wa rais. So alikuwa na nguvu ya kuja kutoka na kukuambia wananchi that hii siasa tunapiga saa hizi ili tuisimamishe kwa sababu Chebukati maisha yake iko mbaya, ama the group of IEBC are in danger, so we should not proceed with this thing until we rectify these things. Na wakanyamaza, wakakuja wakapishwa, wakafanya kazi zao zote chafu zote ndani. Sasa hizi wanakuja wanatuambia Chebukati anataka kuuliwa. Na hiyo 800 million imetoka saa hizi, tunaambiwa 8 million Raila alishinda nayo. Kama ni uongo, mbona inawasha? Ndio kama kile ni uongo, huwezi shughulikia, unaachilia itakuja inaisha. Na mbona sasa wanafuatilia kwa makini wajue nini Raila atasema ama atafanya nini. So let's not work on rumors, tuangalie where are we heading as a people. Kama kuna shida na IEBC na hii IEBC ndio inafanya watu nauliwa, lazima tuitengeneze kwanza, ikuwe safi, ndio ili mtu mwingine mwenye atakuja asikuja kapata shida yenye tunapata saa hizi. Eli watu 10 wakufe saa hizi na hii shida itatuliwe kabisa. Mwenye next time ataka hiyo kiti ya IEBC, kama ni mimi nakuwa chairman wa IEBC, naenda kufanya kazi inafaa nifanye. Sio tunaingia pale nikipewa pesa ninafanya watu wengine wanauliwa. So kama IEBC ndio shida, lazima tuitatue saa hizi ili the next election hakuna kitu kama hii itafanyika. Ukuwe na pesa ama usikuwe na pesa, utakuwa umepiga kura na kura yako itakuwa imehesabika na itakuwa ndio inalinda Kenya. So Mzalendo propaganda ati Raila anafanya the same thing na inaendelea hivyo. This time Raila amesema hakuna mwenye atauliwa, na kama kuna mwenye atauliwa kwa haki ya mwana Kenya, na haki lazima itendeke. Ndio kila mtu mwenye atakuwa anafanya election akiingia kwa hiyo ofisi kutengeneza pesa atakuwa mifungwa. Akiingia kwa hiyo ofisi kujitafutia yeye mwenyewe hela atakuwa nafungwa. Na wananchi watakubali tena mtu auliwe kwa sababu wengine wanapewa pesa ama wanaongwa, ndio ili watu wengine wenye wana nguvu ama wenye wana kipawa cha kulipa watu wanafurushwa nje. Saa hizi unga mayai, crate ya mayai imekuwa 500. Si kwa Jaluo peke yake, all the way from Kilifi to Rusinga mayai ni 500. Ukiwa ulikuwa umepigia Ruto ama ulikuwa umepigia Raila. But hii kwa nini inafanyika? Kwa sababu watu wachache kama kina Wazalendo wanasema tu accept and move on. We are moving on with the same problem to 2027 again. Leo tutakuja kusema imeibiwa tena, tuende tuangalie. And I really blame Raila for accepting the same group kwenda nao kwa election vile walikuwa wamesema they must go 2017. Asijui nini liingilia katikati yao, ndugu yake akakuja akanyamazia, kikundi kaenda wakafanya election na 2022 na the same culprit. So right now what we are talking about TM Zalendo, tuangalie nini lilifanyika. Tunaangalia tunasafisha election group, tunasafisha Iebc. Mwenye anataka kufanya hiyo kazi akuwe ni anafanyia wananchi kazi, aendi pale kibinafsi kufanyia mfuko yake ama familia yake ama rafiki yake, anaenda pale kutendea Wakenya haki. Na kama huwezi fanya hiyo kazi, itakuwa ngumu kwako kuchukua hiyo kazi, kwa sababu sisi wananchi tutakukujia. Ni sisi wananchi tutakutafuta penye unaishi na tutakuua. Haitakuwa ni rais, haitakuwa ni hao wenye wanatafuta kitu na kuua. Itakuwa ni rais, raia ndio watakuja kukutafuta na wakuue kama huwezi fanyia haki au huwezi tenda haki. So let's forget about these things of he wanted to be killed and there's a plot of him to being killed. That's nonsense. That's not the main issue here. The main issue is that the culprits must be arrested. Results are coming out slowly and evidence are getting out pole pole. And with time, Raila kama yenyewe alishinda na 8 million na yeye ndio opposition leader, na mwenye alishinda na 5 million ndio rais, wananchi hawatakubali hiyo ifanyike. Itabidi mwenye alishinda apewe haki yake na mwenye alishindwa angoje tena, ikifika 2027 ndio wapambane. Lakini ile kikundi inafanya election lazima ikuwe ni kama mtu wa kutenda haki itendewe, sio tupige tu propaganda hapa. Hatutaki propaganda, tunataka haki itendeke. Ukipiga kura yako ikuwe na maana, ikuwe na meaning. When you go and vote, your vote should be casted and you have to be it should be counted like serious thing, not that you just vote and then at the end of the day wataiba tunasonga mbele, wataiba tunasonga mbele. That's not what we are discussing here. We are discussing how well can Kenya move on without this corruption and without this negative energy in this IEBC body. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Asembo. I think that is clear enough for anyone who wants to follow the truth. I have a deficit of a video to play 2 of them, then I'll play them. Sitapatikana. Let's just patiently listen out through this.
Thing. Yeah, and this has been emphasized very much on the face of one Rosalind Akombe, former IEBC commissioner, who fled the country and resigned. Yes, she granted an interview to the Sunday Nation, an exclusive interview in New Jersey, United States of America. Yeah, and if you look at the photographs, she just looks wow. Yeah, gone are the dark spots on her face, the grim look. She's rejuvenated literally. She looks like a very different person. Stress sio mzuri. Stress ni mbaya, hata inaweza kuua. Stress is not good. Anyway, what she had to say about the IEBC was just explosive. We already know she has given us the picture in bits and pieces. She made some new revelations, which they just confirmed the worst fears we all had about what's really going on with the IEBC. Or shall I call it the way I usually call it, the JEBC, the Jubilee Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Now I'm just going to tell you those amazing things shortly after this break coming. See you in a bit. Welcome back. Now, according to Ms. Akombe, former IEBC commissioner, the workings of the IEBC are just startling. Okay? Now, what normally happens is that they receive instructions from elsewhere. Yeah, outside the IEBC kabisa. Yeah? And when they receive these instructions, they're just supposed to be followed to the letter. They just ratify those instructions. Yeah? So really, there's no decision making going on within the IEBC. All the decisions are made outside the IEBC. Now, there are no prizes for guessing where those decisions are made. Of course, they're made in State House. Of course, they're made within the Jubilee High Command. Yeah. And that is why it becomes very sickening when one remembers such statements from Jubilee like, leave the IEBC alone, let the IEBC do their work. Maybe they should have just added, let the IEBC do their work according to our instructions. Yeah, if they were to be truthful. Something else utterly mind-boggling is the fact that even when the commissioners make a small decision, yeah, within themselves, yeah, usually fronted by Akombe and the chairman Chebukati, yeah, when the decision goes to the secretariat, they just ignore it. They don't implement. Gosh, I'm telling you. So clearly for the secretariat, they only take instructions from one source and one source alone. The source outside the IEBC. Okay? So it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what commissioner you are. It doesn't matter how good your ideas are. Even the Supreme Court judgment doesn't matter. Because Akombe says that immediately after the High Court nullification of the election of President Uhuru Kenyatta, she and those commissioners who are serious about this embarked on trying to correct the various things pointed out by the High Court judges, by the Supreme Court judges, yeah, and they got shot down every inch of the way. They suggested this, pana, hiyo haiwezekani. They said this, but the Supreme Court said this, pana, hiyo haiwezekani. Can you imagine that? And there's more, yeah. For those ambitious commissioners and senior staff who would like to do their work, they're quickly brought to line using two very effective methods, either bribery or threats. Yeah? According to Akombe, if you don't agree with them, then your life is in danger. It's as simple as that. Aye. So what are we really doing here? Yeah? What's the point of having an IEBC? Yeah? Why don't we just dismantle the IEBC and we get the elections run directly from State House? Then we know where we're coming from. Yeah? Let the elections be run directly from inside State House. Yeah? Just transfer all those officials, give them an office next to these friends of ours called Dennis Itumbi and company. Yeah? They should be spaced there somewhere next to the office. Give them an office there, and then it's easier. You don't have to send instructions to IEBC and Vassari Towers. Just give them instructions there, then they do what is supposed to be done. Gosh. Haha. This is just ridiculous. And then when people from NASA complain, yeah, people start saying, oh, NASA guys are mad. Yeah? They just want to bring chaos into the country. What are they complaining about? So we just go to the elections. Elections must be held. Elections must be held. Let's go to the elections. Gosh. And when Kumekucha points this out, oh, you're a NASA mole, NASA sycophant. Yeah? How can you say that? The IEBC is independent. It's an independent body mandated by the Constitution. You guys remember, you know how many times Jubilee have repeated that? Every time the topic comes up, that's how they start. From Senator Matangi on TV shows, to Markomen, to Duale, to Ruto, to even the president himself, they all say the same thing. The IEBC is a constitutional body mandated by the Constitution to carry out elections. That's what they emphasize. Now, this is really funny. They, of course, forget to add, fully controlled by us, fully controlled by the state. Wow. Now, I need to point out something. A lot of people have been very upset with Akombe and the way she's making these revelations. I've heard people saying, you know, why doesn't she just say the way you say it the way it is? Yeah, because she says these guys receive information from other sources. Yeah, Then when she's asked by international reporters, where was the pressure coming from? Was it coming from NASA or Jubilee? She says from both sides. You know, it's coming from NASA because they're interfering with our people preparing for the repeat polls in Nyanza and Western. And it also comes from Jubilee. You know, it appears like she's playing a balancing act, eh? And people are asking, you know, why doesn't she just say the threats came from State House? Yeah, this so-and-so, yeah, who represents the state, did this and this and that. Yeah, so-and-so is an intelligence officer, anashindanga kwa ofisi yetu, and so on and so forth. Why didn't she say those things? Well, I can't speak for Kombe, but clearly you have to know that this lady is very smart. Yeah, it is very easy for her to come out like she's just a NASA mole, she's just a NASA supporter who is within the IEBC, and probably a NASA supporter with sour grapes. Yeah, a NASA supporter who wants to frustrate the more popular party Jubilee. Sorry, I have to laugh when I say something so, when I tell lies like that Jubilee is the more popular party. Yeah, even when I'm expressing it in jest, it just anyway. So that's the position, and she has to be very careful about this. But interestingly, in this interview, which will appear in the Sunday Nation, for those who buy the print edition, should appear in the Sunday Nation tomorrow. Yeah, in this print edition, in this particular interview she did in New Jersey with the Sunday Nation reporter, you know, she was able to talk more openly. And you know, sometimes reporters, when they're interviewing you, they ask questions, so you can tell them something, then tell them that's off the record. Yeah, so a reporter, an experienced reporter, knows how to put it. Yeah, knows how to structure it. Yes, and indeed, if you read this article between the lines, it's as clear as day. Yeah, and Akombe's statements should be clear as day. The bottom line being, there is no way the current IEBC can run a free and fair election in Kenya. No way. Zilch chances. Zero chances. Haiwezekani, hakuna. It's as simple as that. And you would not be very clever if you're on the Jubilee side and cheering on IEBC, because if we continue like this, what happens tomorrow when you're in the opposition? Hey. Or you think you will never be in the opposition? No, this thing has to be sorted out, and it has to be sorted out now. You know, it's very unfortunate because this interference with the IEBC by the state is actually legal. It's actually legal, kind of. Yeah, just hold your horses. Let me explain. You see, there's something called security of the state. Now, the security of the state involves intelligence officers of NIS, okay? And their mandate, their work is to protect the state, yes? In Kenya, it means mostly protecting the presidency, the president, and the presidency, okay? And these guys are answerable to nobody else except the president directly, okay? Now, if they decide to come and interfere with IEBC, it is kind of legal because it's a state of the security. It's security of the state. Yeah, it is in the interest. Well, according to them, it's in the interest of the security of the state for the status quo to remain. It's a threat to the security of the state for Raila Odinga to be president. That's really the you know what Jubilee will never say, but that's really how these guys think. Very sad. Very, very sad. You know, it was not too long ago. In fact, I remember Deputy President William Ruto going all over the country with a red card. Yeah, the no campaign, no against the new constitution. These guys really opposed the new constitution. In fact, the president and his deputy were against the constitution. Yeah, and you know, for obvious reasons, which I shall not go into here, but for very obvious reasons, because the new constitution was very much against the status quo, against you know, wealth which was acquired, you know, public wealth, you know, pesa ya umma which was acquired in an illegal way, grabbing, yeah, and so on and so forth. Yes, so obviously they're against the new constitution. Now, the saddest thing that happened after we passed the new constitution, the leaders we elected, we went and the best situation would have been for us, the ideal situation would have been for us to elect those who are at the forefront of the fight for the new constitution. Then it would have been implemented to the letter. It would have been implemented very neatly. But what did we do? Instead, after passing the constitution, we went and elected the people in the no camp. All the powerful people in the no camp are the people who came into government. So what do you expect? Yeah, these guys have fought the constitution. Behavior that suggests they don't like the constitution. Yeah, that's the truth. Fortunately, they are fighting the constitution. This new constitution of ours is beautiful. It has checks and balances everywhere. Hata ukijaribu kuimaliza, in the end it catches up with you. What am I talking about? Now, they fought the new constitution that, okay, fine, let there be a new constitution, but we'll make sure we rig the election, massive fraud against the Kenyan people. We make sure we have a majority in both houses. We make sure we have a president of our choice. And when people go to vote, itakuwa tu kazi bure. Okay, and then they control things from there. Yeah. Now what happens? We have a Supreme Court which is independent, and we have a man there who can stand up to be counted, a man who cannot be bribed, Chief Justice David Maraga. And when these people bring a sham election to him, yeah, and all the evidence is there, he has no hesitation. He just declares the election null and void. Yeah, that's what happened. And so it is important we get things into perspective. Yes, when next time you hear somebody saying, unajua hii shida yote Kenya imeletwa na Raila Odinga, hii shida yote Kenya imeletwa na NASA, that is not accurate. That is not true. This problem has been brought about by people who have been fighting the constitution from the day it was promulgated. Yeah, from the day that new constitution came into effect, they've been fighting it left, right, and center, and everywhere. Yeah, these are the guys with the problem. And these are the people fully responsible for the crisis we have now. Yeah, because they reaches a point where even the people of Kenya just said, no, we've had enough. And that point is now. And that is why we're in the crisis. It's as simple as that. Oh gosh. Anyway, that's what I have for you now. Until next time, this is Chris Kumekuja.
Too long, but very insightful. I think it helps out. Mr. Leo, you're in charge. I'm out of here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time, and thank you for being with us today. I have to admit that today's show was one of its kind. Even if you look at the viewership, I think we've done it better than what we've been doing maybe previously. And even if you look at the studio is full, and some are still knocking to be allowed in. It was really great, and I have to thank everyone who kept it here, and those who are still going to be with us here, because we are not closing soon. We are here up to tomorrow, the next day, as we keep on preaching for people this gospel of demanding for justice, because we all serve God, and we have to admit that we serve a just God. So we serve a God who will always ensure there is justice, however long it takes. I remember when he was telling Moses that I've listened to your problems and I'm concerned. So the same way happened in the Kenyan case. I know some had already lost hope, but God was simply telling them, I've listened to your problems. I am concerned. When the right time comes, the right thing will have to happen. So today, those who are losing hope today, I was happy to see that majority started regaining back that hope. Those people who are speculating are the ones who've been being fed by lies from these Kenya Kwanza blogs and their groups and their channels, that Raila is already doing a handshake, that the elections are over. Elections are not over. Elections are only over if the winner is crowned. But as long as you crown the wrong individual, you cannot say it is over. It will only be crowned when the rightful person will be given the medal. So, Ben, we really appreciate you being here despite your busy schedule and the difference in time with your audience, because your audience are from different places of parts of the country. Some while you are sleeping is when they are waking up. So it's normally great seeing you here balancing your time, and we can't take that one for granted. We've watched the video and it truly speaks volumes, and any Kenyan will say, as sometimes it really surprises when Ruto comes out to give you stories how people wanted to abduct Chebukati, then you believe on that story. Then the same people who are believing on Ruto telling you how people wanted to abduct Chebukati, when Jeremiah Kioni comes and tell you how Raila won the elections, reading for you the numbers, you want to tell us that is hot air, we should not believe. You want to tell us Mzalendo wants to come here and tell us that there's a madman from Nyeri. But Ruto tells you people wanted to kidnap Chebukati without giving you maybe some facts, without giving you evidence, without telling you the location, without telling you how they were planning to abduct him, maybe using a Subaru or a Probox or a lorry. Then you want us to believe that, then dispute somebody like Jeremiah Kioni, who is coming with facts and even telling you, if you want this information, you'll get it here. So that is where we've reached. So we have to change this perception, and it is only channels like this and people with this kind of thinking and kind of energy that will have to change it. So I don't want to talk much because I'm here and I'll be ensuring that everybody gets an equal chance to speak. So I think the next person that we are supposed to give an opportunity, Mzalendo already opted out. I know he will come back. He's still going to fabricate some lies. I can see somebody who've not spoken. Hilda Juma, I'll welcome you before we go to our own Kenyan Harari. So, Madam Hilda, karibu. Mute yourself, or let me do it from this end.
Sorry. Yes, asanteni sana kwa kunikaribisha. I was here once wakati mambo ilianza ya campaign. Nikaenda nikapotea, sijui hata nilipotea aje. Nikajikuta jana. Na nimejikuta jana kwa sababu kuna vitendo zimetokelezea. So anyway, the topic was Baba akirudi, si ndio? So as for me, I believe that Baba akirudi, vile tumeongea sana, we have spoken so much. Me, I'm one person who have never moved on. Even if you go to some of the forums that I am, I will always fight with people. You know what? Mimi si, even though they say, yo, you have to accept and move on. I said, no, I'm not moving on. This thing has to, lazima tutapata haki yetu. And believe me, this thing will come to pass. So put your eyes. So they keep brushing me off on the forums whenever I say this. So, and I'm so glad that at least something came out. Siku ya mwizi ni 40. It's just coming with time. Just like when God wants to bless you, akona siku zake. So if you're a thief, even the Bible amekubali kama we ni mwizi upigwe uwawe. So uwezi wacha mtu anakuibia na akipatikana akatae kukupatia haki yako. Hata kama watu wamesema, hey, huyo ni mwizi ameiba kitu ya so and so. Na kweli hawezi kataa ameiba. Juu amepatikana naye. So why should you deny and you have it? Give it back to the owner. Mimi mwenyewe nafikiria the only thing is Baba should not accept anything. Hata hiyo kiti walikuwa nasema sijui aende apewe opposition office. I was not for it. Because that is where, to me, I think that is where ilikuwa inaenda kufanya the so-called government wanasimamisha ama what would I say? I would say ni what do I say, shut mouth yake, asiongee tena, asitokuje kwa barabara kuongea na watu.
Yeah,
wanamnyamazisha. Wanamnyamazisha.
They are talking, you give them something to eat.
Yeah, hii sasa ndio kitu yenye inaenda, wanamfungia mdomo, na wakishamfunga mdomo hivi sasa ujue hiyo group imekwisha hapo, alafu watu wana accept, wana move on. Baba ni mtu anafanya vitu zake, he can do his own thing, he's not looking for money. If he was looking for money, I believe angekuwa ametumia pesa yake kupata kitu yenye alikuwa anapigania, but he is not that type of person. So if he was to shake hand or achukue hiyo ofisi, basi sisi kuisha, because after that the years yenye bado anaishi nayo, maybe after 5 years anaretire, anaenda nyumbani, bas that's the end of everything. Nani tena atatupigania uhuru ya demokrasi? Nobody. The other day when people when Ruto and Gachagua went to Nyanza and went to Siaya, I had something that sikuipenda anyway. When Orengo mentioned that nataka baba na Ruto wakae chini waongee. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo ilikuwa. Hiyo kitu kweli ilini hurt. I felt like, what is going on? Is this man being bought? Anyway, hiyo ni mimi mafikirio yangu. But to me, baba akikuja, I believe he should fight for his haki yake. And akifight for haki yake, it depends also on the people. If the people are just sitting back there, aone, wacha nione anafanya nini, and you are not backing him up, then he's like he's fighting for himself, and he's fighting for him, he's fighting for you. But for you, unataka kukaa chini nifanyie kazi, mimi nikae, uende unitafutie nikuje nikule, na nimekaa chini. Na kura ilikuwa ni yako, wewe mwenyewe ulipiga kura, ukienda kufanya nini? Kutafuta mtu wako. At the end of the day, utaki kufuatilia hiyo kura yako ilifikia wapi. So kama imetokelezea hivyo, then why can't we just go out and take our own fimbo yetu turudi nayo? Na hizi mambo za IEBC, to me, kama iwezi kuwa reformed as Assembly mentioned before, then I think we are going nowhere. Na kama ni president huyu, the so-called president, hajakuwa president wangu, kama yeye ndio bado yuko pale, then we are going nowhere with reformation, because bado atakuja kutumia whatever anatumianga kuwanunua watu. But me, hata kama watu wengine wamewekwa huko, still the person who is fighting for something, bado sisi bado tuko na corruption in mind, we will still, hata tukileta wageni ndio wakuja wapo, na so long as hao wengine makatels wako hapo, bado wataenda kufanya tu hiyo vituko. At least na pesa mali kama imekuwa poured, if you are a poor person utasema nani atajua, wacha niweke kwa mfuko, mimi nifanye vitu zangu. So kama sisi wenyewe, hata kama tumewekwa hapo, kama sisi wenyewe we are not faithful, kama nimeenda kuwekwa kwa hiyo kiti, then I don't think I will naweza kukaa, tunaweza kufanya kazi mzuri. Na unajua pia that threat that is coming from there, hiyo pia inasababisha nini? Kama huwezi kufanya hii kitu, then kitu yenye mtu anafikiria huko labda ni either akutowe, wewe huwezi hii kazi, ama something else. I don't know. So to me, vile naona tena, Ruto is very cunning. Sijui kama mnamsomanga. He is very cunning in what he's doing. Anaweza the way he talks, ni mtu anaweza kufanya una believe whatever he's saying is true. So the only thing mimi nafikiria watu wanaweza kufanya ni it's now. If it's not now, then it's not. Lakini pia tuwache kuongea mambo ya 2027. There's no 2027 if this one is not solved. Tuchukue haki yetu ndio tuongee mambo ya 2027. We cannot talk about 2027 expecting that Ruto is still on that chair. Hiyo kiti. There's no way. Mimi nimewawachia hapo. Muendelee. Asanteni sana kwa karibisha kwa hiyo forum. I will come back next time. Thank you.
Asante sana Hilda Juma kwa hoja zako. We really appreciate when you people create time to engage with the fellow Kenyans, just to enlighten them and to express your feeling so that the whole world, those people who are watching us, can be able to know what really happens back there. You know, if you people don't speak, people might think things are okay, not unless you come and speak for yourself. That is why this channel gives people an opportunity to come and give out their views without being coerced or being programmed in such a manner that they give a predetermined debate. So we allow everyone to come and give their view. They say it the way it is at their homes or at their areas of residence. That is how we get to know the Kenyan feeling. And from the information we've been collecting, it is true that majority of Kenyans are not comfortable. Things are not working out. Things are not promising. Even the promises that are being given are not promising anymore. That is why it is always our clarion call that we need to rise above the occasion and ensure that we force these frauds out of that office. That office belongs to us. So we are the one who should legitimately give them the mandate to represent us and to reside in that state house. But if we've not done so, then we can say they are there illegally, irrespective of what the court did. Even that court exists there because of us. The sovereign power belongs to us. So if today we take back that sovereign power, even that court cannot be there. So as long as that court cannot serve the interest of the majority, then it doesn't need to be there. As long as anything that is done does not serve the interest of the majority, then they're not what? There's nothing they're doing there. So let me welcome Kenya Narari so that you can proceed with the debate. I think I'm also trying to be gender sensitive so that it doesn't become a men's debate. Kenya Narari, karibu.
Thank you, Leo. I say hello to everybody and the lady who left. Hilda, thank you so much for your contribution. I am with you and I support all what you said. Yeah, there is somebody who was trying to argue with the Mzalendo, but I'll tell that man Mzalendo is not ready to work with Kenyans. He is not ready to listen to anything that is happening to Kenyans. He is just at his own. Alisema yeye hata mtu akishikwa akiwa mwizi na achiliwe na jaji, yeye hatamuita mwizi. But he has lost his property. You can imagine that kind of argument. Anyway, Wakenya tujihadhari sana. Kuna mambo mingi sana inaendelea ambayo ni tukisikiza hatutafuata njia ya kutusaidia. Excuse me. Now, I am coming here to say, wananchi tusisahau kuna mtu alipoteza maisha yake during the election. Tusiseme hakuna mtu alikufa during this election. Kumbuka yule mtu aliyepatikana ametolewa, sijui ilikuwa near Nairobi, kapelekwa mpaka huko Kilombero kwa mpaka wa Kenya na Tanzania. That body was collected from there. What happened? Who did that? How did it happen? Na hata nikaona huyo anaitwa Chebukati alikuwa amehudhuria mazishi ya huyo kijana ambaye aliuawa. So we would say that we didn't lose life because nobody, hata kama ni UDA ama Azimio, need to die mysteriously like that. It was not about sickness. It was that he was killed, because if it was sickness, he didn't go to the bush to die there. He was taken there by people who did that, who committed that crime. So we still have to remember that we lost a life during that time. When we come to about Chebukati's being abducted or whatever, being killed, Chebukati ni mtu wa comedy, I would say that, or is an actor who is very seriously doing all these things, knowing that we know all his moves and everything will come to the light. This guy disappeared 9 hours before coming to announce the election. And after coming, he came with the fake announcement, and he did it. Honestly speaking, this guy was not to be abducted. He was not to be killed. This is a frame that they are trying to make so that people who have got that kind heart, which is a fake thing, like Zalendo would buy that and start telling people, you know, he was to be killed, he was to be abducted. Seriously speaking, this is nonsense, and we know it is completely fake. If he was to be abducted, that would be the first thing to the police, reporting that his life is in danger. Now, Ruto is not the policeman, Ruto is not the FBI, Ruto is not the EACC. I mean, any kind of where you go to report your life is in danger is not Ruto. It's we have got institutions where you take this kind of complaints. So there is no report that is coming that, yeah, we heard that he was this and that. Nothing. So when people are cooking stories so that to kusambaza the whole country, because obviously when the president starts on the camera and talk about it, there are many people listening and they want to hear what this guy want to say. And then what comes out of his mouth is about Chebukati. Why didn't Chebukati even say it when he was talking there, telling people how he did his work well and he is now retiring? Why didn't he mention that? We are people who should now be our own FBI or our own CID. We have to work our way out. Kenyans, let's be vigilant. These liars, these criminals, these crooks, these murderers, they will show us all kind of nasty things in our country, and our country will look so bad. Right now, even the other countries, international, foreign countries, they are looking at us. And they are seeing this country, it looks like idiots are ruling it, are leading the Kenyans, because it doesn't make sense. A president who is claiming that he is a president elected, announcing something of a junior. This should come from a different office, not from him. And I don't see the reason why we should even give ears on this. We should not even discuss it. Let it go. Let them go wherever they want to go. Let the president take whatever he wants to take. If he has got evidence, arrest the people who did that and take them to wherever you want. You have the power. So telling wananchi, it's just telling, he's still making himself, smearing himself mad on himself. First of all, he is one. First of all, he's corrupt. First of all, he's a thief. He stole the election. And yet he is coming to talk about somebody being murdered. Why can't he think about himself only? He needed to say that people who are planning to kill him, but don't talk about Chebukati. Chebukati is just that low person, not in life, not of being alive, because we don't want to lose anybody's life. I'm not talking about somebody's life. I'm talking about the class the president is, whoever that president is, who is not my president, should not go that low talking about somebody who is a junior for him. The junior person who is Chebukati should go to the police and report this. We should not be wasting time discussing this issue because it is not true. And we know very well it is not true. They are wasting our time. We have other things to do in our country, which is burning with problems. People are in trouble. Problems. They cannot have food to eat. They cannot afford children to go to school. We have got many problems that are going on in Kenya, which are more disastrous than a fake murder that has been created. This is not something that should be brought to us. Actually, we need to ignore that so that they can know we are people who are educated and we know we have knowledge and we know when people are lying. What has he not lied? Many lies has come and we don't want to take these lies further. Let's forget it. Let's focus on our winning and take our country to the right track. Let's support Raila to get his winning and then the country start moving. Even other countries are watching these stupid things happening in Kenya. All the time Kenya, somebody was, what is that big than what Ruto did, snatching the election, grabbing something like that? Surely 2 million people had voted over his number, and he wants to make us keep quiet and forget it so we concentrate on Chebukati, who made those people, those 2 million suffer. We are suffering because of him, and he should go and think about, may he suffer, because I can't sympathize with such a guy because he has put us in a very bad situation. I have not been thinking well, actually. I've been feeling very bad. I was affected very much about that. Whatever happened, God give us grace.
Thank you, thank you, Kenyan Arari. We really appreciate your contribution. I've also seen our sister Nefa. I think she's having some problem with the connection. We are happy to see you back. I think Big J, before I just give you an opportunity to speak, thank you for being patient and being tolerant enough when I was balancing the gender. I know you are supposed to speak next. Just allow me to remind you, our neighbors, we are having the neighboring country to the east, the Somalia. There used to be some time they had a regime. It will have to be noted that Somalia was the first country to hold elections after independence. And they're the ones who did the first, this peaceful transfer of power that you saw Uhuru Kenyatta doing. It was first done in Somalia when there was an election and somebody called Abdirashid Ali Shermake. He managed to beat the founding president, Abdullah Osman Dar, and he became the second president of Somalia. Currently, you know how when you talk of Somalia, it is known in the world. But it happened during the reign of that man. Sometimes I do call him great man, Siad Barre, when he started attacking one of the clans. I think it was called, I can't remember the name very well, but it was there was a clan there that he started attacking called Bajerten, yeah? Nobody spoke because they were not members of that clan. The next he went to this clan who are currently in the Somaliland, in the northern part, called the Shaks. They are the majority and they're the ones who are doing business like our current Kikuyus. Nobody talked. He even poisoned their wells. People are not speaking. Then what happened? When he was finally overthrown in I think it was 1991, the country was so divided. These clans were so divided that they could not unite to form a government. And that is how that country fell. and they are still struggling up to date. They are struggling to rebuild and form the nation because they were so divided, whereby if maybe like currently in Kenya, we are having so many tribes, we can only form a government if we are united, all the communities. But if somebody succeeds in dividing you, whereby if somebody does a wrong thing and you speak, they say, no, I heard some people are making comments here, Jaluo, I don't know what, they're the ones who demonstrate. So once we go that direction, these guys will manage to divide you to a point whereby forming and rising as a nation will not be possible. Only few rich people will be having to sit down and do what Chebukati and Ruto did, and that is what is going to happen in Kenya. So let me not speak much. Let me welcome Big J. Big J, karibu zungumze na Wakenya.
Thank you, Leo. Asembo, Kenyan, Arari, Roda, Mzalendo, na Island na wasalimia mjambo. Thank you so much for giving me this chance, Leo. You know, at times I look in my country and I feel like, you know, there was one lady who spoke yesterday and I feel her pain. I'm also having the same pain as her. Because, you know, Kenyan people, they are brainwashed and they believe that doing wrong is right. Unapata mtu anajua hii ni uongo, hata ukimwambia ni blue anasema hapana hii ni red. Ukimwambia hii ni white anasema hapana hii ni yellow. It doesn't matter whatever they think, what they are looking into, it's the only thing that which is correct. And you know, one thing many people doesn't understand is that we have been in Kenya, we are Kenyan, and we have been in Kenya, and we know Kenyan politics. Some like us, we know what KANU did, and we are inside that KANU. We are part of KANU. So when God blessed us with a new constitution that are guiding us and changing lives of our people, because there is, let me tell you, Leo, if you go now to Narok County, a place called Lolgorian, or a place, sub-county called Kilgoris, hakuna maji ya tab. You cannot open a tab, maji itoke. It has never been there since, I think, about 1983 there, 82. Ndio kulikuwa na maji ya tab running. So when God gave us this constitution through Baba, that's why we see many different. Of course, the governors ndio wametuangusha because they did not do what exactly they were elected to do, to develop their counties. They developed their pockets. And when we talk about that, somebody says that we don't know what we are saying. No. If, for example, we are talking about Chebukati, Sasa Chebukati, if somebody wanted to kill Chebukati, why they didn't? Because that information could have gone to the Supreme Court at the first place, because the election was done before the Supreme Court. After election, then we went to Supreme Court. So the Chebukati, the so-called allegations of killings, they could have told us, and they could have told the judges that somebody wanted to kill him. You know, hiyo ingekuwa at least something. But when you come at this very awkward time and tell us that somebody want to abduct and kill him, and you are president, you have intelligence, you have police, you have everything, you did not order for investigation, you did not, nobody is arrested for doing that, and you are president and you are coming to tell us that. Is that not bullshit? Leo, you know, sometimes I feel so ashamed. Sai mimi, I'm not in Kenya. Where I am, I'm getting everything right. You know, insurance, of course, it's very expensive. I talked about it before. I'm paying insurance 33,000 per month. But again, in that insurance that I'm paying 33,000, it covers me to almost 6 to even to 1 million. There is services. That is what I wanted to say. There is services. You pay expensive and you get services. I don't go to work by car because there is train, there is bus. I mean, it's smooth. Actually, it's cheaper because when I go with my car, I have to find a parking and pay for it, which is so expensive. So I go by a train, by a bus and train. I go to work. Bila kuchelewa. The services are there. Sometimes when I go to drive, because during the weekday I'm busy and I don't have time to go. I book my test. For example, I want to renew my license. I book on Sunday or Saturday, and the police are, the licenses, it's done by traffic police, and they order. I book on Sunday and they do that, and on Sunday always they are not working, but they have to do it for me because those are services. Here, the primary education to high school is free. You start paying at university level. It's free. But when Kenya now, somebody come and tell, and you are overseas, you are enjoying living overseas, but you are saying Kenya inaendelea vizuri. People cannot pay the school fees. They cannot pay school fees because it's too expensive. There is no job. There's no work. There is the Kenyan people. Some of us tulisomea mahindi, ng'ombe, mahindi inauzwa, watu unalipiwa school fees. Ama wale Wamasai wamefuga ng'ombe ama kabila zingine wanauza ng'ombe. Saa hizi ng'ombe, wakati kiangazi ilikuja, ng'ombe zilikufa karibu zote. Wazazi watatoa wapi pesa ya kulipa school fees? People have to wake up. Let us not just have big heads. You have a big head and you don't think. You don't use that big head to think. Surely. Mnatoa subsidies zote za education. Education, the key. Unasemanga education is the key. Sasa ni key gani? These people are complaining that there was election. Well, there have been no election since 2007. No election in Kenya. And let us not, there have been no election. And we cannot go to 2027 election without fixing from 2007 to 2022. We are not going to election. That's the fact. And it doesn't, Kenyan people, as I said yesterday, Kenyan people doesn't care who becomes a president. They don't care. They don't care who becomes a president. What they care is the rightful elected president. Awe Mpokomo, awe Mgiriama, awe Mturkana, awe Maasai, awe Mjaluo, awe Mkikuyu. They don't care. What Kenyan people want now, hatutaki maendeleo, unazunguka like a headless chicken all over the country. Unatuambia ati maendeleo, antawaletea maendeleo. Hatutaki maendeleo. We want justice. We want justice for all Kenyans. Why are you traversing the whole country telling us about maendeleo? And what country are you uniting? Because you are saying you are uniting a country, Leo. Surely, shame on them. Shame on him. At uniting a country. How are you uniting a country? Na umetoa matajiri wote wamekataa kulipa taxes, and you are putting that taxes to Kenyans in M-Pesa. Surely. Lakini wale wameka billion, somebody had 2 billion, hajalipa KRA, na umemtolea hizo zote, alafu you turn the whole baggage, the whole thing to Kenyans through ati walipe through M-Pesa. And the DPP anasema ati cases ati he was forced. So why only the rich people? He was forced to sue the rich people. The murderers now, they are walking free. Alafu poor people who murdered others, they are in jail. Why don't they open the all jails between 2013 to now? Wafungue jails. Wale mtu walifungwa 2013 wafunguliwe wote waende nyumbani because the DPP was forced. Why is only this government is a government of rich people? I feel so painful. Do you know, Leo, like yesterday, I got almost 610 calls. 600. Because people want school fees. They cannot afford. Shule itafunguliwa Tuesday, Monday. surely. And somebody mali yako on Wi-Fi and he just thinks that everything is okay at home. I get so disappointed. I get so annoyed when people call from home. Every time they mtoto ako hospitali, there is no insurance, there. And alafu wewe unaenda unaambia watu
Big Jay, sorry, Dr. Moja, I just want to clarify something. There's somebody asking for how to join the video. There's a link that I've shared there. So once you click on that link, it will directly direct you to the studio. So just click on the link, then you follow the instructions. You'll find yourself in the studio, and we will add you and allow you to give your point. Then lastly, before maybe I forget, there's somebody called Sami Kambui who was asking me, does the whistleblower also show how many votes other two candidates got? Yes, the whistleblower showed how many votes each and every candidate got. They started with Raila, who got 8,170,355. William Ruto, I hope you're adding, 5,915,973. Then there's somebody called Wahiga Mwaure, 32,203. Then there was I don't know if that one was the Wajakoya there was Wajakoya with the 62,221. Then those spoiled and whatever is also put there. So if you add all of them, they total to 14,262,437. So I've realized that most of the people who are opposing and but mouthing the whistleblower have not gotten into that link. They've not seen the results. They only assume, and they talk as if the results that the whistleblower talked about only about William Ruto and Raila. The result that they gave includes everybody, including the spoiled vote, and they've also uploaded those forms 34 from all the 290 constituencies. So you can just, if you can find yourself in this show, I wonder, I know you are more informed and you know how to click on the links to reach in this show, but you cannot click on that link to get the truth. So let us not be enemies of the truth. Let us go and seek the truth so that when we talk, even when you want to support the government, we'll be able to know the right thing they're doing and the wrong things to avoid embarrassment. Big J, you can continue and finish your submission.
Leo, don't worry, unajua, those are those people, if you tell them this is yellow, anakuambia it's white. So at times they are just fed. They only chew what they are given. So at times you have to just let it go. There is these people in Kenya, the kind of people, and there isn't no matter how big somebody is, even a professor. You find a professor is not thinking like a professor, he's thinking like an. I don't want to use abusive language, but I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed, Leo. So disappointed. Very grown-up people. And mostly there is these people who we are in diaspora. We enjoy life here, but at home you don't care what people are going through at home. Unakuja hapa na kichwa kubwa ama na sijui nini, tumbo kubwa kama yangu, and you speak nonsense. You don't care about Kenyan people. I feel so disappointed with the few people who come to this channel kuongea tu jinga. Ati hakukuwa na wizi. Ati these people, the president is a person we know that what he did from A to Z, we know him. We know him more than even those who think they are UDA. Because they are just following him. They don't know him. Some of us, we have worked in Kenya in very, very different places, but we cannot, it's just you see us here like we look so foolish, but we know Kenya more than even anybody else. Mali tumefanya kazi we wacha tu. And I'm telling you, let Baba come and that we have to reclaim our rightful win. That is full stop. There is nothing else. Ule mtu thinks that we are joking. We are not joking. We are not jokers. We are serious. But then we are landing back home. We are landing back home because there are things that we don't like and we cannot accept it. We cannot going to accept our. I mean, we used everything in our disposal to do the best. Alafu mnatuambia ati mbona Raila haibi kura. Yani that means if you don't steal in Kenya, you're not a leader. If you don't steal in Kenya, you are not a good person. If you legalize stealing, lakini wakisi wakipata A's mnasema ati B's and A's mnasema ati waliiba. Mbona waliiba na nyinyi mliiba election you don't claim, you don't talk about it? Wizi ni wizi. Uongo ni uongo. Hata the Bible in the book of 1 Timothy chapter 4. Enda usome chapter 4 from 1 to let us say from up to 12 or 11, mostly up to 11. You will see. Mtu wote ule anayeongea uongo. He doesn't. He's no one. How can you lie to your people you are leading? You are just always talking lying after lying after lying. Mpaka una contradict uongo. Unajua ubaya uongo. It's very easy to forget that you lied. Leo unajua nikikudanganya sasa nitasahau kwamba nilikudanganya, kesho nita contradict.
Exactly.
So that's what we have seen with Ruto. Anadanganya na kesha anasahau alidanganya na contradict the same lie. Alafu watu wengine anakuja hapa kutuambia ati let evidence. Evidence is everywhere. Watch hata hii ya whistleblower. We knew it from the beginning. We knew it. We have been talking in this channel, Mtembei TV, and we talked about it. Kura zilipatikana thousands marked ballot papers. So at times, please don't. You have to grow up. Hata kama you are grown up, but you have to grow up mentally, because sometimes people they are not growing up mentally. Unapata mtu ni professor, unapata mwingine ni doctor, lakini the way they behave like toddlers, because they just have to be fed because of their pockets. Ati kwa sababu ya tumbo tu, you have to be fed. Leo wacha tu niachie hapo, because I want some other people to contribute. Thank you so much, Leo.
Kenya Narari, I can see your hands are up. Maybe if it is a question, you will always have a minute. You can proceed.
Thank you, Leo. It's a rejoinder to Big J. Big J, when somebody says kwa nini hukuiba, na watu wanasema hawakuiba, nani aliiba? This is an evidence to show that Ruto aliiba, kwa sababu wanasema the other side, kwa nini baba hakuiba? So they stole. So we are not going to look for that evidence far away. It is already in their hands and they are reporting it to us. That's all I wanted to say.
Leo kidogo tu about that. You know, hata Governor wa Narok, it was a live TV show. On a live TV, he was asked that your competitor complains that you stole election. Is it true? You know what he said? He said the same thing. Kwa nini yeye hajaiba? Just like that.
It's really sorry. Okay, guys, I think for your contribution. I know, Len, you're waiting. I'll get back to you. I just want to welcome somebody. She's really been struggling to get in, and she gets kicked out, Northern Ireland. So maybe before there's a Secretary General also somewhere. Feel welcomed. I've seen you. I'll give you time to say hi and maybe talk to people. Let me give Northern Ireland some 2-3 minutes, or if she's ready, before she gets kicked out. Unmute yourself. Oh, SG, yeah? Northern Ireland, SG, unmute yourself.
Good evening, guys. My name is Cynthia. I'm in Iceland, actually. So you can see I'm very cold. I'm really happy to meet everybody. I've been here for the past 5 hours from the beginning, and I've listened to everybody, and I can feel everybody's pain. what's happening in Kenya. I just got back. I've been in Kenya since last year in November. I went home to kind of try to see what's happening and, with my investments. But things are really hard. Things are really, really tough. I had to fly back about 2 days ago. So with the elections, it's been a sham. And with people contributing, of course, people are so divided. Some people are thinking there's a no. Some people are thinking that it was not unfairly done. But everybody's welcome to their opinion. But as a mother and as a sister, where I'm coming from, things are not looking good. I was there and I could see how people are suffering. I'm a farmer, and believe you me, I had to fly back to Iceland because I could not take it anymore. I could hear how BJ is talking. You're getting up to 50, 60 phone calls a day because people don't have school fees. People don't have money. People don't have food. And the government, it's like they're on a deaf ear. They're not listening to us, especially us in the diaspora. We're having all the luggage and all the baggages, So another thing that I was going to talk about, the services that are being provided. I have old ladies. I could go to the bank and you're finding people sitting down, people who are in their 70s waiting for this little money with chairs and food. And, you have your ATM card. You go directly into the ATM card, but you're seeing the suffering of people until you ask yourselves, are we human beings? And then you see the politicians are passing by with their big cars. You're like, are they deaf? Are they blind? Like, really, what's really going on? And then another thing that I was going to talk about are, as diasporans, what are we going to do? Are we just talking? Who is going to? Hi, Ms. Roda. I always listen to you almost every night. What are we doing? Are we going to stand up? Are we going to? How much noise are we going to be making? What change are we willing and able to do? Are we going to pick up somebody who is strong and just stand up for us? Because actually, we are the ones building Kenya, if you think about it. I would go and change some pounds, and the selling and the buying is just ridiculous. Think about sending $10,000. You will wait for it. I was waiting for $10,000 for about, 6 weeks? Because somebody's busy making money with it. You know what I mean? And then another thing that I was going to talk about is the Chebukati and the Iebc. This is all propaganda. They're trying to divert attention on what's really important. So I'm just praying that we keep on drumming this noise until they hear us. And let's just pray that everything goes on Monday as we wish, as the Azimios diehards. I don't have much to say. It's like midnight here and it's minus 30, but I'm still online. So God bless everybody. Mbarikiwe sana. Keep on doing everything that you guys are doing. Yeah. Love you guys. Take care.
Thank you for bracing the ice and the cold in that end just to speak with us. We really value it, and it shows how passionate and how you people love our country, Kenya.
Oh, we love it. I mean, I've been here for 31 years, but I always go back home because, this is not our country. We are supposed to go back home and build up our country. We have a beautiful country, and if you live in diaspora, this is slavery. We need to go back home, get our jobs, get our rights done, and just stay in the sun, So you guys keep on. This is the spirit. Thank you, Miss Rod. I love you.
Thank you. Rhoda, you want to pass greetings? Okay, you're allowed. Rhoda, 1 minute.
By the way, CG, I want to say something about CGR. We are neighbor country. Thank you. Tell them to change our country. We tell them the country we live, how democracy work, how the constitution work. See, vile Ruto anafanya kuiba kura. We have to teach them how democracy work, the country we are living, and you know how things work. So actually, you are my neighbor. Not very far, maybe 1 hour with the flight. Maybe I even understand the language. So it's just amazing. Tuwe tunasimamia, tunakuja hapa kosa sisi watu wa diaspora, tunasikika sauti yetu. Vile Ruto anataka kutuzezea akili. We want the president who represents Kenyans. Si watu wa Western wanakuja kutuharibia nchi yetu. He present, I love my country, and I represent our tea, and I represent our coffee. Si mambo watu wa Western wanachukua vile tuko nayo. What we have, they're coming to steal. We don't want, that's why I'm here. I will fight Naruto. Baka ajue mimi ni nani. Hivyo ati wa Amerika wanakuja wanafanya vile wanataka, ati sijui Britain. Kwa nini sisi hatuende tuchukue nchi yao? Kenya must be respected. After colony we have been going very far. Tunaona vile maendeleo tuliletewa na rais mteuri. We are not going back. Our country, when I represent myself, I'm a Kenyan, I'm always be respected. Wherever I go, wow, I love Kenya. You have a tea, you have coffee. I like ananas. I like mango from Kenya. Alafu mtu anatuletea wazungu. No. We want people who love our country. You don't feel ashamed. Even when you represent our country, kama Uhuru akikuwa president, mimi nilikuwa naringa sana. I was so proud of him kwa sababu yeye alikuwa anajipenda alafu anapenda nchi yake. Tunataka president anapenda nchi yetu, anakuwa proud. Si mtu ule anasikia jealousy tukiwa na maendeleo na tuharibia. Mtu ako na jealousy. We don't want the president who is jealousy tukiwa na maendeleo na tuharibia. No way. We want the president who represent a Kenyans, who is not going to say my country. He talk about positive. That's what we want. A president who speak positive our country. Anaongea lakini tutaki mtu analeta watu wa America, Britain wanatuchezea nini? Kwa nini atuchezagi na nchi yao? Tunakuja huku tuna follow the law. We don't want. If you do something here unapelekwa jela. Hiki huku segregation it work. Foreigner wanakuja wanasomea segregations. Why? Not mtu anatu put down kutapeleka hapa nyuma ati mtu ati ambassador of America is come to decide our country. No way, we will not accept that. Na wewe muzalendo uko United States, you need to be example for our country. Fight for our country. As we live in diaspora, we must our voice must heard. Quickly, wherever you are, whether you are UK, Britain, wherever we must stand for our country. The gap. Vile tunakuja nchi yao, tunawa respect. They must respect our country. Those ambassadors wanalinga huko, they must respect our country, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Rhoda. Very mesikika. I know if Mzalendo will keep it here for 1 week, surely salvation will knock on his heart and he will open up na aanze kusema poleni, niliwadai kuhusu mambo ya Ruto. Sasa nimebadilisha mkondo, tunasongesha Kenya mbele. There are some unknown scripts somewhere. Let us try to know those scripts. Unknown scripts, eh? Are you there?
Hi,
or
how are you? How are you? Hi to
fine,
Mzalendo.
thank you. Welcome.
Hi to Mzalendo, SG, Rhoda, Harari. Are you sure you're not from Nyandarua? And Leo. Good evening. Here it is evening to all of us. I just want to. I've been here a bit earlier, but I want to talk about two issues. This maneno ya whistleblowers and whoever they are. You know, some people think these are leaked secrets, leaked what I've used, wrong things. But the challenge here is that the people who did this investigation, I did say here that it is like those who remembered what happened with the death of Robert Ouko. You remember that the Kenyan team was not trusted to do that investigation. Now, somehow, the government at the time was persuaded, and something they later on regretted. They actually allowed the Scotland Yard or Britain to do the investigations, which they did so well. When things were narrowing down and you are quite seeing exactly where everything was ended, they had no choice but to terminate those hearings. Now, what has happened with these investigators, and thanks God it is not just a wash company. These are reputable people who professionalize in investigating criminal activities. And I did say here that thanks God, this thing called the internet, thanks God the internet exists. And the way the internet works, put in lies there, you'll go around and around, still come your lies waiting for you there. Put in the truth, You'll go round and round, and you'll come back, find the truth still waiting for you. Now, you realize that when these people are trying to find the truth, for whatever reason, the Supreme Court having given them a valid order to open the servers so that they can scrutinize, they come around and give us a lame excuse that that will be infringing on mathematics. What do you call it? What rights? Intellectual rights. Something which is very, very sad. Very, very sad, given that this election was about Kenyans. How can we hide the truth from us, telling us that to do so will be infringing on your intellectual rights? I'm very, very disappointed by that ruling from the Supreme Court. And then they go ahead to say they had no capacity to know exactly what happened in the servers. Yet, when things are at big stake like this, what do? Get the professionals. Have this thing even heard in camera, if that be the case, so long as the truth is known and the truth is unraveled. Now, what do these people do? They go hiding behind there. Now, thanks God, somebody from Iebc, who is now known, because I understand the government stormed there and as unraveled, they have their suspects of who leaked this. Now, imagine you are fighting people because they leaked out the truth. How far can you go? You won't go far. Remember, these people who did the investigations and give you the results, they were hired for pay. That is what they do across the world, for pay. That is how they earn their living. Now, they managed to get to the bottom of everything, all the results, scrutinized it as if they were the IEBC, and came out with what should have been the results. Now, here we are. You want to look for who leaked this. The truth is that, like somebody said, some criminal activities were committed at IEBC. Criminal hidden things. If they come to the open, you cannot look for who revealed what, so long as you can go back and find that it is the truth. And that is, I gave that example of, let's say you have a company which is going under because of fraud and forgeries in the organization. You may be convinced, and then you bring in your external auditors. Your external auditors will go deep into everything and unravel who are involved in that crime and who did what, provided they are given the information. Now, that is the similar kind of thing that took place with these investigators. And that is why you see those who know why there's a Mio side are so convinced. They are so convinced that this cannot be taken lightly. And that is why you'll find people now demanding the servers must be opened. You have no business looking for who was the whistleblower. No. Maybe what I can say that was a patriotic Kenyan who was very disappointed with the criminal activities that took place there. You can't even punish him for that, even in the international court, for revealing crimes that took place at IBC. Give us a break. Give us a break. So anyway, I think sometimes when people are saying that Baba will say the way forward, like somebody said here earlier, the way forward lies with the Kenyans themselves. If you want it to go like that, Leo, if you want it to go like that, the choice is yours. Don't put too much on a Baba soldier. At least they did the right thing. They contracted private investigators who have come up with what the truth is. The truth is being disclosed. Now the choice, the matter remains with the Kenyans. They have to decide how they move forward. But as far as I'm concerned, there are various options, which I would not want to discuss here. Let Kenyans themselves decide how do they want it. Do they want this thing to continue? No. You realize now some people start talking about how Chebukati is to be killed. Now, I do not know how some of you are here, but I'm sure Mzalendo is aware. If you come back home, if your mom comes back home and you have been spending the day licking the sugar, and before she comes even inside, there you are at the door. Mami, mi sikukuchukua sugar. That is what is happening with this murder of Chebukati. Why are you defending when you have not been accused, when it has not happened? You're putting the cart before the horse. You walk in, you find the sugar has been used or wasted all over, and somebody is already defending themselves that, see Mimi in the lake sugar. You see Mimi. So Made will be wondering, hi, something has gone on here. And that is the sort of thing where you find, for example, the current government is busy defending Chebukati. How he is a hero. How he put his life on the line. No, you can't take Kenyans for a ride. That is when you'll know that Kenyans will have to decide how they move forward. Anyway, let's wait. Monday will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Kenyans will have to move forward. The truth is there. Everything is there. We've seen it. So it's upon us now to make an action. So let me quickly welcome Mzalendo. Maybe he has got something to reveal to us as we proceed. Mzalendo, karibu.
Leo, thank you, unknown script, Secretary General, Rhoda, and the guys in the commentary section. I want to say that every time we come to this show, it's not that we don't love our country, or don't look at me as somebody who doesn't love his country. I love my country very much. I've been in this politics, and I know the games these politicians play. That's why when I talk, some of you think that I don't know what I'm saying. But I talk from a point of information and a point of knowledge that elections in Kenya, as one of the panelists said, since 2007, Kibaki rigged the elections in 2007, and that's where we are. So the trend probably has been going that way since then. But a lot has been done to improve the electoral process in Kenya. Remember, shortly after 2007, there were reforms initiated. There were reforms initiated by the then ECK. It transformed itself into another body, and we got minimal reforms. But unfortunately, it is politics. If you're on this other side that was defeated, you must always look for a reason why you lost the elections. But do you really look at how organized you are going to this election? This election was very contentious. You had the deep state that you were relying on, and people talked about it all the time. You had the state, you had the police, and you had the executive on Azimio's side. Unfortunately,
Muzalendo, please.
let
Please,
me
Muzalendo, uso natumia jina deep state. We are not here about deep state. Please. We need to respect one another. We're not coming to talk about deep state.
Just let him
Excuse
finish.
me.
Are
You
you
need to know how you are talking about.
Are you part of the deep state?
Because you always like to hurt us. This guy like to hurt us.
I don't hurt you. I mean,
we love our country. Our grandmother, they have built our country. It's cost a lot.
Leo, Mr. Chairman, can you protect me?
Speak about deep state. I'm a deep state. You're a deep state. Don't say bra bra bra. Nonsense.
I don't know why you are going wild when I talk about the deep state. And a few months ago,
let him finish his remarks.
A few months ago, before the election, you were jubilating about deep state. So I don't know why you are going wild about it right now. I can replay for you clips where you are rejoicing how Azimio is with the deep state. Right now, you don't want to talk about it. What is itching you? Maybe I can scratch it for you. I mean, there is nothing wrong about talking about the deep state. There's nothing wrong about talking about the deep state.
Just a minute. I'll protect you and I'll allow you to proceed.
No, they protect me from Rhoda because Rhoda keeps
that is what I'm doing. That is
all
what
the
I've done.
time.
That is what I've done, and I've told Rhoda to give you time to finish. I'll request us to debate soberly. I know somebody might say something that does not resonate well with our ears, even though I know our patience sometimes cannot allow that, but allow me to do this, Mzalendo. You know, I just want to guide you. I want you to have a guided debate is allowed. What happens is this, you talked of preparations. I just want you to elaborate because I want to give you a scenario. You are going to play for a game. How do you prepare? Do you prepare within the rules or you prepare to bribe the referee? So I just want you to look at that perspective because you're saying, yes, you're going for the game. The different preparations. There are preparation whereby you prepare to have the right kits, you prepare to have the right shoe, you prepare to have the right players, of which I think we did that. Then the only preparation that we did not do is you should not call it preparation. Can you just face us and call a spade and say you should be prepared to bribe and have some irregularities? I think that is what makes people mad. When you speak, they feel like you want to legitimize or you want to legalize fraud. That is the only problem. And number two, you admitted there have been some there have been some attempts to reform the electoral bodies from what was there in 2007, which is true, but this one has not been achieved. So to achieve this, the only remaining part is of what happened in 2017 and repeated itself in 2022 is what has to be sought. So, you know, it is bad and it is wrong and it is, I think it is, let me say it is evil to tell people that you need to prepare. Which kind of preparation? When in your mind, you know very well that preparation, what you mean by your preparation is that you need to bribe. These guys had the deep state. Okay, it's okay. They had the police, but were they supposed to misuse the police? Were they supposed to misuse the police? Were they supposed to doctor the results? So you have to appreciate that despite having the deep state, they did not misuse the deep state, but somebody somewhere else
a point of information.
Rogue members and misuse them.
Leo, a point of information.
Leo,
hiyo maneno ya deep state tuachane nayo because it's quite clear that so many people here do not even know exactly where the deep state is. If I was here earlier, I think you were there when Bernard was around. I did talk about the deep state. So from what I said earlier, you realize that Mzalendo does not know what he's talking about, deep state. He doesn't know the so-called police he's talking about. Because you should know when Chebukati disappeared, who are guarding him around town.
Maybe
to end that, Mzalendo, let me just request us to do this. I know that's a debate that will not end today. Let us go back to our major topic. We are having Raila Odinga calls People's Assembly at Kamukunji. Can we just narrow our speaking to Kamukunji rally and the back to school? I think we are having wider topics here. Let us talk of Kamukunji and back to school, how it is overburdening the parents. So tell us if the school fees is going to be lowered, yes, or tell us how our Kamukunji rally is going to be stopped. I think I've given you options so that we don't collide.
Okay.
Leo, sorry for
Oh my God.
May I say
No,
something?
Rhoda, please. I've already
It's
guided
not
him, so he
order.
knows he's not going to talk of the other things. He's going to talk of the school fee and Kamukunji meetings. Only two things. So maybe I can
Okay,
only
I understand,
allow
but I will
Julia
not
before
allow
he
again. Yes,
Leo, may I correct
I will not
Mzalendo?
allow you.
Yes, Julia.
Okay, I want Mzalendo to apologize to Rhoda because he has used very vulgar language in this TV. He has said that if something is scratching Rhoda, he want to, it's itching Rhoda, he want to scratch it. Mzalendo, that is very disrespectful. And
I didn't hear that.
you
Mzalendo, you have to
deserve,
withdraw. Sorry, I didn't hear
you
that.
deserve to
You
be
have to
thrown out.
withdraw.
So I think you should throw him out if he tries to use that
No,
language.
let him withdraw. If he cannot withdraw, then we'll have no
Or
option. I didn't hear that. Thank you for bringing it. So
okay,
Mzalendo really,
I
as a
apologize.
gentleman.
I apologize for using that kind of language. I think Rhoda might have taken me through to the edge, but I am sorry, Rhoda, and I apologize. Now let me stick to the matter of today. The matter of today is Baba's welcoming and Raila Odinga has called people assembly at Kamukunji amid revelations of his stolen IBC votes. Okay. Now, Leo, I think we've been in this position now. This will be the second time that we are going to welcome Baba from abroad and probably maybe swearing in. I don't know the plans that Azimio have, but this is an information that Baba has always wanted to tell his supporters how his elections were stolen. I think it's important. It is important that we have closure in this matter. And closure means either accepting that the results were free and fair, because we have seen some of his lieutenants, people who are close to him, accepting to work with the president. People like James Orengo, we have mentioned it here. People like Simbarati, we have mentioned. People like Gladys Wanga, they gave him a red carpet. People like Anyang' Nyong'o, who is one of his advisors. I mean, they have legitimized Ruto's presidency. So I'm yet to see what will be there on Monday that is so special and that will make things change in our country. We only have one constitution in the Republic of Kenya, and that constitution is protected by the president. That is what he swears in every time when we go to swear him.
Mzalendo, maybe just a point of correction. I'm not interrupting you, but I'm just guiding you, and I'm controlling to ensure we don't we don't propagate or we don't somehow give light to lies. We have one constitution. The constitution is not protected by the president. The president doesn't protect the constitution. First of all, presidency is created by that constitution. So for what is going to happen on Monday, it is enriched in our constitution. Our constitution is there because of what we call sovereignty, and sovereignty is the people. So the people and their power overrides the power of president and presidency, because this president, the presidency, and the constitution is put and created by the people themselves. So you have to understand that.
Leo,
Telling me that things are not going to be different.
I want to ask you a question. Yes,
Yes.
you have guided me. I wanted to ask you a question. When the president picks that Bible under the Constitution of Kenya, what does he say when he's swearing in?
He's going to protect the constitution, something that he's not doing currently.
Did you say he's going to protect the constitution?
But he's not doing that.
Did you just say he said that he's going to protect the constitution? I'm asking you again.
He promised to protect the constitution. So there is a promising, saying, and doing. So there are two different things. We need to differentiate. That is what has been happening in Kenya. The president promises to build a stadium, and the stadium is not built. Do we still need to tell Kenyans that they eat or they go and play on the promise? Can they play on the promise? The president promised to reduce the cost of hunger. It is not reduced. Do we tell Kenyans to go and eat the promise? So we don't work with what the president promised. When he was holding that Bible, he was making a promise. So that promise will not be dependent on. We have to judge him by what.
It is not a promise. When you hold that Bible, it is not a promise. Let me correct you. It is not a promise. It is what you say you are going to do, and to make sure that that constitution is protected. Picketing and having a demonstration is allowed.
You understand English. If I tell you that I'm going to buy you a book, how do we call it? I've not bought it. I'm going to buy you. How do you
If you
call
tell
it?
me you are going to buy, if you tell me you are going to buy me a book and then you buy me a book, then I say, you bought me a book.
No. Pick it from this point. I'm going to buy you a book. How do you call it?
No, Leo, you say you are going to give these children laptops. And
that is a promise. So promise is something that has not yet been realized.
I think the president said that he will protect you in your rallies. Yeah, that is one of the things that he said. He'll ensure that your security is provided. That is one of the things that the president swears each and every time. There is no particular time when he tells you that he will, when he's swearing in, that he's going to give you laptops. So those are political statements. You know, political statements and swearing in to protect the constitution are two different things. We are all taxpayers. You know the services that the government should provide for you. We know that housing, clothing, security, healthcare, infrastructure, those things, we all know about them, that should be provided. But unfortunately, not even Kenya alone, most government in Africa, they don't do that. They don't do. You pay taxes, but you don't. Or some very few individuals in Kenya pay taxes. Very few. The rich themselves don't pay taxes. You saw the other day.
Yes, that is true. Can you mention them? The ones who don't pay taxes. Start with Tabitha Karanja. Which party is she in?
No,
mention them. Karaoke,
Yeah,
the one who hosted your president recently, don't pay taxes. Mary Wamboi, the one who is now chairing communications authority, don't pay taxes. So don't say many Kenyans. Say UDA sponsors don't pay taxes.
Leo,
Okay, wind up.
You started with the lady who owns Keroche, yeah? Remember, before the lady joined politics, she actually went to Baba for tax exemption, tax forgiveness. And Baba talked to KRA, or you're forgetting. Don't you remember Mwosho Moja in Capital One, capital offices, where Kina Waiguru were going to Baba, and we're all saying now Waiguru is on Baba's side. Ama, you are forgetting. I tell you, the current political crop in Kenya is rotten, including Baba himself. I'm not afraid to say that. It is rotten to the core. And you guys are so scared to say the truth. And that is the reality. Mwosho moja in capital hili ilikuwa inafanywa na nani? Who are those people? Who are those people? Kina Waiguru, kina that lady of Keroche you are talking about, kina Sonko, kina Waititu.
There's one thing. Those were some political terms and some things that are used politically. But you'll agree with me, if it was true that Baba was really doing that, then those people will be with him. So where are they?
You know, when it's not favoring your side.
Not when it's not favoring. All those people you've mentioned, where are they?
They are in politics. They are
them. Oh, Baba told them that, we cannot do this, we cannot do this, and that is why they went.
Do you know? So do you think people like Waiguru would have contested with Azimio in Kirinyaga and won? What are you talking about? You have to look at your political survival. These are realities about politics. They tell Baba, we love you so much, yes, but we cannot support you because of our people. Yeah, there are some regions in Kenya, as much as they are pretending, some of them pretending here that they love Baba, but it is just their tribal inclination. People who support Uhuru, who support, let me tell you, this is a fact. Baba got his support in Central, not because he was Baba, because Uhuru wasn't on his side.
Okay, sorry,
because
you know, we
was
cannot speak
inside
for the people of Central. Let Rhoda, maybe she can respond. She's from Central. No. Let us not speak for them. I can give her 1 minute to tell us why they voted for Baba. If you allow me, Rhoda, you can maybe respond to that. Let us not speak for people who are not here, but it's good Rhoda is here. Let us speak for the people of Central. Mzalendo, you don't come from Central, so you can't speak for the people of Central, and you can't purport to do that. It's going to be misleading. So Rhoda, you can.
I am a Kenyan and I understand Kenyan politics, and I know
okay,
Kenyan
let us hear
politics
from
is
Central.
tribal based.
Rhoda, you can speak.
I'm saying to Muzalendo, we don't care about Wairuguru, that she moved to UDA. We don't care. She was a fake. In fact, that woman, she's a criminal. She have a cases. She have been corruption with the money called sin. You know why walikuwa naenda kwa UDA? Kwa sababu Ruto akiingia wasidanganywe pesa. We know the truth. That's why they were hiding to Ruto. Could that woman, she have buy even house in Kitusuru? Because when she know that Ruto will come the president, they'll take his property. That's why they are trying to hide in Ruto. I know many guys from Mount Kenya, they're hiding behind Ruto because Ruto anawatanganya nini pesa nini mali zile walikuwa wamefanya corruption. Hata Ruto alikuwa anafanya corruption. I know everything about Kenya. There is one bunge wa kutoka Laikipia. Alisema sisi watu wa Western ndio wanatuforce to join UDA. One man, and that man, I was very shocked. Mimi niko hapa kutetea mwananchi wote wa Kenya. Alisema watu wa Western waliwakuwa nawaambia ni must muingie. Na huyo baba alikuwanga makanga wa kutoka Laikipia. Serikali ya Kibaki akakuwa member of parliament of Laikipia. Unaona? Na watu wa Western walikuwa na force watu sana wa Mount Kenya. Uliona wa mtu kama Kiraitu Murungi. Kila Musana Mudavadi walikuwa nafanya walikuwa namchekelea siku ya mtu itafika. Mungu alalangi. Siku ya mtu yote itafika. Vile wametufanya sisi watu wa Mount Kenya, wametutesa sana, hata siku wataona. Walitesa Kiraitu Murungi amekuwa all the time PNU, chama za Moi Kibaki. I know them. Me, I'm a politician. I know what I know. I know what is going on in Kenya, and that man from Meru, alikuwa best friend Uhuru. Alafu sahi akaenda UDA. Ruto alikuwa anafanya hivi, anamchekelea hivi na Musalia Mudavadi. Mbachenzi wao, siku yao watafika. Hata sisi tutawafanya hivyo. Mimi naweza fanya hivyo. Kwa nini? Wataona. Wanakuwa wanaletua kampira zingine down. Now, do what is I'm fighting? Because of selfish, some tribe they take advantage for other community. But Raila, he's not like that. That's why me love Raila. Raila, he's like a king. He is independent. He believes democracy. He believes devolutions. He doesn't attack other community. He's a man of world. Oh, that is a man to be respected whole world. He know what is a democracy. I wish whole world they can learn through Raila Odinga, Moro Odinga. You know what? Those people, Kina Matiba, those are powerful. They know what is a democracy. And democracy, you cannot try to force other community. You have to join this. You have to do this. No, it doesn't work like that. And that's why I'm here fighting. Those tribes, they're against other tribe. That is not constitutions. That is not a democracy. And this happened in Kenya. I don't know if another country in Africa is in Kenya. Una attack other tribe. Ukikataa kufanya hivi nitamfanya hivyo. Na sisi tunasema sisi wote ni Wakenya. Wakenya nini? Unaona kama mtu kamoja kanatesa watu wengine. Kwa sababu wewe ni Muluyo, wewe ni Mkikuyu, unimati ufanye hivi. Wewe ni Mkamba, mimi ni Mitikenda. We don't want such kind of shit. Ni Mungu alituma na tutakaa hapo tuko. Hatutahama, huko tutakaa. Na hiyo selfish tribalism, that is what I'm against. That because Si atima vile Ruto anafanya kununua watu, atanunua wazee, ananunua watu.
Thank you. We've been here. I think with you.
We have to wake up.
Mzalendo and everyone for long. I've seen one of our strong guys here, Chaka Mdume amekaribia. Tumekawia kusikiza Kiswahili sanifu. So kabla tuendelee na wale tumekuwa nao hapa, ningewaomba tu Mzalendo mtulie kidogo, Roda mtulie kidogo, tusikize kutoka kwa Chaka Mdume tukiendelea. Chaka, karibu.
Ndugu yangu Nyabaya, dadangu Roda, rafiki yangu, mkuu wangu, mkubwa wangu Mzalendo, dadangu pale SGG, a non-script, Kenyan, awori mama yetu wa nguvu, Muzilamu kazi, maana hizo ndo salamu zetu za huku. Ni furaha gani hii leo kwamba, kwanza nishukuru ndugu yangu Nyabaya kwa hii nafasi. Pili, nimejaa na furaha mpwito kwamba sasa ndio tumeanza na tumeamka. Nimwambie tu ndugu yangu tumkaribishe Mzalendo Kamukunji asikize maneno, maana haki siku zote haizami, huelea. Kwa hiyo waache kubabaika watu wa Yuda regime, waache kubabaika, kwa sababu ukweli unapo dhihiri basi uongo hujitenga. Hivyo wasubiri wasikize mzee ambaye ni mzee mpiganiaji, ambaye hana ukabila. Chambilecho ndugu dada yangu Roda hapo kwamba hautasikia mzee Raila akizungumzia masuala na ukabila. Yeye yuko kuhakikisha anasimamia demokrasia ya Kenya inakuwa na kuhakikisha kwamba mageuzi ya haki na kweli yanakuwa. Kwa hiyo tumkaribishe kaka yetu Mzalendo Kamukunji, alafu wasikize maneno, maana wale wanaenda kwa kanisa, kuna wale wanafuata maneno na kuna wale wanafuata neno. Sasa Kamukunji itakuwa ni neno wala si maneno, kama ndugu zilo upande huo wa pili, watu wa Yuda wengi wa maneno, wala hakuna neno, maana neno ni vitendo, na neno watalipata vizuri pale Kamukunji. Kwa hiyo mimi ni furaha kubwa na nikumwombea baba afike hapa salama, ili tuweze kupata mwongozo na Wakenya wapate kupata utetezi.
Chaka, paza sauti kidogo unaenda ukipotea.
Mnanipata sasa vizuri? Halo brother Nyabaya, niko audible kweli? Okay, asante. Kwa hiyo Wakenya tujaiwe na matumaini, ni kumuunga mkono huu mzee wetu Raila ambaye ndo baba wa hili taifa, na naamini kabisa huyu ndio atakayesimamia na kuweza kupunguza huu mzigo wa mwananchi ambao anabebeshwa. Sasa hivi amekandamizwa kiushuru, shule ndio hizo zinafunguliwa, wazazi roho mkononi, maana hawajui wataanzia wapi, hususan wale wazazi maskini ambao wao ni mwana nguvuze. Hivyo ni matumaini yangu kwamba hakika mkutano ule utazaa matunda, na ndio mwanzo wa ufunguo wa sisi wa Kenya kuweza kuungana pamoja, kwa sababu huu ndio upande ambao hautasimama kwa sababu ya ukabila, huu utasimama kwa minajili ya Mkenya. Huu upande tulionao, huu ndio upande ambao hakika utaweza kupigana na jinamizi la corruption na kuweza kuhakikisha wale ambao waliweza kula na kuchukua mapesa yetu na kuweza kuyaweka katika account, kisha warudi hapa wafanyie mizunguko ya Thanksgiving, ili hali wakitangazia kwamba hakuna chochote, ndani ya coffers kwamba nchi ili pesa ilimalizwa, wapate kushikwa na waibu na wapate kuregesha hizo pesa zetu ambazo waliweza kuzichukua. Kwa hiyo mimi kwangu sina mambo mengi leo Nyabaya, langu ni kumwambia baba arudi na ajaliwe na uzima, na pia aondoe wasiwasi, ajue kwamba Wakenya mamilioni, wale walimpigia, wale hawakumpigia, wale walipigia serikali, wale milioni 5, wote roho yote mkononi, kutokana na hali na harama ya maisha na mabadiliko ya Kenya jinsi yalivyo, si upande wa sarafu yetu, si upande wa uchumi, si upande wa kila kitu. Kwa hiyo ni kuwaomba tu Wakenya wenzangu tushikane mikono pamoja, maana umoja siku zote ni nguvu na utengano ni dhaifu. Hivyo wale huwa wameshikana pamoja basi watasimama, lakini wale hugawana basi huanguka. Kwa hiyo mimi ni kuwaombea tu Wakenya turudi pamoja. Hapa ndipo mwanzo ambapo tutaanza kuikomboa hii nchi yetu. Huo mkutano wetu tujitokeze kwa nguvu na tumpe baba full support, na kama kuna uwezekano huyu mbuzi apewe mwenye mbuzi, maana mwimbaji wa mbuzi kashindwa kabisa na jinsi ya kuweza kulikomboa hili taifa na kulitetea. Hapa tumeshuhudia tu wingi wa maneno, wingi wa vitimbi, wingi wa historia ya vitani ya mambo mapya yanayojitokeza, yani nje hata na manifesto ambayo ilikuwa imepambwa na kupambika kabisa kuweza kumwahadamu Kenya na kuweza kuwaficha wale walaji wa pesa kama kina Waiguru na wengine. Kwa hiyo mimi kile ambacho nitakizungumzia ni kuwarai ndugu zangu wa Kenya, tusimame pamoja, kabila zote za Kenya tusimame katika hali ya umoja ili kuweza kulikomboa taifa hili na kuweza kuliachia kiongozi ambaye atatengeneza njia ambayo kwa wale ambao wataweza kuja kuchukua uongozi pale mbeleni, wao wametengezwa njia ambayo itakuwa ni bora, njia ambayo itakuwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba taifa hili basi litasimama katika hali ya usawa, litasimama katika hali ya kuondoa huu kabila, litasimama kuondoa haswa masuala na uporaji na masuala na ufisadi. Kwa hiyo huu ndio wakati wasote tusimame pamoja na tuifikirie zaidi haswa hii nchi yetu, kwa sababu ni miezi mitatu tu, lakini mahali tumeelekezwa kila mtu anaiona haswa nchi mahali inaelekea. Hata kaka mzalendo hapa ni shahidi kwamba yupo kutetea, yupo kujaribu kuinusuru hii serikali, lakini hatuelezi haswa kipi ambacho ndani ya miezi mitatu tunaweza jivunia kwayo kwamba hili taifa hakika liko katika hali ambayo ni nzuri. Kwa hivyo mimi kwangu sina mambo mengi leo, ni kusikiza wenzangu hapa, kuwapa nafasi, lakini kwangu ni kuwarai tu kwamba tujeni kwa pamoja tumuunge mkono huyu mzee, kwa sababu kajitolea muhanga. Mambo aliyopitia haswa kwa ajili ya hili taifa ni mambo ya kupigiwa mfano, na si hapa tu Kenya peke yake, bali bara la Afrika nzima na hata ulimwengu mzima, kwamba huyu ni kiongozi ambaye ana roho ya kivyake, haswa roho ambayo imejaa utu wa kulipenda taifa lake. Kwa hiyo tumkaribishe na tumuombee haswa ajaliwe na neno, si maneno, neno la kuikomboa hii nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo nitashikilia pale kwanza ili kuweza kuwapa wenzangu nafasi na pia niweze kujiandaa na kupanga hoja zangu ili kuhakikisha kwamba elimu tunaiacha hapa na tunaieneza hapa ni ya umoja, ni ya kulitetea na kulijenga hili taifa letu na kulipa mtu ambaye haswa tunaamini kwamba hakika haswa ataweza kulishongesha mbele hili taifa. Asante sana ndugu yangu Nyabaya kwa hiyo nafasi. Asante sana ndugu yangu, na pia niwasalimie wale wako katika comment section.
Asante sana ndugu Chaka Mdume, tunashukuru kuja kwako ili kuzungumza na sisi. Sio jambo rahisi kuchukua muda wako na pia kutumia hela ili uweze kuweka data na ujiunge na sisi hapa na uzungumze na Kenya. Tunashukuru sana na uzidi kuendelea hivyo na kueneza injili ili watu waache kuwa na uoga na wajue kuwa sisi kama raia tukiamua na tushikane kwa pamoja, tunaweza kuhakikisha yale yanayofaa kutendeka yametendeka katika nchi hii yetu ya Kenya. Wacha tukiendelea na mazungumzo, nimkaribishe dada Kenyan Arari tuzungumze tukipanda hivyo.
Asante Leo. Roda Mzalendo na SSG na Chaka Mdume, habari ya Mombasa. Asante, nashukuru, nimesikia sauti yako, nimefurahia. Hapa mkutano wetu ni wa kutengeneza roho zetu na Wakenya wetu waelewe tunawapenda sana na tunapenda nchi yetu. We love our country dearly. And as SSG talked about going back home, it's a fact that we want to go back home. People want to go to where their roots is. Hatuwezi kubeba familia zetu zote tuwapeleke nchi za nje. Itakuwa hata ni kuhadaa culture yetu. Na pahali tumetoka ndio kuko na mwangaza, ndio warm, you know all the corners that you can go. Mzalendo, I will tell you this. You talked about the professor, au watu wa huko Nyanza vile waliunga Ruto mkono ama walimkaribisha. Let's assume, God forbid, if these people passes away, are they going to pass away with all that crowd? When you see these people, if they are politicians, they are looking for their own tumbo, si kwa wananchi hao. Na usifikiri wa Kenya ni wajinga. They can go to that meeting, but they know their heart where it is. Huyo kama amehama, usifikiri amehama na hao watu. Ahame na aende kwa huyo president. And the moment that Raila will stand, you'll see an enormous crowd. Where do these people come from? Mzalendo, don't agitate people. Don't put people into a panic mode. But sisi wa Kenya tumezoea. We are not going to panic. We are going to do the right thing at the right time. Wacha baba aongee na watu wake, na sisi tumuunge mkono, ndio Kenya yetu iwe kabambe. We are happy when we have got somebody standing with us. Sababu tulififia tuliposikia vile ilienda. Tuliishwa na nguvu because somebody decided to do the unthinkable. It is nasty. Na bado sasa hata wanajitoa wenyewe, wanajitoa nguo. They are telling us how they did it, because the evidence is coming from their own and from their mouth and their behavior. Huwezi kuniambia ati ulikuwa unataka kuiba, mimi nikaiba mbele yako. Because right now, as I said previous time, mwizi ni nani? Nani anaweza nyongwa? Nani anaweza fungwa? Nani anaweza itwa mwizi ndio huyo? You know better. Tuache kufunika makosa ati kwa sababu I am siding with that person. Actually, I may side with somebody. And because I'm innocent, si kujua yale ametenda huko mbeleni kwa sababu si mimi nimemlea. I go away from him. I dump him. Because if we are standing with truth in Kenya, let's stand with truth. Let's not lie to people. Wacha tusiseme ati mimi nilichaguliwa na watu hawakukuchagua. This evidence that is coming out is shameful. And I believe hata huyo mwenye aliiba, pahali anaketi hivi, anajua ako kwa latiri, anaongoja chochote chaweza kutokea. Na Kenya kutakutokea kitu ambayo ni muhimu sana. Tutakuwa kwa history ambapo raisi aliingia akanyakua winning ya mtu, akarudi akaambiwa, can you step aside? That will be the history in Africa, if not other continent. We cannot allow this. Mnatubebesha mzigo mzito, mnaumiza Kenya mzima watu. Can you imagine how many months na watu Kenya mzima wanalalamika? Everybody is crying. Why are we crying? What is wrong with our country? What's wrong with our leaders? Na wote wanafanana. Na in fact wale wanawaunga mkono wanafanana na wao. Mimi ninashindwa, huu ni ugonjwa gani umeingia Kenya? Honestly. With human beings that have got 5 common sense. I don't understand. Because this is somewhere that people need to stand and say, no, if this is what the president who stole the election is doing, I'm not with him. I'm going to stand with Kenyans so that we can have a free and fair election and our country will be better. Kwa sababu hata saide sisi tunasema hivyo, mzalendo. Na hii Kenya ikue huru, hata wewe utajivunia. Ama utasema hutaki, utaenda nje. I don't think so. Utakaa huko hiyo Kenya kwa sababu utaona kweli Kenya inaendelea. So for that reason, mzalendo, don't tell us that so and so supported Ruto, so and so governor. We don't care about them. We know that they are guided by money, they are corrupt, and if that is the case, what are the Kenyans going to do? Those governors, they are not going to share those money they are getting with the raia. Raia ni kulia wanalia. Hawana pesa ya kupeleka watoto shule. Wazee wamenyang'anywa pesa. They don't have anything to eat. What are we celebrating? We cannot celebrate few people's winning. Na sio winning, stealing. A few people bribes, few people corrupted. And then we celebrate. What are we celebrating? Huyo mama nimeona leo, ametolewa Nairobi, amebebwa na lori, anarudi kwao. Ati Nairobi imemshinda, niko na watoto, sina kazi, biashara imeharibika. She is not going there with happiness. She is very, very angry and bitter because of how things are going. Why did the life change that drastically? Why is it so fast that the life has changed for many Kenyans? Not for better, for worse. We are not looking forward to see that Kenyans start dying just because of carelessness. People who don't care. And in fact, when I see them with those suits and big cars, I see it's a curse in our country. We cannot survive that way. We need to live like human beings and people treated like human beings, not like animals. I feel bad, really. Tunachekelewa na nchi zingine. Tunaonekana kama tumebwagwa kama wanyama. Na mtu kweli kabisa, hawa ni wazazi wako na manyumba zao na wameshindwa na kulinda boma zao kwa sababu ya tabu. It's horrible. We want a country that stands and stands for lives of people, not for animals. We are human beings created equal. Pesa hizo wako nazo, wakule tu. Siku yao inakuja. Thank you, Leon.
Thank you. I know they are listening and they better leave before we catch up with them. They better leave kabla tuwapate. Manake sisi tukifika pale itakuwa ni upark, hata tutawapatia nafasi ya kupark. Tukifika pale itakuwa ni mtoke venye mlikuwa, kwa sababu hakuna kitu walikuja nayo pale. Kwanza itabidi wamelipa ile mali wamepora, ile mambo ya hustler fund sasa sisikii wakizungumzia. Ni kama kuna venye pesa zinaenda zikipotea, but they'll finally have to account for it. Ingawaje sasa wameiweka chini ya meza, wataki kuzungumzia, hata tupewi update the way they were giving us, which I know if things go the way, if the trend continues, from next month nobody will be able to hear about the hustler fund, and that is how it happens. And the people saw it, na watu wakasema tu hapa hii Hustler Fund ni mchezo tu. When it started we were being told ilikuwa ni zile updates kama zile za Mutai Kagwe za corona. Each and every evening we are being told so far Chaka Ndume alichukua 500 na amesharudisha hivi. So they used to give us updates each and every day. Sasa hii waliacha kutupatia updates. They are now working behind the curtains, wanajilipa tu. They'll have to pay for it. But what I know, Baba alituambia ile 6K bado iko in store. Wale watoto wanalia mambo ya school fees itakuwa sorted. So let us wait. It is the right time. It is on that Monday. Wengi hawatakuwa wamefungua shule, ndio siku ya kufungua shule. Pengine the news there will give some hopes to wale wazazi wana struggle kutafuta mambo ya school fees. Let us wait. Not only waiting, but let us mobilize and go and welcome our hero on Monday so that we can give him direction on how or what we want to be done to us. SG, karibu.
Your mic is off.
Unmute yourself.
Okay, now I've unmuted myself. I just wanted to say thank you. Shukrani sana sana Chaka. Vile umeongea naweza sikia vile kuna huzuni na unataka kuambia Wakenya vile Kenya iko. Unajua. So I'll speak English. I think if you have the same spirit the way Chaka spoke, anybody who is listening, yeah, the same passion, what we want to happen in our country. If we had the same spirit, I think things would be really, really well. Mzalendo, I think you need to listen more to what people are saying. Kind of try and empathize with the situation on the ground. You're away. But for me, I'm talking about experience. I was just home and I see the pain on everybody's face. I feel it and I hear it. Kenya is on the brink of a breakdown. Yeah. And if we put our differences aside and also not using vulgar languages, I think it would make the situation much better. Arari, thank you so much, Mama. I can feel your pain. We're in the same shoes. So with that, I just thank everybody. And let's hope Monday we'll see some changes. And I'm just praying that God will go forward, protect everybody who will be on the forefront. And us out here, we are really praying. That's all that I can say. So take care and barikiwe sana. Thank you.
Thank you. Monday, people will have to go. We already protected, and people will really go and present their petition. When finally the captain comes back, he has to give direction. So as I welcome Mzalendo, I just want us now to be Kenyans at this juncture and help me maybe understand something here, or maybe we know one of the maybe on the Monday meeting, I know something to do with the Hustler Fund is going to come up. So maybe can we just discuss something? Maybe nobody's against the Hustler Fund, but people are against the structures. There are no structures, but we were told you don't need a committee. I don't know. So what is your mind on that? Based on maybe if you're having some idea, how do you think it should have been done best if maybe you are given time to advise Ruto? Because the only thing that is going to make that hustler fail is not that the money is not there. The money is there, but how it was structured, the amount being given, and how it is organized, things to do with the accountability. Do you think, or should we just assume it is one of the pyramid schemes as we are used as Kenyans?
Ideally, the Hustler Fund was a brilliant idea. I don't think there is any country in Africa that has come up with such a brilliant idea. That was a very, very brilliant idea. The only problem, it was not structured. I've told you it was not structured properly. If it was meant for business, then this is what ought to have happened. They would have trained Chaka Mudume from Vanga, who is a businessman, looked at Chaka, who is a farmer, look at Chaka ana kiasi gani, maeka ngapi ya shamba, ama anafanya kazi gani, kama ni biashara ya duka na anataka mkopo kiasi gani, na anapata faida ama anaweza lipa hii loan akipewa, then ana qualify kupata pesa ngapi. So that should have been a training done maybe through the banks, and the banks would give the people who are eligible to get that loan wapate, si kila mtu, mpaka school going children wamepata mkopo. So that is where that Hustler Fund, that is the problem with that Hustler Fund. But I think they are restructuring it right now. The people who are in, the hustlers who are in business, because that was the target. The hustlers who are in business, they are going to get some good money when they restructure it in the manner that I'm saying. Otherwise, it was a brilliant idea. It was a brilliant idea. And you know, in politics, you have to have an ideology. If you go to politics without any ideology, then you'll be just telling people, vote for me, vote for me. Ruto's ideology was to uplift the poor. That was the ideology, and that was a powerful ideology that no any politician had, and he had it before anybody else. So it captured the moment. Whether you like it or not, it captured the moment. And everybody got into, sisi ni mahasla, we are getting into the hustler. When Azimio realized, hey, this guy anaenda na kila kitu, they introduced the 6,000 shillings much later, and you know that, Leo, much later they introduced the 6,000 shillings for each and everybody. But politics is about ideology. Politics is about the groups that you want to capture. He was already in the church. He has already captured the Anglican church, the Catholic church, the Protestant church, these African churches. He had already captured them. And politics is about numbers. If you capture the church, you capture the youth, then muule mwenzako, your competitor anawachwa na nini? So it's about strategy. If you didn't have those strategies, then too bad. That's why you lost the elections. That is why I say you lost the election. You didn't have any message that resonates with the locals, or it came too late in the day.
I think there's some questions. I'll just allow a question. Unknown scripts.
Oh, thank you, Leo. I think I don't know whether Mzalendo is in Kenya. He's saying that he's aware of some restructuring of the Hustler fund thing. But Mzalendo, are you aware of the budget estimates by UDA, which has got on there 2.8 trillion from the informal sector? I hope you do understand that the informal sector has everything to do with the Hustler Fund. It has everything to do with the Hustler Fund. This is an area which has not been taxed before. If you are aware of the budget estimate, the UDA is talking about broadening the lower tax bracket by bringing those people on board. And what do they say? They are talking about presumptive tax. Presumptive tax is a turnover-based tax. Turnover based on the transactions on your M-Pesa account. I do not know what you mean by uplifting anybody. They are busy trying to get the little from the fellows who are taking the hustler thing. I agree with you. The hustler thing is based on to help the small business person. But remember, there is a percentage of it which you are forced to save. That is where they are collecting data, which KRA is going to use to give all these fellows pins. And based on your transactions on the M-Pesa transactions, I think, Leo, you were here earlier when we were saying that you send your son, for example, pocket money. It is seen on his part as a business transaction on which this presumptive tax is going to be based. You see how misleading things are. I'm sorry, but I can give UDA free advice. If they continue with Hustler Fund the way it is going to backfire and backfire badly. You start taxing people, counting their M-Pesa transactions as turnover. I don't know. I can't imagine what is going to happen to the same people you think you are uplifting. Now, how did they get the information that they want to use to trade in the first place? From Safaricom. You all know that Safaricom, the government, is the biggest single shareholder. I think at 49% of the entire thing. You are all aware that Vodafone owns, I think, 39%. Then there is the Mobitela. I don't know whether you remember it. Then there are the individuals like you and me. Now, above the 39, the next biggest shareholder in Safaricom is actually Vodafone. It's Vodafone, followed by, I think, by Mobitela, then the other smaller fellows lower down at 0.5%. You can imagine if an entire 49%, and that's why they think they can dictate what Safaricom does. But by revealing our information on M-Pesa to the government the way they have done, is infringing on people's privacy. I did say that earlier. And it's just a matter of time before these people, somebody takes the matter to the higher courts. It is infringing on people's privacy. Nevertheless, they can still use it the way they want to use it. After all, remember, Hustler Fund is voluntary. Hustler Fund is voluntary. So, as much as you may want to claim that your privacy is being infringed, there are terms and conditions for all these things. And most of you are accepted. By logging in there and providing your PIN, you are voluntarily giving it. So you cannot even claim anything. But the truth of the matter is that M-Pesa transactions cannot be turnover for business. Cannot be. We all know how Kenyans use M-Pesa. It is totally wrong to assume that they are transactions so that you can use them to institute a presumptive tax. I did say here that it is like saying that if your turnover is, call it through the borrowing, let's say by every month you have done like 15,000, they consider that as your monthly turnover. Then they have to think about the presumptive tax. What do? They say that, oh, let's charge everybody of their monthly turnover something like 0.2%. And that is what they do. It is averaging your transactions and making you pay tax. Now, the fact that this thing is already in the budget estimates tells you a lot. It's just a matter of time. It's going to be in parliament. The MPs, parliament is the way Mzalendo is saying, yes, the church, yes, I don't know, you don't need the police for this, but you have parliament, you have Senate, they are all going to pass it. So by the end of the day, Kenyans will just be crying. You too.
Thank you. And maybe just to clarify, for those people who don't know, if today just take your time in your phone, the ones that are using M-Pesa, and check on with the Safaricom, there is that point. If you go to the M-Pesa, those people are using the M-Pesa app, there is that point which talks of the frequently asked questions. And I want you to look at question number 10 about taxes. Allow me to read it for you, for the ones who will not get time to go through it. This is what it says.
Yes.
That is question number 10. One says, the client undertakes to declare all income resulting from or in consequence of using the M-Pesa pay bill services to the relevant tax authority and to pay all taxes, levies, and fees due on such income. Safaricom shall not be liable to the client for any disclosure to the relevant tax authority, and the client hereby indemnifies Safaricom from any loss or damage arising from such disclosure to the relevant tax authority. So when you are signing for your Fuliza, there is a point I think they ask for your M-Pesa PIN number. And because somebody was desperately in need of the money, you had to key in your M-Pesa PIN. So keying in your M-Pesa PIN did not mean somebody was going to get it to your account and steal money. They are not going to do that. You are just giving them permission to check on how much you receive. Like somebody just talked of, you've sent some school fees, somebody has sent you some money maybe to go and pay for his construction cost. You know, this money is not your income. It is not yours. You're the only person who is at home and having a relative who is abroad or elsewhere. So this relative wants to buy a land, or this relative is building some chicken cage somewhere, and they send money to your phone. So this money, the government is going to calculate as if it is an income, and they'll know that at the end of the day, Leo received 200,000. They'll not want to care whether this 200,000 was some funeral contribution. Like we have people having funerals, and during these contributions, because people don't want to go for the till number and the pay bill, whatever, they say, Mzalendo, let us use your money, your M-Pesa number.
Mzalendo wewe ndio treasurer. Wanasema
So at the end of the day, this
treasurer.
funeral is going to collect 500,000. This one is going to be counted as your income, and you'll have to pay tax of it. So that is how sad we are. The government already. Yeah.
Let me conclude by telling Mzalendo the issue about the deduction. That deduction is very, very strategic. And you see, most of the so-called Asla fellows never even think a second about these so-called 5%, 10% savings. Every time you borrow, how do you borrow for business and you save before you make money? Savings normally come from over and above, isn't it? Ask yourself, you have not even done the business and you are saving. You see, now I did say here yesterday that this saving is to give authenticity to your details. To your details. Remember, you can only access it when your details are correct and you are tax compliant in future. Now that is the catch, and that's what I'm saying. Well, the UDM could have come up with this hustler thing, which Mzalendo thinks is uplifting some people. It might well backfire when the same people turn against you. That is when you know that poor Kenyans may not like the idea that the little money that they go hawkers are collecting around, you want to tax them. Look at those hawkers alongside the road, for example, in Nairobi. You think those people would be wanting to pay anything called tax? Even as much as you say that everybody should pay tax. The Asla Fund may have its side, good side and bad side, but it may well just backfire badly. Thank you.
You know, a non-script, wacha niseme kwa Kiswahili, kila mtu uwe unafanya biashara, uwe unafanya sana sana watu wa biashara, so long as uko over 18 unalipa ushuru kwa njia nyingine au nyingine. Ukienda kwa duka kununua mkate unalipa ushuru. So you are paying taxes either way. And Kenyan government is run by taxes. So if for UDA to expand its tax bracket, it means that it wants to increase more revenue so that the services zile zinataka kuprovide zile munalilia kama mambo ya uchumi, bei ya vitu ziende chini. So you can only do that when you have more money going into treasury or KRA collecting more revenue. Hata ukiongea juu ya Asla Fund, yes it is there, but zimekuwa fund zingine mingi sana. Kuna 254, kuna sijui gani ingine, ziko mingi hapo
kuna uwezo
kuna Uwezo Fund. The Uwezo Fund, I think it's the interest rate is lower than the Hustler Fund. Kuna hii ingine hii the banks are also offering some loans, but the interest rates are also higher. So either way, for a businessman, and you are complaining about data, your data is captured anywhere. Saa zile umeregister pin ya simu, so long as uko na simu, serikali iko na data yako, iko na information
That is
yote
true.
yako.
That is
Yeah?
true, Mzalendo, but they don't have your bank statements like now Hustler Fund has acquired. But me personally, what I was talking about, what I was bringing your attention to, is the budget estimates, where if you go through the budget estimates, the KRA intends to raise, it's the first time they are trying to do this from the informal sector, 2.8 trillion from the informal sector.
And it's achievable. It's not
through
that it's not.
Through presumptive tax. Presumptive tax is turnover tax, which is based on averaging transactions. Yeah. Now, what Leo, I think, was trying to say was that these transactions, it could be just the pocket money for the child. Now, you are averaging it and you want to levy a tax on it. They are going to come up. Let me tell you how the presumptive tax works. I think I said it here yesterday. You see, for example, the monthly rental tax. If you have rental income, which is in a year, annual income is 10 million and above, you do your costing, you have an accountant, and then you pay after you removing your tax allowables. But if your monthly income income is less than 10 million, the monthly rental tax, which you are supposed to pay every time the tenant pays you, is based on presumption that you pay only 10% on gross. So in other words, if your landlord tenant is paying 20,000, 10% is 2,000. You are supposed to pay that 2,000 every time the tenant has paid. Now, because of the numbers they have in Parliament, I think I did indicate here that UDA is coming up with a law which is going to empower KRA to collect this rental income tax through M-Pesa. Now, M-Pesa is going to be fed with programs whereby when the tenant pays, so long as it is tagged the rent, straight away, and you fall under the bracket of 10 million and below, straight away 10% is deducted and it goes straight to KRA. You know, as we speak now, the landlord has to go and pay the 10%, the monthly 10% themselves to KRA. Now, this time around, if they succeed in passing that law through Parliament, which will enable KRA to use that alternative to collect the rental income tax, there will be no more waiting for the landlord to pay. The moment the tenant pays, so long as it is flagged rent through M-Pesa, straight away the 10% goes to KRA. Straight away, your remaining 90% goes to your side. Now, as you may well argue that people need to pay tax the way you are arguing. Yes, it's just that Kenyans who have embraced these changes, I'm not so sure that they are prepared of these current government's strategies of collecting that tax, especially of broadening this so-called tax base. Mpaka you want to tax students' pocket money. You want to tax funeral money. Mzalendo, you are the treasurer for this fundraising group for so-and-so's funeral. Now, those things, when they start looking at them as turnovers on your account, on your M-Pesa account, is when you will know that what I'm saying, that the hustler thing approach may well just backfire. Thank you.
Yeah, that is true. And maybe the bill is coming. What they are basically going to do, you know, currently, Chaka nakuja kwako, these landlords are normally supposed to remit that money at the end of the month or whatever. But they are coming up with the MTA is going to integrate something that is going to work similar to the ETR, yeah? The electric tax register, like the ones you normally see in the supermarket, whereby if you buy something, it deducts automatically. So if you don't pay, KRA will come for you and tell you, based on the receipt, when you normally they give you that TTR receipt, it normally sends, it relays the message directly to KRA that today you sold 500,000. So they'll just make their calculation to get the 16%. So the same is also going to be happening to you as a landlord. By the time I'm paying you that rent of 15,000 for the 1 bedroom and the 2 bedroom there, automatically they have to know 15,000 have been paid. So 1,500 should be taken to KRA. So if you don't send it,
that is the approach.
Chaka, karibu.
Mimi nilitaka kuchangia kidogo hapo kwa hayo masuala na ushuru, kwamba tumeshuhudia wakati wa Kibaki uchumi ukipanda zaidi, ukapanda kiasi kwamba wengi walio haswa majirani wetu, haswa nchi majirani zetu hizi kama Tanzania, Uganda na wengine Mozambique, huko Msumbiji, watu walikuwa wanakimbilia Kenya kwa sababu ya sarafu yake iko juu, yani ni kama dola. So wengi walikuwa wanakimbilia hapa kufanya kazi. Uchumi kwanza ulikuwa umepanda vizuri. Sidhani kama hili swala tunalolijadili hapa na kulizungumzia na kaka Mzalendo, kwamba kwa kupanda uchumi wakati ule basi waliweza haswa kuchangisha mpaka wale wanatumia M-Pesa masuala na biashara zao, yani wanatathmini ile pesa mtu anaingiziwa kwa akaunti yake, ambapo huwezi jua kwamba hii pesa ni ya matanga, wala huwezi jua kwamba hii pesa ni ya nini, ni ya school fees ya nini, lakini hawakuwa wana target hapo na uchumi ulipanda. Hivi mbona hii serikali iweze kuigeuza haswa kwamba ni lazima, na kubaliana na Mzalendo kwamba uchumi wa nchi unategemea ushuru, lakini mbona sielewi hapa haswa kwa hii masuala na M-Pesa. Je, endapo nitamkutumia mapeni ya baya, pengine ni ya matanga ama ni ya biashara, alafu ama ni ya school fees nimemtumia mwanangu, alafu ikatwe kwa minajili ya ushuru na sio makusudio na silo lengo, hivyo hatuoni kwamba, ama Mzalendo huoni kwamba hapa kuna tashwishi, ndugu yangu Mzalendo hapa? Kwa sababu uchumi, nakubaliana wewe kweli unapanda kwa na ushuru, lakini tangia mwanzo mtu akinunua kibiriti anakata ushuru, na wale wako na kazi wenye wana earn more than 24,000 wanakatiwa ushuru mpaka leo. Hilo lipo, whoever earns over 24,000 monthly basis anakatwa hiyo ushuru. Sasa mbona waingie mpaka pesa zile watu wanazituma haswa, waangalie pande haswa kwa M-Pesa ni nini haswa? Ndivyo kuipandisha uchumi ama ni kukandamiza mwananchi?
Chaka, just to clarify that, what they are trying to do is that the so-called informal sector, basically they are not in the 24,000 salaries and above. They are watu wa chini hapa, watu wa jua kali, so to say. You get? Now, even if you are the one in government, you be having a big challenge if you want to tax watu wa jua kali. We all know how they operate. How will you get that data? In fact, maybe to one extent, I can say what Mzalendo was saying. This idea was very good. It's just that it's going to net the wrong people for tax sometimes, if you look at it. But otherwise, the Kenyan Juakali is very, very large. It is almost the number of people in terms of almost 65% of the economic activities in Kenya is Juakali too. Now, all these fellows, how do you tax them? Unless you do VAT style, whereby he buys bread, una tax him. That is maybe what you can do. But to have, that is why me, I have not talked about this until the idea of budget estimates. Currently, the moment Parliament resumes, they are going to be on the budget estimates. They are already discussing the budget estimates. And if you scrutinize, you'll find in there, informal sector, Jua Kali is targeted to raise over 2 trillion in presumptive tax. Presumptive tax, I've explained to you, it works the same way the rental income tax works. And where are they going to base it? They are basing it that your M-Pesa statement is the source of information as to how busy, what transactions you do. That is the nearest they can come. If you are somebody in Jua Kali, how else would they access your transaction? There is no other way. The M-Pesa provides them with the best route to access you for tax. And when they do presumptive tax, they are going to do an average. They are going to say, if your turnover, let's say in a month, your M-Pesa transaction totals to 15,000, they may then say that the tax which we think is comfortable here could be, let's take 0.02% or 0.2% on every turnover at the end of the month. And they don't deduct it from your M-Pesa. Now that is your tax burden to meet when they tell you to do so. And remember, I said that whenever you borrow, if you are on Hustler Fund, there is something they call a savings there. So in other words, they have something from you. In the event that they tell you, hey, Chaka, lipa 0.02% of your last month's transactions, which were 20,000, na unaleta shida, wakona access to your savings. So they can say, let this be your advance tax.
Najua, yani Chaka, hii presumptive tax ni wana assume huu Chaka kila mwaka.
Exactly.
Ni assumption kila mwaka huu jamaa anakuwa na 30,000. Kwa hivyo na alipagi ushuru. Ukae kujua na ulipagi ushuru. Lakini unataka barabara, unataka maji na unataka mashule. Unaona? Ulipagi ushuru lakini unataka barabara, unataka maji, unataka hospitali na pia unalalamika. So wanaangalia, hey, huyu jamaa anatengeneza 30,000 a month. Wacha tumpige taxi ya 5,000.
Yeah. I'm zero. Normally they're in the zeros, 0.02.
Yeah, I'm talking about maybe figures zile unafaa kulipa. 0 point something vile anasema. Hiyo ndio utakuwa sasa. Actually, this law ni ya watu wale wanakwepa kulipa ushuru. Ndio nani ya kuelezea vizuri. Watu wale wanakwepa kulipa ushuru ndio wana target sana na hii sheria. Kama wewe unalipa ushuru, wewe uko sawa. Lakini kama ulipi ushuru lakini unatafutwa kwa njia yote ile upatikane ukwe kwa tax bracket.
Ni wale wako chini, wale tuliambiwa wananyanyuliwa, wako chini watanyanyuliwa, hawa wamekuwa targeted, ama ni wale wenye makampuni na mabiashara makubwa, ama ni yule mnyonge aswa alioahidiwa kwamba ataweza kunyanyuliwa kutoka chini kwenda juu ndio ambaye ametargetwa katika hii mnayozungumzia hapa?
Unajua Kenya kuna corruption, kuna wabwenyenye wale walipi ushuru, kuna mtu wa kawaida pia alipi ushuru, kuna wale pia wataki hata hiyo mkusikia hiyo neno KRA, lakini wanataka services. So wako kwote, unanielewa? Pale kwa wale watu wa Jua Kali, kuna mtu mmoja anaingiza pengine 1,000,000 na hajawahi lipa ushuru maisha yake yote.
It is true, very true.
Anafanya biashara hiyo base na anaingiza milioni. Wewe unamuona ni mchafu hapo, kila ni mechanic hapo, lakini anaingiza pesa mingi sana kushinda wale unadhani wako na magorofa. Lakini alipi hata ushuru hata siku moja. Yeye anayuambia yeye yuko kwa informal sector. Na ameajiri kwa hiyo kampuni yake hiyo ya informal sector, ameajiri watu karibu 8 ama 10. Wale pia hawalipi ushuru. Hawalipi hata ushuru. Unanielewa?
Ndio hiyo sasa Chaka
Na huyo pia, huyo ndio Chaka mdume mwingine pia analalamika hakuna barabara. Mimi nataka serikali nipatie barabara, nataka serikali nipatie maji, nataka elimu ya bure, nataka nini ya bure, kila kitu ya bure serikali peana, lakini ushuru hutaki kulipa. Hapo ndio kuna shida. Kenya ni nchi ambayo inategemea ushuru.
Mzalendo, hapo ndio nilikuwa nasema this thing is a two-sided coin. Hii maneno ya Asla is two-sided. They'll manage to get some of the people who have not been paying, but at the same time they are likely to get people who do not even deserve to pay on that need, because of the net is too big now. Utashika wengine, they don't, like sema mtu wa funeral, huyu mtu wa matanga, they may collect some good money now you start levying tax on them, you see.
You know, unfortunately people think that hii sheria ililetwa na UDA. Hii ni sheria ilikuwa hapo awali. By 2018 we already had this law, but kuimplement imekuwa ni shida kwa sababu kila mtu anakwepa ushuru. It has always been there. So some of these laws are very, very good. Zinasaidia mwananchi, zinasaidia nchi na mwananchi wa kawaida, but kuzitekeleza ndio ngumu.
Maybe hapo tu before ukiendelea, you know, kutekeleza hizi vitu, is the government setting, is Kenya Kwanza setting the right pace? Because everybody will have to pay tax. That is the fact. For a country to develop, and in fact, any country that has developed, a country like Kenya, for us to develop, kila mtu lazima lipe ushuru, uwe mwana biashara mdogo au mkubwa. So, is the government setting a pace, or are they wanajaribu kuonyesha kuwa watahakikisha kila mtu amelipa ushuru? Or
leo ngoja nikwambie leo,
mimi nitafeel kwa ile duka yangu ndogo wakikuja kuniitisha ushuru, lakini pale kwa TV nikikaa jioni niliona mtu ambaye amekwepa kulipa ushuru wa shilingi taslimu bilioni 2 ameachiliwa huru. So unadhani mimi nikilipa ushuru nitakuwa naifanya kama roho yangu imekubali, ama nitakuwa naona ni kama nimegandamizwa? So hiyo ndio tunataka
leo wacha nikwambie something. You see, Kenya Kwanza are between a rock and a hard place. You see, the way Mzalendo put it, in the past, nobody had ever come up with this idea of funding small business people through the hustler kind of thing. It has its good side. But again, now to want to implement it, because for you to serve people well, you need good tax revenue. Now, the challenge is that how exactly do you approach this thing? Now, whoever had figured it out maybe overlooked so many things. Not every M-Pesa account near business. No. Some of these are for completely entirely different things. But you see, tax should attract business activities. Now, if by doing this, half of the people roped in the bracket or in the tax bracket do not even deserve to be paying tax. So you see now they're faced up with a situation whereby this thing is going to backfire. But personally, you can see Mzalendo is saying that this thing was there earlier, it was not implemented. But what is clear is that previous government could have been avoiding it. But this time around, the reason I'm talking about it now is because it is there as we speak now in the budget estimates for 2023-2024. And it is going to be in Parliament this coming, when they resume. You see, it is already being discussed. And the amount they are put on the so-called Juakali sector is so high, over 2 trillion. Okay, I agree, 60% of Kenyan economic, whatever they are in the informal sector. But how they are going to go around it without hurting their very supporters is what we are waiting to see. And that's why personally I was saying, if they are not careful, they might think they find this thing completely backfiring. I don't know, for Mzalendo who has been in the US, you know how sensitive taxation is.
Yeah, you see the problem with our country, and hii ndio shida ile iko Chaka. Unalipa ushuru, but hii ushuru haifanyi kazi. Unafaa ulipe ushuru and then the tax should work for you. At the end of the day, there is a tax refund for those who have been paying taxes in Kenya. wakae wakijua that KRA inafaa warudishe hiyo pesa. Baada ya kufanya biashara nayo, wanafaa warudishiwe ile hela kwa mfuko zao. But all the regimes in Kenya, hakuna wale, mimi sijawahi sikia mtu amepata tax refund.
There's a time I tried following up on that. You'll follow up until you give up. Never.
Yeah, I've never heard of, or maybe it is for a few rich individuals, wale wanalipa billions. But there are people who get tax refund. There are people who get tax refund, but maybe for you, huwezi ipata. But each and every Kenyan should get
for your information. Ina maana kwamba samahani tu kidogo ndugu zangu kwa kuingilia kati. Ina maana kwamba hii hasala sasa ndio ilikuja ikazindua haya yote ambayo wametathmini kwamba wale wanakwepa kulipa ushuru na wale wenye kulipa ushuru. Kwa hiyo hii ndio tathmini ya kuweza kuwapiba na kuwajua, ndipo iletwe hii hasala fund, ama hii ni sheria ambayo ilikuwa hapo. Kwa hiyo ni inakuwa inatekelezwa, haikuwa ikitekelezwa kikamilifu. Kwa hiyo sasa hivi inatekelezwa ili kusudi kuhakikisha kwamba kila mtu anaweza kulipa ushuru, lakini kigezo hasa cha kutathmini mwenye uwezo wa kulipa ushuru ama ni hii hasala fund. Juu mimi hii kitu inanichanganya, kwa sababu vyenye tuliambiwa kwamba the more you pay the more ndo unapata na chances zako ziko high za kuweza increase your limit, na mpaka sasa hivi hakuna limit yenye imeweza kusonga pale. Lakini ukiingia hapo kwa hasala fund, kuna mahali pia unaweza kuangalia saving yenye imekuwa pale, na hata hujapata faida na hiyo pesa, tayari saving imeshawekwa pale. Kwa hiyo kwamba hii ilikuwa tu ni kama imeletwa tu ili kupima wale wana uwezo wa kulipa ushuru na wale ambao wanaweza wanakwepa kulipa ushuru, ili watu waweze kutathmini hii hasala fund. Sielewi, sijaelewa ndugu zangu hapo, mtanisamee. Najua pia
unajua Chaka, umeieleza tu vizuri. Hii hasla fund ilikuwa ni idea mzuri sana. Ile kitu lazima ujue, hii ni pesa huku kuwa nayo. Serikali imekupatia pesa ila hauna hiyo pesa, you didn't have it, whether it is 500, whether it is 1000, that money you didn't have it. So that money they expect to inject it back into the economy. Kwa sababu watu nalia hawana hela, lazima kuwe na pesa ina circulate kwa economy, ndio economy iweze mkuwe na watu wakuwe na buying power. Watu wakuwe na buying power. So kuna pesa lazima uinject kwa economy. When naanza sema kama hapa bali niko, rais aliinject $1,300. Ukiwa na mtoto, kila mtoto alikuwa anapata $300. Ukiwa na mtoto chini ya 18 years, that's about 30,000 Kenyan shillings. Ukiwa na watoto watano, unaweza imagine hiyo ni karibu 150,000 ile unapata because the economy was doing so badly na COVID time, so they need to recover. Na citizens hawana pesa, hauna pesa ya kwenda supermarket, hauna pesa ya kufanya kitu, so serikali inakupatia hiyo pesa, shika hii pesa ufanye ile unataka, but utaifanya kwa muda nani, at the end of the day it's not sustainable. Serikali iwezi kuwa inakupatia pesa kila miaka nenda miaka rudi. At one point they will stop giving you that money because they need that money to circulate, na watu wengine pia wapate. Wewe ukikopa mwingine wapate. Shida ya hustler fund hata sio ati wewe utaumia. Shida ya hustler fund ni serikali ndio itaumia zaidi. They will lose billions because there will be so many defaulters. Wale wataki kulipa
watajiumia namna gani? You know,
hivi ndio wataumia. Nikikopa pesa na siilipi, hiyo ni hasara kwa serikali, na hakuna mahali wanaweza wakupeleka.
You know, Mzalendo, you need to know one thing. Hustler fund is budgeted. So ni kama development. This is a KRA allocation to get the data. This data, which is now going to yield 2.8 trillion from the informal sector, It is a data collection exercise. Tell Chaka that. It was not meant to do you anything. In fact, that is why if you don't pay, they don't take you anywhere. They don't take you anywhere. They are budgeted, according to KRA budget for this data collection. They propose to spend 5 to 7 billion a year just to get this information. Going forward, they will hope to recoup it through taxation, this so-called informal tax, presumptive tax.
True, they will still recover their money at the end of the day. Very, very true.
Hapo ndugu zangu, nafikiri kuna mengine yananiingia, lakini bado kuna so hii hustler fund. Kwa hiyo kwamba si vile ambavyo ilikuwa imewekwa kwamba ni pesa ya kumsaidia kufungua biashara, kuweza kumnyanyua mwananchi. Yani ni pesa ambayo, kwanza nielewe kwamba hii source ya hii hustler fund, mkisema kwamba hii hustler fund mwananchi hakuwa na pesa, na serikali hii pesa imetoa wapi kama si kwa mwananchi? Kwa hiyo mkusema hii ni pesa ya mwananchi. Kwa hiyo sasa, kama ni pesa ya mwananchi na lengo haswa ni kukusanya data, kumwelewa mapato yake, jinsi gani anavyoingiza pesa kwa mpesa yake on monthly basis, waweze kukuwa na hiyo audit kwamba anatia pesa ngapi, ili waweze kumtax. Ndio lilikuwa lengo la hustler fund. Ama lengo la hustler fund lilikuwa ni kumnyanyua mama mboga na ule bodaboda na yule wa chini kuweza kukua, kwa sababu hiyo ndio kauli nilikuwa nikisikia mimi Chaka, kwamba tunaleta hustler fund kwamba unaweza kopa ukatengeza biashara. Kwa hivyo wakati ikiwa implemented ikashangaza watu kwamba ni pesa kidogo mno kiasi kwamba huwezi fungua chochote. Nadhani hata DP mwenyewe alizungumza kwamba hiyo naiona ni kidogo 500, lakini kunaweza ukanunua peremende ukaingia kwa barabara ukatafuta riziki na hiyo 500. Lakini je, ililetwa kwaweza kumnyanyua ama ilikuwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba mwananchi anakusanywa data yake ile ambayo kwamba jinsi anavyoingiza mapato yake, transactions zake zote zenye zinapita kwa mpesa, ili ndio waweze kumtax? Nataka tu kuelewa hapo, kwa sababu sijaelewa hii lengo la hustler fund ni gani.
Chaka, there are two ways. Let me just respond to that. Then you come in, Leo.
Kabla pengine, okay.
Let me respond to that. Then you can come in. Chaka, there are. Remember this thing. This is many-headed stuff. There is the political thing here. Then there is the social thing here. Then there is the other economic something here. There are all those three fronts. Now, politically, you can see somebody is reaping. But the truth of the matter that by the end of the day, imagine 2 years from now, what will happen? The information they are collecting is going to be very, very valuable going forward economically and as far as KRA is concerned. So that's why we are saying that somebody might say that people are not paying. So you think that they are losing. They are not losing. What they are saying is that collecting that data is this expensive. And that's why I was saying that as far as KRA projections are concerned, they will be spending 5 to 7 billion a year around this hustler thing. But by the end of the day, the information they will have, the data they will have about you and your accounts and your business activities, which in future you are going to pay pole through taxation, is very, very valuable. And as Mzalendo said, the previous regimes have all been defeated. What to do with the Juakali sector? That is true. Now, in the process, they have earned the support of the Juakali sector, so to say. But then, that's why we are saying that sooner or later, they might backfire. And the Juakali sector, that support may well be withdrawn even before 2027.
Thank you. Let me welcome, there's Jatello here. So let me welcome Jatello. And before that, Chaka, what is happening kwa hiyo hustler fund haikuwa pesa ya biashara. Manake, wewe leo hii huwezi kiingia bank na wakupatie loan kama wewe sio, lazima wajue loan unaenda kufanyia nini, na hiyo kitu unaenda kufanya una uwezo wa kurudisha. Lakini hustler fund, bora uko na line ya Safaricom, hata kama wewe ni mwanafunzi unapewa. Sasa haikuwa ya kufaidisha wanabiashara, ni kama serikali ilikuwa inawaambia asanteni sana kwa kutupigia kura na nyinyi pia mujienjoy. Jatelo, karibu.
Asante sana Leo. Nimeingia hapa sababu ya mzalendo because I've been commenting in the comment section but ni kama hakuwa nasoma hiyo. So I'll just try to share my little economic knowledge because I'm an economist and distinguish between the two. Now, ukiangalia hii hustler fund yenyewe ilikuwa na good idea. It had a good thoughts like kuinua hustler, yes. But utainua mimi bila knowledge. Utainua mimi bila kujua hii 500 unanipea nitaifanyia nini? Hakuna civic education ulileta huku ukanipea ukaniambia ukifanya hii na hii nitakupea hii pesa na inaweza kufanya ukwe hivi. Now in that case naweza sema hustler fund haikuwa loan sababu ukienda kwa bank there's so many things that are being considered before being given the loan. But hustler fund ilikuwa ya kila mtu, chota kila mtu yoyote mwenye ataomba hiyo pesa, bora tu umeweka M-Pesa namba yako na kila kitu utapewa hiyo pesa, and that's called overdraft. Kuna do different things. Overdraft ni ile saa zile yenye hauna pesa lakini utakuwa ukitumia pesa ikwe kama mkopa itakupeleka kwa negative. So there is that's the difference between hustler fund na loan. Watu wanasema hustler fund ni loan, hiyo si loan. Hiyo ni pesa yenye unapewa lakini utalipa na interest. Unaona? Loan ni ile yenye wanaangalia huyu mzalendo amekuwa akifanya hii pesa ngapi, how is he able to pay back this money. Sababu mimi nikikupea pesa kama loan nitaangalia huyu mzalendo what is the stream of his income. Anaweza lipa hii pesa kama ni miaka 4 at how much per month or per year, unaona. Lakini hustler fund ni ile yenye unaambiwa utakuwa ukilipa 500 tutakupea 500, unalipa hiyo 500, next time unakopesha 700, unalipa hiyo 700
unalipa in 2 weeks.
Unalipa in 2 weeks which is a standard. Like hakuna ile yenye hata unaweza ambiwa because loan you can bargain terms of payment. Hii hustler fund imekuja na rigid term, unaona. Sasa ukiangalia hiyo ni overdraft. I just wanted to mention that and then nitoke kwa studio. Nilikuwa najaribu kusema hivyo kwa comment section lakini mzalendo ni kama ulisoma tu.
Jatelo, whatever you have said is what I've been saying. Sijui ni wapi nimekosea. Nimekuwa nikisema they needed to have been educated by the banks on how to manage the money. What you are not telling us is that even for overdraft, you need to qualify for an overdraft. Overdraft, you cannot walk into the bank and get an overdraft. You must have saved some money with the bank. Your salary must have been coming through that bank for a period of time.
That's very true.
So that you qualify for the overdraft. But I need you to give me a name because you call the hustler fund not a loan. So what is it? Give me an English name for it.
An English name for that is an overdraft. Ile yenye unanielewa, an English name ni overdraft. Sio loan. Loan, hiyo loan yenye unaongelea, hiyo overdraft ukiangalia
call it almost a soft loan. Overdraft, you know, is based on over and what has been going on.
It's complicated. You can't call it an overdraft.
Ndio maana ukiangalia wanasema wanaangalia M-Pesa yako utaweka pin, uangalie umekuwa ukiweka 50 bob, ndio maana inakuja kwa overdraft. Unaona? Wanaangalia history yako, hawaangalii ile loan. Sababu loan haikuji kwa ile njia yenye mtu atakupea 500. Kwanza ukienda kutafuta loan, utawaambia hii pesa unapeleka wapi. Upewi 1000 loan. Loan ni pesa unapewa yenye iko tangible.
Jatelo, since you are an economist, can you tell us, more about the benefits of that money into the economy vis-a-vis not having it and the danger?
Sasa nilikwambia the idea was really good. And nilipenda idea ya Ruto akisema alikuwa anataka kuexpand tax base. Lakini tax base haikuwa imeuzwa wakati wa campaign na hii Hustler Fund. Walisema Hustler Fund itakuwa pesa ya bure, hakuna kulipa. Ukikopesha
50 billion.
500
50 billion.
utalipa hiyo 500. Haikuwa inakuja na interest. Unaona? Now, hii interest yenye inakuja, the problem that I have with this Hustler Fund, where did the money come from? Number 2, ilipitishwa wapi ndo ikakuwa approved kwamba hii 50 ama tuseme 100 billion imekuwa ya Hustler Fund, ama ni zile tu za kufikisha 100 days promises? Hapo ndo niko na shida. Pesa ilikuwa
it was passed by I think parliament on as a supplementary stuff.
Now the problem is, where did the money come from? Hapo ndo sielewi. Kama mtu anajua aniambie.
Parliament allocated it through a supplementary bill, I think.
Wakati wa campaign ilikuwa zero interest fund.
The current parliament allocated it through a supplementary bill.
Now, look at during campaign, Hustler Fund, you are to be given this 500 shillings, which is doing you nothing, but you are to pay that 500 back, right? Hauko unakuwa forced to save, hauko unakuwa forced kulipa 501 one as an interest, ndio? Hii interest ilitoka wapi? That's where the problem, you sell me something, but when you give it to me, I get different terms that I didn't subscribe for. Unaelewa? That's where my problem is. The idea of Hustler Fund ilikuwa mzuri kabisa, kuinua hustler. That's hiyo naye ni ukweli. But hii 500 inainua hustler. Number 2, ile yenye ilikuwa nasema, hiyo yenye imeresonate na Mzalendo's idea. Umenipea 500, hujaniambia hii market yetu inakaa hivi, hii economy yetu inakaa hivi. Umenifunza kutumia hii 500, hujanifunza, umenipea hiyo pesa. What can I do with it? And then hii pesa ndo nilipe, lazima inizalie ingine, si ndio? Hujanifunza, hujanicreate market for that, alafu unataka hiyo pesa back. Nisipolipa unaniekea threats za kwenda kwa prison. Unaona? That's where I have the problems. And that's why I call it an overdraft. Unakuja kwa pesa yangu, unaona pesa statement, pesa imeingia 50 shillings imetoka, unasema huyu anaweza lipa hii pesa, wacha nimpe overdraft. Si loan.
You see, Jatelo, this fund was supposed to, the way I was explaining to Shaka, you are supposed to capture 2 things. There is the political thing here.
We are losing you.
You must appreciate that. Then there is the economic thing, which is where KRA comes in. Then there is the social factor, which is the enduring. Now the voters makes you enduring to whoever is doing all this. Now, all those are objectives which were in the heads of the people who strategize this thing. So the fact that one side is going right, another side is not going right, all this, for the deep thinkers, they were there, but the so-called informal sector, the Juakali, they were not seeing all this. And that's why my conclusion was that this thing, it can benefit the people who intended it, or at the same time it can backfire. So don't be surprised about that. As to where it came from, it has been allocated through Parliament. They are going to ratify it. This coming budget estimates which are coming in Parliament, if you go through them the way I've said, over 2 trillion is supposed to be revenue through presumptive taxation of the informal sector, Juakali sector. And that is where the data for KRA, this is money well spent. The 5 billion which some, I think, Azimio fellows were told that they are not going to refund. KRA is not bothered because it is good, it is money well spent. That data, getting your statement through which you are going to be taxed now on your turnover on M-Pesa transaction, where else would they have gotten it? They would never have gotten it. And as Mzalendo says, these ideas were already there earlier. This is the only daring government who has tried to get somewhere with it. As to whether they'll succeed or not, time will tell.
Jatelo, we have Fuliza, ile ingine inaitwaje? We have got so many companies that are giving loans to Kenya. There is what? The only difference is that this one is coming from the government.
Yeah.
That is the only difference. And the other difference is that the interest rates in paying for this one is slightly lower than what Tala and Fuliza are providing and what the banks are providing. That is the only difference with this Hustler Fund. The only place where Ruto would have has flopped with this Hustler Fund is probably in his campaign. He said that he will not charge any interest on the loans. That is the only flop that we have with the Hustler Fund. But with the time, this fund will be managed properly, and you will see it will trickle back into the economy, and you will see what will happen. People will, the Juakali sector will start benefiting, because the target was at least ule jamaa wa Juakali can get about 50,000 to 250,000 as loan. And I believe they have stopped it because it is no longer targeting their interest. It's no longer targeting their interest. Their interest is strictly in the informal sector. So once they get into the informal sector, you'll see how the Juakali artisans will be happy with the money, and they'll be repaying it back, and it will be trickling back into the economy. That is how governments are built, and that's how strong economies are built. So Ruto dared. Okay, niulize.
Now, if you look at the market forces, kuna hii demand and supply, and ukiangalia hii maneno ya sijui competitive market, unaona kuna rules governing the market. Huwezi kuja tukiuza mayai, huwezi kuja unauza mayai yako shilingi 2. That's according to the government, like I mean economy. Alafu mimi the price of the market in the market ni 10. Wewe unakuja unauza mayai shilingi 2. Unajua hiyo haiwezekani, si ndio? Number 2, ukiangalia
si ati haiwezekani, si ati haiwezekani. Wewe you being
inawezekana, sababu inawezekana uko chini, lakini ukiangalia ukiweka hizi policies za market, hiyo haiwezekani. Number 2, ukiangalia hiyo M-Shwari imekuwa na interest rate zake. Why would the government come to kill all these small lending institutions? Don't you think wako na agenda? Mbona unaleta hii ya chini? Why don't you negotiate with these people in the market?
To answer you, you've heard about chamas, kulikuwa na hizi vitu zinaitwa machama. Wamama wanakopa chama. What are the interest rates in those chamas? Ama Shylock, tuseme Shylock, not chamas, Shylock. Shylock, nani amewahi kopa pesa kwa Shylock? Shylock are some illegal businesses going on that are not regulated by law. But ukienda kukopa pale, what are the interest? Jamaa anakuambia terms zake vile anataka. Jatelo, the market is like that. I have a product mkate nimeleta, na wewe pia uko na product ya mkate umeleta, yako ni 100, yangu I have decided to sell it at 200 bob. Another person has decided to sell the same product at 50 shillings. It is not regulated. You can sell the way you want. Now in the banking, in banking, KCB, Standard, National Bank, Barclays, they have got all different interest rates on their loans, even on mortgages, even government mortgages. If you get a mortgage from National Housing Corporation and somebody else gets a mortgage from Barclays, you'll find that the mortgage you get from probably National Bank and Barclays are totally different. So it's competition. It is competition at the end of the day. So each and every
the gap of the difference, is it a big gap? That's where I was asking. This regulation, it gives a room of overlapping.
So for the Hustler Fund, I think it is 8%. For this other institution is 15%. kina hiyo Fuliza, kina nani, I think they are ranging to 15. The lowest ile inakaribia Hustler Fund I think ni 8.5. 8.5, I think I read somewhere 8.5.
The land of Fuliza itself, you remember it was almost 360 per annum.
Wow.
Yeah, Fuliza borrowing. The interest in Fuliza, it was over 300%. 300%. Anyway, the thing is, what was the objective of all this? You know, Jatelo is arguing like an economy. There is no economics here. It is who knows the more propaganda and how to get what they want. First of all, remember, Kenyan votes are being looked for here. Whichever way you convince them, they may not have to follow any economic rules or market forces. So long as by the end of the day, they get what they want. And that's why I was telling you that KRA, by the end of the day, are going to be the biggest beneficiaries here. Forget about even UDA. Forget about the social factor that these people are struggling to bring here. By the end of the day, KRA are going to be the biggest beneficiary. They are going to have a database which they had no way of getting from the Juakali sector. No wonder, to demonstrate their commitment, UDA has gone ahead and factored all this in their budget estimates. If they did not do this Hustler thing, that projection, 2 trillion informal sector presumptive tax would not have been there. It would not have been there. So,
there is somebody on the comment section ameniuliza ati anaitwa Ida Barak ati at Mzalendo, which president, country or government lends money to its citizen? I think you probably don't read world news. You need to watch a lot of CNN, BBC, and know the countries that lend money to its citizen.
No, leave alone even lending.
gives the plus housing.
Yes.
Plus when you finish university, you are paid a salary just for not working. Plus government inakubembeleza uapply, uonyeshe umeapply kazi mara 3 ndio wakupatie pesa na umekosa hizo kazi. There are countries that offer that, my friend. It's only that you need to have a little bit of exposure.
This Jatelo has gone where we needed to tell him the other thing about the Hustler thing is that
he's on the background. Background.
The thing is that you know, some of these fellows, they have been very active in Tala, in Fuliza, in Mshwari, in the banks, and all these fellows. Now, the best way to grow an economy is to facilitate the conducive economic environment for economic activities to take place. Now, to that extent, the UDA government got it wrong through this Hustler thing, because instead of facilitating growth of the economy and business activities, business exchanges, they are actually limiting them by introducing this Hustler fund at very low interest rates, which cannot even, you know, normally market rate interest is based on cost of funds. The money they are giving people under the Hustler thing, the cost of funds is almost like nothing, because it is KRA's money. Even the interest rate they are put there is just for the sake of it. It is not competitive. That is not what the market forces are dictating. No. So, to that extent, I think Chaka, you are.
Oh, poleni. Lakini.
Yeah. So I was saying that to that extent, they are frustrating the economic growth in the country. And the sooner they do away with the Hustler fund, the better for serious, realistic economic activities to take place. By undercutting the Talas so that they go out of business, because, you know, they can't compete with Hustler. The Fulizas, they can't compete with Hustler. If you look at the terms, they can't. So it means that all those other business activities are going to fizzle out unless something is done about
it. The government is simply forcing them to reduce their interest rate.
Well,
so that we get into the
interest rates should be dictated.
market.
Nani, Mzalendo, interest rates should be dictated by economic activities, the happenings in a liberalized economy. You cannot force people to reduce interest rates against market forces. You will be dwarfing the economy for no reason. There'll be a complete stagnant economic growth.
I think what I was saying is that if there are many players in that sector, in the financial market, then the interest rates are going to go down because of competition. So everybody will be scrambling to get the cheapest loan from the best institution that is offering a cheap loan. That is my point.
Well, anyway, let me just say one more thing. You remember I told you that KRA have budgeted 5 billion to 7 billion annually for the hustler to write off. Let me put it that way. So anybody who is looking for competition, there is no competition here, Mzalendo. This is dished money free of charge. You remember I told you that even if you default, nothing will happen to you. In fact, when some Azimio fellows were saying that they will not be paying, that the UDA expected that. The Asla Fund designers expected that to happen. You see, you can't come here, you are prepared to incur losses at the expense of killing proper economic players in the market. You are dwarfing, you are stagnating the Kenyan economy. In fact, I think the economic growth in September, there's a time Makiadi had given us here the economic growth in July, August, and September. In September, everything, when these people rolled out their Asla Fund in October here, everything went completely down.
Unaona, nakumbuka by and large, we are just speculating. There are other forces. Kuna world economy, issues of inflation, issue of COVID, issue of gas prices. There's so many things that are tied to the economy that we could be speculating here the whole day. Even superpowers like America have not even hacked it. So a small country like Kenya, I don't expect it to get a solution anytime soon. So, but by and large, we are in the right direction with the hustler. The other time they were here in the US, I think they gave the IMF the economic plan, which IMF really approved that Ruto had a very brilliant economic plan for the country. So the guys who are giving you money have decided that the country is headed to the right direction with a good economic plan. So who are we? Let us wait and see. Otherwise, we'll just be speculating.
Actually, Mzalendo, the things we are complaining here about Asla Fund, the IMF would never have known. You see, now they are going to be taxing. I'm sending my child pocket money. It is going to be taxed. It is going to attract this presumptive tax. That is the truth of the matter. The IMFs have no idea about that. These are social issues which the IMFs have no idea.
From the discussions that we've had, there is only one thing that is coming out, and it is a fact that has always been coming out, that the issue of Hustler Fund, it was an idea that would have been good if they made the structures and thought of it well. But as it is currently, the Hustler Fund that we are having is of no benefit to Kenyans. If somebody maybe thinks Mzalendo talked of their restructuring, I don't think there's a restructuring happening. That one shows lack of plan. They said they had a plan. So if that was, they did not tell us that give us a chance they will plan. So there's no need of discussing how they are planning when they told us they had a plan. You cannot come and say, I have a plan, I want to build a house, then you start building the house, then you realize that you didn't have a plan, then you now tell me, okay, I'll be planning as I'm building. Hakuna nyumba utajenga, nyumba itabomoka. Hizo ndo nyumba zitabomoka. For you to build, you need to sit down, draw your plan, and come when you are ready. So maybe
Leo, for you to restructure means, what does to restructure mean? It means they were on the wrong footing.
Exactly, that is what
Mzalendo should not come and mislead us. They are now looking.
So the hustler fund and the hustler thing, those are just waste of money, and those are cash cows for specific individuals, and we can just call it the name it deserves. It is a pyramid scheme to get the money from the public coffers, that is to get the money from the treasury, pretending that they are giving people loans. If they get 50 billion and they pretend using 10 billion, they are going to remain with their largest share, that is 40 billion, that is going to pay some ghost workers that are there that we don't know. So let us proceed with our discussion. We are still discussing the issue of not Jacaranda, but Kamukunji. And we are also interested in knowing how the parents are going to pay school fee on Monday. Remember, Baba is going to have a meeting on Monday. The same Monday, some parents will be lining on the banks to pay school fee. Do they really have money? They planned maybe with the amount that they used to pay previously, but they are going to get shocked, as some of them already shocked when they received the fee structure. So that is what we want to discuss right now. It's good I've seen Roba is in. So Roba will welcome you. Karibu zungumze na sisi.
Thank you once again. I think I was here, then I left before Bernard left also. So Mr. Unknown Script, Jose, I can see that. Jose, let me start here. Chaka, thank you. I always see you, your contribution. You are a straight shooter. Musarendo. I know the time you came in, I've been watching you. There's one thing. Jose, you are a professor. Some of us are in profession. But Musarendo, let me tell you one thing. You can't come here and start giving people information without sources. That's a lie. If it's what you are one of my students, you give me whatever the way you have been representing yourself, you get 0. Let me tell you one thing. Where you just said a few minutes ago, you talked of IMF approving. That's a lie statement. Tell me where that one is. That's a lie statement. Then you came and talked about a few hours ago when you're here. You talked of Smith doing this. There are some things here you quoted. And when somebody asked you, where are you getting this information? I think it's Bernard. You told me it's just out there. If you don't have your sources, you cannot come here and just say what you want to say. That's not good. You don't have your sources. Or if you have your sources, put them in front of you, say, you know what, from so and so, that's where I'm getting this information. Okay, let me just go back to my representation, the way I see it. I think our country, we went wrong. And well, comes here and talks about Kibaki. Hell, Kibaki is the one who messed up our country. He messed up Kenya. He's the chief of all presidents. If it was not him, maybe Kenya would be somewhere else. Maybe we could have gone to a different trajectory. Here is what I mean. We got a new constitution. A person who never won the 2007 election, he got defeated. He lost like I don't know what. Then he came in. After he came in, he's the first president ever to sit on a new constitution. come 2030, what he did too, he saw the opportunity of his tribesmen coming in. And what they did was they stole the election. Uhuru has told us that. The election was stolen. You don't need to go anywhere. My source is Uhuru. Msareno. Uhuru said, oh, they stole the election. Why? I don't know. So the same cartels, the same people, they have been the people who have been just like, they know who's going to be the president. So if somebody else, if Kibaki could have just said 2010 the constitution after he was going out and say, you know what, people praise him, oh, Kibaki was quiet, Kibaki behind the scenes, we know what he did. He stole that direction. Then from there, people keep on just saying he's the one who economy. It was Raila and the Nusmukat government. We know what happened. They built the economy. And you know what? The economy was not all that good, like some people are saying. It's because we came from Nyayo era. And something's better than nothing. And there's one person who say, after the election of Khan being defeated, investors, they came to the country. They said, we want to invest. So I'm one person. I always say, Kibaki is the one who messed up our country. When you want a new constitution, instead of him to develop that constitution to make sure that it does what it was supposed to do, fair election. Instead, he went behind the scenes, and since then, somebody tell me, how many years now? Almost 60 years independence. Kikuyu Karenjin. At least the election was fair because it Ukabiri Kwepo. Nonsense. And I'm just here to say one thing. If it is true, I don't know, because I need evidence. If it's true, from what's being said, that Raila won the election with 8 million. You know what? I'm not one person who just come and start ringing the bell or just come and say, oh, yes, he won. No. I want to see the evidence before I make a conclusion. But if it's true, and I'm convinced that Raila won, then it's time for us to go back and say what's going on. Then I will just say, sorry, Kenya is going to be 2 countries. Mark my words. Mark my words. If the evidence comes out that Raila won the election, but this guy, the conman, is the president, Kenya is going to be divided. And I don't care. But at this time, I'm just waiting. I want to see the evidence. Going forward, let me just encourage everybody. When we come here also, we have to know there's a country we care for, a country we love. But at the same time, we cannot sit down and watch democracy, the so-called democracy. But my question I keep on asking myself, hii democracy yaani nasikia tu Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin ndio inakuwa democracy. What about other tribes? What about other tribes? Something's not right. Something is wrong somewhere. There are nice people from central Kenya. There are nice people from Kalenjin land, but within them there are some cartels. And something is wrong. Something's wrong somewhere. Na Wakenya tumekuwa like every time, yani kitu kadogo tunatanganywa, then we just say yes. You are talking about Asra. I don't know how you call it, Asra Fund or whatever fund, whatever name you call it. I mean, that's a disaster. The one thing, I think the one thing which is I sympathize right now, if when these guys came in, if the economy was doing better and other things, I think that one they could have survived. Kind of, people would just like, let's move on. But the way things are, yes, you have to be careful. People are mad. People are angry right now. But also, let's be cautious. Let's be cautious. Let us not be one-sided when it comes to mambo ya election. Kama Raila alishindwa, Ruto is the president. If that's the case, then we just say he's the president. We move on. But kama waliiba kura, and it's proven, not mambo ya kuja hapa kutuambia ofyo hapana. I want real evidence that, I mean, to tell the truth, if someone asked me who won the election, I would say Raila won. I would say that from what I gathered myself, from the way it was, people will take a change. But at the same time, if there were some other things I didn't know, I'm open-minded. Let's see what happens. If now what wanaenda Kamukunji and other people, just be peaceful. That's what we can request that. Mambo ya violence and other things, I think it cannot help. But if there's evidence, ikure then Ruto has to resign. He has to resign. If he doesn't, then he's going to get it very rough. Everybody's going to fight him, and Kenya will never be the same. But if there's no evidence, and it's mambo ya kusema sema, okay, that's fine. We move on. I want evidence. At this point, I want evidence. That's what I can say that. Let me niachie hapo. But I'll say if you have a question, I'll take it. I don't know, Mr. Ray.
Yeah, Mzalendo, nitakuuliza tu swali kwa sababu umenitaja sana.
Yes.
That I don't have facts when I come here. Before IMF ikupatie pesa yoyote, ela yoyote, they have to review your financial plan for the country. Before uone hizo subsidies zilitolewa, they have to read your document ndio wakupatie hela. Na kabla pia ukukae kujua Uhuru alishanyimwa pesa because alishazidi ile debt limit yake ile anafaa kuchukua. So Ruto gave them a good proposal. You go and read the IMF report. That one I give you some homework on how they give out their money. Now on issue of, I think earlier on you mentioned Jeffrey Smith. I don't talk just from a point of misinformation. Jeffrey Smith, the founder of Democracy Advocacy in Africa, was advancedly mentioned that yeye anajua hii maneno. Amekataa that whatever Kenyans are talking about that is associated with the whistleblower thing is totally misinformation and wrong and propaganda. In fact, this is what he said. He said the Kenyan election at this point in time, even if there were mistakes, the mistakes were so minimal that they could not change even the results of the presidential election. Go find out. It is not that I come here and just talk without facts. I have those facts.
Mzalendo iko wapi? You tell us where go and find out.
Mzalendo, when you say he said,
give us where we are going to get it.
What are the sources?
I have told you, kama ni mambo ya IMF, just Google IMF. Jeffrey Smith, his latest statement was on Twitter. Just go to your Twitter account and
his Twitter handle. I can't find that information.
Oh, you can't find it. You can't find it. I'll share it with you. I'll share it with you.
He was a founder. He's not the one who personally conducted the investigations. It was conducted by
He was the founder of that organization. That organization is the one who conducted the investigation.
Which
Private
organization
investigation.
conducted which investigation?
The Kenyan election.
So you already have the information, and you asking me for the information.
No, I'm saying Jeffrey Smith himself was not the one who did this. The organization which he founded.
Yeah, that is his organization. That is his organization. The organization cannot do anything without the CEO knowing what they're doing in Africa.
He's
What
a
are you guys
founder, not
talking
the
about?
CEO. He's a founder. He's not the
Yeah,
CEO.
he's a founder. He's the head of that organization. I'm just giving you a term.
Hii mentality ambayo uko nayo, like somebody you found something, so you are the one to say everything. What happens? I think that's a wrong mentality. There are some people who founded something, but whatever happens here, they are not responsible. If somebody else within that organization went ahead and they did investigation, they found out, which I don't know.
You see,
if that's the case, then it's just
Robert, just read more about Jeffrey Smith. Jeffrey Smith. You will know a lot about what he has been doing. His advocacy on democracy in Africa and throughout the world. I mean, let us not debate about it. If it's something that you have not read, then go and read about it.
Read where? I'm not to read kitu ambayo iko paper ni ile ulikuwa unaambiwa the other when you went to school, the higher you go the cooler it becomes, and inasaidia nini? You know, it's just like you are telling me, unaniambia niende kusoma wapi sasa? That's why I say,
Mr. Nyabaya, can I ask something, please?
Oh, let us hear from Vicky Bryan. You know, Mzalendo, you even engage him up to morning, and he will keep on taking you rounds. He will never answer any question straight because he knows very well he will not substantiate. So, Vicky, karibu.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Salendo, I know him. He's my nephew or something. Okay? So when I say that, he probably should understand that I know him. And I know where he's coming from. I understand his frustrations, why he's speaking like this. But he's a good guy. He comes here and entertains you. And you have a very good debate. I understand you, Msalen. Okay? I know why you have the beef with ODM, and it is justified. Okay? But one thing I want to ask you, Mzalendo, I think you present yourself as an ICT expert or something.
Oh, no.
All right, if you are not, then let me ask you. The IEBC system was designed so that the field officers, the so-called returning officers, or deputy returning officer, or wherever they are at the polling station, they were supposed to be sending JPEG document to the IEBC portal. The reason for that is obvious. Then we found that whatever was accessible in the public portal was JPEG document, was a PDF document.
PDF.
What was the reason for change of the policy? Because
now,
you don't know.
Can I attempt to answer your question?
Yes.
I will say the lawyers, the IBC lawyers.
No. Don't tell me what the lawyers were thinking. Tell me what you think. I'm asking you. I'm not able to ask the lawyers.
This is how that question was posed because you didn't
No.
know.
In your opinion, I don't want any other person who cannot defend or herself here.
I can defend myself. Why?
Yes, yourself, not the lawyer. Don't speak for the lawyers.
the issue of JPEG and PDF were all cooked up stories.
Then I'm sorry.
That is
You
what
are
was said.
arguing with the political mindset.
The whole
But I'm
cooked up.
telling you for a fact that JPEG document you cannot change, right? You cannot edit, but the PDF document can be edited, right? So that is the reason why Chebukati, in his wisdom, decided to change JPEG document to PDF before posting them to public portal. And I am just surprised with Kenyan lawyers. They could not understand this kind of stuff because this is something which was designed so that whatever leaves the polling station should be the exact document that is accessible in the public portal. But now it is changed into something that somebody can manipulate. How or now do you accept this?
Correct.
But that is the argument of the lawyers. In fact, the lawyers know very well that this is a flawed process, and they went on and accepted. Okay, and any sane Kenyan should understand this, because even the elections that Madaga nullified, this idea of PDF did not rise at that point. This is the new invention by Professor Dr. William Ruto. And Mzalendo, you are here defending this. I think you are defending this for, I know your reasons, but
Can I explain
I
to
know
you?
your reasons. I
Can I
don't want to
explain to
put
you
them here.
PDF and JPEG because you've tried to
Wait.
explain.
Mzalendo, I know where you're coming from. I told you are my nephew. Okay? So I don't want to say why you are bitter.
No, we know why.
Because you know it.
This is not his first time here. We know why it's Peter. We know that. And to add on
Robert, you don't know. Robert, you don't know.
No, Musareda has been here before. It's a couple of weeks ago when
I've never been here before, but I've been listening. But I know why it's bitter.
What has that to do with the JPEG and PDF?
Okay, Musareda.
Can I explain JPEG and PDF just once and for all? And
no,
I will not
Musareda.
explain this again.
Okay,
before you just one minute, Robert, please, just 1 minute.
No, I just want to ask you. You just give me the whole thing. When you are submitting that, telling us what PDF and other things are. My question to you is, in order for us to square this thing, we put it straightforward and move on. Open the servers. Then from there, we can do all this. If the truth is, kama Raila alishinda. Kama alishinda tujue hapo. Open them. Because we can go back and open them. Kama if you don't open them, then you are liars. You are lying. That the truth comes out. Open the servers.
Robert, let me tell you what is wrong with Mzalendo. Mzalendo contested an MCA seat in Kenya. Okay? He contested when he was in Washington, D.C., where he's coming from now.
How could I contest and I'm in Washington, D.C.?
You send your money, and that money, I don't know whether it is 20,000. It is the problem you have with ODM. Okay? So, why are you coming here to confuse Kenya? Because you sent some 20,000 to ODM, and this, come on, my brother. 20,000 is $200.
Anyway, I don't think you have got the right information, but since you brought it up, then probably we can discuss it the whole day. The issue was JPEG and PDF.
No, but why are you avoiding this now? I'm telling them in public now. Because I've had you here for a long time, and I just want to tell them that Muzalendo is
I am
doing
not a
like this
member.
because
I'm
he
not a
sent $200 to ODM as a party in
What was that? What was that money meant
what?
for? What was
And
that
it is
money
bitter
meant for?
about this.
What was that money meant for?
All contestants pay some fee.
Do you know
that.
how much? Do you even know how much they pay?
Some little money.
So you don't talk about things that you don't know.
Some little money, because I know the member of parliament pay about 250. MCs pay 20,000 thereabout. Okay. So this
All
is
right.
the bitterness
Since
you
you are
have.
right. Okay, you are right. Yeah. Let's
Right?
assume you're right. Yeah.
So what is this bitterness? This thing is you are bringing here to confuse these people because of that little money. Why?
Okay, listen. Can I
I
talk
know
now?
the nominations were fucked up. Okay.
So you know what
I
was
know the
fucked up.
nominations were not fair.
They were
But
not.
even if they were fair,
Yes.
my friend, I even told you we had once met in Nairobi. If
I
you
don't.
can remember this face.
Let me see your face because you are hiding.
You know Kenya was he your friend, right?
Oh, Ken Wodawasi. Ken
Yes,
is your friend.
see, I met you there.
You know, oh, you know Ken.
My friend, I know you. At a minute,
You have been caught.
You know me. I told you in Yakwara or something, right?
You don't even know our relationship with you.
Okay.
Okay, since you know me so well.
So I know where you are coming from.
I know.
Don't
We
confuse
share
this
the
guy.
same friends.
This guy Robai comes from Kisii. He doesn't know you. Kenyan here, she comes from Central. She doesn't know you. These people, but I know you are beef with ODM. Why do you bring this petty nonsense here every single day?
Listen, here we come to discuss issues that affect the country.
Let's be fair. He has a right to say what he says is like any Kenyan. That's fine.
No, but he's coming here with a fixed mindset to confuse you guys.
Do you have anything personal with me? Is there anything of
No,
yours that
the
I'm
personal
hurting
thing
so
I
much?
have now is just because you are distorting the truth, all right, to confuse people here.
Like which truth? Like the truth that you've just spoken?
You was talking about JPEG and PDF. Can you tell me anything about it?
Let me tell you what JPEG and PDF is, because yes, you are right in some areas, but you are very ignorant in some areas. A JPEG document can be changed into a PDF with a software. You have to know that. And the documents that were being sent, to alter those documents, and remember, these are documents that are written in Biro. They are written, they are unwritten. Your signature is there. Your signature, when it appears on a PDF form, I changed the way you're arguing is that the JPEG documents were changed into PDF so that they could be edited. So you can imagine all the agents you had throughout the country, their signatures being altered so that it can favor the candidate of your choice. And you have to copy them accurately, then download the same document into the server, then Chebukati can access it. That's what you are saying, literally, which
Thank
is
you,
not
for explaining
practical.
that. But the issue here is not that one. I think you've explained it truly. The problem here, the issue was, I send a document as a JPEG. What happens in between me? For example, I want to send you a JPEG. I want to send you an image through your phone. If I send you as an image, you should receive it as a JPEG, not as a PDF. So that was the thing that was being contested. They were sent as JPEG. How come they reached as PDF? So they were not able to prove the point of changing or doing the conversion. It can be done using a software, but this software was not configured with the KIMS kits that were being used. So how comes they were being sent as JPEG but received as a PDF? That is what was being contested.
Leo,
Leo, let me tell you one thing. A JPEG document, which is a picture, can be converted to a BTF, the signature will remain the same. But what they were doing was doctoring the numbers of votes. Because in the PDF document, you can rub and rewrite. And with the computers, you can choose any kind of pen. If it is a black biro, you can choose black ink and write the votes. Period.
For how many polling stations?
All of them, they can do it. Why do you think that is not possible?
The argument is that in IT, the way you are saying, whenever you open a document, there is always the file number, the place that you opened the document, the time that you altered the document, and the time that you sent it. If you did have good lawyers to execute that in court, then I'm sorry. I am very, very, very sorry, because that's good evidence enough.
That is why I said that Kenyan lawyers, I don't know what they have a way of thinking, including the judges. They don't think with in technology in mind. Okay,
fake.
because they did not ask for these time signatures.
Fake.
Okay.
That one.
But you know this, and you will keep these guys arguing about nonsensical issues here.
Fake.
Why?
Let's get some concern from Kenyan Arari.
Thank you.
What Mzalendo will also agree with us is that the case that was in court, you're not discussing the court because the court was already compromised. So no amount of evidence would have changed the verdict. So let us not go into that. The court already had made their decision. Just like when Ruto tells you that he wants to form a commission, no commission will Ruto form that will give you the truth. It is a commission that is already compromised. The findings have already been documented, and they're already writing the findings. That is why we are opposed to Ruto's commission. If we have to do an audit, then we can have some independent commission to do it. So that is...
No, before Red comes in, he never answered my question. Musarenda, I asked you a question. Don't you think it's time for us to open the servers? We know what happened. You have not answered me on that.
I think it is time the servers should be opened, because we normally have a divisive election. I've said that time and again, and that is the reason why Chebukati released his report, and the president said that a task force or a commission of inquiry should be started so that we know exactly what happened, and the commission should be bipartisan, because people like Leo will not agree with the outcome of the commission. You know, Kenya, everything is politicized. Even when somebody is trying to tell you the truth, you'll always bring politics in it. So if this is going to solve our election problem, then Roba, I agree with you. Let the servers be opened.
Karibu. Guru, tumekuona, tunakufikia tu.
Now, guys, I have been listening to Mzalendo, and there was a day I was here with Mzalendo. I had to quit. I had to leave. Another day, I had to leave again. Because Mzalendo, really, the arguments that he brings on the table, it can make you feel very bad. It's like an insult. It's like you are arguing with somebody who don't want to hear the truth or to know the right thing. Ask Mzalendo, if somebody was arrested with his TV that he has stolen from Mzalendo, and they go to court, and this guy who stole was acquitted, I asked Mzalendo, what would you call that man, even if he was acquitted? He said, I can't call him anything because the judge has ruled and he's acquitted him. So I asked him straightforward question, is this not a thief? He said, no, I can't call him a thief because the judge has ruled on his favor. Do you see, guys, how Mzalendo argue? This is already a thief who have stolen him a TV. He don't have a TV in the house, and he is not going to call him a thief because the judge has ruled on the favor of the thief. So when we see such kind of people, we cannot argue with them and get anywhere. We will be lost. So let's not waste our time. If it is JPEG document and it is changed to PDF, that was not the agreement. That was not constitutional. Constitutionally, it was supposed to be JPEG, to the other side JPEG, so that we don't have any excuse of saying that something has been altered or something has been tampered. So for Mzalendo to keep on telling us about what do you think happened, we don't want to answer that questions. You know very well that the document that was needed the other side was supposed to be similar to the document that was taken in the very beginning place. And that's final. Even in court, if you people, you can remember, there was one document was shown by that lady, I don't know whether it is Soweto, and she said this was this number and it was changed to this number. And that was enough for the judges to see that was an evidence. When the server was said to be open, they refused to open because the company that owns that server, they said they have got their own information there. Why do you go have contract with the people's information in there, in the contract, in the machine that we are really contracting and we are paying for it? These were all shambles, and these are all elements of evidence to show that even those judges, they are irrelevant. They don't know what they are doing. We lay past people, we understand even more than those people who have gone in class to do law. But they have done law, but they want to fool us, but we understand better. For me, that was a shamble. That was not a ruling. That was a friendly ruling to benefit Ruto. That's all. So for us here, we understand that the ruling was against us because they didn't want us to be the leader of the country. That's all. Otherwise, everything was done correctly, but it was damaged by the few who colluded with the judges, those Supreme Court judges. That's the point I wanted to make. And Mzalendo, don't waste people's time arguing with it or what is right, making it look bad. Somebody there said, these are people who are told this is black and they say this is white. We cannot argue with such kind of people. We will waste a lot of time. We want to move forward. Let Baba give us away and let him get his win back. Thank you.
Thank you. Wacha tusikize kutoka kwa Guru.
Habari ya kila mtu. Mko salama?
Kila mtu tuko salama.
Asante sana. Today I've heard something I can agree with Mzalendo. Let the servers be opened. For a very long time, this country has suffered periods of instability because of compromised elections. And this culture, if not stopped, could lead us in the down path that many African countries have taken. Because when you steal the ability of the people to choose the leadership that they want, when you deny them that right, it becomes a seed that can lead the country towards disintegration. Why? Because people go to elect leaders with the belief that this leadership they are putting in power will be sensitive to their interests and their needs. So the moment the citizenry perceives that whatever they do, there is a Kamago sitting in the background, manipulating figures to give a leadership, then that in itself constitutes the first building block towards the disintegration of the nation. Now, we have had crisis of confidence for all the elections that we have held since the multipartism. We may not even go back before we adopted the multi-party system. But let's just confine ourselves to the multi-party period. Except for the elections held in 2002, though the other elections have ended up with a confidence crisis in our country because there's been a perception that these elections have been rigged in favor of specific leaderships or leaders. What happened in August cannot stand. Why? Because this is taking rigging to the next level. This is high level conspiracy involving multiple of institutions and perhaps personalities in power to circumvent the rights of the people. Democracy. It was never envisaged in our constitution that an independent body like Iebc could be infiltrated and turned into a stooge of a political formation or of particular personalities. So therefore, we are in what Bernard said the other day, uncharted waters. We thought we have put enough safeguards, including even the Supreme Court, where one could run to. You are aware that 2007, when it happened, the greatest problem we had was that those who were denied their right to leadership felt that the court system was totally compromised, was weak, and therefore could not deliver justice. And therefore, the Supreme Court, which came with the 2010 Constitution, gave a bit of confidence that one could walk into the court after the elections and provide evidence. And he did. You know what happened in 2017. Today, I'm not very sure that if there is a controversy in 2027 over elections, even those who feel dissatisfied won't be confident enough to move to court, to move their case to the Supreme Court. And that in itself constitutes a very serious crisis for the country, because the alternative is the streets, square it out there. You're also aware we have a long history of fighting for these rights, starting with the chasing away of the colonialists. And the very basis was that the African was discriminated against, was not well represented in the range corps, and was denied rights. And even some sections of the population were not supposed to vote, like the women. So when you trace our history, coming all the way to fighting for multi-party system, it's been long, it's been bloody, it's been rigorous, tiring, resource draining, and so on and so forth. But you know, for every step made, there are saboteurs who will always come to circumvent the very thing that you have already acquired. Today, we have a great challenge in our elections that has been brought by adoption of the technology, which we thought initially was to come and facilitate free, fair, verifiable elections. But it has turned the other way. It's actually a facilitator of rigging, which we had not seen or foreseen. So therefore, the Kenyan population has been failed by the Iebc for failure to conduct free, fair, and verifiable elections. The Kenyan people have been failed by the Supreme Court for not taking seriously the issue of vote rigging in the country. And therefore, what we are now heading to is a situation of confidence crisis for the major institutions that would minimize conflict in our society. You are also aware we are surrounded by countries that have serious political problems. We have Southern Sudan, we have Somalia, we have Ethiopia, we have Burundi, which was under major crisis just some few years ago. And the others are not as stable as you could tell, because when you have a country where one political party sweeps over 97% of the seats, then that cannot qualify as a multi-party state. We have another one with a dictator posing as a democrat. And therefore, Kenya, where we are actually at the apex in terms of democracy, free will to express ourselves. And Kenyans have not failed to express themselves. What has happened is that a few political elite have conspired to make sure that things go their way, not the way of the people. So therefore, Kenyans have a leeway to reclaim their right constitutionally. The good thing is that our constitution gives us the right to even represent ourselves. It has two levels. We can either represent ourselves as the public directly, and we have been given tools to do that. We can even force a referendum. We can also use representation, the MPs, the senators. So therefore, if there is incontrovertible evidence that the elections of August were rigged, as it seems, then there is no other option but for the people to put it clearly that that cannot stand. Because if we allow this, we are done. We will be back to where we were in 1990s and 80s, where we had no right, we could not find a way of expressing ourselves and be heard. Because when you have a system where people are rigged in by a particular political class or elite, they are only answerable to that person or that formation. They are not answerable to the people. Now, we are waiting for Baba tomorrow. I understand he's arriving tomorrow. And I also want to caution that this is not about Baba, because there are people who think that what Raila Odinga is doing is just pursuit for power, for its own sake. No. Raila is an expression of interests of millions of Kenyans. And in fact, the last general elections, he got even more Kenyans on his side, including in central Kenya. That's why a huge population of people in central Kenya were shocked at the results and kept quiet. But they know how they voted. They did not vote for Ruto, especially the population that had gone through the Moi era. They were carded, they were firm, and they voted for Baba. Let him come and let him know mambo ya handshake hiyo hakuna. You'd rather look for all other avenues through the millions of Kenyans who have given him the goodwill until the wrongs are brought to an end. Otherwise, in absence of that, I do not see why then Kenyans will go to vote in 2027. It will be a waste of time if a certain political formation can compromise the whole system. I understand it was a conspiracy taking part several years going backwards, getting everybody in place of power, compromising, and so on and so forth. According to that report, over 1,000 on thereabouts of the results that were sent to the server were coming from outside the country. So you can see how huge this conspiracy was. In fact, that's an international crime against the state. When you have foreigners, let me call them that, because I don't know whether they are Kenyans who are posted out of this country to post the results. But assuming these people are foreigners who infiltrated our electoral system to bring forth a result that is not a reflection of the Kenyan people and their will, then that can be termed as a crime against the state, which attracts some of the heaviest penalties ever. If you go to the history of the nations, there is nothing as bad as foreigners participating, infiltrating, and doing either espionage or treason or coup against the will of the people. And this seems to have been the case in the Kenyan case. A very serious offense, a very serious crime that cannot stand. Not unless we want to lose our sovereignty and become a Pudu state for some unknown interest out there, because those who did that must have an interest in our country, perhaps very bad interests that would injure the population of Kenya. So I agree with Mzalendo for the first time on that statement. Let us open the servers, no matter how ugly the situation could be. Let us know the truth, because even when you have a wound, whichever part of the body, you got to undress so that that wound can be dressed and medicine applied. And then the healing starts. Thank you very much. Leo.
Thank you, Guru, for such a wonderful presentation. In fact, what happened, we need also to hold these foreigners culpable, because of what they did is interfering with our sovereignty, coming to interfere with some of the core things. You know, something like an election is something that is so important that if a foreigner or foreign countries can interfere with, it means they are still colonizing us. That is why I'm normally against these Westerners who keep on telling Raila to embrace peace for the sake of which country? They are not members of this country. When they had their issues, like in the Americans, I did not see African leaders telling them what to do. So it's only when things happen in Kenya or in Africa that they want to pop their noses and try dictating us what we are supposed to do. So we should not be lowering ourselves to an extent that we allow these people to recolonize us. We are independent countries. We are sovereign countries. We need to make independent decisions. And some of these people, we hire their gadgets, we hire their expertise, but we don't hire their opinion. That is where they go wrong. They go overboard to making for us decisions, which is not right. We are a sovereign country and they need to respect our sovereignty. We are not puppets of any country in Europe or in the eastern parts of the world. They should be told to know that, they should be able to know that. They cannot just keep on manipulating us each and every time and bringing us their policies. They want to come and force us some of their cultures that are not part of our culture. That is not wrong. That is not right. And we need to stand and tell them, no, we are independent. Allow us to operate independently. We can only engage on matters that are mutual, and we engage as partners with equal rights, or maybe we have to negotiate and agree on the basics of our engagements. But you cannot engage at a level whereby you see us as your juniors and people you can just manipulate and control. It is really wrong that it still happens in the 21st century. So we need strong leaders who can stand and tell any other country that want to infringe on our country. I'm trying to imagine. I remember last time there is a point that Uhuru said that, you see, there was this issue of the sea, that part of the coastline. Uhuru said that we are not going to leave not even an inch of the country. Yeah, I also read of stories of Jomo Kenyatta telling the Ugandan counterpart that we are not going to allow you to take not even an inch from our country. I wonder if Ruto can do that, because Ruto will tell you, okay, let us just leave for them that piece of land, then we negotiate. Because in terms of negotiating, that if somebody picked your land, what happens is you go and negotiate. How do we negotiate and the land is mine? Because these crooked courts allowed him to negotiate after taking the land from Mutesh. So he thinks that we should just be negotiating each and everything. The same way he wants us to negotiate. Oh, you see, you people, you won the elections, but because of peace. No, there's nothing like peace. And it's true that we are happy as Kenyans that Raila is finally coming and is coming back to tell us that we need to get what belongs to us. Because there's somebody called Emiliano Zapata who said, if there is no justice for the people, let there be no peace for the government. So the government should only enjoy peace if there is justice. But the moment justice is not there, the government should not know peace. We should disturb them. The only thing that brings peace is justice. So there should be no peace without justice. Chaka, you wanted to say something, or somebody's talking of somebody's son. Say, Museveni's son, that is a joker. But what I know from what he's also going to use the tactics of Ruto, and he's going to become the next president of Uganda. And I'm sorry for them. And if you are not careful, he might even overthrow his father. Not that serious, maybe takeover, but they might play games and they might play minds and they might play holy the way Ruto plays holy in church and capturing church. So he might play holy and tell Ugandans that, you see, my father is really doing some injustice to you, so I disagree with him, let me overthrow him. And that is how he'll find himself as a president. So if Ugandans are not learning anything, they need to come in this channel. We tell them that that boy is going to become the next president. That boy might. Yeah, don't be surprised if you hear that he overthrows his father and he becomes the president. So everything is planned. That is why he keeps on talking nonsense that he can capture Nairobi. And I wonder why did these guys still allow him to make such pronunciations. We should send him the G4S to go and arrest him and bring him and frog march him up to Kamukunji so that we show him some discipline. Jaka, you don't want to, Guru, you want to say something?
Yes, I think, Leo, I think people may take it as a joke, but for Kenyans to have consciously conspired with foreigners to circumvent the rights of a Kenyan people to determine their leadership, that is the highest level of a crime against the state and the people of Kenya. And there are people who have talked about ICC. We as Kenyans are in uncharted waters because we never envisaged that our own brothers and sisters, whoever they are, could go and conspire to rig elections in Kenya. If that is what happened, according to the report, if that is what happened, it is so bad, it's so hurting. I think can find space in the International Criminal Court because crimes of that nature can only lead to the disintegration and instability of nations in Africa. And therefore, Kenya could be a test case of how not to allow democracy to be circumvented by a political elite determined to use all methods, hook and crook, in conspiracy with foreigners. If that report, as it says that 1,000 stations sent results into our server, that's a very serious crime. It's a very, very serious crime against the people of Kenya, and therefore cannot just stand. And perhaps it may come to a point where the AU and perhaps even the UN, that deals with the stability of nations, peace must take part in this matter by supervising a forensic audit if their interest in Kenya is for a stable, peaceful nation that will not become a regional problem like our neighbors are, and where these bodies will have to put a lot of resources and a lot of effort trying to bring back peace when this matter should have been resolved earlier. Because I believe at this stage, it is possible to deal with this matter conclusively and put Kenya back to the path of democracy and the will of the people.
Thank you, Chaka. I saw your hand some time back. Huh? Mr. Agwaru, we are not here to prove to you about elections being stolen. I know if you have even kids at home and you just call them randomly, even the younger one will tell you who won the election. So we don't need to go there. So maybe they can prove that one to you. They know it back at home.
Thank you, Mr. Nyabaya, for this opportunity. What I would like to contribute to my fellow Kenyans ni kwamba hapa tunaweka mfano mzuri tu katika hii panel that tunaweza kumalizana na jinamizi la ukabila. Tuchukulie mfano wenye tuna contribute hapa. Kila mtu mwenye maoni ya kutakia mema hii nchi ana contribute hapa frequently. Ana ruhusa, yuko huru kuzungumza. Na huu ndio mfano ambao Wakenya tunafaa tufuate haswa ili kuweza kulipoteza kabisa hili jambo la ukabila. Kwa hii panel mimi Chaka najivunia vitu vingi sana kwamba Wakenya tuna uwezo wa kuungana pamoja. Hapa ni kila mtu, kila kabila lina uko huru haswa kuchangia na kuzungumzia kile unaona kwako ni sahihi. So mimi kwangu nikisupport yale ambayo mkuu wangu Guru hapo ameweza kuyazungumza, ni kwamba ni sisi wa Kenya tutakaoweza kuijenga hii nchi ama tutakaoweza kuibomoa nchi. But itategemea ni upande gani ambao tutaweza kuegemea. Juu kama ni masuala na uchaguzi ukweli tuzungumzo, uchaguzi huu haukuwa wa huru na haki. Na ni njia nyingi ambazo zinathibitisha hayo. Huu uchaguzi huu ulikaliwa, ukapangwa, ukapangika. Na watu wakatazama kwamba je, baada la kufanya hili tutakimbia wapi? Ama baada ya kufanya hili huyu tunashindana naye haswa Raila atakimbia wapi? Ama Azimio itakimbia wapi? Kwa sababu ukweli ni kwamba tukifuatilia vizuri haswa kama tutarudi vyenye haswa haya matokeo yenye ilikuwa yanajitokeza upande hasa wa Iebc, ni ishara wazi uchaguzi huu haukuwa wa uhuru na haki. Tusidanganyane hapa. Kwa hiyo kigezo kikubwa ni akimbia mahakamani kisha block kule, tunarudi kwa msemo ule kwamba let's accept and move on. Hiyo tu. Lakini hatujiulizi ni lini haswa tutapokuwa tunaweza kuihakikishia kwamba kura ya mwananchi inapozungumza debeni ndio ambayo inafanya kazi kule juu. Na ndiposa mimi na wengine wenye roho haswa ya kuitakia mema nchi yetu tuko hapa kupaza sauti zetu juu, kuzungumza. kwa niaba ya taifa letu haswa. Ndivyo hata wengine mataifa ambayo yako yametuzunguka yaweze kuiga kutokana na kwetu. Wote kuzungumzia masuala ya uchaguzi kwa kweli haukuwa wa huru na haki. Mwenye kuchaguliwa na mwananchi siye yuko pale juu. Hapo tusifiche ugonjwa. Maana haiwezekani uende hospitali unaumwa na kichwa unasema naumwa na kidole ya mguu. Hapa tutakuwa hatujapata suluhu. Suluhu ni kwamba hakika ni wakati wa Kenya tuje pamoja na tuangamize hawa wenye kupanga haya matokeo. Hawa wenye kupanga haya mambo, kwamba hata iweje sisi tutaingia by all means. Hawa wenye kupanga haswa na kuibalisha kura ya mwananchi kuwa sio yenye usemi, kisha baadaye watu wajajipige vifua wakitamba nchi nzima kwamba sisi tulichaguliwa kihalali na wananchi na mahakama pia iliweza kupitisha hapo. Kwa hiyo tukubali na tuendelee mbele. Hakuna amani inayokuja kwa nchi pasipokuwa na haki. Hakuna. Kwa hiyo tusifiche ugonjwa na tusiwe na mazoea ya kila siku kwamba tukubali wacha aishe tu, tuende mbele tu. Hakuna. Hatutamaliza huu tata, hatutamaliza huu bovu ambao umetawala katika hili taifa letu. Kukomesha ni kuhakikisha tumekuja kwa pamoja na tumesema no. Kwa sababu kama ni dalili tumeiona, uchaguzi huu haukuwa wa huru na haki, na hata wale waliokuwa waliounga wakapata huu uongozi pia nao wanatudidimiza. Mwananchi ndo anabebeshwa lawama na mzigo wote, kisha yeye ndo anayetumika kabisa Jamani, please Kenyans, tuige huu mfano tunauweka hapa kwa huu mtembei hapa kwa hii panel. Turudi wote kwa pamoja, kabila zote tuungane Jumatatu ambao ni kesho, I do believe. Hapo ndipo tuhakishe kwamba tunaonyesha hawa viongozi kwamba si lolote, ni wenye kuwaeka pale, na tukiamua kuwatoa tunawatoa, ili mradi tu wawe wanafanya vitu ambavyo viko kinyume, vitu ambavyo si vya kuletea hii nchi yetu manufaa, vitu ambavyo si vya kumpumzisha mwananchi. Tuache uoga, tuache kupendelea jamii zetu kwamba nini kifanywa hivi nitafanywa nini, itakuwaje. Hakuna. Kulijenga taifa si kazi rahisi. Pasipokuwa na umoja hakuna vile tunaweza likomboa hili taifa katika minyororo ya hawa wenye uchu wa madaraka, walafi na madaraka, wenye kuongozwa na matumbo yao, na ndio ambao wameshikilia hii serikali. Ukweli lazima tuzungumze hapa, hakuna kufichana. Kumaliza jinamizi ya uchaguzi ni kuhakikisha this time around, kabla hata ya 2027. Maana hatuwezi enda 2027 kura za 2027 ili hali hapa kuna machafu haya ya lotele. Hatuwezi kuamuliwa na taifa zingine za nje masuala ya nchini mwetu, hususa upande wa uchaguzi. Ni vitu ambavyo ni vya aibu. Wakenya tukizungumza debeni, hakika sauti yetu ipate kusikika, maana hapo ndo huwa tumeelekeza kwamba tunaamini kwamba tunayemweka pale ataweza kuliongoza taifa hili vyema. Tusipangiwe na watu ambao wanajua likistambarika Kenya ikiwa inshaanza mgawanyiko, wao wanaanza kufaidi kutoka hapo. Mataifa ya nje wao ni kusukuma tu, waone mkiuana, na hususa tumetumika hivi haswa bara zima la Afrika. Mataifa yale yako nje ya Afrika wanaofaidi kutokana na hapa wanapendezwa zaidi wakiona mahali kwamba mnagawanyika, hamuna maelewano. Wao ndio wanapata nafasi kuweza kufanya mambo yao. But hili ni taifa thabiti, hili ni taifa Mungu akalitunuku, na hatutaenda mahali pengine. wa Kenya ndugu zangu, tuko hapa. So kulikomesha jinamizi la hawa wakora na kuhakikisha kwamba huu uongozi ambao ulikuwa ni wa mwenyewe, uongozi huu amepewa uongozi wake ni sisi wa Kenya, si wengine. Tusifichane hapa. Ombi langu, tumuunge mkono kiongozi wetu mpendwa, tumshangilie anapoingia, na yeye aache kutumika na mambo ambayo hayatufaidi hapa. Mara yuko huko, mara ameenda huko, mara ameenda huko. We don't see any benefits on those trips. Asimame na Wakenya, tumpe muongozo na tumpe ushindi wake, na awe thabiti. Hakuna handshake, hakuna njoo kwa meza tuzungumze hivi. Jamani, serikali hii hakuna. Ushindi kama ni wake tu, na tunaamini Wakenya wote asilimia 85 tunaamini kwamba hakika huu uongozi haukuwa wa Ruto, ulikuwa wa Raila, na zipo sababu zinazoonyesha haswa. Sitaki kuzichambua zote, maana wenzangu washatangulia kuzichambua tangia ni katika hii panel wamezichambua. Kwa hivyo sina haja nizingilie ndani, lakini ukweli ni kwamba uongozi huu haukuwa, uchaguzi huu haukuwa wa huru na haki, na mwenye kuchaguliwa na wananchi si ambaye anaongoza. Kwa hiyo ni tuhakikishe tumerudi pamoja, tumeungana pamoja kuweza kulikomboa hili taifa letu, ndivyo tupepukane na kutumika visivyo. Mimi nitakwamia pale na nitachangia pale padogo tu Nyabaya, lakini bila sisi wananchi wenyewe haswa kuja kwa pamoja, hakuna jinsi ambavyo tutaweza lipeleka ile taifa letu mbele. Hawa wakora ambao ni wanasiasa wanaorudi kuja haswa kutuwarai kazi, ndio watatugawanyisha kwa malengo yao na kwa manufaa yao, kwa sababu naamini hasa wapo watu ambao, wapo viongozi kwa Azimio ambao pia wanaongozwa na tumbo zao, ndio wale ambao hawana msimamo rohoni mwao. Wakishaona kwamba hawajaungana na serikali, basi watakwisha, mambo yao kwisha, wako kwa matumbo yao. Lakini je, ni nani anamfikiria mwananchi wa kawaida? Ni nani anamfikiria mwananchi wa Kenya haswa, ambaye ndo mtoa ushuru? Je, kwa hali hii ambayo tunaenda nayo haswa, harama ya maisha yenye hii tunayoiona, mzigo huu mwananchi atapumzisha ni kama hatutashikana kwa pamoja? Jumatatu tumuunge mkono mheshimiwa Raila, maana yeye ndio baba wa taifa, na tumeiona roho yake tangia hizo enzi mpaka sasa hivi, hajachoga wala hajachuja, na yuko kwa manager ya taifa, hayuko katika masuala ya ukabila wala masuala ya corruption. Tumpe mbuzi wake, huyu ndio mwenye mbuzi. Tutake huyu mwenye mbuzi, tumpe atutengenezee njia ili huu chafu kama huu tena usije ukatokea. Lakini kama hatutafanya hivyo, na tume hii ambayo imeshatuhamulia maamuzi ambayo sio, ishakwenda na tayari ilikuwa ishamezwa, mahakama ndio hiyo ambayo ishamezwa, makanisa ndio haya yashamezwa, security ndio hiyo, polisi sasa hivi ndio ambao wana kila kutukukaa tunasikia tu sauti ya polisi ndio ambao wanatekwa kabisa ili kuregeshwa pale mahali panapotakiwa. Badala uje uulizwe haswa ni nini umefanya, unapigwa mateka, unaingizwa kwa gari, unapelekwa, hakuna cha nini wala nini, tunaregeshwa hapo tena. Ili kuepukana na hili, ni kuhakikisha wananchi tumekuja mapema pamoja, tumeshikana na tusiregeshwe mahali tumetoka. Mfano wa haya tu, nafikiri kuna mwingine jana alitolewa kazi na akabandikwa mtu ndugu yake ambaye ni kiongozi fulani katika kazi. Je, hii ni serikali ya kureward ama ni serikali ambayo itasimamia haki? Please, tusidanganyane hapa. Hatuna serikali hapa, tuna watu ambao wako kwa ajili ya matumbo yao, wako kwa their self interest, lakini si kwa ajili ya Mkenya. Asanteni.
Asante sana Chaka, ila ni kukosoe kidogo, usiseme Jumatatu twende tumkaribishe baba, waambie ni kesho, sio Jumatatu. Ukisema Jumatatu yaonekana kuwa ni mbali zaidi, ishafika ni kesho. So kuna wale wanatoka mbali, wengine
asante. So, kesho jamani, kesho haswa. Na baba awe strong, hata babaika na kutumika kupelekwa kuna huko, asima uko nyuma ya baba ili tuhakikishe taifa tumelikomboa. Kwa hiyo ni kesho, ndugu zangu, ukweli umwagike. Chambilecho ni mheshimiwa Joho, kama ni mwaga peupe peruanja wa huyu na huyu funganya virago, kama ni kuingia hapo nione kama ataweza kumaliza wananchi ambao wameamua kwamba wana. So ni kesho, si kwamba ni Jumatatu, kesho.
Asante sana. Vicky Brian, naona mkono umeinua.
Okay, thank you for giving me another chance. Yeah, what I want to say is this. Well, we had a very good constitution, and all well-meaning Kenyans know that we had a very good constitution. The constitution envisioned a nation and institutions of ideals characters. Unfortunately, this is not the truth. This is, in practical sense, this is not true. Me, what I'm realizing now is that we gave IEBC too much that it cannot implement. The pressure is too much on IEBC. Whoever you name, the chairman of the commission, cannot follow the election rules as provided because of the nature of the political players we have. Leo, we can name you the chair of IEBC. But sooner you get into as soon as you get into that office, you'll find that you cannot play by the rules. So I think as Kenyans, we have to rethink our strategy. Because as it stands now, Kenyans are losing faith in the electoral system, particularly the presidential elections. So in my mind, in my opinion, I would advocate for constitutional change as far as elections are concerned. And probably I would ask Kenyan people, citizens, to forego our right to constitutional mandate to directly select or vote for our president, because this is the thorn in our flesh. Because if we do this, it would mean that we will have some IEBC at the national level to count our vote. And this is not happening. It cannot work. It cannot happen. So as a people, I think we have to rethink another strategy so that maybe we will have to dedicate our sovereign power to our elected leaders, maybe at the national, the constituency level or at the county level, to go and select for us the national leader. Because this is the way we can do this. This is the only way we can do it in a transparent manner. Because when we narrow the number of people participating, we can at least say that so and so, Mr. Guru, we selected you to go and elect Madam Kenyan Arari as our president, and you have not done that. You will do it in a broad daylight, and we will count you, we will hold you responsible. But this time, as it is now, we are giving IEBC this leeway to do it for us. They can't do it. They have failed so many times. So how can Kenyans allow this thing to go in faith. Because next election, I don't see Kenyans having faith in IBC that they will give us a credible election, especially at the presidential level. It is, people have lost faith in this. Okay, as far as Raila is concerned, they must say his days is approaching his sunset days. We should not put a lot of pressure on him. Unfortunately, I don't see any other person who has the ability to push the way he has been pushing. But I think what we can, if we are honest people, the only thing we can ask him now is maybe to push for a constitutional change. Because we don't want him to go to commit. I know people having people have expectation that on Tuesday he will pronounce something that may lead to a regime change. As our constitution is and the courts are, I think that way we may be pushing them, say, to a very dangerous corner. So we have to live to this reality. That as much as we love him, we should not be willing to sacrifice him at the same time. But the only thing he can do now is to push for constitutional change. And the only practical thing here for us as people of Kenya to get the results we desire is to change the election rules. IBC cannot give us the president that we want.
For intervention, Guru, you want to respond to what you've just said? I think there's some responses to what you've just said pertaining sacrificing and pertaining committee, things like that. I also find that it needs a lot of response because whatever people are going to do tomorrow are all based and are all in our constitution, which gives us the sovereign power. And the sovereign, that same power allows you to picket, and the picketing includes even kicking you out of the state house because it is the power of the people that puts you in that state house. So if, like, let's say today 5 million people march to that state house, whether you are sworn in or not sworn in, if they march to that state house and demand you to get out, it will let me say it will do away with all the swearing ins and everything, the oaths that you took. So it's the people taking their sovereign power. So if people can just be, what we need to talk of here is, are you courageous enough to do that? Guru, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I take issue with the several statements and also support some statements that Fiki has made. One of the things that we make mistakes about is to think that it is Raila who is driving whatever is happening now. The votes that 8.1 million Kenyans gave him were through self drive. They were not forced. And therefore, the issue of Raila being the inciter or inciting that could lead to what Fiki was saying, a jail term or whatever, does not arise at all. In fact, the only thing is that Raila finds himself in a very tricky position because he's actually the personification of the interests of many Kenyans, the 8.1 million who voted for him, according to the latest statistics. And therefore, he cannot escape the fact that he has to be at the center of the things. It could be somebody else, but unfortunately, history at this time places him in that position. So therefore, I do not know why Fiki has to bring in committee here. There is no breaking of the law. Underline that one. There is no breaking of the law. It's just confining the actions that need to be done by the citizen within the constitution. You do not know how much this constitution has given to the public in terms of rights, including even signing up a petition to hold a referendum on any issue. We can even do away with some of those institutions you are talking about here through a referendum. If somebody were to come up with such a suggestion, what it requires is the people's power. So don't bring those fears here. It's not that it, unlike in the 1980s and 90s when calling for picketing demonstrations was labeled as illegal. This time it is anchored in our constitution that you can picket peacefully without carrying any weapons and make a statement nationally and internationally. And many have done that in many nations. And you know that. Number two, I support you on the issue of constitutional reforms that may lead to a situation where we don't vote directly for the president. It happens in South Africa. What is voted for is the political party or political formation or alignments. And before we go to the elections, they have already said if they win, this is the man who will become the president. That's what happens in South Africa. They don't vote directly for the president, but they vote for the party. And that party, already the people of South Africa know that if ANC is to win the elections, then this is the man that political party has given the country to take the mantle of the presidency. It can happen here. And perhaps it would be good because we would do away with these shenanigans of presidential vote counting. Because all what would happen right now in the last elections is to look at various political formations, Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, and the ones that scores a certain percentage of votes, depending on the votes casted for the MPs, for the senators, becomes the ruling party. And the person selected by that party or that alignment becomes the president. And then we will not have to deal with a situation like the one we have right now, where all manner of conspiracies are made to make sure that a certain person wins elections. It becomes like a personality clash between two people, rather than an expression of will of the people on who they want to become the president. So on that point, I support you. On the other point, I completely refuse. And,
Thank you, Guru. Mohamud Hassan, let me remind you that in
Leon,
South
just a minute.
Africa.
Let me just ask something. Mr. Nguru, you know, I agree that, sorry. I agree that we have to disagree and agree. But when I talk to a committee, what I was saying is that I don't have faith in Martha Koome justice system, because as it is, you can be taken tomorrow and you'll find yourself in committee for life, given what we have seen. So even Raila is not immune to that kind of action happening. So that's what I was thinking about, because I don't believe in the court system of Kenya with the political institution we have at this point, or the regime we have at this point. Thank you.
Why should you assign guilt? Why should you anticipate the breaking of the law on the part of Raila? What would he have done to deserve that kind of punishment?
No, you have unmuted.
Okay. I know maybe there are debates that will not end, but what I know from my point of view, Raila is an institution, and any government or anybody who needs peace will not dare even think of threatening. Not only forget about arresting, even threatening to arrest him amounts to crimes against humanity. So, Mohammed Hassan, I wanted to remind you that when Nelson Mandela was taken to jail, he did not go to jail with his children or his wife. And the same people that we do celebrate, if you've been in Kenya currently, people celebrate the Mau Mau, and it has been the talk of the deputy president. I think he will, if you ask him, he will tell you that when the Mau Mau were going to the forest, they did not go with their children or their wives. Their children and their wives were left back at home, and they were getting lunch and supper, taking milk and some honey. We had people like Kenneth Matiba, when he was in jail and he was suffering, his children were studying. In fact, his children were studying abroad. So asking if Raila's family will be in the meeting is none of your business. As long as he've not forced you to attend, or you've not been sent, and if they send you an invitation letter, you have got the right or liberty to decline or accept. So such questions, I think those people who are ignorant are the ones who normally ask that, oh, we want to see Raila's children or what. So Raila's children also, they know what they do or what they don't want to do. So we cannot tell them where to go and where not to go. So if you believe in the movement, you believe in Raila's ideology, then you don't even need to wait for Raila to remind you. You just need to find yourself there. Then Raila will come and find you. That is what happens. Raila doesn't force people to attend his rallies. In fact, people gather there and they force Raila to come and address them. And that is what normally happens. Kenyan Arari, let me wake you up.
Yeah, I'm here, Leo. I am just listening, and I was happy to hear from Guru about what he mentioned for these international Western countries trying to interfere with our democracy. That is one point that I have thinking about, that people need to be led to fight their own way of how to govern their country, so that even if they make a mistake, they have nobody to blame. So for them, they should leave us and let us go our way, so that we blame the leaders that we have, and we know how we are going to deal with them. I assume, Vicky, what he was trying to put is that just in case anything that will be brought up, because these people are unpredictable, they are criminals, they can fault us in any way. I think Vicky was trying to say, just in case anything happens to these people when they are doing their thing, when we are on our way, they may decide to bring people to arrest, and then maybe the court will not listen what was going on, or will not listen that the people were innocent, they did not do anything wrong, and then they end up ruling against them like they did the other time they ruled against our case. So I assume maybe that is what Vicky was going to. Hopefully. Okay. Now, my point which I wanted to say is that we might not depend very much on Raila, but Raila can give us some advice. He has been in the politics, he has been in so many predicaments, and he has known how he had sorted it out. So he can always give us a way of how to do or to deal with the whatever is ahead of us. Raila is the right person to give us those whisper words that can make us understand which way can we go, how can we do it. On the long run, we'll have our David. You know, David was a small boy and he happened to kill Goliath, as we get that story. So we still are determined to do our best, to do the right thing. And because we are the people who are feeling the pain, we don't have to listen all these shenanigans people are bringing. We are focused and we want to deal with our country to have it clean and clear. This is the love I have for my country. If I could have strength to fold Kenya into my hands, nitatema hao majambazi kwa ziwa, moja kwa moja, moja kwa moja. The moment I will know all of them are gone, in the sea, they are gone, nitandaze Kenya yangu na watu wa Kenya wote warudi kwao, wakae kwao, wakule chakula wamefurahi, wakule mayai yao, wakunywe kahawa yao, chai, because that is what we are missing right now. We are missing peace, we are missing service, we are missing support in all kinds. That is the problem we are facing in our country. And why are we missing this? Because it is blocked by these people who promised so many things and they are not doing it for us. We don't depend on them, but somehow the services are done for the community to have at ease of doing their work, their things. But now it seems like we are blocked. We cannot do anything. We cannot see far. We are being controlled. That is the problem we have. And why are we controlled? Why are we told that we're gonna eat GMO? Why are we told that there is no food? Because that is the mentality they have from the Western. And those Western people, they are not interested with you, as well as our leaders, they are not interested with us. That is where we are Kenyans, that we are at our own and we should fight it hard. There is no way you expect somebody to come from outside, to come and quench you, and you live comfortable. There must be a catch. There must be some interest. Na hizo interest ndizo za kukuumiza wewe. Atakuletea kile kitakufanya mnyonge, ndio aweze kuchukua kile anahitaji. That's all. Na sasa wale wanatuongoza wamekubali hizo agreements, ndio waweze kutunyanyasa kwa sababu hawatujali. And that is why we are fighting for our country. The way I love my country, that is what I would do. If I had strength, kuikunja vizuri sana hiyo Kenya yetu. Na hao ni wateme, waende kabisa. Nikijua wote kabisa nimewatema, nitandaze Kenya yetu. Wakenya wafurahie. That is how I would do it. It's not hard to have our country back. It just depends on our unity. We hold shoulder to shoulder and make sure that we have no gap. We don't listen to these shenanigans from corner to corner, and we focus and we can have that back. Baba is there and he will give us good guidance. And those who think they are Davids, listen carefully. Let's move on. and our country will be back. Me, I'm just feeling in my heart, the way I love my country, Kenya, it's coming back. It will be so sad if we continue living the way we are living. I just got messages from our country, how people are suffering. In fact, 1,000, you cannot buy anything that is worthy a family. 1,000, it's worthless. 1,000 is like 100 shillings. Come to think, somebody with a family, what are they doing? Let's be serious. Let's come together, Kenyans, and do something good to our country, and we'll have it back. I'm glad we are talking about Kenya, where I belong. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Kenya Narari. Yeah, it's true. We are talking about Kenya, and we are talking about issues facing Kenya. And at the same time, we're also looking at possible solutions, how things should have been done right. We also need not to forget that the main reason why maybe we are seeing things happening like this is because the will of the majority was reversed. If maybe Ruto would have genuinely won, or maybe the person who genuinely won would have been on that seat, and the people are suffering, we would be saying that it is the choices that we made, so we have to live with our choices. So in such case, it is understandable. Had Ruto won, and we are finding it rough, everything is going south, then we will comfortably be saying that we Kenyans made a wrong choice and elected this government. So because choices have consequences, let us live with the consequences. But in this case, we did not make such a choice. So why would we be forced to live with the consequences that are not a result of our choices? They say choices have consequences. So can you give us the choice that we made so that we live with the consequences of our own choices? But for the Kenya Kwanza, it was not our choice. So we cannot live with their consequences because we never made that choice. They forced themselves. So they cannot force us to live with the consequences. So that is why we are here. We are not making noise. We are not maybe weeping or crying as people might want to make others believe. We are not complaining. We are really speaking out, and we are trying to tell people that, look, this is what happened. We are not happy, but soon our talks will generate into actions. So for those people who are asking, tunashinda tu tunaongea, si eti hatuna kazi ya kufanya. Things start from talking. You know, they say when we talk, then at least we are basically going to start acting. You can't act without talking. First of all, you have to call yourself in a meeting. Hata saa zile umeenda umepata vitu zimekuwa mbaya kwa nyumba, you start by talking. You can even talk alone. Then from the talk, you'll now get to action. Kenyan with love. No, sorry, Kenya Narari, your hand was up.
Yes, let me say one point I just forgot. Guys, I just got a message. There is one friend of mine just arrived from Kenya. And she told me, you'll be shocked that everybody that she talked to voted for Raila from Central. Get it right, from Central. And then she was asking, and who voted for Ruto? Because everybody was saying, I voted for Raila. And it is not pretense. It is real. And I know she cannot lie. She was shocked. So we are not talking anything, just to talk. We are talking of things that really happened and that is real and it can be proven. That's the point I wanted to pass.
Thank you. Mzalendo, hatujakusahau, tumefika hapo.
I just wanted to ask a very simple question. Like Central, like everybody voted for Raila, yet all the elected leaders are from UDA. That's such an irony. Then another thing I would say is I think today in Kenya, I think it's today, Baba is arriving. I don't know what time he's arriving. The expectation from the Azimio side is very, very high. But I think is whatever he's going to say, I can't preempt what he's going to say tomorrow. But I can only speculate that he'll be calling for reforms in IBC. He'll be calling for a forensic audit in IBC. And that would be it. The people who are anticipating a big march or a change of guard, that is not constitutional. It can't happen in Kenya. So it is just wishful thinking that such a thing can happen in our country. Having said that, remember, yes, you don't accept this government as elected, just the same way I didn't accept Uhuru's government as elected because they rigged the election last time. But you have to live by it because at the end of the day, Uhuru was announced the winner by IEBC. And we went to court. The court asked us to go for a repeat elections. ODM had got its demands, which they didn't follow through. Even after Baba getting the handshake, he didn't follow through on the reforms of IBC. I don't know what you can say about that. The reforms that were supposed to be done in IBC, Uhuru and Baba had got ample time to rectify any mistakes in IBC, and they didn't do it. So whatever you expect tomorrow, first, I hope there will be some decency, hakutakuwa na matusi ya kutukana Chebukati and the rest. That one is kawaida, but I am only hoping. I know, Guru, you will say something. Why are you?
Mzalendo. Don't go there. Don't go there. Wachia watu ya Azimio watumie ile lugha wanataka.
Lugha najua ile lugha wanatumia kama kawaida. The language I know what they'll use. The kind of language I know Azimio uses all the time. It will be very decent and very, very pleasant tomorrow. But I hope that it will not just be any other rally, but it will have some conclusions at the end of it. There will be something that that will change. Another thing I keep on telling guys here is that most changes happen in parliament. If you want any meaningful change, there has to be a bill in parliament. At the end of the day, everything has to go in parliament. Whatever you will say that it is within the wananchi can change. Yes, you can change so many things. But 6 months down after the election or 5 months down after the election, ile moto ama ile mori inakwisha. So kuna vitu ile unaweza fanya immediately election imemalizika hivi, you can start picketing, which is allowed in the constitution. You picket, the international community will see this is genuine because the results are just out and there is some concern here. But surely 5 months after kura zishahesabiwa, you are going back to it and saying, oh, you know what? Actually, we won this election. Yet the same leader has openly said that we should respect the presidency of William Ruto. And his close allies have welcomed the president in his backyard.
Leo, please let me talk to Muzalendo. Muzalendo, let me say this.
I'll allow you, Kenyan Narari, I'll allow you as a
Colonel
senior
Harari, you had your
Okay.
time. I didn't. When
a
you
mother
talk, I
figure,
don't even interfere.
mother
I
figure
let
in the
you
house.
say
I'll
whatever you
give
want
that
to say.
to do so. Muzalendo, I'll allow her as a mother figure and a senior member. I'll allow
Okay.
her. But sisi vijana ndiye hatuwezi tukaku-interrupt, but with her, it's not
Wacha
interruption, it is an
tuwalau
advice.
wacha tuwalau madhe aongee basi.
Okay, I'll say this, Muzalendo. You said that if about the majority of the people who won, how many petitions did you witness were taken to court against those who won of UDA? Remember, Waigoro was declared a winner with one constituency. What was going on? What I thought, to me personally, and my opinion, not anybody's opinion, there was something going on as like what happened in the Supreme Court. And that one, I don't deny that one happened. And nobody will convince me that it was not a bug that was going around the whole country. It is shocking that it was UDA, until you even feel like you're gonna puke. How? How does the country look like that? And yet, when you come to look at the most leading person is stealing the election. So what are you telling us? That is undeniable. There was a bug going around the whole country. And nobody convinced me that all those UDA won. They didn't. Ni vile tu waliponea chupuchupu, vile watu hawakujua ni nini imefanyika. Because if Central, they did not vote for the president, and the Central people were all like UDA, that is a lie. I don't agree with that, Mzalendo, and I will never agree. Thank you.
All right. You know,
I think you've been informed.
The president comes from a place called Gatundu. In Gatundu, where the president comes from, Raila lost massively. That is a fact. Don't even go far, unaenda sijui Kirinyaga, sijui unaenda Kirinyaga kutafuta nini. Enda tu hapa Gatundu karibu na Nairobi. The results are there. So that was the pattern in Central. Yes, Raila got votes in Central, but he didn't get as much as he anticipated to get in Central. He got votes, not that alitoka bure, but the person who got majority vote is UDA. That is a fact. Whether utakataa, utafanya nini, but it's a fact. Majority votes in Central were for UDA. But anyway, I hope today, Leo, you are going to, where is it, Kamukunji? I'm only praying that it's going to be peaceful, and we are going to have a closure in this matter of election. And I strongly believe that there'll be a closure. And as much as you anticipate that Baba will say something drastic or something, something that will shake the government, probably will say a bit of nothing today. So let us wait. I'm just speculating. I know the mood.
Okay. As I usher in Godfrey, and please, Godfrey, let us not entertain Mzalendo. You know, the more you engage him, the more he will mislead. I just want to remind Mzalendo that the meetings called by Baba has always been peaceful, and if any case it fails to be peaceful, it is normally a sabotage that is done by the sitting government. And this is in record. One of the witnesses that I can call to testify is called Mike Buvi Sonko, who told you what the government does. And when we hosted the ghetto president here today or yesterday, depends on the region you are, he confirmed and he prepared and he warned the government against planting saboteurs, planting violent youths to come and disrupt the meeting. They will be dealt with. It is always peaceful and it will always be peaceful. And in any case, you'll find chaos. Know that it is the government that is now meting chaos against the innocent citizens. And that one will not be allowed. It will have to be opposed with the same force that they'll come with. It is on record, even when Baba was calling for meeting in the last regime, people like Moses Kuria would organize goons and brand them and call them Nairobi businessmen. So if you are planning to organize some goons tomorrow, just tell them that the members who are going to join Wazalendo, not you. Wazalendo will be there, so I think you'll be able to watch how Wazalendo behave and how Wazalendo show love for their country. So the Wazalendo who will be attending the meeting tomorrow will be coming ready, and they know those who don't believe in their movement, the ones who will be coming to cause chaos, so they will be dealt with accordingly. Let them not dare do that. Let them do their violence through the TVs. Mtembei TV will be there live. So those people who are not buying the idea should watch through their TVs as this country is being shown the right direction. So just give them that information. Godfrey.
Okay, thank you, Leo. I greet you, Mzalendo, Kenya Arali, Guru, and Kidedo. Okay, there's something that I just wanted to share on what Mzalendo has been talking about, the issue of UDA winning in central Kenya. Mzalendo, unafaa ujue, UDA, most of them walikuwa ni Jubilee, and these guys has never been in opposition. So wakati tulienda kwa election, hawakuwa wamekuwa prepared vile sisi kwa tumejiandaa. Hawakuwa na evidence. Wao wenyewe, wengi ambao wanaona wali consider defeat, hawakuwa na evidence kwenda kwa court kusema kweli mimi hii ni evidence zangu za kutosha zinaonyesha kuwa mimi nilishinda, lakini ujamaa aliniibia. So wakati waliibiwa, the guys, they decided to consider defeat because they had nothing substantial to go to court and prevent. And watu walikuwa hawajazoea opposition, hawana tactics ya kudili na opposition, so it was easy for them to consider defeat. But unafaa uelewe kuwa in central Kenya, hata ukiangalia on the day of election, a lot of papers hizo from 34As zilipatikana kule central ya election with UDA area ya central Kenya. Hapo ndo wakati watu wengi walikuja kugundua baadaye, wakati sasa walikuwa shaona results, yani zile petition ya Azimio imepelekwa kotini, ndio jamaa akaanza kusema ukweli sisi tumeibiwa. Hapo ndo time pia huyu Kioni akaamuka akasema kweli kura zetu zimeibiwa mingi sana, because they were not prepared, so they considered defeat because they had something no substantial kwenda kupeleka court na kukataa hiyo kura. But the truth ni kuwa waliibiwa. Wengi sana watu Azimio waliibiwa in central Kenya, na evidence iko hata mpaka kwa YouTube. Ukienda ukafungua utaona a lot of papers zilipatikana from 34As zilipatikana zikiingizwa kule za ukora.
Kile nikikujibu tu, unajua wakati unaenda uchaguzi, kama we ni mbunge, kama we ni kwa kiti yoyote, MCA, senator, uko pale na maagents wako. Ukiibiwa unaona, unaelewa, ukiibiwa unaona tu pale. That's why unaona hakuna, there's no a lot of petitions in this other seats, because the evidence is there. Unasign, agent wako anasign, ndio kura umepata, you tabulate them, mwingine ana tabulate kule na kule. but kama ni uwizi zilifanyika kila mahali. If you are going to talk about uwizi in Central, then most likely pia in Nyanza pia kulikuwa na uwizi. So hizi vitu zote, bali UDA haikukuwa na agent hata mmoja in areas like in Nyanza. I don't think UDA ilikuwa na agent hata mmoja. Huko pia kulikuwa tu na uwizi. The only thing is that ile uwizi ya presidential au uwizi ya ma MP haikuzingatiwa sana, hawakuzingatia kwa makini. Watu kama kina Kioni, they have been in parliament for the longest time, wamekuwa kwa hizo uchaguzi mara mingi sana. Kuibia mtu kama huyo ni ngumu sana bwana Geoffrey. Kuibia au vigogo wa Jubilee wamekuwa kwa hii uchaguzi, si mara ya kwanza, mara ya pili, mara ya tatu wakishinda. So wanajua hata saa zile wanashindwa. Mtu kama Kabogo alijua mapema bwana Kiambu imeenda na UDA. So ni mambo wanajua, si ati mambo ati waliibiwa, ni kushindwa, walishindwa.
No.
Mzalendo, these things that you're telling us have been there. Hii mambo ya kutuambia kama ni uwizi hakuna mapetition ama these are things that have been there. Who doesn't know that the only seat that people are normally interested in is the presidency? Who doesn't know that? So these things, these are narratives that they normally use kutudanganya. These are normally excuses that now they use to justify fraud. Tunaona mtu akisha kuibia kwa nyumba na kwambia si plot yenu kuna nyumba 10, kama ni kuibiwa mbona hapa, mbona hizo zingine. Such nonsense should not be advanced, really. Such nonsense should not be advanced. And I see that there are some people also in the comments, somebody called Mzee K. Ndegwa, saying that huyu mzee siku moja atasaulika. Let me tell you, Raila has been there, he will be there even in his death. You people will still be talking of Raila hata kisha kufa. The same way you say the elections was over, and wherever the deputy president and the Gachagua goes, they keep on talking of Raila. Even in your churches, the churches currently, they preach Raila more than they preach the gospel that they're supposed to be preaching. So Raila will be there, even if he exits or what happens, his name will still be there. It will never fade. So you better look, maybe if you feel that these people who are calling the name of Raila hawana kitu cha kufanya, basi na wewe pia upatie masikio yako kazi, uache kusikiza vitu venye haviko. The fact that you are listening to them tells you that they are making sense to you. If they are not making sense to you, you will be listening to something else somewhere. And in fact, it is Sunday. You need to attend the denominational prayers and start praying for the economy instead of joining to listen to politics in Mutembei show. Godfrey.
Okay, thank you, Leo. I think I have to give my submission. I was trying to tell something Mzalendo, but ameruka tu akawa haelewi kitu nilikuwa najaribu kusema. Let me give my submission. There's something that I think Mzee Viki was sharing. Issue na mambo ya kusema kuwa hii hata pia Mzalendo napenda kuongea issue kuwa mtoota kishashindwa kura kama sasa hivi imemaliza miezi 5, that's gone. Hakuna kitu ambacho itafanyika. I have to tell Mzalendo right now, tukisema we are giving up, atutungoje mpaka miaka 5 iishe, we will be allowing hii issue kuendelea na itaendelea for a very long time. I think there's something you need to know. If Raila keep quiet, that means he's either aingia basi kwa government, na kuingia kwa government itakuwa ni handshake. Sisi hatutaki handshake. So the only thing, Raila should not stop. Kesho akija aambie watu his way forward, na hata kama ni marching is either to march, but hakuna mambo ya handshake, hakuna mambo ya kusema sijari tushapoteza ndio hivyo mambo imeisha. Hakuna. We are going for what is ours, our victory. Na kama ni kumtoa kwa nguvu itabidi tumtoe kwa nguvu. Mzalendo, there's nothing we are giving up today. There's nothing we are giving up. Hata wafanye nini lazima wafungue sava, kila mtu aone kwa tumeshinda, and we do what we need to do. Hakuna kitu kingine. Kama kufuata wakufe, imefika wakati kama kufuata watu wakufe sasa, but we need to take our victory back.
Geoffrey, wewe ni mzalendo kweli. Wewe ni mzalendo. If all the people have, apart from Leo and yourself, the people who I know are really hurting. You are really hurting. Na hii story ya Raila na mambo na uchaguzi. But angalia, Mr. Leo, today is Sunday in Kenya. Even if you are going to march in IBC, offices IBC hazifunguliwi Sunday, ndugu yangu. Maybe you should have organized your rally on a weekday. So zile munaweza march kwa maofisi.
You just prove that we are reading from different scripts. The meeting, the consultative meeting has been called on Monday. So you see, you are commenting and dispensing on issues that you don't know. We are talking of Monday. No wonder you've been misleading these people. I
No,
need
but
to know
you said you have a rally today.
I think if you just go and rewind, I was telling even Chaka that asiseme ni Monday, aseme ni kesho. So that is why you are giving misinformation.
No,
Okay,
Leo,
Christopher.
no, today is Sunday. Today, are you having a meeting? Baba is coming today. I'm asking a question.
We've communicated everything, and those people who subscribe to Baba's idea, they know, they already marked their calendar. So I don't need to tell you much about that. Let us proceed to the next person, Guru.
Yes, Bernard. Yes, Bernard.
Yes.
Good morning to everybody.
Good morning, Karibu Christopher.
I'm from Uganda. Let me tell people, sorry, I am not entitled maybe to speak here. Mr. Zalendo.
No. This channel, in fact, we had, there are 3 guys from Uganda. I think they've not just come back. They attend this channel daily. So this channel is not only benefiting Kenya, but it is benefiting any country that wants to relieve themselves from the chains of dictatorship and the chains of electoral fraud, Uganda included. So when you come here, you give us information, and you can also be at a position to explain to these Kenyans what it feels to be ruled by an unpopular leader. Museveni is included in that group. So there are some of the problems that we have in Eastern Africa. So if we allow William Ruto, they are going to form their own WhatsApp group, and soon Eastern Africa will have nothing to show. So welcome.
Yeah, I thank you. But the current speaker, the Muzalendo, good morning, sir.
Good morning. We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. You know, we normally tell these guys to be disciplined. When somebody is speaking, everyone is muting their microphones. They might not be able to respond, but they are getting you.
I'll give mine a generous one. Let me tell you who I am. I'm married in Kenya, in the Ruto's home. Even my children, they are there today.
Sebo.
So what I'm trying to say, I'm also concerned when I see things. You see, when people are playing football or footballers, the spectators, they are outside. They could see that the ball should have been there because the goalpost is the other side. Oh, it's going the wrong way, maybe this way. I want to ask the question, why are people pushing for even what they don't know or they know? The only they don't know is it comes like this. On the day of elections, nobody has divided himself or herself in all the polling stations. We only believe by hearing from phones, communication gazettes. Even not at your polling station, you cannot never be there to know who has voted who there that day. Why should these people be very hard to say they are the right people who have won or who have lost? There are only 2 things here. You can only know through hearing all the sides, what is in the media, what are people talking about, what are all this is how someone will know. Because even the facts that things have gone the right way, people will turn it the other way around. I'm saying this because the majority that I've been reading through the media, people support negative thing. Even I don't understand it. Why? Why can somebody sit and then try to recall and realize what he or she is doing? There's somebody who said, am I listening to what I'm saying? Am I listening to what I'm telling you or talking to you? If I'm listening, what are the mistakes in it? Okay? So if we keep on here, just like we are arguing, and yet there are facts on the table. And then I one time asked some bishop, I said, why is it that the so-called Satan, let me use this language, they're everywhere. They are more than the Jesus, I would say. Why? Why can't people change and turn to the truth? Why should this world wants to go inside the ocean? And yet people knows the truth. Why should we teach our children lie, how to steal, how to do what? Why? This is a question for Kenya. It's so touching why I'm saying, even if I go to those points that we people are discussing, it's like this is a blowhead. Why don't we turn to facts and truth? Although I don't know what is the fact, we don't know what is wrong, but at least a fairer ground where everybody will meet. If you hear like this one of Uganda, this Muhoozi was talking of even walking in Kenya, like overtaking, throwing down Kenya. Why is such a statement being made from high person like him, 4-star general? Is that a joke? Or it is, can we treat it like a joke or we treat it like what? Because it goes in my mind that there's something going on. Okay? If you people say we are marching tomorrow to that place, they will say, let's see, sabotage or what? Why should people march in such a vigorous kind of? Why people talk like this? I'm so touched. I even lost word. I even lost what to say about this thing. Let's try to calm down and then sit. Listen to yourself, please. Listen to what you are talking to your friend. Because bloodshed is so bad. One day like this, even a cat, you let a cat that has eaten your meat or your meal in the house, close all the windows and doors, and then start fighting that small thing. You will never realize how that thing can kill you. Why should we go for this thing? Let's everybody sit down, and if they said you have lost, say sorry, thank you, I've lost. Like Baba is doing. He's a positive man. Why should he always be losing? Why not the other one? Even a new person who has just joined the politics can topple this man. Yet people know him. I'm only touched. We are touched. Everybody are touched. People are very annoyed. I'm telling you. So I'm just talking from my high voice. Not that I'm annoyed now. No, I'm just trying to stress my point so that people sit down, listen to yourself, please. Listen. I love those who open this form. I wish it could invite 100 people on the same screen so that people listen how people discuss. Thank you, Bernard. I love the way you conduct the house.
Thank
Teach
you,
people. Let's teach.
thank you, Christopher.
There is a group here in Uganda. It's like for strategically for the tribe, like Luo all over the world. It's called KDP. Okay, KDP would we people have shifted away from politics, from what they say. Let's go and organize our house. We organize the house. We put people right for the future. This is all what we are looking for. Let's not groom thieves. I'm married to a Kalenjin. I have 3 children there. Please, I cannot see people sinking and then keep quiet. What if my people are there one day? Will they sink the same way I'm seeing today? Thank you very much for all of you. Wazalendo, you change. You preach the gospel.
Thank you, Christopher. We do appreciate your contribution, and it is good that you've also realized that we are having a Mzalendo here who is not portraying the characters of Mzalendo. So a Ugandan who doesn't understand Swahili well knows who a Mzalendo should be. Godfrey, I'll give you time. I know people want to react. They want to give some sweet messages to Christopher, who I will also tell you to say and pass our greetings to Ugandans there. And very soon, they will also start a forum like this. Such forums are the ones that normally open people's minds. In the olden days, people like Kenyatta and those guys who formed the early political associations, they were just writing some letters and had to walk kilometers. But currently, we don't need to write letters because Mtembei TV is here. It brings us together and we share ideas. Somebody has talked of Muhozi. Muhozi, I can call him. He is a first general that have been declared by his father. Just like learning in your father's school, we will never believe in the results or the grades that you're given in your father's school. So that one, even in Kenya, I don't think. It is just shows that our president is also joking. He said it not once, not twice, how he can capture Nairobi, but the president seemed not to be caring about that. Our president is busy arranging for Kenyans how they should have and elect only one bar in each and every constituency. So before Godfrey, you speak, let me break the monotony for only 1 minute and bring this one to your attention. Those people who are expecting the president to come up with some better policies, those people who call themselves hustlers, who are having 50,000 and they've started maybe a joint or a restaurant pale mtaani, mali watu wanaweza pata taska yao na wapate ka mutura. This is what the president have for you.
Hey, kwanza wamama wengi wamenilalamikia sana kwamba hii watu hawafiki nyumbani. Nyinyi mnaendanga wapi ndugu zangu? So tumekubaliana hivi. Sawa? County Commissioner, County Government waketi chini pamoja. Hatutaki pombe inauzwa kiholela. Haiwezekani ya kwamba kila kona na kila street iko mahali ya kuuza pombe. Mahali ya kuuza pombe itengenezwe na iwe ni mahali moja katika mahali kama kila constituency mahali moja. Hakuna kusambaza ukifika kona hii ni bar, ukifika kona hii ni bar, ukifika kona hii ni bar, ukienda kwa kanisa ni bar. Sasa hii maneno.
So hustler mwenye ako hapo nje, maybe uko na pesa yako kidogo, sasa itabidi wewe hiyo pesa yako utafuta nayo biashara nyingine ya kuchoma mahindi, kwa sababu mambo ya bar, kila constituency itakuwa na bar moja, na ndio ukuwe na bar moja ya kuserve the whole constituency. I think you need a lot of capital. So habari ndio hiyo. We are having a government that is busy with the non-issues, as they are pardoning Tabitha Karanja, na wanasema serikali ilimgandamiza, wanamwambia afungue tu hiyo baa yake kubwa, apatange pesa akinegotiate na KRA. Wewe mwanabiashara mdogo wanakuambia kaa kando. That is the situation. So I had Godfrey, your hand was up, then I'll go to Guru, your hand was also up in that order. Godfrey 1 minute, then Guru, yes. Alafu Chaka pia naona ako pale.
Okay, there's one thing I wanted to tell Gitenge, Christopher. You know, in Kenya, it's not that we like chaos or we like fighting. There's nothing bad like fighting for your right. There's nothing bad like fighting for your right. You know, the problem in Kenya is that we have been trying to call for reforms. Kila wakati we call for reforms. Paka tunaenda, I don't know if you understand the Kiswahili. You know, I like talking Kiswahili because some people, I like to in one spirit as we are in Kenya. We like talking in Kiswahili. Do you get Kiswahili?
Yes, small, Dad. I'm learning.
Oh, yeah. So, you know, we have been trying to push for reforms. We need free and fair election. But now when we go to court, you find somebody, a judge, the whole judge saying that he has received a message from God kuwa another president wetu ambaye ni Raila hakushinda. Anapeana a wrong president. Anasema ati Mungu amemwambia chukua huyo kwa sababu huyo ndo Mungu amemwambia ndo alishinda. You see, these are the things that we are trying to fight. It's not that we are calling for violence. We don't like violence. But now, right now, we have evidence that our president, who is Raila Odinga, won with more than 3 million. But some guys here are saying that we should keep quiet. We cannot keep quiet and have evidence that we won with more than 3 million. So we are going for our own victory. So we are going to fight. If it needs to fight, because if we said if we go to court, there's nothing we are going to get in court. We will be told that Mungu amesema huyo si wetu. Mungu ametupatia another result. So this is the right time we need to fight for our own because we have evidence. We have been trying this for many years. Now the government walikuwa wanatuendea kinyume. So right now we are calling for a great revolution, and this is why I was saying if it mean watu wakufe, but we are going for our own victory. Sasa hatuachili tena. Tukiwachilia hii, it means that we have to tell Raila to go for another handshake, and we don't need handshake right now. Handshake tuachana nayo. Right now for Raila to keep quiet means we only need handshake, but we are not going for handshake. We are going for our own victory.
Thank you. Good. Maybe we can dispense what you had.
Geoffrey. Hello, Geoffrey. You see, the reason why I brought the Mose in, that is where you said you are going to march. When you are going to march, definitely they are scared. And you know what is going to take place? This man will decide because they have made some of the arrangement with that guy. I bet should not be the idea. Like in those days that the Ugandan troops entered, they started doing all what necessary thing around the border in the other elections. So is it a planned move for this man to talk the way he's talking? Just like when these things have been proven out, should they do like this? We have to do like this. Think about that. Thank you.
I had already given permission to Guru.
I don't know. It may call for Kenyans to read word for word the constitution that we have right now. The constitution we have right now has levels of representation, but the most revolutionary is that which says that the citizens can represent themselves directly and bypass their representatives. The implication of that statement is yet to sink even to the so-called MPs and senators, because it means citizens can organize themselves and directly represent themselves. If perhaps they feel that the representatives are not articulating their issues. Therefore, I do not know where all these statements about fighting, about the worst case scenario, where it is coming from. I don't see that. There are legitimate, peaceful ways given through the constitution that we have. It only requires intelligent people, because there are very many manipulators. Like somebody saying here, most of the MPs and senators, they are just looking at their bank accounts. But assuming the people have such strong will that they then tell them, if you are not with us, just walk away. Politicians are very scared when people tell them to take a walk. So therefore, this matter, the one before the Kenyan people right now, is not just, its implication is not just about Kenya. It's about democracy in Africa and other parts of the world. It's about what role does the technology play in enhancing democracy or even killing it. And therefore, Kenya could be a test case. And we have opened very many grounds in the political field. I heard somebody here saying that some things are impossible. There is nothing that is impossible. With the power of the people and the strength of the Constitution, you can only limit yourself. So therefore, I think it is Mzalendo who is saying that we are done. There is nothing else that can happen except empty statements. I think, Mzalendo, you need to expand your thinking a bit, because nothing is impossible. And with the current constitution, the one we have, and with the knowledge that Kenyans have right now, they can only limit themselves. The country has refused to move. Ushawahi kuwa na gari unagurumisha, inaguruma lakini haiendi. Chaka, najua mimi si mzuri kwa Kiswahili, lakini wacha niongee na Kiswahili kidogo ile ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Unaweza kuwa na gari, betri imeenda chini, unagurumisha, inaenda kama inaguruma lakini inazima. Inaenda kama inataka kuguruma lakini inazima. Unfortunately, that's where we are right now. Angalia, ni nini kimefanyika hiyo siku hii serikali imeingia kikafaulu? Hakuna. Uchumi saa hii, dollar is going at 135 by yesterday. Hiyo ni kumaanisha nini? Ni kumaanisha the dollar to us is very expensive. Our importers will have to use much more to buy the same product they were buying 7-8 months ago at a cheaper price. Kwa hivyo, what does it translate to? It translates to less investment in Kenya. Kwa sababu akiwa ni machine unaleta hapa, ulikuwa unanunua bilioni 2, sasa unanunua bilioni 5. You can only maybe hold on for the time being. Waona? What does it then mean for the Kenyan people, for the common man? It means less job opportunities. It means less creation of wealth. It means less and less. Kwa hivyo, hata tungetaka kuwa tunapatia hii serikali ile tunaita benefit of doubt, lakini ile inaonekana saa hii haiweki matumaini kwamba kesho itakuwa nafuu, kesho itakuwa mzuri. Sababu gani? Sababu uchumi imekataa kujisukuma. Sababu moja, huwezi kuwa wewe unasema utakabidhiana na wale wana capital, alafu you expect them to invest in your country. You cannot be hostile to those who hold capital and you expect them to come here excited to make business that translates to revenue and more job opportunities. It doesn't work like that. I don't know whether you are aware, that the wealthy in Kenya are holding dollars equivalent to 1 trillion in their vaults. And when this is happening, the country is having shortage. It's actually on its toes, trying to maintain the 4-month reserve or forex to ensure that the business, especially international trade, continues. Hii ni maneno ngumu, mzalendo. Nchi yoyote ambayo inasukuma uchumi yake lazima iwe attractive. Kwanza kwa wale wanazo kwa nchi, pili kwa wale wanazo nje ya nchi. And the two work together because there is a lot of information that flow between them. Naenda kusema nakuja Kenya kuweka hii, unaambiwa hapana, ngoja kidogo. Ngoja kwanza tuone itakuwa namna gani hapa. There's a lot of communication that happens between these two capitalists, the local one and the international. Kwa hivyo hapa ile jinamisi ambayo imetwikwa wa Kenya, sijui itatoka namna gani. Saa hii nilikuwa kwetu nikapitia, mchere imetapakaa kila pahari. Farmers have huge quantities of rice. Ukifika namna hii, kina mama wanakupigania wanunulie angarau kilo 5. Hata wao waane kitu ingine ya kupeleka mtoto shule na and so on and so forth. But what is happening at the national level? Chakula kimeagizwa kingi.
Nani anaagiza chakula?
Tena nyingi zaidi. Today, ile uoga, the panic that is there in farmers, unaona tu kwa uso yao, uoga kwamba mwishowe wataachwa wakiwa wameshikilia stocks that are not moving. Vile vile, unajua kule North Rift wakulima hata walipigwa na butwa. Siku hizi waongei, wana mahindi wajui wafanye nini. So mambo ni machache tu, mambo ni machache. There is no inspiration in this government. Hata ile matumaini, unajua saa zingine unaweza kufumilia ukiangalia matumaini pale mbele. Hakuna. Na hiyo sasa ndio hata mbaya zaidi. Kukosa matumaini kwamba miezi 10 ijayo maisha itakuwa angarau. Sasa hiyo, hata hiyo imekufa. Watu ni kukaa tu. Lakini wamefungulia zile kampuni 26 zilikuwa zinauza pombe hapa hasa Central. Waanze biashara tena. Ilikuwa imefungwa na Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu ya vile imefanyia vijana hapa. Basi vijana sasa ni kurudi kwa mikebe. Kwani iko nini? Lakini nchi nayo itakuwa ikielekea wapi? Where? So ukiwa na serikali ambayo haijawekwa na wananchi Ni watu wameketi pahali wakasema liwe liwalo, hii tunachukua. Hii ndio uongozi ambayo inafuata. Na bado wale walikuwa na rukaruka hapa, sijui UDA, sijui hawapangwingwi, sasa ndio watajua hawajui. Asante sana. Godfrey, naona kama leo ameenda, sijui kama uongee.
Yeah, Nico, I think Chaka kuna kitu nataka kusema, then I'll come back.
Mimi hata sina mengi ya kuzungumza leo. Wangu ni kusubiri baba tu, baba aje, ambapo ni kesho hiyo tujumuike, tuone the way forward ya kuweza kuitransform country yetu mbele. Tuachana hizi ahadi na uongo mingi na propaganda na hakuna lolote. Wakenya wamekosa matumaini, wale walikuwa wana support UDA sasa hivi pia nao washakuwa roho mkononi. Sasa ni kitu ambacho watu wamefail which hawakuwa tayari kwamba alikuwa amejipanga. Ni kitu kama hiki, ni shtukizi tu, iliwapata uongozi shtukizi tu, hawakuwa wamejipanga, kwa sababu hata walisema wako na plan, but we didn't see that plan. Hakuna mpango ambao wako nao sasa hivi. Wakasema hapa Ngwingwi wao ndio wamejipanga wenyewe, unaona. Sasa hakuna kitu ambacho tunaweza jivunia kwamba serikali imeingia, at least imeonyesha tu. Juu serikali nyingi zimeingia hapa, tumezishuhudia zikiingia, umeona. Sasa hapa tumeona vioja yale ambao walikata ule pingine, walipinga halo wanayafuata. Walipinga BBI ndio wanaifuata. Wakapinga katiba ndio wanajaribu eti wanaifuata kinyume tu, kwamba kutuhadaa, umeona. Kuna wale majaji 6 ambao walikuwa walitemwa na Uhuru wakawaleta. Uhuru amezungumza sasa hivi kwamba kulikuwa na hizo maclubs na hizo majikampuni ambayo yalikuwa ni ya pombe na waharibu vijana, wao wanaleta. So kile kibaya ambacho kilitolewa na mwenzake ndicho anachokileta sasa hivi. Sasa hapo ndio mwenyewe ujiulize, je, katika hii serikali ni kipi haswa ambacho wewe unajivunia kwayo? Kwa sababu kile ambacho ni kibaya kimekataliwa kwao ni kizuri. Sasa tujiulize tu ile swali dogo. Na kile walipinga wakati ule ndio sasa hivi wanakifanyia kazi. So unajua ni kitu ambacho kinanitia mashaka na hii serikali, kwamba hii ni ya wale tu wanaongozwa na tumbo zao, na wale ambao wanaona watie rekodi kwamba walikuwa hapa kama rais na makamu wa rais na kama waziri. Lakini pia na sisi wananchi tuwatilie rekodi kwamba ni wale waliokaa muda mfupi zaidi katika uongozi. Hilo tu ndio ambalo nalitegemea kuanzia kesho, kwamba tuwasetie hiyo rekodi kwamba ndio wameingia katika daftari, unaona, kwamba kulikuwa na rais huyu na ABCD. But pia nawe tuwe na hiyo rekodi na sisi kama wananchi kwamba tuna rais mmoja ambaye aliweza kukaa katika mamlaka less than 4 months, na linawezekana. Ni kuungana tu jamaa zangu. Asanteni.
Exactly. Okay, Vicky, sijui kama ulikuwa umeinua mkono Brian. Vicky, Brian, I saw your hand.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, what I want to say, because I know people are getting tired, it's late. But what I wanted to say is this: a time has come. We have to tell the truth to Kenyans. The national suffrage has failed. IEBC is the judge of the national election, especially at the presidential system, has failed. And I don't know how we can cure this. So in my opinion is this: we have to do constitutional reforms. The constitutional reform that we have to do is that election body has to be devolved, and we have to adopt parliamentary system. If Raila is really for for the good of this country, he must accept, no, he should accept that. Because otherwise, this country will never remain one. Because we have tried a national system where we want every Kenyan to elect their president, but our intentions, good intentions, I mean, have been sabotaged by the so-called the national election system or a national election unit. It can't work. So we have to change. We have to change our way of thinking. If A doesn't work, we have to find a B which can work for us. But if we can think that if we think that we can use A and that A will give us a different result tomorrow, I think we are fooling with ourselves. That will not work. So I don't know. I don't have access to Raila, but if he is listening, or some people who have access to him are listening, I would rather they advise him, for the love of this country, Kenya, we have to change things. We have to make something that will be acceptable for Kenyans. The national suffrage system has failed, and IEBC has constituted, and even if we constitute another IEBC, will not give us what we want. We have to change this thing so that we can have something that will be representative of the desire of Kenyans. Because at our smaller system, at our smaller units, MCA, I think that election at MCA is good. The views of the electors are honored at MCA level. At MP, that is honored. At county member of parliament, women rep, that is honored. Governor is honored. But we have a problem at the national unit. The presidential election is bungled. So as Kenyans, if you want to remain as a people, as one unit, we have to find a way out of this. And in my view, the only way we can have it, we will have to sacrifice our supreme right. That is, we have the Kenyan people will be electing their president. We will have to delegate this to our elected leaders. If they will be voted, fine. Because we have tried it and we have not succeeded. So let us delegate this right to our elected leaders. And this we can only do by change or through what? Election, constitutional reform. This is my prayer. If Kenyans can do it, let us do it. If we do this, we will remain as one people, as Kenyans. That is my view. Thank you, and good night or good morning, depending on where you are.
Thank you so much. People are not getting tired, but we've been here for long, and I see people are still glued on their
I,
screens.
I will be still here until we close it.
Some are glued and complaining at the same time, like humming bad, telling us that we are shouting here and we are not anywhere near Nairobi or Kamukunji. We don't need to be staying near Kamukunji for us to attend the Kamukunji meeting. The Kamukunji meeting is going to be attended by people from the entire country, and some will attend from outside the country. So when Raila calls a meeting, I think it takes less than 10 hours for somebody to travel from wherever they are within the country to reach Kamukunji. Even that person who travels from the farthest part in Moyale, if you are using a public means, it will take you 10 hours. But if you're using a private means, within 8 hours, you'll be in Kamukunji. So you don't worry. You wait and see if people fail to go to Kamukunji when you say people are just shouting and they cannot be able to attend. So
Okay, thank you. And let me just talk to my brother Mzalendo. Mzalendo, I will pass my apology to the ODM chairman. And by the way, greet for me your uncle Atari. If you doubt that I don't know you, okay? Utino Atari, si unamjua?
Brian,
Sawa.
you have taken too long to know my lineage. I think you have done a lot of research.
No.
Otiena Atari was a former MP.
I know he's your uncle.
Yeah, that is my uncle. Oruo Jode is also my uncle.
And he is my nephew.
So
Otiena Atari.
Oh, the Otiena Atari is your nephew.
So I mean, you are my grandson. Okay.
I'm your grandson.
Yes.
So you are my lost father.
Whatever it is. So
welcome home.
I don't want to mention your name, but it's okay.
No, don't worry. Everybody here knows my name. It's
so
not
if
that
you want
I'm
to know
hiding
me,
my identity.
If you want to know me, ask Dr. Riga. He's in Canada. He will tell you who I am, right?
Oh, Dr. Riga. Oh,
yes.
Dr. Riga.
So you ask him who I am.
Oh, what is it? I can only see Brian is your fake name. So
Brian actually is my son.
Brian is your fake name. So what is your real name?
Those two names are my sons.
Oh, those are your sons' names.
Yes.
Who happen to be my cousins.
Exactly.
So tell my cousins that we differ in our opinion politically.
It's okay. It's okay.
But I will look for you.
Hakuna problem.
Abro manyi that jadot mondo wagombaka.
Okay, I'm sorry, but you see what? I'm also in America. Okay.
Oh, you are also here.
So ask Dr. Riga to give you my contact.
Oh, but why can't you just give me your contact? So there is
how can I give you here? I don't know.
There is a comment. There's a comment section.
That's the private chat, eh?
The private chat. When you go on, you'll get a private chat.
Just look on your screen. There's a place written private chat.
How will I get him?
It's
private chat. Just click there to type the number there.
On the private chat.
But if I do that, it will be for everybody.
No. It will not be for everybody. When you go to your, are you using your screen?
Okay. Do me your private number. Then if I get it, I will give you my number.
Oh, okay.
So thank you.
Godfrey, you wanted to say something. Huh? Godfrey told me you wanted to say something, and have you sorted it, Chaka?
I wanted to say something before Mzalendo confused us here on air. There's something that Vicky Brian said, talking about reforms. You know, Leo, we have been trying for a very long time for these reforms. And we try even to go to court. Let us go back to 2017, before Malaga nullified the election. You know, Malaga was our hero by the time he nullified the election. But now, look at what happened. Alisema Raila na Uhuru waende kwa kiwanja. And there, we had our own reducible minimum. But wakati IBC ilikataa kufanya anything, still Maraga allowed Uhuru and Kenyatta to go to election. And when Uhuru and Kenyatta went to election, they voted, but still we found that our own President Raila Odinga had also votes. Where did these votes come from? We had requested for reforms. There's nothing worked on. I expected Maraga as our judge to say, because the reforms have used to work on, na hakuna kitu kufanya, then we still need to pursue. Kila kitu iko venye ilikuwa, because we still get the same results. You see, we had to change some things ndio tuende kwa election, but still Maraga allowed Uhuru and Kenyatta to go to election na wakapiga kura, na still our own Raila Odinga pia akapata hizo kura. Hizo kura zilitoka wapi? What we are trying to say, Brian, let's just come clear. This is the time we need to fight for our victory. You know, some people are calling us extremists. No, we are not extremists. We have tried all ways, hatupati jibu. Tumejaribu mpaka tukienda kwa koti mpaka wanatuambia sasa, siku hizi wanatuambia kwa ni Mungu anaongelesha siku hizi sasa. Sasa hata tena hawaendi kwa ukweli sasa. Wanasikiza Mungu, hata wanajua kabisa ni uongo, lakini wanasema ni Mungu amewaambia waende watangaze hii. No, things are not working. And in Kenya right now, things are not moving. Chaka, can't mute ya. Yeah, what I'm trying to say, tuende kesho tusikize baba anasema nini na tufuate njia ambayo atasema. We tried it. Wakajaribu kutupiga tear gas, wakajaribu kupiga marisasi, but still tulitoboa mali tulikuwa tunaenda. Kesho baba ameitisha kwa watu na mchukue airport. Guys, tuamuke kesho, wale ambao Nairobi, tuende airport tuchukue baba, tumpeleke kwa uwanja atuambie nini next. So this is not time to joke again. Hata watu kusema extremist, wacha tu extremist, but we are not joking again. So we have results and we know the truth where it is. We are going for our own victory. Mzalendo si confuse kabisa hapa, ati hakuna kitu kitafanyika.
Thank you. Chaka, sasa unaweza zungumza, uwanja ni wako.
Najua Nyabaya, shida ya Kenya ni masuala na uchaguzi. Chaguzi ndizo ambazo zina shida. Hakuna kitu kingine hapa. So cha msingi hatuwezi enda 2027 kama hatujaweza kutengeneza njia. Hatuwezi rudi kila siku hapo watu wanafanya mikakati. Lazima tukokomeshe, na kukomesha ni sauti ya Mkenya izungumze kesho. Bila hivyo tutakuwa kila miaka ni pale pale. Pili, ni wahakikishie tu wanayulie kwamba wasiseme labda hakuna lolote tutakalo ambalo haliwezi fanyika, maana serikali ishaundwa. Serikali ni sisi wananchi. Hao wako hapo ni watu tumeweka tu. Na tukisema hatutaki hana jinsi mtu yeyote weza kutukataza kile ambacho tunaona wananchi kwetu kwamba ni sahihi. So siku ni kesho, si siku nyingine. Kesho yote ya mabwe peupe, kama ni watu kuelekea State House, tunaelekea State House. Kama ni kuelekea wapi ni hapo kesho. Baba asianze kutupa na ahadi zingine, ngojeni siku fulani nitarudi. Hapana. Tupate conclusion, maana wa Kenya tumechoka na huu mzigo wenye tunabebeshwa ambao hauna mwisho. Na hauna dalili kwamba tutapumzishwa lini. Kwa hivyo tusiwe na ngoja nyingi. Hii ngoja nyingi itawapa nafasi hawa watu wajipange zaidi kutumiza. So kama ni maamuzi, viongozi wale watabaki pale, wataduria pale, na wananchi ambao naamini kwamba watafurika kwa wingi, tuhakikishe kwamba maamuzi yenye tutachukua pale ndio ambayo tutayafuata kama Wakenya wote, bila uoga, bila kuogopa nini. I do believe politicians wao tunawaeka sisi ni waajiri, tumewaajiri hapo. Hakuna cha kuogopa pale. Hiyo ndio langu ambalo naweza nikalizungumzia kaka Nyabaya. But to set hiyo record yenye nimezungumzia, short term president, hiyo kesi tuiweke hiyo record. Japo nao washukuru tu kwamba wameingia katika vitabu vya kumbukumbu kwamba kulikuwa na rais lakini iwe nayo hiyo kumbukumbu ya wananchi yenye tumeweka pale ya kumtoa mtu within 3 months iwe ishatimia. Sioni kingine, na hapo ndo tutakuwa tumemalizana na hao makartels na hao wanajiita middlemen, hawa wenye wanasema state capture, na wakati state capture ndo wao wenye wamechukua kila mahali. So hii ni picha mbaya kabisa katika sura ya taifa. Please, Kenyans wacha tuwe na uoga, tuondoe uoga. Kesho that's the only day. Tuyamwage paruanja peupe.
Asante sana Chaka. I like the way you courageously bring it out. Wacha wa Kenya tusikue waoga. Tukiwa waoga tutazidi kukaliwa, na tutakaliwa hadi itafika wakati hatutaweza kuinuka. Manake tutakuwa makalio itakuwa imezidi. Hiyo uzito tukiwekelewa mgongoni na hatujatingika, tutafinywa chini, ambapo kupata nguvu ya kuinuka itakuwa ni shida. Sasa wakati ni sasa, kabla tukaliwe, kabla tuangushwe chini, heri tuangushe huo mzigo. Na mzigo wenyewe ni mzigo wa Kenya Kwanza na Ruto. Tuhakikishe kuwa tumewaangusha kabla au waje wakatuangusha. Manake wametusukuma, wanatusukuma ingawaje hatujaanguka. Tusipowasukuma nao pia watatuangusha chini, na tukianguka chini kuamka itakuwa ni shida. So we have to push them back using the same force that they are using kutukandamiza, kutuongezea bei ya bidhaa, kutuondolea masubsidy na kufanya gharama ya maisha iwe juu zaidi, huku mapato imekuwa duni na hakuna kile mwananchi wa kawaida anaweza pata ama anaweza kubenefit kupitia hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Hii serikali sisi hatukuichagua, ni hao wenyewe walijichagua wakajiweka pale. Sasa hatuwezi tukahusishwa na maovu yao. Wacha wabebe msalaba wao na maovu yao, waende wakatafute nchi nyingine. Kama Uganda itawakaribisha, basi waende na wasaidie Museveni huko, lakini huku Kenya tunasema hapana. Sasa kesho kila Mkenya ule ambaye ana akili timamu, yule ambaye anataka kuona mabadiliko, yule ambaye anataka kuona nchi ikiendeshwa kwa njia inayofaa, yule ambaye anataka kuona nchi ikiendeshwa kwa njia ya haki, kwa njia ambayo inafurahisha Mungu, tunakuomba na tunakusii uweze kujitokeza pale ili tuweze tuzungumze kwa sauti moja. Tuambie hawa watu wa Kenya Kwanza kuwa hatukuwachagua, hatuwatambui, basi tunaomba mtupatie nafasi wale tuliowachagua waweze kuketi pale na watuongoze jinsi tulivyotarajia tutaongozwa. Hakuna ujumbe mwingine tuko nayo, tuko na ujumbe moja tu, wa Kenya watokeze. Sasa leo hata ukilala ulale na firimbi, usitupe firimbi. Tukishapiga firimbi wakati Arsenal inaenda kuharibu Manchester, hiyo firimbi beba kesho ukuje nayo pale Kamukunji, tunaenda kuimalizia huko. Kuna mtu ameingia lakini ni kama ameweza kujiondoa, sijui ni kwa nini ameweza kutoka. Kidogo tu. Yes, Godfrey.
I can add some, you know, I'm trying to pass across some message. Oje tukisema the way Brian amesema kwa we need to change constitution, maybe tutumie parliament. Look at what is happening in parliament right now. Watu wote wamenunuliwa. There's nothing we can pass in parliament. Tukienda kwa senate, there's nothing we can pass. Sasa ndio wakati ambao Ruto atachukua advantage to change everything, even to change the constitution. So our message to our Kenyan people ambao wana believe in Raila Odinga, kesho let's go. Tuchukue president wetu tumpeleke kwa uwanja atuambie way forward. There's nothing we can expect to get from this government. This government ina kutuangamiza. There's something Guru said on the dollar. Do you know that when dollar inaendelea kupanda, that's when we are tunaendelea kukosa hata mpaka watu wa kuleta mizigo hapa Mombasa, hadi kuleta mzigo hapa Kenya. You know, when the dollar is higher, hakuna mtu ataenda kununua mzigo aleta hapa Kenya kwa sababu tax iko juu. So everything, economy itaendelea kuangamia kila siku. Nothing will be moving. na saa hii ndo tuna time kwa sababu tuna evidence ya kutoa majambazi kwa kiti. Let's go tomorrow, tuchukue Raila akuja atuambie way forward na tufuate hiyo njia. Tusi expect kwa parliament itatupatia any result. Hakuna. Maybe tungekuwa na watu ambao ni watu wetu. But we had numbers, but look at what happened after kutangaza huyu mwizi kuwa ameshinda. Some people jumped the boat, wakaenda on the side of huyu mtu ambaye ametuibia. Watu ambao walikuwa nalia Raila au watu ndio walijump the ship na wakaenda kwa upande wa mtu ambaye hafai. Sasa sahi there's nothing we can do in parliament, maybe at change in constitution, maybe anything it happen new. There's nothing new that will happen. Sahi let us go back to our drawing board, listen to what our baba will tell us na tufuate njia.
Sana Godfrey, I'll have to agree with you. Those people who talk of parliament, we don't have a parliament there. Those people we elected there, majority, in fact, we have MPs who don't know their roles. They're MPs who've reduced themselves to voting machines. They've reduced themselves to CDF officers. They don't know that the role of the MP is to make laws, to amend laws, and to debate matters concerning their constituencies. So if they cannot bring a debate or a bill to discuss the cost of the living, which kind of parliament do we have? And another role of the parliament is to impeach the president. But because they've not done that, and the constitution, we elected them there to go and debate, make good laws, oppose bad laws that they are not even doing that, amend the laws that they feel that need to be amended and maybe restructured well. And we also elected them there to go and impeach the president and the deputy president. But they're failing on that. So if they cannot impeach, then we are not going to impeach. We have to eject them out. In impeaching, there's a procedure. They'll have to follow the process and waste a lot of time. But in ejecting the president, you don't follow any procedure. You are guided by the Holy Spirit, will just guide you and give you the power and the courage, whereby even if the tear gas is there, you don't feel it. So that is what we are only remaining with. It is the only option that we currently have. And the Constitution allows that. So the only good part of it is that the Constitution allows you to do that. You say, I'm exercising my sovereign power directly. And when you do it directly, you don't need to read papers. You don't need to give motions and get views of the people. Once your spirit has guided you, you have to make a move. Guru.
I want to bring to this forum attention that Deraru, the company that has over the years printed our money and the money of several African states, is folding. Washafunga biashara. There are implications, of course. It means perhaps that printing more money for us will become more expensive. And perhaps that's why there has been these rumors that the old notes could come back. Because printing money costs money. That's the Kenya we are in. We just have to live with it. But like Chaka is saying, there are constitutional ways to make sure that maybe we can lessen our pain into the future. So when one of the key things that you look for to know whether a government is moving in the right direction is the ability to protect the businesses that are already established. Hapa sijui nini kinafanyika, lakini what I know is that this company has been printing money for Southern Sudan, at least several African countries. I can't mention some of them here. including our own. But now it means every time we need to print money now, you need to go out there, like the printing we are doing for our electoral materials to a company somewhere out there, the Otimorphos of this world, to print for us. I don't know what you have to say about that, but that is the reality on the ground right now. And these are clear signs that things are moving from bad to us.
Yeah, it's
I
true,
wanted,
Guru. What you're
I
saying
wanted
is
to bring your attention that.
De La Rue is closing, but that one still takes you back to what we've been saying. William Ruto does not believe in Kenya. He's not serving the interest of Kenyans. When De La Rue is closing, I think you know what is going to happen, because if money has to be printed, now we are going to get some external sources. The same thing is happening with the police uniform. They are bringing the older police uniform, and they started cheating you that, I don't know, they started issues with the color. But we've been reminding them that the police problem is not the police uniform. Kenyans have never had problem with the police uniform. Even if the police will come to arrest you, they arrest Kenyans daily. They don't even put on those uniforms. Kenyans have been arrested with policemen and policewomen, policemen who are on kanzus, the ones who are just tying mahawes and the Masai shuka, they will arrest you. So you don't, the uniform has never been the issue. So the color of the uniform is not the issue. So what they're not telling you is they are sourcing, they want to import the police uniform from China. And they're forgetting that what Uhuru did was good. These police uniform have been, they've been doing it by the NYS. It is our NYS who've been making the uniforms. And some other disciplined forces uniform are being done by Kitui. Yeah? I think there is a Kitui, whatever, dress making something run by the Kitui government. So they are now taking away this tender from our local industries like the one in Kitui and our NYS who make some money. You know, when you join NYS, I think Mama Mary explained it some time back here, there's money that they normally give them monthly and there's one that is saved for them. So once they're done with the training, they're given. So this money comes from these things that they make. So now, instead of empowering our youths and develop our country, our local industries, people in Kisumu want their Kikomi, which deals with cotton, to be revived. Ruto will not revive Kikomi because the only thing that can revive Kikomi is when we produce and manufacture locally. That is why Raila insisted on buy Kenya, build Kenya. He was talking of local industries. Each and every county should have one county, one brand. But now they want to go and give tenders to Chinese to come and bring us the police uniform. That's a country that is planning to fail if it has not failed. If you allow foreigners to produce your police and the military attire, you failed because they will be manipulating you. Even if today we have maybe a militant, maybe some rebels, if they emerge, they know very well our military uniform is shipped from China. They will easily go and get similar uniform and use them. So that is where we are heading to. The same is also going to happen with our currency. That is where we are heading to. And the old currency is also coming. Why do they have to bring this old currency? Your guess is as good as mine. These guys, I'm told, there's some who even had containers. They had banks in their houses. So this money, when they change the currency, they were not able to utilize this money. They tried running to churches and giving them, they give you 3 million and come back and take 2.5 and leave you with 500,000. Have you ever asked yourself, these bishops who are receiving millions, where did this million go to? Were the church members given this money? Did they do any project? None. So they were giving you 3 million and you will go and bank it tomorrow, because when you're going to bank a million plus, you have to explain the source. After banking, then you will revert back 2.5 back to the account. So now they want to utilize this money. That is what is happening. So they want to return that money back to operation so that they can be able to recover that money that they'd already looted from Kenyans. So we need to be very, very vigilant and careful. This government is going to do more harm. They are going to harm us than any other government has done to the Kenyan history. So if we give them an opportunity in the next 5 years, we are not going to be having a country. As Martha Karua told you, that in other countries they say they have mafia in a government, but in Kenya we don't have mafia in the government. The mafia themselves have a government. Look at the people who are running our economy currently. The people who want you to pay taxes are tax saboteurs who've not been paying taxes. The people who are telling you they're going to check corruption are people who've been charged with corruption cases. The people who are telling you that there is state capture are the people who've captured the state. A president comes and narrates to you a story of people, how Kenyans were killed in a container. At the same time, the person who was in that station, the person who was overseeing Nairobi region, who was in the station that he claims Kenyans were being killed, is the same person he promotes to become the Inspector General, Kome. So, what is he trying to tell you? You're telling us that people are being killed in a police station and the Kome's office was next to that station. This Kome you promoted. So, what are you trying to tell us? We have nowhere to run to. We have nowhere to run to. People are being rewarded. The ones who bankrolled the campaigns of William Ruto are being rewarded. So what they are going to do, they're the ones who are now controlling this government. So this government is being controlled by the mafia, the cartels. They told you cartels. 4 months later, have they arrested those cartels? They are president. They are having power. What are they waiting? They are talking of cartels, but when they came to power, they realized cartels were them. They themselves are cartels and they cannot arrest themselves. They're talking of people wanted to capture Chebukati. They come to realize they're the ones who wanted to capture Chebukati, so they cannot arrest themselves. So they resort to giving stories. And you even hear people who are declared by the Supreme Court that cannot contest any public office, like Mike Sonko, picking a microphone and calling Kenyans that abusing Kenyans, when we know he cannot even hold any public office right now because of corruption. So these are the people running the government. Waititu was given a certain commission, I don't know, to see, I don't know what, with Nairobi River. Has he cleaned the Nairobi River? Has he transferred Nairobi River from where it is, akaipeleka huko Murang'a ikuwe safi? So you see, these are the guys you want us to give time and that they'll change the country. They're not going to do anything. They are not going to do anything. Unless they pick people like Mzalendo. I think Mzalendo will direct them the right way, because Mzalendo knows exactly what should be done. But he doesn't want to accept that their man is not doing anything. So they can do us some justice. They call Mzalendo. I know Mzalendo will not do things the way they are doing. He knows very well they are wrong. And to prove it, Mzalendo will do the right thing, to prove that he knew very well they were doing the wrong thing, but he just wants to please them. He just wants to please them. But when he sits back, he calls a meeting with himself, he knows very well that there is no hope. Somebody was asking for Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund, your story iliisha, hutawahi isikiza. I think they are lucky enough. It has run for about 4 weeks. So, and we gave it 3 months. But we are almost being vindicated even before 2 months end. Right now, they've started stories. They are going to restructure. They are going to rethink. What are you restructuring? How do you build a house? Ushafika first floor. Alafu unasema nataka kuibomoa tena nianze fresh. There was no plan there. The plan they had was the plan to steal and the plan to revert and take us back to where Moi left us. There was no plan there. And if you think there was a plan, there's nothing like a plan. So join us tomorrow at Kamukunji, that we can give you direction. Yes.
Leo.
Yes, good.
The Hustler Fund is actually a scam. I said in this forums, and just immediately after it was released, that this is going to be the first major corruption scandal that this government will have. So far, if you look at the legal instruments of that fund, none has been effected, which then means the whatever has happened is an illegality. If we were to go strictly by the definition of public finance management systems. When the president was asked about those illegal instruments, he kind of casually papered over it. But this is something that can come to haunt him in the future, because public money has been dispensed. There are no systems, and public money has never been dispensed like manna, like a philanthropic mission. There are systems that are put in place because states or nations exist in perpetuity. You expect the next government to come and find a hustler fund that is running, so that if it weaknesses, they strengthen it, or they even do away with it. So it is not personal. Unfortunately, the kind of situation we are seeing right now is like this fund is being ran on secrecy. I met a young man who told me that he wanted to retrieve his savings, which is a few hundreds. It was impossible. But nevertheless, I understand the motive was beyond dispensing money. The motive was collecting as much data on the Kenyan people as could be, because the moment you take a hustler fund, you give the government through pass, albeit on the back door, to get the information that you've used to register with the telecommunications industry, the Savaricoms of this world, the telecoms, and the rest. So right now, the government has the data. You remember the president asked 700 million, only 7 million people have PIN numbers, while mobile has over 31 million. That discrepancy has to be crossed. And therefore, the easiest way was to lure and then net. And it is obvious that the people who go to borrow 500 shillings, you know who they are. So basically what it is that the hustler fund has run its course. I believe to the owners of that fund, it's ran its course and fulfilled the objective for which it was supposed to fulfill. So it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time that the truth comes out. And it must pass as one of the most perhaps the most innovative ways of capturing data on almost every adult Kenyan, which has ever happened in this country. So I don't know the legality of it, I don't know the morality of it, but the fact of the matter is that now I think the government has more data on Kenyan people, those it would want to go for, to hunt them down if they are, for whatever reason. I think now they have that data in fullness. Asante sana.
Asante sana Guru. As we are winding up, I know we've been here for long. As we are giving our final submission, just to remind you, Hustler Fund doesn't have any legal basis. That means it was never legal. It will not be legal. It doesn't have any moral basis. Somebody cannot give you 500 shillings and expect you to pay after 14 days when they know very well no business can be done with 500 shillings to give you a return within that shorter period. And they don't even give you that 500. You cannot borrow money to save. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. Nobody borrows money to save. 500 is an emergency that somebody borrows, maybe when you want to pay maybe some fee somewhere, or maybe you are hungry, you want to buy food. So you will not be able to invest in it. It is not for investment. Then lastly, it is not sustainable. That is why they are not even able to sustain it. They should tell us where they took the 50 billion, where they got that 50 billion and whose account is that 50 billion deposited. And apart from that, they've taken public money, 50 billion, and they've just given us like 10% of that money to help them eating. So that is the fact that is there. So this hustler thing was one of their planned a scheme to steal, and it is one of the greatest scandals that should be investigated. I think it is the one that has paid the campaign bills. Those people whom they were not able to reward with the tenders and reward with the government positions, they've been rewarded using that hustler fund. Mzalendo, your final submission as we are closing the show. All right,
Anyway, Guru, I just wanted to comment on the issue of Dalaru. I think sometimes we exaggerate things beyond imagination. I can't imagine that a country like Kenya will not be able to print passports and will not be able to get services from Delaru. Yeah, because your passports are also printed at Delaru. So some of these things are just speculation that we are doing so badly.
Before you go far, do you know right now getting a passport in Kenya is quite a Herculean task, because the first two layers of passport, the ones that have lower number of pages, fewer number of pages, are not there. You are forced to take a passport that has over 60 pages.
Yeah, currently they want you to take a 66 page. They started removing the 32 page and they left 48 and 66. So they removed the 48. Currently they're telling you the material is not there. And currently it is 66 page. 66 page you pay 7,550.
Exactly.
That booking for biometric will come. If you check right now, I was doing for somebody yesterday. There is no booking in January, already booked. They're not booked. That's just how they play their games. February is booked. So the earliest they'll book you is March. You'll go for the biometrics and you'll still wait for some other
downstairs.
3 months. You don't know when it will come. It is really, I don't know. They're saying those pages, they're saying the materials are not there. So this is the country that we're having. And the rate at which people are applying passports in Kenya is alarming. Almost everyone wants to leave Kenya. I don't know where people want to go to. You see daily, they're telling you people are dying in the Gulf. And the same as the flight is bringing bodies from Saudi Arabia, another flight is taking about 50 to 100 of them on a daily basis. Our minister for what? Foreign Affairs, Alfred Mutua, went there. When he came back yesterday, I was shocked. A whole minister is saying that when I reach Saudi, I realized that our girls who go there, they don't reach the destinations. They get into some other deals that they want to make quick money, and that is why they are dying. So that is somebody that you expect to go and maybe represent you and discuss the welfare of Kenyans in a foreign country. Really? Mzalendo, you were you are giving the final
Yeah,
submission. To close.
yeah, and you really interrupted. I think that was something that was burning in you, that you got a chance to submit, to say something about. Anyway, Guru, that is the issue about passport. So let us
Yes,
not.
my friend.
On the other issue that you mentioned is what did you talk about? You talk about police uniform. You have to know
No,
why the police uniform is being phased out. The other one, the other blue one that was procured by Kibicho and Matiangi. There is nothing like Ruto saying that he's going to procure a uniform from China. That's a big lie. So don't lie. So sometimes when you talk on this channel, I'm only here to correct you and tell the general public the general position of the government. There is no uniform that is being procured from China. Rivers Tax is still going to produce the uniform for the old police uniforms that used to be there. And the blue ones can still continue. So that is what is happening. On the issue of tomorrow, I wish you guys the best of luck with your rallies, whether it is picketing, whether it is engaging your supporters. I think the government will provide you security, enough security, so that nothing happens, like destruction of property. You know, some of these rallies, normally, if you grew up in Nairobi like some of us, you will know that saa zile kuna, if there is a game like for maybe Harambee Stars or politicians are having a political rally, that is the time the thugs, the thieves and everybody else take advantage of such situations. Hiyo ndio wakati wameletewa soko karibu. Hiyo ni soko. Hiyo ni soko ya watu, the pickpockets and everything. That's when people lose their phones. So that's a very, very big market and you can't control that. Hata ukiwa ni nani, you cannot control, you cannot stop the thieves from coming to that kind of function. So we hope that we will put a closure to these matters of election, because this thing is dragging the country in the wrong direction. Investors are afraid to come to the country and invest. We are politicking from day one. When Ruto was sworn in, the first week Guru was up at arms wanting the Hustler Fund. Anataka peane hiyo pesa immediately. The first week. This is a government that has not even there's not even they have not even done they don't even have a financial budget for the year 2022-2023. I mean, you are up at arms. The first 3 days, this government has failed. This government, I mean, surely give the government time. And I think Ruto has been in government, and he has been in government long enough to know what is going wrong and what he ought to do to make the lives of citizens better. Yeah. And mikakati ile Rais William Ruto ameweka has been approved by the donors, those people who give Kenya money. They have approved that his economic plan is the best. So for people to come here and say that Ruto's plan, it's the worst, or people are suffering. You have just said that in your area mchele natupwa, na huko Turukana hakuna chakula. Why can't you take that rice to Turukana? Why can't you find an alternative market for your people? That goes back to the leaders that you elect. So I am begging you, some of these things are devolved. You have got leaders in the county government that can work with the farmers at that level. Sometimes you blame the government for nothing, while you've got just a leader there who can be doing these things. You've got public participation. You can participate and say our farmers wako na mchele, tutafutie soko. Kama wewe ni viongozi ama county government, watafutie soko. Kuna soko Turukana. Nyinyi wa ilhali unasema mchele na mwagwa pale, na ilhali tena unasema Wakenya wako na njaa. Unasema nini sasa? Don't talk with two sides of your mouth. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, thank
Let me
you,
come next.
Lindo. Let us get a final submission from Kenyan Arari. Okay, Arari is not yet there. Christopher, you can give us your final submission as we are winding up and closing. Huh? Oh, these guys have slept. Let me get the final submission from Geoffrey.
No, I just came in because of what Mzalendo has been saying. You know, Mzalendo, mimi sijui huwa unapenda, kwa nini unapenda kuongea hivyo? This government before Ruto took it, alisema akiingia tu leo, kesho Mombasa port inaanza kufanya kazi. Akiingia leo, cartel wote watatoroka. Akiingia leo, bandit wale kuiba mang'ombe wataisha. The guy has been in the government for more than almost four months. There's nothing has happened. Sasa ukituambia kwa this government is the best government, what kind of the best imefanya ambayo tunaweza ona? Okay, wacha hata tuseme kitu ambayo imefanya ni nini ambayo inatupatia courage kuwa in the future the government is going to perform. What has it done ambayo inatuonyesha kuwa kweli government inafuatia interest ya mwananchi? Mzalendo, stop lying to us. The government failed from day one. Wakati kwa akipiga kura akidanganya watu kuwa akiingia atafanya hii, akiingia atafanya hii, akasema atapigana makateli. Sijaona akitaja kateli hata mmoja, na kwa anasema anawajua wote, akiingia atawatoa wote. Sijaona akitaja hata mmoja. Maybe ni yeye alikuwa kateli kwa ndanganya watu wakuja tuibia hapa. You know, Mzalendo, our government is going, yani our economy has fallen. Na ndio inaendelea kwa the way Tumguru amesema, we are coming from worse to more worse than what we expected. Things are not working in Kenya. Kesho shule zinafungua kesho. Parents hawana hata pesa kununua vitabu, wengine hata hawana pesa ya kushona uniform. Because of what? Because of this government. Ilitoa subsidy. Subsidy ilikuwa kitu ambacho kinasaidia wananchi Kenya. Why was it the first thing anakuja kukimbilia akisema kwa sijati makateli ndo anaenjoy? The work of the government is to oversight na kufuatilia. Ikiwa kuna shida yoyote, government inafaa ifuate, ikitoa pesa ifuatilie, ione kama kazi imefanyika na hiyo pesa ukweli ama haijafanywa na hiyo kazi. So wakati anakuja anatoa subsidy, anakuja anaharibu kila kitu, and then you come here anaanza kutuambia kwa hii government bado iko na time, iko na chance ya kufanya. Haina chance yoyote ya kuperform. The government has failed. Tungoje kesho our baba akuje atuambie way forward na tuende na hiyo njia. We cannot wait kuangalia government ikiendelea kutuharibia maisha hapa Kenya. Hii government hakuna mali inatupeleka. Hao wote ni wakora.
Thank you. Kenya Arari, tutafunga station tukuache kama umelala. Your final submission.
Sijalala leo. Mimi nataka tufuate taratibu. Kama mmeona Spain vile iko dakika hii. They are protesting, masses of people protesting because of bad economy and bad governance. Right now, they are talking about that. They are full there shouting, must go. That is how Kenyans should go. Because everywhere where the economy is spoiled, government is not taking care of the inhabitants. Why are they there? Who employed such kind of people? It's not us. We want people who take care of us, who will guide us, and who will give us chances of doing what we feel is right. And we should not be taken for a ride. Thieves will never take us anywhere. We are heading nowhere. And we should fight for our country. That's all I should say today. Kila mtu abarikiwe pahali yako. Tukutane kesho. Asanteni sana.
Unmute Leo.
Thank you for the closing remarks. I think everyone has given a closing remark, so we will
No,
be okay if we close the show. But before that, I see Julia. Julia is around. Maybe Julia, are you continuing
no,
or we close?
Leo, I wanted to make a rebuttal on one
Okay,
point that
proceed.
Mzalendo, I don't know which Kenya you live in. When you talk about farmers in Nyeri going to sell their rice in Turkana, first of all, you should know that Uhuru had a program where farmers, the rice was bought by the government during the National Cereals and Produce Board as one of the, and beyond there, he had also ordered that the government institutions, military, police, NYS, to procure rice directly from the farmers. And even the price was known by the farmers. That program collapsed. It's no longer there. So I do not know which Kenya you are talking about, Mr. Muzarendo, when you talk of Turkana people buying rice from Moya farmers. Mark you, some of those you are talking about, you are presuming that they have money in the pocket to directly buy the rice. You must be one of the most insensitive fellows that ever existed. You are perhaps closer to Antoinette, who asked the husband why people are demonstrating, and when told that it's because the bread prices are high, she said, why don't they eat cakes? Very insensitive, Mr. Mzarendo. I think you need to understand Kenya better than you have displayed today. This kind of what you are proposing can only be interceded, but it cannot be as direct as you are trying to portray it. Thank you very much, Mr. Rio.
Thank you. Oh, Julia is Julia.
Okay, Leo, no, I think you can close. I don't want to say much. I didn't want today to argue with Mzalendo. I'm surprised anasema ati tunalalamika shida gani. I mean, I think Mzalendo, you're like kind of people that think when people go hungry is because they are fasting. So it's hard. I never had such students in my class, Nguru. I think I never had such students who struggled so much to understand what they can see. I mean, are you people, you said that bei ya unga itaanguka. What is the price of unga saizi, Nguru?
Wale wamenunua unga bwana. Unga imefika mia ngapi?
Bado 250, 230. Unajua ziko variety, ziko tofauti.
People are harvesting. People are harvesting. So imagine.
So you are still buying unga at over 200. This government insulted Uhuru akasema ati aseme Ukraine. Uhuru was a better manager, Mzalendo. Even Uhuru, school fees was not as high as it is. Uhuru was a wonderful manager. And sidhani huyu rais wenyu alikuwa wapi? Kwani alikuwa anafanya kazi kwa akiwa juu ya mti? Kwa sababu angekuwa anaangalia vile President Uhuru ana manage the country, how he was managing to meet the budgets of the country.
Julia, you forget that he was campaigning. He never had any time for Kenyans.
So alikuwa juu ya magari. So this guy knows nothing about administration or running the country. In fact, we thought Uhuru was a spoiled brat because he was born in State House. Now we realize he was a wonderful administrator and he was a better manager. Sasa nyinyi unga bado you are asking us why we are complaining. 3 months down the line, why is unga still over 200, over 250? You are asking us why is the price of fuel up? You are asking us why are we stressed over taking our children to school next week? Mbona tuko na hiyo stress? Uhuru could try to make people manage their life. why are we are not even hata wacha maneno ya uchaguzi, the cost of living. Na sasa mnatuambia maneno ya Ukraine, will you talk about Ukraine? So mzalendo, really, I'm saying the other day nilisema kitu and I apologized. Now I withdrew my apology because I really think you reason upside down. I'm sorry because sielewi kabisa, it's hard. Leo you can close the show. Sitaki kushikilia hii show. I might shut the show for good if you leave me with some people here. Asante.
Thank you. Somebody amenikaza hapa anaitwa who is somebody who keeps on talking here about the Delaru issue that Kenya is not going to print money. My friend, there's nothing you can tell us about using digital or soft money. In fact, Kenya, majority of Kenyans are still using hard cash. Few people are using those M-Pesas because people are not able to pay for the charges. Unless you are telling me the government wants to force people to stop using cash. Even our neighboring country, Somalia, it is 80%, in fact 90% cashless. There they don't see cash, and they still print. They still use the dollars. They are there in cash, but even if you want to buy something that is worth 5 Kenyan shilling, you have to use your phone. They've gone cashless. Kenya is not yet there. Even during Corona, they tried and told people, if you hold this money, it is going to transfer the virus and whatever. Kenyans did not listen. They still maintained their cash kwa sababu ya watu wa the economy imefanya watu wanafanya kazi ya kureverse. So those others are just stories that they are coming up with so that you don't read the sinister part of the Delaru. They know very well if they tell you the truth, mtaenda kwa barabara na mtalalamika. Mwizi akitaka kukuibia hakuambiangi, atakudanganya, ebu acha hiyo key yako hivi. So don't be deceived. Uanze kutuambia eti we went digital. Which digital? Can you show us that digital currency you are talking of? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo digital currency. So guys, I think we need to take a rest because today tutakuwa na kesha. Tukitoka hapa kesha asubuhi tutakuwa tunaenda kuandamana na baba Kamukunji. So yes.
Leo, there's a clip that Peter K.
I don't have it right now. I don't have it right now. Actually, I would have played it. I'll play today. I think in the evening we are going to start the show early. We normally start it at 10 p.m. but today I think we'll start it earlier than that, so that we plan kwa wale wenye hawatakuwa wamejua, na wale washajua, mkienda nyumbani msambaze ujumbe, tell them kesho location ni Kamukunji. Wale wataweza kuanzia airport waanzie airport, specifically wale watu wa Embakasi East, Embakasi South, tunaweza anzia huko, na wale watatoka Ukambani na kila mahali. Lakini kwa wale wanatoka huko side za western part of Nairobi, western part of the country na northern part, tukutane Kamukunji. I thank everyone, those people who joined in the panel. Mzalendo, thank you for your points. Hata kama umeudhi wengine, but it's good sometimes to have divergent opinion. It also makes us think critically and give some informed submission, because if we don't have people like you to challenge us, we might be misleading, and because you people are here, you are the ones who've ensured that we are speaking the truth and giving some verified information. Your presence there will make Guru to do a research so that when he tells you Hustler Fund is going to fail, he've done enough research. But if you are not there, you will just come and talk without making confirmation. So we thank you very much and encourage you to come. And you should also tell people like Black to stop typing. They should come and bring their face here and defend the UDA government as we see them. We'll be able to identify when they are lying, whether they are lying or speaking the truth. Thank you very much, Godfrey. You've really maintained it here from the beginning up to the end. You've been here for the last 11 hours. That is really great. Kenya Narari, you've always been here. And the ones who are here before and they've went, people like Inaroda, Nifa, we really appreciate your presence. And all the viewers, I can see right now, still 300 people are still viewing. We are sorry, we can't keep you here. Let us allow you people to go and worship and to prepare. Kama ulikuwa na suti yako ile ya blue, tafadhali enda ukapeleka kwa dobi ama upige pasi ukingojea kesho.
Leo ambia mashabiki wako wapige blue tick blue. You know, initially when we were coming to this show, hiyo comment section ilikuwa ni blue, nikamwambia watapiga tick.
Yes. So the viewers, welcome and invite others. Today we will start as early as 8 p.m. So it will be dedicated for introduction. Utakuwa unasema wewe ni blue ukiwa wapi na kesho unachukua gari namba ngapi ili watu wajuane na routes zao. So mkuje mapema na muinvite wengine, tutakuwa live kuanzia saa 2. So wale waja subscribe kwa hiyo The Candid, wale waja subscribe kwa Mtembei, tell them wanunue data na wanunue bundles, na wale hawana leo, tafadhali mchukue hiyo Hustler Fund muweke kwa bundles. Tutakesha hapa tukiwapatia program, tukiwaambia yale magari mtachukua, ili msichukue gari yenye inafaa kuwapeleka Kamukunji iwapeleke Kiambu ama iwapeleke huko Kino. Tutahakikisha we give you the right cars na tumewapatia information. I like the blue is coming, so you can paint it blue as we are winding up.
Niwaambia, encourage your supporters wakuwa na roho, wapige blue, pigeni blue kabisa.
Black, you are hiding your face because you are only typing. You don't want to come here and speak. You know, it is easy to type. And those people who abuse people, like the ones who insult people, they normally do it on the chat box. When they are here, you don't insult. Sometimes even mzalendo anaendanga overboard, but anakuja naomba msamaha. Lakini wale watu wenye wako unapologetic, whose hands thinks faster than their maybe brains, au ndio wanaendanga kuandika matusi, so that waweze kuudhi. So tunaomba mukuje muzungumze, mtuambie yale mazuri serikali inafanya na tutawapigia makofi.
Matusi ni sawa. Matusi just tells you who you are. See.
So keep the blue stars for evening. See you.